Lecher, what did you just say? How dare you profane this palace so wantonly? Are you courting deaths? Today, unless I tear you into countless pieces, the hatred burning in my heart will never be appeased. You damn shameless Lecher, go to hell. Hou Tu spoke with her face ablaze with wrath. Staring at the man before her, she prepared in the next instant to unleash a thunderous strike and annihilate him, to shatter his body into dust and scatter even his soul and spirit. Who was she? A descendant of Pangadashi, one of the 12 ancestral witches of the Wu clan, a resounding, illustrious existence across the vast Hongwang continent. When had she ever been defiled in such a manner? It was unbearable, absolutely intolerable. Even with Hou Tu's gentle nature, this was something she could never endure. What in the world was going on? Since the day Hou Tu transformed into human form, several million years had already passed. Before that, the great war among the three innate clans had made the outside world perilous. Coupled with her own insufficient strength, she had remained within the Wu clan's territory, cultivating in seclusion. Only with great difficulty did she finally wait until the war of the three innate clans came to an end. With the Longhan cataclysm dissipated, the heavens and earth of Hongwang regained their clarity. Seizing this rare chance, she came out to wander for a while to breathe freely and ease her heart. At the same time, she wished to truly behold the Hongwang continent, the world her father god Pangu had cleaved open, and see what kind of realm it truly was. Above all, there was Buzhou Shan, born from Pangadashi's spine. It was not only the supporting pillar of the heavens over the Hongwang continent, but also the spiritual symbol of the Wu clan. The very first thing she did after leaving the Wu clan's territory was to pay homage to Buzhou Shan, to worship their father god Pangu. Yet, just as Hou Tu reached halfway up the mountain and was about to pause to catch her breath, suddenly from some unknown place a complete scoundrel rushed out. He seized her in his arms and planted several fierce kisses upon her. In that instant, Hou Tu was utterly stunned. After that brief moment of stupefaction, surging fury followed. She, Hou Tu, one of the 12 ancestral witches, the little princess of the Wu clan, had actually been defiled by someone. And this outrage had occurred upon Buzhou Shan itself, on the very territory of the Wu clan. In an instant, the boundless anger in her heart condensed into overwhelming killing intent. The aura of an early-stage Luo Jingxian erupted from her at once, and endless baleful qi converged about to coalesce into a terrifying killing strike aimed straight at the man. Yuer, why have you taken so long to come find me? Do you know that I have waited here for you for several million years? Back then you clearly promised that once you attained human form you would stay with me. I cultivated desperately, again and again with all my might. Only so I could attain human form a little earlier. At last, 3 million years ago, after I reached the golden immortal realm, I finally ushered in my transformation tribulation. I do not know what happened. My transformation tribulation actually evolved from a 3-9 tribulation into a 9-9 tribulation. Though it was unimaginably fearsome, I still endured it. Because I knew my Yuer was waiting for me. I could not let her down. Even if it was a 9-9 tribulation, so how could it possibly shatter the yearning for Yuer in my heart? I had to defeat it. Only by conquering the 9-9 tribulation could I be together with Yuer. In the end, I overcame the 9-9 tribulation and successfully attained human form. But after I transformed, I originally wanted to tell you the news at once. Yet when I returned, I discovered you were gone. I thought you had merely gone back to the Wu clan for some matter and would soon return. So I waited for you at the place where we used to cultivate together. But I kept waiting, and Yuer, you never appeared. Over these millions of years, I have almost searched the entirety of Buzhou Shan. Tian spoke with deep affection. As he talked, the corner of his eye kept furtively observing Hou Tu. Only when he sensed her killing intent slowly dissipating did he finally breathe out in secret relief. He could not help but praise his own acting. It was at the very least quite passable. Even Hou Tu could be. However, Tian understood clearly this reprieve was only temporary. Once Hou Tu recovered her wits, she might very well strike at him again. He had to press his advantage even further. Yuer, do you know how worried I have been for you these millions of years? I have feared most that you might fall into the hands of the Yao clan. The relationship between the Wu clan and the Yao clan has never been good. Especially after the 3 innate clans met, their tribulation ties between them grew even more hostile. For your sake, I once secretly infiltrated the domain of the Yao clan to search for you. I was almost discovered by several of their powerful experts. If not for the life-bound item you left me, I would have thought you had already met with some misfortune. Tian once swore that if the Yao clan dared to harm you, I would make the entire Yao clan accompany you in death. Even if it cost me my own life, I would not hesitate. In this world, no one may harm you. Hearing such heartfelt words from Tian, Hou Tu suddenly froze. Though the anger in her heart had not yet fully subsided, her killing intent had already dispersed. After all, she had been profaned by this fellow. That could hardly be brushed aside with a few sentimental phrases. Pure and kind-hearted Hou Tu could not see that all of this was nothing more than lies Tian had fabricated. At this moment in Hou Tu's mind, a tragic love story was already taking shape. In her eyes, this Yuer was very likely already dead. In all likelihood, this wretched scoundrel had mistaken her for someone else. However, at that moment Tian said, Fortunately, fate has allowed me to meet you, Yuer, once more. My millions of years of waiting were not in vain. Yuer, all these years, where have you been? After brewing his emotions for a few seconds, Tian raised his gaze, looking at her with deep affection. In his eyes, the burning emotion seemed capable of melting everything in this world. Even Hou Tu, upon seeing this, trembled slightly in expression. A strange, inexplicable feeling stirred within her heart, and she dared not meet his gaze directly. Seeing this, Tian stepped forward, reaching out to take Hou Tu's hand. You. Hou Tu stumbled back 2 hurried steps, flustered, and said nervously, You have mistaken me for someone else. You've got the wrong person. No. Impossible. Tian replied with firm conviction. I might mistake others, but you, Yuer, I would never mistake you. You are my Yuer. Ahem. Hou Tu gave a light cough and said, Fellow Taoist, you truly have mistaken me. That is impossible, Tian insisted. Tian spoke with unshakable certainty. Appearances can be altered with transformation arts, and auras can be forged with certain divine abilities, but some things can never be faked. Not even by a saint. Even if my eyes might err, Yuer's lifebound item would never respond incorrectly. Look! At that moment Tian opened his right palm. A jade pendant streaked through its center with a thread of blood-red color appeared in his hand. The instant she saw that pendant, Hou Tu was struck dumb. Heavens! How is this possible? Hou Tu was stunned, utterly dumbfounded. At that instant Hou Tu was stunned, frozen, utterly bewildered. She even began to doubt herself. Could it be that I really am the Yuer he speaks of, and I simply cannot remember, because I lost my memories of? It was no wonder Hou Tu thought that way. Chiefly because the object Tian had presented was simply too astonishing. In that single instant, Hou Tu sensed that the drop of blood within the jade pendant belonged to her. Moreover, it was no ordinary. It was the blood she had acquired when she emerged from the blood pool in the Penglai temple, akin to a newborn's umbilical cord blood. Between heaven and earth, this blood was unique, belonging solely to Hou Tu. As Tian had said, anything else could be forged with divine abilities, but this could never be replicated. Especially the faint trace of Pangus divine might within it. Who could forge that? Hou Tu was certain that thread of blood was hers. Furthermore, the jade pendant itself was no ordinary item. It was crafted from the jade of the Penglai temple. Throughout the entire Wu tribe, only the 12 ancestral witches possessed such a pendant. What the hell? This left Hou Tu questioning her very existence. No matter how she looked at it, the jade pendant seemed to be hers. But why was it in this man's hands? It couldn't be. Could I truly have lost my memories? Yuer, do you still think I've mistaken you for someone else? If you still don't believe me, you can place your hand on it. Tian continued him. Hou Tu paused momentarily, then placed her hand on the pendant. The instant their hands simultaneously grasped the jade. Suddenly a beam of light flashed, and a vivid image materialized before them. In the scene, a girl leaned happily against a large willow tree, her eyes brimming with joy. Whoa! Seeing that figure, Hou Tu was stunned again. Physes me. Though her appearance was slightly different, some intrinsic qualities remained unchanged. Bloodline, aura, soul. Every aspect told Hou Tu that the woman in the scene was her. Yuer, you see. Tian then said, you can tell at a glance whether this is real or fake, can't you? The girl in that scene is you, and the great willow behind you is me. Thighs. At that instant Hou Tu truly panicked. If when she first saw the jade pendant, she had only a slight suspicion of having lost memories. After seeing this scene, Hou Tu was 80% convinced by Tian's words and 60 to 70% suspected that she had indeed lost her memory. Otherwise, how could these things be explained? They couldn't. But wait. Since her transformation, she had never left the Wu tribe's territory, always cultivating in the Penglai temple. This shouldn't be. She was certain of this point. Moreover, even if she wanted to leave, her brothers and sisters would— Chaos. In that moment, Hou Tu's mind was in utter chaos. What was all this? You are my Yuer. Seizing the moment, Tian grabbed Hou Tu's hand. This time she did not struggle to free herself, as she allowed him to hold it. Seeing this, a flicker of triumph passed through Tian's eyes. Almost there. Soon. The task given by the system was about to be completed. Seeing Hou Tu like this, Tian pretended to be concerned and asked Yuer, what's wrong? You seem troubled, and you kept saying I had mistaken you. Could it be that you were injured and forgot our past together? Oh. At that moment, Tian slapped his forehead and said, how could I forget this? Yuer, I have a gift. Maybe this will help you remember everything we once had. A gift? Hou Tu instinctively looked at Gu Tian. What could he be giving her? Look. In the next moment, Gu Tian waved his right hand, and a powerful surge of primordial spirit energy roiled toward her. In that instant, Hou Tu's eyes widened once more. Gulp. She unconsciously swallowed, and asked, well, what is this? Gu Tian smiled, and said, where have you forgotten? I once told you I would find a way to help you cultivate a primordial spirit. This is my promise to you. I know that your Wu tribe, due to your nature, have only physical bodies without primordial spirits, leaving your foundation incomplete. To have a complete foundation, you must supplement a primordial spirit. But a primordial spirit is innate, it can hardly be cultivated postnatal. However, I am different. My true form is the innate twin willows born with 2 primordial spirits. Over the past millions of years while waiting for your return, I extracted my second primordial spirit and refined it into a pure, untainted one. At the same time, I infused your aura into it. Once you merge with this primordial spirit of mine, your foundation will become whole instantly. Hou Tu stared at Gu Tian, momentarily speechless. An inexplicable emotion moved her. It seemed this man truly deeply loved his Yuer. If you give me this primordial spirit, what will you do? Hou Tu asked. It's nothing. Didn't I say so? I was born with 2 primordial spirits. Losing one is no big deal. Gu Tian replied, but as he spoke he deliberately averted his gaze. He made his eyes flicker, unable to look directly into Hou Tu's eyes. No. Hou Tu immediately shook her head and said, you're lying to me. Just as you said, I need a primordial spirit to complete my foundation. You may have 2, but if you lose one, will your foundation still be complete? She desperately wanted to cultivate her own primordial spirit, but if it would harm this man, she would never consider. Well, what are you doing? You bastard. I go. This time it's another great fortune. Alright. This is amazing. Ever since I got these 2 treasures, Little Fatty and Little Jean, my luck has begun to improve. And, thrusting, forgive me. I knew you would not accept my primordial spirit. I had no choice. In the next moment, under Gu Tian's manipulation, the pure spirit began merging with Hou Tu. Ding. Congratulations, host. Hou Tu's favorability has reached 60. Ding. Congratulations, host. The refinement level of Primordial Mountain has increased by 5. Hee. Upon hearing the system's voice, Gu Tian's lips curled into a faint smile, realizing that this trick was indeed beneficial. As the refinement progress of Primordial Mountain increased by 5, Gu Tian could clearly sense that his cultivation and strength had ascended another realm. From the initial stage of the Primordial Golden Immortal, he had advanced to the mid-stage of the Primordial Golden Immortal. With such strength in the entire Hongluang continent, only the old coin Hongjun was slightly stronger. As for the other innate powers on the Hongluang continent, most were either dead or heavily injured, essentially rendered useless. During the Beast Calamity, a great number perished. During the War of the 3 innate races, another wave fell. The remaining ones were likely almost all killed by Hongjun and the Heavenly Tao. Basically, there are hardly any innate powers left. The Dragon Clan has a Zhulong. However, due to bearing immense karma, it is virtually incapacitated. It seems there is also a Lazy deity, but this fellow has been hiding in Lazy since his transformation, living in seclusion. Thus only Hongjun remains as a threat. However, this threat is somewhat significant. Others may be unaware, but Gu Tian certainly isn't. The insidiousness of Hongjun is extraordinary. He is known as the first old silver coin of Hongluang. Gu Tian was originally not a being of the Hongluang continent, but rather a mere nobody from Earth. By a twist of fate, he crossed over to the Hongluang continent. At that time, the War of the 3 innate races was underway, which startled Gu Tian. Having read Investiture of the Gods and numerous Hongluang novels, he knew too well how terrifying and brutal this battle was. A single misstep could lead to his demise. Moreover, the most despairing part for Gu Tian was that upon his arrival, he was merely a celestial willow on Primordial Mountain, with a significantly inferior foundation, barely reaching the innate level. With his foundation, he estimated he would never cultivate to the great Luo Golden Immortal in this lifetime. Fortunately, like other transmigrators, Gu Tian awakened a system. His system was called the Super Refinement System, which, as the name suggests, could refine all things and obtain their abilities. The higher the level of the refined item, the stronger the abilities gained. Upon hearing this, Gu Tian immediately planned to refine the Hongluang continent. Since the higher the level of the refined item, why not refine the Hongluang continent directly? But the next moment the system poured cold water on him. Gu Tian's strength was too weak, and with his current ability, if he treated the Hongluang continent as the first refining item, it would probably take tens of millions of years to refine even 0.1. By then, if Hongjun became a saint and aligned with the Heavenly Tao, he could very well be discovered. Then, after some thought, he decided to treat Primordial Mountain as his first refining item. Buzhou Mountain is transformed from the spine of the Panga deity, the foremost divine mountain of the Honghuang continent, and it is extraordinary. Most importantly, it is currently very safe. Thus Tian began to silently refine Buzhou Mountain. Refining it to 10 granted him the inheritance of the 9 turns mysterious art of Pangu and a drop of Pangu jade essence. Refining it to 20 yielded a drop of Pangus heart blood and increased the progress of the 9 turns mysterious art by 1. Each percentage refined brought Tian tremendous benefits. Now Tian had refined Buzhou Mountain to 60, and his foundation had reached the level of a top innate divine demon on par with the Sanqing and Yuhua. His strength had also risen to the early stage of the primordial golden immortal. Just as Tian raised the refinement level to 60, he encountered a problem. The subsequent refinements became exceedingly slow. A full 1,000,000 years passed, and he only increased the refinement level by 1. This left Tian feeling somewhat bewildered. What is happening? When the refinement level moved from 50 to 60, it had taken less than 1,000,000 years. The difficulty suddenly increased tenfold. This is unreasonable. At this rate, even if another 10,000,000 years passed, it would be unlikely to raise the cultivation progress to 70. How could he manage that? If 70 is this difficult, what about 80, 90, and 100? According to the system's explanation, it is because Pangus will is at play. Even though Pangu has completely returned to nothingness, his will has yet to dissipate. Especially on Buzhou Mountain, there still resides Pangus will. During Tian's refinement of Buzhou Mountain, he would face resistance from Pangus will. To resolve this, the system offered 2 paths. First, continue refining. As time passes, Pangus will eventually dissipate, and refinement will naturally speed up. What the hell? Tian was taken aback. He had no idea how long that would take. The most crucial point is that the war of the 3 innate races has already ended. The calamity of the witch and demon is about to arrive, and at that time the 2 clumsy giants Gonggong and Zhu Rong might accidentally topple Buzhou Mountain. If Buzhou Mountain collapses, what can I refine? I cannot choose this option. Then it must be the second one to gain Pangus fortune. The most direct way to gain Pangus fortune is to establish a very close connection with Pangus descendants. For instance, become a direct disciple of the Sanqing. The first choice is Taishang Laojuan, as his disciples can gain more fortune. Alternatively, he could build a good relationship with the 12 ancestor witches and become sworn brothers. However, becoming sworn brothers with those clumsy giants carries enormous risks. They are all likely to perish during the witch and demon war. It seems only Hou Tu survived. The first choice is Hou Tu. Since they are to become sworn brothers, why not become Tao partners instead? Wouldn't that be better? Hou Tu is the recognized goddess of Honghuang. Then under the schemes of Tian and the system, the earlier scene unfolded. The jade pendant, Hou Tu's bloodline, and pure primordial spirit were all rewards Tian obtained from refining Buzhou Mountain. Hou Tu is derived from the essence blood of the Panga deity, and the rewards Tian received from the refinement also came from the Panga deity. It would be too easy to forge a false identity for Hou Tu, delivering a heavy blow to secure the deal in one step. Then he would gradually move her, thoroughly touching her heart. At that point, the false would become real. As planned by Tian, Hou Tu was moved, favorability increased, and Panga's fortune followed. A favorability of 60 already counts as friendship. Ding! Congratulations, host. Hou Tu's favorability has risen to 70. Hearing this, Tian once again revealed a smug smile. It worked. Seeing that the favorability rating with Hou Tu had reached 70, Tian felt a surge of joy in his heart. This level of favorability was already considered quite high. It was a state that was above friendship, but below romance, allowing for a little bit of subtle flirtation. This major move had indeed proven to be quite effective. Come on. Tian secretly encouraged himself. As long as the favorability rating increased by 10 points to 80, they would be considered a couple, and at that time Hou Tu would rightfully become his Tao partner. Moreover, Hou Tu would not object. If he could reach 100, it would mean unwavering loyalty. No matter the circumstance, Hou Tu would never betray Tian, even if the Honghuang continent were to be destroyed. However, reaching a favorability rating of 100 was virtually impossible. As long as it reached 90, betrayal would be unlikely. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 0.5 of Pangus fortune. At that moment, the system's voice once again echoed in Tian's mind. In that instant, Tian's body trembled slightly. He felt an indescribable, mysterious power bestowing itself upon him. At that moment, standing atop Buzhou Mountain, Tian felt as if he had returned home, a powerful force seemingly protecting him from the shadows. Was the mere 0.5 of Pangus fortune already this powerful? No wonder the 3 pure ones could attain sainthood and acquire such abundant opportunities. After Pangu returned to the void, he divided all his fortune into 4 portions with the 3 pure ones, and the 12 ancestral witches, each claiming 30%, while Buzhou Mountain held 10%. The remaining 30% of Panga's fortune was shared among all the beings of the Honghuang continent. The number of creatures in the Honghuang continent was simply incalculable. With so many beings sharing 30%, how much would Gu Tian receive? It was practically zero. He received not a single fraction of Panga's fortune contained in Buzhou Mountain. It was estimated that only when he increased the refinement level of Buzhou Mountain to 80 or 90 could he share a portion of Panga's fortune from Buzhou Mountain. Ding! Congratulations, host. The refinement level of Buzhou Mountain has increased by 3. Upon hearing this, Gu Tian once again displayed an excited expression. Oh, it happened so quickly. It had only been a day's time. The refinement level of Buzhou Mountain had increased by 8, surpassing the progress he made over millions of years. Had he known, he would have pursued Hou Tu earlier. System, open my attribute panel for me to see. Host Gu Tian. First refined object Buzhou Mountain, 69. Background top tier primordial god and demon. Realm midstage Hunyuan golden immortal. Technique 9 transformations of the mystic origins 6 transformations Pangus, great divine ability. Divine abilities opening heaven technique Buzhou divine fist. Magic artifacts God-slaying spear Hongming cosmic ruler 12-petal pure world, white lotus 12-petal world ending black lotus. Special items, a drop of Pangus essence blood, a drop of Pangus, jade marrow, and 0.5 of Pangus fortune. Very good. Upon seeing this data, Gu Tian displayed a satisfied smile, especially at the refinement level of Buzhou Mountain, which had already reached 69. Just one more point, and it would rise to 70. At that time, not only would his own strength reach the peak of the Hunyuan golden immortal possessing the combat power of the strongest beneath the saints, but even a saint would find it difficult to deal with him atop Buzhou Mountain. Moreover, he could gain unexpected surprises. Gu Tian could feel that there were still many opportunities hidden within Buzhou Mountain. But he couldn't find them. Only by raising the refinement level and increasing the Panga fortune could he obtain these hidden opportunities, and now he was close. In the next moment, Gu Tian revealed a faint smile and said, "It seems this isn't too difficult. Hou Tu's favorability has already reached 70, just a little more to go. Then everything will fall into place." As he spoke, Gu Tian took out a drop of Pangus essence blood and jade marrow. His background had already reached the level of a top-tier primordial god and demon. A drop of Pangus essence blood and jade marrow no longer held any significance for him, unless it was Pangus heart's blood. But for Hou Tu it would have a tremendous effect. After this, he was confident that Hou Tu's favorability would surely rise. He would smash it down if needed. He watched as Hou Tu was on the verge of merging her primordial spirit and waking up. Cough cough. Gu Tian coughed lightly, sealing most of his vital energy, allowing his face to appear somewhat pale. Acting, after all, it had to be convincing. Shortly after, Hou Tu slowly opened her eyes. Feeling the extra primordial spirit within her body, her eyes were filled with excitement. This was a primordial spirit. Hou Tu finally had a primordial spirit, something that their witch clan had long desired. For millennia, they had tried various methods to obtain a primordial spirit. In the next moment, before Hou Tu could recover from her surprise, she suddenly realized that her primordial spirit had been given to her by someone else. Instinctively turning around, she saw Gu Tian looking at her with a pale face and a wan expression, barely managing a smile, as he asked, "How do you feel?" I. Hou Tu had 1,000 words in her heart, but didn't know how to express them. She didn't know whether she was this guy's Yuer, and if so, that would be fine. But if not, what would happen when the real Yuer came looking for him? This primordial spirit was meant for, but now it was given to her. To say it was compensation. A primordial spirit was priceless, and there was simply no way to repay it. This was a tremendous favor. Hurriedly stepping forward, she took Gu Tian's hand and asked, "Why are you so foolish? This is a primordial spirit. How do you feel now?" Gu Tian revealed a faint smile resembling a silly boy. However, this smile made Hou Tu feel increasingly guilty. Gu Tian chuckled, I have 2 primordial spirits. Losing one is merely a temporary, it's nothing, for with some cultivation I can recover it. But for you it's completely different. No matter what I sacrifice, it is worth it." Hearing Gu Tian's words, Hou Tu was instantly moved, and her favorability soared. Right. At that moment, Gu Tian tightly held Hou Tu's hand and asked, "Where do you recall this?" In that instant, Hou Tu felt flustered, wondering what to do. Am I really where? Seeing Hou Tu's expression, Gu Tian couldn't help but sigh deeply, then seemed to have made a significant decision as he opened his right hand. He placed a drop of Pangus essence blood and jade marrow into Hou Tu's hand. As a descendant of Pangu, how could she not know that this was the essence, blood, and jade marrow of her Pangu father? These items were supreme treasures in the Hongguang continent. You take this and refine it. This is a gift I prepared for you. As long as you refine it, not only will you recover, but your bloodline and background will also be greatly enhanced. Ding! Congratulations, host. Hou Tu's favorability has increased to 80. At that moment, a proud smile appeared on Gu Tian's face. It worked. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Gu Tian revealed a smug smile. The favorability directly jumped to 80, crossing another major hurdle. A favorability of 60 was merely a step towards becoming friends. If one is not careful, this friendship could also turn into a complete severance. However, once the favorability reaches 80, indicating a romantic relationship, as long as no particularly significant events occur that touch upon Hou Tu's reverse scales or cause her great discomfort, this favorability will not decrease. After all, the cultivators of the primordial era are quite simple in matters of emotion. They don't have too many thoughts. Especially the Wu clan, they are straightforward and say whatever is on their mind. Love is love. Not loving is not loving. Just like that, the relationship between Gu Tian and Hou Tu has undergone a qualitative change. Gu Tian could clearly sense that the Pangu luck enveloping him had become significantly denser, and his affinity with this world had also increased. Especially atop this Buzhou mountain, the sense of intimacy and belonging became increasingly evident. Buzhou mountain is formed from the spine of the Pangu deity, and it shows a marked rejection towards those who are not descendants of Pangu. The simplest example is the might of Pangu. Only the Sanxing and the Wu clan can ascend Buzhou mountain without being suppressed by Pangus, might regardless of who the other cultivators are. Even Hongjun Laozu. If he wishes to ascend Buzhou mountain, he will also face suppression from Pangus might. Before this, Gu Tian had also been suppressed by it. Even if he raised the refinement level of Buzhou mountain to 60, reducing the suppression from Pangus might significantly, it still existed. But at this moment, the suppression from Pangus might completely dissipated. At this moment, he felt an indescribable sense of ease. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've gained 90% of Pangus luck, and the refinement level of Buzhou mountain has risen another tier, reaching 70. The system said finally reached 70, huh? But this speed is too fast, isn't it? How long has it been? What originally would have taken tens of millions of years to accomplish has been completed so quickly. Hou Tu is truly impressive. This girl is simply my lucky star. I must treat this girl well from now on. Gu Tian couldn't help but say, System, why is it only 90% of Pangus luck? Isn't it supposed to be 100%? Hou Tu's favorability has already risen to 80, Gu Tian couldn't help but ask. The system chuckled and said, although your favorability has risen to 80, you are still not officially Dao partners. Hence it's only 90%. Only when Hou Tu becomes your true Dao partner will you understand what I mean. Both in name and in body, it must be completed. Only then can you share in Hou Tu's Pangu luck. Alright, I see now. Gu Tian nodded and said, by the way, system, what about the reward for reaching a refinement level of 70? Gu Tian asked, feeling somewhat impatient, as the higher the refinement level, the greater the benefits. As for whether to try to enhance the relationship with Hou Tu a bit more, and then become true Dao partners. Gu Tian thought for a moment, but decided against it, as one cannot rush hot tofu. Although the favorability had reached 80, Hou Tu had not fully recognized it yet. If Gu Tian were to rush and cause the favorability to drop, wouldn't that be a loss? No need to rush. The subsequent matters can be approached slowly. After all, Hou Tu is already here, it will be a gradual development of feelings. Congratulations, host, your cultivation has improved, reaching the late stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. You have gained the Divine Ability second style of the opening Heaven 9 styles, which can automatically advance to the minor achievement level, and Buzhou Divine Fist has advanced to the major achievement level. At the same time, a significant opportunity on Buzhou Mountain is also bestowed. Just as the system's voice fell, a warm current surged into his body, naturally breaking through to the late stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. His strength increased again. Simultaneously, a mark of axe light appeared in his mind, along with a fist imprint resembling Buzhou Mountain, transforming into a stream of light that began to merge into Gu Tian's primordial spirit. Whoosh! After a long while, Gu Tian slowly opened his eyes. A sharp light burst forth. He saw a colossal giant, holding a massive axe. With a swing of his hands, a terrifying and sharp axe light was unleashed. Under this axe, the entire world and all things were shattered. Good. What a second style of opening heaven. With this axe, even a heavenly Dao saint would have to avoid its sharpness. Truly, it is the divine ability of Pangu the Great. After feeling the power of this axe, Gu Tian's eyes were filled with shock. This was only the second style, and it was merely at the minor achievement level. I can't imagine how powerful the ninth style will be. How strong was Pangu the Great back in the day? In the late stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, he has taken another step towards the path of Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. According to Gu Tian's estimation, if he can raise the refinement level of Buzhou Mountain to 80, he is very likely to take that step and attain the Hunyuan Dao. But raising the refinement level to 80 is no easy task. Even with Hou Tu's assistance, it would probably take several 100,000 to even millions of years. Such a long time still does not provide an advantage. Now the innate three clans calamity has passed, and Hongjun Laozu will soon be able to attain sainthood. At that time it won't be long before the 6 saints of heaven's Dao appear. Although he may not outrun Hongjun Laozu, he must attain Dao before the 6 saints of heaven's Dao. Gu Tian knows very well that after Hongjun Laozu's 3 sermons in the Purple Cloud Palace, his strength will undoubtedly receive a tremendous boost, and by then he might even take action against him. Before that he must possess self-preservation power. Therefore he must quickly raise the refinement level and enhance his strength. Gu Tian pondered for a moment. Hou Tu and the Wu clan are in the same direction. With Hou Tu's connection, he should easily gain friendship with the Wu clan. As for the other direction, it is the Sanqing. Sanqing, you can't run away. Gu Tian suddenly thought of the innate gourd vine and the 24th grade creation blue lotus, which seemed to be on Buzhou Mountain. These things are all related to the Sanqing. Thus they will definitely come to Buzhou Mountain. He needs to think about how to leverage a relationship with the Sanqing. Apprenticeship. That's impossible. Moi. Suddenly Gu Tian was slightly taken aback and smiled. I can't take them as my masters. Does that mean the Sanqing can't take me as their disciple? Hongjun Laozu, I hope you don't mind. However, before that I need to check what my significant opportunity is. After Gu Tian began refining the Buzhou Mountain, he realized that many opportunities were hidden within it. However, he was all alone without fortune or luck. It is well known that many powerful magical treasures on the Honghuang continent already have owners, making it nearly impossible for ordinary cultivators to find these treasures. But if the true owner were to appear, it might be possible to stumble upon them with just a few steps. Lacking opportunities. Lacking luck. Gu Tian has been unable to even encounter ordinary, innate spiritual treasures. Over the years he has roamed nearly half of Buzhou Mountain, yet he has not come across a single significant opportunity. He is well aware that the innate gourd vine and the 24th grade creation green lotus are located on Buzhou Mountain. Yet Gu Tian has searched for hundreds of thousands of years without finding them. The 24th grade creation green lotus is truly a remarkable treasure. Its own grade has already reached the level of an innate supreme treasure, but due to the Tao of heaven not permitting its existence, it was later decomposed into 3 superb, innate spiritual treasures: Taiyi's dust brush, the 3 treasures Jade Rui, and the Qingping sword. Ultimately, it was obtained by the Sanqing and became a treasure for their proof of Tao. The innate gourd vine is even more extraordinary. It was once a chaos spiritual root, but it was injured during the heavenly opening cataclysm, causing its grade to fall. According to Gu Tian's speculation, the innate gourd vine still has the chance to restore its status as a chaos spiritual root. It was decomposed before it could fully mature. This was also the doing of the Tao of heaven, as a matured chaos spiritual root could very likely take form and might lead to the emergence of chaos divine demons, potentially growing to the level of the 3,000 chaos divine demons. This is something the Tao of heaven absolutely does not allow. Hence it must be eradicated. Yet even in its decomposed state, those few gourds are still incredibly impressive. For example, the immortal slaying gourd of Luya Dao Run is one of them, and the gourd belonging to Taishang Lao Jun is also among them. These are all excellent treasures. Since they were born on Buzhou Mountain, they should belong to Gu Tian. As for others, they can go play elsewhere. If he could find these 2 supreme treasures in advance, perhaps he could find a way to prevent their decomposition. He glanced at Hou Tu, who was refining Pangus Essence Blood and Pangus Jade Marrow. At this rate, it would take at least 3,000 to 5,000 years to fully refine them. Currently, Hou Tu's realm is at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. After refining, she should reach the mid-stage, if not the late stage, and her foundation will also be elevated by a level. Confirming that there were no issues with Hou Tu, Gu Tian thought for a moment and took out the 12-grade Pure World White Lotus to protect her. After extracting a thread of great opportunity, Gu Tian immediately sensed a faint call from somewhere in Buzhou Mountain, beckoning him to come. Great opportunity, here I come. He wondered if it was the innate gourd vine, or the 24th grade creation green lotus. Or perhaps it was another significant opportunity. In a single step, he crossed millions of miles. Though this step seemed long relative to Buzhou Mountain, Gu Tian appeared almost motionless. This illustrates the vastness and magnificence of Buzhou Mountain. Even with his latest Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, he could not see the end of Buzhou Mountain. At this moment Tian couldn't help but wonder how the two clumsy giants Gong Gong and Zhu Rong managed to break Buzhou Mountain. With his current Hunyuan Golden Immortal power, even with a full-force strike, he could not inflict any substantial damage on Buzhou Mountain. It seems there is something amiss with their collision with Buzhou Mountain. 9 times out of 10 it was the Tao of Heaven causing trouble. However, with Tian present, if Zhu Rong and Gong Gong ever appear near Buzhou Mountain, he would have to drive them away. Otherwise, who knows what might happen. What is this? Following the mysterious call as he got closer, Tian's brows furrowed tighter. What the heck? I have been to this place before. And not just once. Indeed, it was still his lack of opportunities and luck, otherwise he would have discovered this place long ago. After walking for quite a while, a valley suddenly appeared before Tian. My opportunity can't be inside this valley, can it? What a pit. I must have strolled around this valley at least 3 times. As a time traveler, Tian adhered to a rule: any rarely visited valleys or cliffs could potentially hide opportunities. Thus, when he first discovered this valley on Buzhou Mountain, Tian explored it several times. After multiple investigations, he ultimately gave up. But unexpectedly, the call of this great opportunity was right within this valley. This is a formation. In the next moment, Tian was astonished to find that there was a natural formation surrounding the valley, concealing the place containing the opportunity. Tian couldn't help but complain he had come here so many times before without noticing it. This time he found it in an instant. It seemed that sensing the Pengu luck on Tian, this formation that could almost block saint beings began to slowly open. He stepped out and entered. In the next moment, before Tian could regain his senses, he felt a vast wall crashing towards him. In his consciousness, he saw an incredibly tall giant reaching down with one hand, causing the heavens to collapse and the sun and moon to lose their light. In the 3,000 worlds, the stars and everything were shattered by this single palm. In that instant, his spirit was shaken. Under that terrifying power and pressure, Tian felt he could not even escape. He was absolutely doomed. Just then, as if sensing the Pengu luck on Tian, the terrifying pressure began to dissipate, and the giant and its massive hand in Tian's consciousness also began to fade. Hou. Feeling the crisis dissipate, Tian couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was truly perilous. Had it not been for his Pengu luck, he would likely have perished under that hand. That kind of power, even if he were 10 times stronger, would likely lead to his demise. This is... In the very next moment, just as Tian was catching his breath, he looked up and froze, staring intently at the gigantic hand before him. How big is this hand? The 3,000 great worlds are merely a part of its palm world. Hiss! Tian instinctively inhaled, sharply trembling as he said this. Could it be the left hand of the Pengu Great God? Aside from the Pengu Great God, Tian truly could not think of anyone else. In the chaos within the primordial world, whose hand could be so vast and wield such terrifying power. What does it mean to grasp the sun and moon and pluck the stars? This is the true meaning of grasping the sun and moon and plucking the stars. Even the ancient stars as immense as the great 1,000 world. With just a wave of the hand they could be plucked. Such divine ability, even the later 3 pure ones and Hongjun Laozu would likely not be able to achieve. Excitement. An unprecedented excitement. Tian could never have imagined that the great opportunity mentioned by the system would be this. It was simply a tremendous surprise. What innate gourdvine, what 21st grade creation green lotus. In front of the Pengu Great God's left hand, they are all utterly weak and completely incomparable. After Pengu opened the heavens and created the earth, failing to attain the Tao, his body transformed into the Primordial Continent, his spine becoming the Buzhou Mountain, while his primordial spirit and essence transformed into the 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestors of sorcery, as well as the witch clan. The breath he exhaled turned into wind and clouds. His left eye transformed into the sun and his right eye into the moon. His hair became the stars in the sky, and the hair all over his body turned into flowers, grasses, and trees. His head became the Pengu shrine, standing tall in the dwelling of the witch clan, while his heart was likely preserved within the Pengu shrine. But what about the other parts of his body? At this moment, Tian suddenly had such a thought in his heart. Where did the vital organs of the Pengu Great God go? It is very possible that unlike the other parts of his body, they did not transform into a part of the Primordial Continent. Since they did not transform, then where could they be? Thinking of this, especially upon seeing the Pengu Great God's left hand before him, Tian felt a shock and instinctively looked down at his feet. It is very possible that the other parts of the Pengu Great God's body are hidden within Buzhou Mountain, or perhaps they are hidden within the Pengu shrine of the witch clan. With this thought, Gu Tian's breath became somewhat heavy. Excitement, and a hint of expectation. After all, this is the body of the Pengu great god. If he could refine it, how much benefit would he gain? Not to mention possessing the combat power of the Pengu great god. Even if he could obtain just 1/10, or even 1/100th of that power, Gu Tian would be very satisfied. In the battle of the heavenly calamity, the 3,000 chaotic gods and demons had been almost completely slain by the Pengu great god. It is said that the 3,000 chaotic gods and demons are indestructible. Even if they are slain, they can still revive. But even if they can revive, how powerful would they be? Compared to their peak period, they would certainly be much weaker. Even 1% of the Pengu great god's combat power would be enough to crush them. Moreover, Gu Tian's own foundation could absolutely evolve to match that of the chaotic gods and demons. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel a sense of excitement. If his guess is true, then he would not need to shrink back on Luo Mountain. The vast Primordial Continent would be his playground. The heavenly Tao? What is it worth? Calm down. Calm down. This is just a guess. But at least the left hand of the Pengu great god is real. Oh, let's start refining it first. Hou Tu is indeed a good girl. Pengu great god, rest assured. I can't promise to protect the entire witch clan, but I will definitely protect Hou Tu well. No matter who it is, they cannot bully her, Gu Tian said with a serious expression. My. At that moment, Gu Tian suddenly felt a faint wave of consciousness. Before he could react, he saw the left hand of the Pengu great god suddenly fly over and directly merge into Gu Tian's body. What? The sudden attack of the left hand of the Pengu great god left Gu Tian momentarily stunned. What is going on? Could it be that the Pengu great god is not dead? Gulping. Thinking of this, Gu Tian felt a bit intimidated and couldn't help but ask system, you should know whether the Pengu great god is truly dead or not. The system chuckled, host, don't worry. The Pengu great god has completely returned to the void, perishing under the great calamity of the Tao, but his consciousness has not completely dissipated. This is why only his descendants can obtain what the Pengu great god left behind. Host, do you wish to designate the left hand of the Pengu great god as the second refinement object? Gu Tian nodded and said it must be done. System, if I can completely refine the left hand of the Pengu great god, can I slap Hong Jun Laozu to death with one hand? The system sneered. Host, if you completely refine it, it might be possible, but the difficulty of refining the left hand of the Pengu great god will not be lower than that of Luo Mountain. In that case, let's start refining. Gu Tian said with a smile. Ding. Congratulations, host, the refining degree of the left hand of the Pengu great god has reached 1%. Congratulations, host, your left hand has been enhanced to 1,000th of the left hand of the Pengu great god. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the divine ability Pengu One Finger. Just after starting the refinement for a short while, the system notified him that it had already reached 1%. It's already 1%. Then let's push it to 2%. Gu Tian said excitedly. Even 1,000th of the strength of the left hand of the Pengu great god is already very powerful. Gu Tian compared it slightly and found it to be at least dozens of times stronger than his own left hand before. If he were to fight against his previous self, he could kill him with a single slap. In Gu Tian's dojo, Hou Tu was also continuously merging the energy of Pangus essence blood. Unknowingly, she had already broken through to the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal, and that terrifying vitality could be felt even from millions of miles away. It instilled fear in others, creating a sense of trepidation. Especially Hou Tu's physical body, with the help of Pangus essence blood and Pangus jade marrow, had nearly reached the level of a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. The power of her physical body was unmatched in the same realm. The most critical point is that Hou Tu has now completed her primordial spirit, and her primordial spirit's realm has also reached the initial stage of the great Luo golden immortal. With both the primordial spirit and physical body at the great Luo golden immortal realm, her combat power had nearly reached the peak level of the great Luo golden immortal. At this moment within the witch clan, it's likely that no one could match Hou Tu in unknown combat. Gu Tian felt the enhancement of Hou Tu's power immediately. After raising the refinement degree of Luo Mountain to 70, Gu Tian could sense any slight movements on the mountain, not to mention the enormous commotion caused by Hou Tu's breakthrough. As expected of Hou Tu, the Pengu essence blood can be fully utilized by her. With Hou Tu's primordial spirit, the heavenly Tao will find it much harder to scheme against her. At this moment, Gu Tian furrowed his brow and suddenly looked up towards the sky, shouting angrily, "Heavenly Tao, you're looking for death." Just moments ago, Gu Tian clearly felt the primordial source of Luo Mountain slowly ebbing away. There was no need to wonder. This had to be the doing of Tian Dao. Luo Mountain was born from the spine of the great deity Pengu, and within it lay Pangus' unyielding martial will, who under heaven could silently siphon off the mountain's source. Not even the 3 pure ones, or the 12 ancestral witches could accomplish such a feat. Only the Honghuang Tiandao possessed that capability. Besides, no one else would dare. When Gu Tian raised his assimilation of Buzhou to 60%, he had sensed its source was incomplete, missing nearly a third. There was no question that the missing 1/3 had been stolen by Tiandao. As for the motive, recalling the time when Gonggong and Zhurong crashed into Buzhou during the Witchlich War, the picture began. Had Buzhou Mountain been whole, even Gonggong wielding an innate treasure as his head could not have not even a sage would necessarily be able to shake it. Others might not grasp how impenetrable Buzhou is, but Gu Tian, having refined it to 70%, knew only too well. Its solidity surpassed even Dongwang Taiyi's Eastern Emperor Bell. A strike from an ironclad sage would amount to nothing. Moreover, Buzhou harbored Pangus' divine might. Under that awe-inspiring majesty, approaching it suppresses one's strength, perhaps having it. So the notion of toppling it with a headbutt was absurd. Clearly Tiandao had tampered with Buzhou beforehand. Then who stole the missing essence was self-evident. Before now Gu Tian could not intervene, he lacked the power to confront Tiandao head-on. If Tiandao discovered him, death would be certain. But now Gu Tian had raised Buzhis' refinement to 70% and had bound himself to the mountain. Its prosperity and decline were now his. If he were gravely wounded, Buzhou would be affected. If he died, even if the mountain did not collapse outright, it would be in dire straits. Such a loss would be intolerable even for the Honghuang Tiandao. More to the point, Gu Tian already regarded Buzhou as his own possession. For Tiandao to come steal its primordial source was in effect stealing from him. This could not be endured. At this very moment within Tiandao's realm, the manifestation of Tiandao wore a contented smile. Stealing Buzhis' essence filled it with satisfaction. Not only would this weaken Buzhou and erode Pangus, it would also bolster Tiandao's own power, making its manifestation more condensed and formidable. It drew a slow, deep breath, its expression one of indulgent pleasure, like a man savoring some pride. I never expected it. The source of Buzhou Mountain is so potent. Absorbing only about 30% was enough to manifest this very consciousness of mine. Truly worthy of being the spine of Pangu. If I were to refine and absorb it entirely into my power, this avatar of mine would rise several levels. More importantly, I would gain greater authority over the Honghuang continent. When that time comes, the Earth Dao and Human Dao will have no chance of awakening. If the coming Witchlich calamity proceeds as planned, I will have every right to absorb Buzhis' source and seize Pangus' fate. Then the Honghuang continent will have no choice but to revere Tiandao above all. At the thought, the manifestation laughed aloud. A scoffing voice cut through. Tiandao, old thief, if you dare set another hand on Buzhou Mountain to steal its source. Believe it or not, I will sever your hands, Tiandao thief. You come again and again to steal Buzhis' source. Do you really think you can bully me? There is a limit to endurance. Buzhou divine fist. Shatter it. Tiandao froze. Who dared speak so boldly? Such impertinence, daring to offend the Honghuang Tiandao, deserved death. Before Tiandao could recover, a fist print, like Buzhou Mountain itself, thundered forward, instantly breaking the barrier outside Tiandao's domain. That force was unbearably heavy, tangible, and fierce, that struck with such violence that Tiandao's accursed vermin. Tiandao roared. You dare defy me, and strike at Tiandao. Die. Boundless rage and murderous intent erupted. Countless bolts of annihilating thunder unleashed and shattered the Buzhou fistprint the moment they were released. After all this was the manifestation of the Honghuang Tiandao. Its power far exceeded Gu Tian's. Each thunderbolt carried the force to destroy the peak of a Hunyuan Jingxian. This was Tiandao's might. With a single intent, it could unmake heaven and earth. Even a Tiandao sage struck by it would perish without burial. Those ravaging thunders looked poised to fall upon Gu Tian. Yet he showed no fear at all. Instead, a faint smile curved his lips as he called out, Tiandao, old thief, if you have the courage, then do not back down. Use your punitive thunder and blast me to dust. Come then, use your punitive thunder to kill me. Tiandao bellowed in fury, damn you, damn you, damn you. I Tiandao care not who you are. Dare offend me, and you shall surely die. Thunder rolled and cracked. Millions of punitive divine bolts rampaged through Tiandao's space, each one containing unimaginable destructive force. Die? Under the punitive thunder, be utterly reduced to ash. In an instant, millions of divine bolts erupted, ready to drown Gu Tian. Yet to Tiandao's astonishment, Gu Tian's face remained devoid of fear from beginning to end. It was not an act. How could a mere Hunyuan Jingxian possess such calm and courage? At the very moment when the punitive thunder was about to annihilate Gu Tian, Suddenly the entire Tiandao space trembled violently. A nameless force struck the manifestation of Tiandao as if boundless karma and resentful power descended upon it. The manifestation of Tiandao was on the verge of collapse. You? What have you done? It cried, and all the punitive thunder froze in place. What have you done? The shout reverberated as the divine bolts hung suspended, halted by whatever unseen force had intervened. In that instant the celestial Tao incarnation felt an overwhelming premonition. Should he slay this insignificant ant before him, he himself would suffer grievous injury, and this very incarnation of the celestial Tao would dissipate utterly. Even his primordial essence, the very source of the celestial Tao, would be imperiled. Shock. Unprecedented soul-shaking shock. And beneath it a flicker of genuine fear. What in heaven's name was happening? He was the celestial Tao, the sovereign arbiter of life and death across the primordial chaos continent, wielding absolute dominion over all living beings, even over the celestial sage immortals themselves. To annihilate a Hongyuan golden immortal, was that not effortless? Whomever it might be, a single thought from the celestial Tao sufficed to erase them. Yet now this insignificant ant stood beyond his reach. Come on. Tian gazed at the celestial Tao incarnation with a sardonic smile and drawled, "Old Tao thief, don't stop now? Go ahead, strike me down. I'll stand right here, not lifting a finger in defense. Strike me dead. You. Hearing Tian's brazen taunt, the celestial Tao incarnation seethed with uncontainable fury. Boom, boom, crackle, crackle. Divine punitive lightning blazed forth in torrents. Destructive power coalesced into a terrifying maelstrom, within which thunder roared ceaselessly, echoing like the wrath of heaven itself. Yet no matter how fearsome the lightning's aura nor how immense its power, it was mere theater. Not a single bolt dared descend upon Tian. Damnable. The celestial Tao incarnation choked on humiliation and rage. In countless eons this was the first time such a predicament had arisen, no matter what method, technique, or heavenly punishment he attempted. If the strike missed Tian entirely, nothing happened. But the moment it neared him, catastrophe loomed imminent and apocalyptic. Even the celestial Tao itself could not withstand such calamity. He could not kill him, not even dare to raise a hand. In 10 million millennia had he ever endured such utter indignity. Heh. Tian remained utterly unruffled. Old Tao Kurt, don't just go through the motions. Press on. Strike me dead. You are the celestial Tao after all. Your words must bear weight. A vow spoken cannot vanish like wind. Elsewhere lies the awe-inspiring authority of the celestial Tao. So hold nothing back. Strike me down. You. The celestial Tao incarnation nearly exploded with fury. For 10 million millennia he had basked in the reverent awe of all primordial chaos beings. None had ever dared defy him. This was the first time he'd been treated thus, and his heart refused to accept it. Oomph. A cold, disdainful snort escaped him. Wretched ant, you truly believe the celestial Tao cannot destroy you? Heh. Tian smiled serenely. Then by all means, act upon it, old Tao thief. I stand here waiting for you to strike me dead. Come forth, celestial Tao. Do not make me scorn you. You wretched ant. I will obliterate you. The celestial Tao roared, but did not strike. Instead his mind raced, seeking a way to end Tian. In the next breath, under his command, the river of time cascaded down from the ninth heaven. A spectral figure emerged from the void, its murderous intent instantly saturating the entire celestial Tao realm. Waves of sword chi saturated with boundless slaughter pierced the air. Even Tian instinctively shuddered. How many lives had this being extinguished? Luo Hou. Tian fixed his gaze upon the figure. Indeed, it was Luo Hou himself. To slay Tian, the celestial Tao had summoned Luo Hou's shattered nascent soul, conjuring his lingering phantom from within the river of time, intending to crush Tian with it. Ant, let us see if you die this time, the celestial Tao incarnation declared icily. Old Tao Kur, come on. Tian replied, calm as still water. Luo Hou, kill. Slay with the 4 swords of annihilation. Under the celestial Tao's command, illusory forms of the 4 annihilation swords arrayed themselves into the primordial chaos supreme killing formation, the 4-sword slaughter array, to confront Tian. Kill. An infinite tide of slaughter-infused sword chi erupted, dyeing the entire celestial Tao realm crimson, transforming it into a domain of pure carnage. As the boundless sword chi surged forth, Tian seemed moments from being torn limb from limb. No. At that razor's edge, that dreadful premonition surged once more in his heart. The celestial Tao incarnation verged on collapse. What the hell? How is this possible? In that flash he finally grasped the truth. It wasn't that heavenly punishment could not slay him. It was that he must not be slain. Who are you? The celestial Tao incarnation demanded, furious and humiliated. What now? Gu Tian retorted, eyes gleaming with mischief. Old Tao thief, giving up already. Truly spineless. At that very moment, had the celestial Tao possessed any means to kill him, Gu Tian would have perished 1,000 times over. But reality offered no such if. Alas, I never imagined the august celestial Tao could break its word. As for who I am, perhaps you've already guessed. Gu Tian chuckled softly. Buzhou Mountain. The celestial Tao incarnation stared unblinking at Gu Tian. I sense Buzhou Mountain's aura radiating from you. Strong, unmistakable. You are the spirit of Buzhou Mountain. Indeed, the celestial Tao had sensed that resonance from the outset, which was precisely why he had acted so urgently desperate to eliminate Gu Tian. Gu Tian smiled. Why shouldn't I be Buzhou Mountain incarnate? You. At Gu Tian's words, the celestial Tao incarnation recoiled violently. You are Buzhou Mountain incarnate. This is impossible. Gu Tian laughed. Old Tao thief. Surely you meant to say you eradicated Buzhou Mountain's incarnate power long ago, yes? How could you possibly know that? The celestial Tao blurted out instinctively. Because I am Buzhou Mountain incarnate. I know it intimately. Old Tao thief, when you sought to erase me long ago, I lacked the strength to resist, so I hid. Fortunately, Pangu, the primordial god's lingering will remained embedded deep within Buzhou Mountain. With Pangu's divine power shielding me, I evaded your scrutiny. Until now, when I finally gathered enough strength to achieve true incarnation. Gu Tian said calmly. Damn it. You survived, and not only survived, you achieved full incarnation, and ascended to the peak of Honyuan golden immortality. The celestial Tao incarnation's face twisted with murderous intent. Indeed, Gu Tian's lips curled, faintly edged with quiet triumph. Old Tao thief, you never foresaw this, did you? That Buzhou Mountain could endure. Then tell me. The celestial Tao spoke coldly, mind racing furiously to devise a new method to resubdue Buzhou Mountain. Should this incarnate form continue to grow stronger, consequences would be catastrophic. The looming war of spirits and demons would likewise be irrevocably altered. So tell me, Gu Tian's voice turned glacial. Old Tao thief, what audacity grants you the right to ask such a question with such self-righteousness? Tell me, what do you imagine I came here to do? You old thief of the heavenly Tao, you have stolen so much of my essence, it is time to return it. Gu Tian said. What did you say? The heavenly Tao incarnation coldly retorted, when did this heavenly Tao ever steal your essence? Stop slandering me, I wouldn't stoop to such actions. Is that so? Gu Tian sneered. Old thief of the heavenly Tao, do you know what it means to speak nonsense with your eyes wide open? Just tell me, what were you doing just now? Caught red-handed, and yet you refuse to admit it. Gu Tian said. Heavenly Tao, you truly have some audacity. Oomph. The heavenly Tao coldly responded. Even if this heavenly Tao did it, so what? I am the heavenly Tao of the primordial chaos, wielding authority over the primordial continent. Naturally, everything within the primordial continent belongs to this heavenly Tao, including Mount Buzhou. Gu Tian sneered coldly. I have never seen such a shameless person. Old dog of the heavenly Tao, where do you get the courage to utter such shameless words? The primordial continent is yours and Mount Buzhou is yours. Why don't you say the entire endless chaos is yours? That all the 3,000 chaos deities and demons were birthed by you. You are merely a heavenly Tao. Gu Tian said. Do you really think I know nothing? I, Gu Tian, am the manifestation of Mount Buzhou. You should know better than anyone how Mount Buzhou was formed. It is formed from the spine of the Pangu great god. Gu Tian asked, Old dog of the heavenly Tao, do you know where my name comes from? Your name. Gu Tian. The heavenly Tao incarnation suddenly froze. For any being of the primordial continent, the origin of their name holds a certain mystery predestined in fate. Just like Nuwa Fushidong, Huang Tai, and Emperor Jun. From the moment they manifested, the primordial world endowed them with names. Gu Tian coldly laughed, deciding to put on a grand act. He then said, My name is Gu Tian. Gu is from the Pangu great god, and Tian represents the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao, do you know what this signifies? You. The heavenly Tao incarnation staggered, staring at Gu Tian with immense trepidation. It seemed that Gu Tian had frightened him. So, Gu Tian coldly stated, You heavenly Tao are nothing more than a mere caretaker. You clearly know what you are. How dare you speak such shameless words, claiming the primordial world is yours? You are at most just a steward. Damn it. Gu Tian, the little thief, I will kill you. The heavenly Tao incarnation roared. Gu Tian replied dismissively, "Old thief of the heavenly Tao, then come and kill me." Hou Hou. The heavenly Tao was truly furious, wishing to tear Gu Tian into pieces, but he simply couldn't kill him. That was the most frustrating part. Heavenly Tao? I will only give you 3 seconds to consider. Gu Tian coldly questioned, "Will you return my essence or not?" "Oomph." The heavenly Tao scoffed, "What if I refuse to return it? What will you do then?" As he spoke, the heavenly Tao wore a hint of pride on his face, as if to say, "I won't return it." "What will I do?" Gu Tian slightly smiled. In the next moment, the previously smiling heavenly Tao incarnation's expression changed drastically, glaring fiercely at Gu Tian and shouted, "Gu Tian, are you insane?" In the next instant, the entire Mount Buzhou began to tremble violently. The heavens roared and the earth shook. In the next moment, it felt as if the entire Primordial Continent was about to shatter. "Stop it!" The Primordial Heavenly Tao urgently shouted. "You scoundrel Gu Tian, hurry and stop." Gu Tian coldly laughed. "Old thief of the Heavenly Tao, weren't you asking me what I would do? This is my answer to you. Either you return all the essence of Mount Buzhou to me, or I will immediately shatter Mount Buzhou right now." "You are seeking death." The Heavenly Tao incarnation shouted angrily. "Yes, I am indeed seeking death. I want to take you down with me, and that is my answer," Gu Tian coldly stated. At that moment, Gu Tian moved his right foot, and Mount Buzhou began to shake again. "Wait! Stop, Gu Tian, everything can be negotiated," the Heavenly Tao incarnation hurriedly said. "There is no negotiation. Either you return the essence of Mount Buzhou to me, or we all die together. Negotiation is out of the question," Gu Tian stated with unusual determination. He knew very well that the Heavenly Tao had developed its own consciousness and desires. It absolutely did not want to die. You. The Heavenly Tao felt a mix of anger, frustration, and helplessness, once again wishing to tear Gu Tian apart, but he found himself unable to do so. "Heavenly Tao, are you glaring at me? Then let's die together," Gu Tian lightly shouted again, starting to urge Mount Buzhou. Don't. Gu Tian, calm down. Don't act impulsively. Do you know what will happen if Mount Buzhou collapses?" the Heavenly Tao urgently said. "I don't want to know. I only want my essence back," Gu Tian replied stubbornly. All right. I will return your essence right now. Do not act impulsively." The Heavenly Tao gritted his teeth and said, "Fine." Gu Tian felt a surge of excitement within. He did not expect this tactic to work. It seems the Heavenly Tao is truly afraid of death. However, this tactic can only be used now. Currently, Hongjun Laozu has not yet attained sainthood, and the 6 saints of the Heavenly Tao have not yet proven their Tao. Once Mount Buzhou collapses, no one will be able to support the 33 heavens, but if Hongjun Laozu attains sainthood, and alongside the 6 saints of the Heavenly Tao, there will be enough power to support the 33 heavens. By then, Gu Tian's threat will no longer hold any weight. So, threatening must be done early. After a wave take, what benefits should be taken? With no other choice, the Heavenly Tao had to painfully return all the essence it had stolen over the years to Gu Tian. He dared not gamble with Gu Tian. If he lost the bet, then everything would be over. Very well. After accepting the essence power transmitted by the Heavenly Tao, Gu Tian nodded in satisfaction and said, "Old thief of the Heavenly Tao, you are relatively honest. You returned it all." The Heavenly Tao had also thought about secretly holding back a bit, but he dared not. What if Gu Tian, in a fit of rage, shakes Mount Buzhou again? "Oomph." The Heavenly Tao incarnation coldly snorted. "The essence of Mount Buzhou has already been returned to you. Gu Tian, you can roll out from here now." Who would have thought? In the next moment, Gu Tian coldly laughed and said, "Is this the end?" The Heavenly Tao incarnation glared fiercely at Gu Tian, angrily saying, "Gu Tian, the little thief, what do you mean? The essence of Mount Buzhou has already been returned to you. What more do you want?" At that moment, the Heavenly Tao truly felt an impulse to confront Gu Tian heated. "Oomph." Gu Tian coldly snorted. "Heavenly Tao, do you take me for a fool? Or do you think I can easily be deceived? Mount Buzhou has held up the heavens for countless years. What about the merits of holding up the heavens? Shouldn't it be accounted for? What did you say?" Hearing this, the Heavenly Tao incarnation's eyes widened in shock. Oh my. What the hell? The manifestation of the Heavenly Tao was momentarily stunned. "What?" Gu Tian said coldly. "Heavenly Tao, old thief, is there something wrong with what I said?" This. For a moment, even the Heavenly Tao didn't know what to say. The key is, there is no way to refute it. In the next moment, with a cold grunt, he said coldly, "Gu Tian, don't be too arrogant. I have already returned the essence of Buzhou Mountain to you. Don't be greedy. Get out of here." Gu Tian sneered. Heavenly Tao, old thief, what if I don't leave? What can you do about it? What can you do? It seems I can't do anything to you. In that moment, the Heavenly Tao had already cursed 1,000,000 times. If he could kill Gu Tian, he would have done it long ago. Moreover, he would have shattered him into pieces. The key is he can't kill. He can't. The manifestation of the Heavenly Tao suppressed his fury. He couldn't just die like this, as the Heavenly Tao had a great future ahead. In the future, the entire Primordial Continent would fall into his hands under his control. Calm down. Calm down. He must not let that bastard Gu Tian ruin everything. He must stay steady. Gu Tian, the manifestation of the Heavenly Tao, said coldly. Returning the essence of Buzhou Mountain to you is already my greatest concession. If you continue to be greedy, believe it or not, I will seal you up. Although I can't kill you, I can seal you. Gu Tian sneered coldly. Heavenly Tao, old thief, do you think I wouldn't have thought of that? What stands before you now is not my true self, but merely a clone of mine. I can create as many clones as I want. If you want to seal me, then go ahead. Do whatever you wish to seal me. In that moment, the Heavenly Tao was once again on the verge of breaking down. If he were not merely a manifestation, but a true physical entity at this moment, he would surely have spat out a mouthful of blood from anger. This is infuriating. Hou, the manifestation of the Heavenly Tao, repeatedly told himself not to get angry. Absolutely must not get angry. After a pause, he said, Gu Tian, your true self is currently at Buzhou Mountain, right? Then I will seal Buzhou Mountain now. Gu Tian sneered, looking disdainful. Heavenly Tao, old thief, seal Buzhou Mountain. Are you joking with me? With your current ability, can you do that? Furthermore, if you seal Buzhou Mountain, can you completely seal my power? It seems you are unable to do that. As long as you do not completely seal my power, I can shatter Buzhou Mountain. At that time, how will you play? Gu Tian, the manifestation of the Heavenly Tao, shouted angrily, his face contorted once again, harboring thoughts of fighting Gu Tian to the death. After slightly calming his anger, he said, Gu Tian, as the embodiment of Buzhou Mountain, you should understand well that supporting the heavens is your duty and obligation. This is your rightful task. Since you are Buzhou Mountain, you should support this expanse of heaven. If so, how can we talk about the merits of the Heavenly Tao? Finally, the manifestation of the Heavenly Tao found a suitable reason. Upon hearing this, Gu Tian smiled slightly. Heavenly Tao, your reason is quite good. What you said is indeed correct. Supporting the heavens is indeed your duty. Rightfully so. However, based on my understanding of the rules of the Heavenly Tao, any living being in the Primordial Continent, no matter who it is, as long as what they do benefits the Primordial Continent and brings blessings to its beings, making the Primordial Continent better, they must receive the merits of the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao, old thief, do you think I am wrong in saying this? Even if what you say is reasonable, so what? It does not include you. The Heavenly Tao said, how can it not include me? Heavenly Tao, old thief, you must give me a reasonable explanation that convinces me. Gu Tian said coldly. You. The manifestation of the Heavenly Tao was momentarily stunned. What the hell? How do I explain this? Immediately, with another cold grunt, he said, I am the Heavenly Tao. All rules of the Heavenly Tao are set by me. If I say it does not include you, then it does not include you. Gu Tian sneered. Heavenly Tao, old thief, you are really shameless. To say that the rules of the Heavenly Tao are set by you, this existed from the very beginning of the creation of the Primordial Continent. Alright. In the next moment, Gu Tian's expression changed coldly, saying, Heavenly Tao, old dog, I don't want to waste time talking about this useless stuff with you. I just want to ask you one question. The merits of the Heavenly Tao, will you give them to me? Or will you try to shirk it? Seeing Gu Tian's attitude so firm, the manifestation of the Heavenly Tao suddenly felt flustered. What the hell? What does this kid want to do? He wouldn't try to force me with his life again, would he? If it really came to that, the Heavenly Tao would have no choice but to back down completely, without any way out. He must make sure that Hongjun Laozu quickly attains sainthood, and that the guy Bei Hai Xian Gui accelerates to normalcy, allowing his limbs to support the heavens. That way he wouldn't have to suffer this kid's threat. Heavenly Tao, old thief. Gu Tian said coldly, don't waste my time with useless talk saying something about my duties and responsibilities. I am merely taking back what I rightfully deserve. Will you give it or not? If you do, we can all get along well, which is better for everyone. If you don't give it, then I'll have to fight for it in my own way. I believe you can guess what that means, to perish together. What the hell? Upon hearing Gu Tian's words, the manifestation of the Heavenly Tao finally couldn't hold back. He cursed. Gu Tian, do you have no other means? Why do you always resort to perishing together? Good. Reluctantly, the Heavenly Tao had no choice but to nod in agreement, and said, I will give. Is it alright for me to give you the merits of the heavenly Tao? After giving you the merits of the heavenly Tao, get out of here immediately. As he spoke with a wave of his right hand, 100 billion merits of the heavenly Tao fell onto Gu Tian. Gu Tian smiled slightly in his heart. This was quite a windfall. But on his face he still showed a hint of dissatisfaction. 500 billion merits of the heavenly Tao, is this how you treat a beggar? Do you believe I will perish together with you? Seeing Gu Tian's expression, the manifestation of the heavenly Tao suppressed his anger once more and gave another 500 billion. Only then did Gu Tian's expression improve slightly. Then he said, Heavenly Tao, old thief, remember, I have always been supporting this expanse of heaven. Don't forget my merits in the future. Otherwise I will come looking for you again. After collecting this 1 trillion merits of the heavenly Tao, he returned to Primordial Mountain, filled with excitement. Damn it, Gu Tian, the accursed wretch. Just wait and see. This is beyond arrogance. It is an affront to heaven itself. Precisely. I cannot slay you now, but that does not mean I never shall. Mark my words, when Hongjun Laozu attains sainthood, and the 6 sages of heaven emerge, your reckoning will come. That very moment shall be your utter annihilation, your body shattered into 10,000 fragments, your essence scattered to oblivion. To dare threaten the celestial Tao itself. You, Gu Tian, are the first, and shall be the last. Damn it all. As Gu Tian's figure vanished into the distance, the celestial Tao's avatar finally unleashed its pent-up fury, yet could vent it only through this raw, hysterical roar. Beyond this it could do nothing at all. Enrage. Humiliation. Nit was the primordial celestial Tao, the sovereign arbiter of the Hongwang continent. The life and death of every living being rested entirely in its hands. Yet today it had been confronted by Gu Tian, not only dismissing the celestial Tao with contempt, but even extorting 1 billion celestial merit points from it. This was energy amassed over millions of years. An uncontainable wrath. Yet it could not strike Gu Tian down, not now. Nit must endure. Clenching its fists tightly, the celestial Tao's avatar exhaled slowly before declaring, For now I shall bear your insolence. But when the Wu Yao cataclysm erupts, we shall speak again. Contrasting sharply with the celestial Tao's fury, Gu Tian, having returned to Mount Buzhou, was elated. This venture had yielded immense fortune. In truth be told, he had only dared this gamble on a whim. He harbored little real hope, for the gulf between his strength and that of the celestial Tao was unfathomable. To erase him, the celestial Tao needed but a thought. Gu Tian stood at the apex of the mixed-origin golden immortal realm, the strongest among non-Zichs. But the celestial Tao. From its recent display, it wielded power rivaling that of a celestial sage at peak mastery. The disparity was staggering, and thus he risked everything, testing whether he could truly intimidate it. And astonishingly, he succeeded. Would Gu Tian truly dare sacrifice himself to annihilate the celestial Tao? Clearly no. He had only just transmigrated into the Hongwang continent, and seized such extraordinary opportunity. His path ahead stretched long and radiant. How could he possibly choose mutual destruction? No glorious future awaited him. Death was utterly unthinkable. Gu Tian feared death. Yet paradoxically, the celestial Tao feared death even more. Nit clung obsessively to its authority, to the sovereignty of the Hongwang continent, and Gu Tian had seized this vital weakness, striking precisely where it bled. Had the celestial Tao refused to restore Mount Buzhou's primordial essence, Gu Tian would have been powerless. In mutual annihilation. Impossible. But the celestial Tao cracked first, its resolve faltering before his audacity. And so, there was no recourse. Not only must it restore Mount Buzhou's essence, but also surrender a vast reservoir of celestial merit points. Gu Tian knew well this was no mere concession. It was excruciating self-mutilation. Originally he had intended to settle accounts for the celestial Tao's earlier eradication of Mount Buzhou's spirit, but that proved unfeasible. Pushing further might have broken the celestial Tao's composure entirely. So he chose restraint, for now. Other reckonings could wait. In gazing inward at the 1 billion celestial merit points, now pulsing within him, Gu Tian's face lit with exhilaration. Were he to refine this merit to advance his cultivation, Gu Tian could ascend from the latest-stage mixed-origin golden immortal realm directly to the sub-Zich realm, or even propel a peerless cultivator standing at the threshold of sainthood across the final threshold into full sainthood, like Xinyuanzi or Mingyi Laozu in ages to come. If granted 1 billion celestial merit points, they too might attain sainthood. Yet such sainthood would be forged solely through merit, the weakest form possible. So how then should he employ this 1 billion celestial merit points? Gu Tian hesitated. Refining them outright to elevate his realm carried peril. What if the celestial Tao, that wily old schemer, had seeded hidden mechanisms within the merit itself? Should he fail and absorb such treachery, calamity would surely follow. In forging a merit, golden wheel seemed equally pointless. He had no need for such adornment. Across the entire Hongguang continent, only Hongjun Laozu, whose whereabouts remained unknown, and the celestial Tao itself surpassed Gu Tian in power. Yet the celestial Tao dared not move against him now. A dazzling merit golden wheel would serve no purpose beyond vanity. In this realization left Gu Tian momentarily stunned. He had amassed such an immense trove of celestial merit, only to find it unusable. In what utter absurdity! Wait! In the next instant a subtle gleam lit Gu Tian's eyes. With a firm clench of his right hand a long spear materialized, radiating boundless slaughter and annihilation. Indeed, this was the divine spear Shinshin, the primordial artifact of slaughter once wielded by the demon patriarch Luo Hou. 9 million years ago at the close of the primordial Triclan War, Hongjun Laozu joined forces with the patriarchs of Yinyang Qianquan and Yangmei Daxian to storm Mount Shumi and confront Luo Hou, a battle that shattered heavens and sundered earth. Luo Hou fell at last. With his dying breath, he detonated all Western spirit veins. The cataclysm, the Shunshin spear, by sheer chance, fell upon Mount Buzhou, and thus inevitably came into Gu Tian's possession. Yet for years he had refrained from refining it. The aura of slaughter embedded within was too overwhelming, threatening to corrupt his mind. He feared its influence. The Tao of slaughter was no path for the faint of heart. And now, however, Gu Tian had reached the latest stage, mixed origin golden immortal realm. His cultivation strong enough to subdue the spear's murderous intent. Yet Gu Tian did not intend merely to refine the Shunshin spear. After a thoughtful glance he murmured, a magnificent Shunshin spear indeed, truly formidable. A divine weapon embodying the Tao of slaughter, if infused with celestial merit, in what manner of transformation might unfold? I am eager to witness it. In celestial merit, go. With a sweep of his right hand, Gu Tian channeled the celestial merit into the Shunshin spear. He anticipated fierce resistance. The slaughter aura should repel such pure celestial virtue. Yet to his mild astonishment, the slaughter aura did not resist, and rather, it welcomed the celestial merit wholeheartedly, permitting seamless integration. This piqued Gu Tian's curiosity. In the next moment, he observed the slaughter aura converging toward the spearhead, coalescing all its ferocity into that singular point. And now this grows intriguing. The spearhead, now saturated with slaughter essence, has grown sharper, deadlier, while the shaft, having absorbed such vast celestial merit, has ascended into a merit supreme artifact. A fusion of slaughter and merit. What name could suit such a paradox? And this is... At that very instant Gu Tian recoiled in awe. Within the Shunshin spear, new primordial forbidden seals were spontaneously manifesting. Should these seals fully mature, the Shunshin spear itself would undergo transcendence. Congratulations, Master, the Shunshin spear's refinement has reached 100%. The refinement level of the god-slaying spear has actually increased to 100. What a delightful surprise. That being said, I ought to thank the Tao for this. Gu Tian couldn't help but exclaim. If the Tao could hear him, it would probably be furious enough to spit blood. This is simply a heartless betrayal. So ruthless. Pausing momentarily, Gu Tian asked System, what about the rewards? Host, there's no need to rush. There will naturally be rewards. Congratulations, Host. You have obtained the complete laws of the path of slaughter and the demonic path. Host, this is your first refined item, with a refinement level reaching 100, granting you an additional reward, any one of the 3,000 laws of the Tao. There's such a surprise as well. Gu Tian said with a hint of excitement. So will there be a reward when the second item's refinement level reaches 100? Gu Tian inquired. Host, when the time comes you will naturally know, the System replied. Just as the System finished speaking, the lottery had already begun to spin. Congratulations, Host. You have obtained one of the 3,000 laws of the Tao, the space law. Gu Tian paused slightly, and said the space law, Although he did not draw the law of strength, the law of fate, or the law of cause and effect, which are powerful laws, the space law is still very good and quite satisfactory. Host, please check my personal attribute panel. Host Gu Tian. First refined item Buzhou Mountain, 75. Second refined item Pangus left palm, 20. Third refined item Godslaying Spear, 100. Background Junior Chaos God Demon. Realm Pinnacle of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Technique, 9 transformations of Mystic Yuan Peak of 6 transformations Pangus, Great Strength, Divine Ability. Divine abilities opening of heaven technique Buzhou divine, fist Pangus finger. Treasures Hongmeng measuring ruler 12-petal pure world, white lotus, 12-petal world destroying black lotus. Law space law slaughter law demonic path law earth law. Special items, a drop of Pangus blood, a drop of Pangus, jade marrow 0. 9 of Pangus fortune, 50 billion merits of the Tao. Excellent. Seeing these data, a satisfied smile appeared on Gu Tian's face. After reclaiming 30% of the original power of Buzhou Mountain from the Tao, the refinement level of Buzhou Mountain increased by 5 points, reaching 75%. Although his own realm did not improve much, Gu Tian could clearly sense that his strength had at least doubled. Especially in mastering the Buzhou Divine Fist, he had made another step forward and was nearing the pinnacle of that realm. According to the system, if the Buzhou Divine Fist could reach the peak realm, one punch would equate to the weight of a Buzhou Mountain. Buzhou Mountain is incredibly heavy, at least equivalent to 10 great thousand worlds. It might even be heavier. Who could withstand such weight? Moreover, this is merely a normal attack, and would not consume too much strength. Even a Tao Saint surely could not bear the brunt of such a punch. If one could withstand one punch, what about 2 punches? 3 punches? Could they endure it? Gu Tian's Buzhou Divine Fist was already very close to this step. Furthermore, the background had also improved significantly. The last 5 points of refinement could reach the level of 80. Just like the affinity with Hou Tu 60 is a critical point, and 80 is also a very crucial point. Once the refinement level reaches 80, Gu Tian's power would surely undergo a qualitative transformation. It would also be the moment he attains the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. That day is not far off. The affinity with Hou Tu had already been sufficiently played out for now. Gu Tian's next target would be the Witch Clan and the 3 pure ones from whom he could easily start. As long as he could obtain their Pangu fortune, the refinement level would not be far off. Just as Gu Tian was pondering how to proceed next, Hou Tu, who had been cultivating in seclusion in the Taoist temple, slowly opened her eyes. Gu Tian immediately noticed Hou Tu's current realm. Her physical realm had already reached the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, while her primordial spirit realm had also reached the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. As for combat power, she was likely invincible below the Quasi Saint level. Yuer. Gu Tian hurried over, took Hou Tu's hand, and said, Yuer, how do you feel? Hou Tu's face flushed slightly at Gu Tian's touch, but she did not refuse. In fact, she felt quite good about it, seemingly enjoying the feeling of being held by Gu Tian, which brought her an inexplicable joy. This is what it feels like when the affinity has increased to 80. Hou Tu paused slightly before saying, I feel great now. My primordial spirit has completely fused with my physical body and has become a part of me. Moreover, with the help of my father's blood, my cultivation has also broken through. That's good. Gu Tian quickly said, as long as you can restore your primordial spirit, Yuer, everything will be worth it. Once you have your primordial spirit, it will be much easier for you to attain the Tao in the future. Gu Tian, for doing so much, I don't know how to repay you. Hou Tu said helplessly. Yuer. The next moment Gu Tian's expression changed, and he sternly said, Yuer, what nonsense are you saying here? Repay what? Do we need to repay each other between us? No matter what I do for you, it's only natural and justified. Do you understand? If you mention repayment again, I might get angry. Reluctantly, Hou Tu nodded, but her heart grew increasingly guilty. At the same time, she also felt a bit of anticipation. If I really am as Yuer, that would be great. There is no Yuer at all. All of this was fabricated by Gu Tian. However, even if Hou Tu knew that Gu Tian was making it up, she probably wouldn't be angry. After all, Gu Tian truly treated her well. Gu Tian smiled and patted Hou Tu's head, saying, Yuer, this is how it should be. Between us, no matter what I do for you, it is only to be expected. I once told you that I would make you the happiest woman in the world. I believe you. Hou Tu said instinctively. By the way, Gu Tian, I have left the Witch Clan for a while and haven't sent any news back. I need to return, otherwise my brothers and sisters will start to worry. Hou Tu said she was eager to return to share the good news with the other ancestral witches. At the same time, she also needed to verify something. I see. It's about time to return to the Witch Clan. Yuer, if I guess correctly, you should be the Great Witch of... Would you like to become the 13th ancestral witch of the Witch Clan? Gu Tian suddenly asked. Gu Tian, what? What are you saying? Hou Tu trembled as she asked, completely stunned. Where do I really need to say it again? Is it possible for you to become the 13th ancestor shaman of the Wu clan? Gu Tian said confidently. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Hou Tu couldn't help but gasp. How could that be possible? Other great shamans of the Wu clan could become ancestor shamans, but how could that be? The positions of the 12 ancestor shamans have long been predetermined. It is impossible for there to be another ancestor shaman. Ordinary great shamans, no matter how strong they are, cannot transform into ancestor shamans. Strength is one aspect, but lineage and qualifications are also crucial. This determines that there can only be 12 ancestor shamans. The soldiers of the Wu clan can continuously strive to break through their limits, through diligent practice, reaching the realm of lesser shamans, and even great shamans. But this is already their limit. Further progress is impossible. There exists a tremendous chasm between great shamans and ancestor shamans. Over the years, the 12 ancestor shamans have considered various methods to see if a 13th ancestor shaman could emerge from the Wu clan. If successful, the strength of the Wu clan would increase significantly. But all have failed. From the moment they were born, it was already destined. Thus, upon hearing Gu Tian's words, Hou Tu displayed such a shocked expression. Impossible. Hou Tu's first reaction was that it was absolutely impossible. But thinking of Gu Tian's kindness towards her, he would not lie. Hou. After taking a deep breath, Hou Tu couldn't contain her shock, and asked, Gu Tian, do you know how difficult it is for a great shaman to transform into an ancestor shaman? Of course I know. Gu Tian replied calmly. The 12 ancestor shamans of the Wu clan are derived from the heart's blood of the Penga deity, naturally possessing top-tier, innate divine demon qualifications. Their bloodline is also the most exceptional. Moreover, they also inherit the legacy bestowed upon them by the Penga deity. Additionally, they must contribute to the Wu clan and gain the recognition of all shamans. Besides that, the most crucial aspect is to gain the acknowledgement of the Penga deity's will. These requirements are indispensable. Hou Tu nodded and said, indeed, only by meeting all these requirements can one become an ancestor shaman of the Wu clan, but that is nearly impossible. Gu Tian smiled and said, for others this is an impossible task, but for me it is still achievable. This? How could that be possible? Hou Tu exclaimed in shock. You just need to tell me if you want it. Gu Tian asked. Yes. Hou Tu responded without hesitation. If Gu Tian had a method, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for their Wu clan. Good. Gu Tian clapped his hands and said, as long as you want it, I can help you fulfill it. Until now you are merely a great shaman. However, now you have refined a drop of Pangus essence blood and Pangus jade marrow. Your qualifications are already approaching the level of a top-tier innate divine demon, and since you already possess a nascent soul, you are actually quite similar to the 12 ancestor shamans. At this point, there are two ways to transform. First, you can refine another drop of Pangus essence blood. Second, you could obtain the 9 turns mystic art that the Penga deity practiced back in the day. With the assistance of this divine skill, you will undoubtedly be able to achieve transformation. Upon hearing this, Hou Tu displayed a troubled expression and said, but the complete 9 turns mystic art has been lost. The 9 turns mystic art passed down by the Penga deity to the Wu clan is incomplete, and only the 12 ancestor shamans can cultivate it. Saying this, Gu Tian revealed a confident smile. He then slowly opened his right hand and offered a jade slip to Hou Tu, saying, you can take a look at what is inside this jade slip. Hou Tu was momentarily taken aback, her expression filled with confusion. However, the next moment, upon seeing the contents of the jade slip, she was once again left in shock. Her eyes were nearly vacant. Her heart was shaken. She was so astonished that she didn't know how to react. As an ancestor shaman, how could she not recognize what this was? This is precisely the 9 turns mystic art of their father deity. Moreover, it is complete. Gu Tian smiled and said, you must have realized it now. This is the 9 turns mystic art. If you can cultivate this skill, as long as you reach the 6th turn, you will possess the qualifications of a top-tier innate divine demon. Moreover, in the future, there is even a possibility of reaching the level of a chaotic divine demon. Furthermore, if you contribute this skill to the 12 ancestor shamans, given their personalities, they would probably treat you like royalty. As for the most important point, cultivating the 9 turns mystic art will make it easier for you to gain the recognition of the Penga deity's will. At that time, you will inevitably become the 13th ancestor shaman of the Wu clan. At that moment, Hou Tu was somewhat at a loss. At this point, the karmic debt she owed Gu Tian was no small matter. This tremendous debt seems impossible to repay. The 9 turns mystic art is incredibly important for their Wu clan, leaving her with no way to refuse, only able to accept it. But once she accepts it, it is a huge karmic debt. Hou Tu was still uncertain if she truly was Gu Tian's heir. If she was, that would be fine. If not, how would Gu Tian react when he learns the truth? At this moment, Hou Tu's heart was filled with both emotion and hesitation, along with a hint of fear. She was afraid that she was not heir. It wasn't just about losing Gu Tian. If she wasn't heir, there were other implications as well. Alright. Seeing Hou Tu's hesitation, Gu Tian quickly took her hand and said, Where there is no need to mention gratitude or repayment, didn't I tell you that doing anything for you is my heartfelt willingness, and also a matter of course. You don't need to worry about anything, just focus on becoming the 13th ancestor shaman. Hou Tu nodded solemnly, and said, Gu Tian, I won't let you down. I will definitely become the 13th ancestor shaman of the Wu clan. Ha ha ha, isn't that good? By the way, I'll give you this treasure, the 12th grade pure world white lotus. The Wu clan carries a heavy aura of evil, and this treasure is just right to cleanse the evil from your body. Gu Tian said. By now Hou Tu no longer knew how to refuse, nor could she turn it down. Since Gu Tian offered it, she simply accepted it. If that day comes when Gu Tian discovers she is not where no matter what Gu Tian wants to do to her, she would willingly accept it. Ding! Congratulations, host. Hou Tu's favorability has increased to 85. Hearing the system's prompt, Gu Tian's face once again revealed a hint of a smile. Not bad. Having reached 85 under such favorable circumstances, even if Gu Tian were to make further advances, Hou Tu would likely not refuse. Only 5 more points of favorability were needed to reach the critical value of 90. Once the favorability hits 90, it would be a deep-rooted affection. Unless something extraordinary happens, Hou Tu's deep feelings for Gu Tian will never waver, and it would not be far from holding hands and growing old together. Gu Tian was already very satisfied with this favorability. His relationship with Hou Tu was thoroughly. As he bid farewell to Gu Tian, Hou Tu hesitated for a moment, and just as she was about to turn to leave, she suddenly rushed back and pecked him on the cheek. Then blushing, she flew towards the Wu clan's residence. Gu Tian instinctively touched his cheek and laughed. I really didn't expect that. Hou Tu could actually pull off a sneak attack. This little girl dared to ambush me. Next time I'll see how I deal with you. According to Gu Tian's estimates, by the next time, some things could probably be done. By that time, he would be able to truly win over Hou Tu. Not only would he end his tens of millions of years of single life, and win the favor of the goddess of the primordial world, but he would also gain a portion of Panga's fortune. Oh, it couldn't be better. This day would not be far off. After Hou Tu left looking at the empty Taoist temple, Gu Tian pondered that it was time to start making some plans. My. Just then Gu Tian suddenly slapped his forehead and said, Oh no. How could I forget about the North Sea Xian turtle? This is the old thief of the heavenly Tao used to support the unstable Mount Buzhou. The reason the old thief of the heavenly Tao dared to steal the origin of Mount Buzhou and could get to Mount Buzhou was because of the North Sea Xian turtle. This was a plan long laid out by the heavenly Tao. Once Mount Buzhou collapses, they will slay the North Sea Xian turtle, using its limbs to support the heavens and the earth. Poor North Sea Xian turtle, without the heavenly Tao schemes, would definitely achieve the realm of Hunyuan Dayuo Jinxian in the future. This fellow was even a powerful being from an earlier time than the ancestral dragon. Why not go and slay him right now? Then let's see how the old thief of the heavenly Tao would handle it. However, with my current strength, I might not be able to slay this fellow. Moreover, he's already so unfortunate, it wouldn't be nice to bully him further. By the way, system, can you refine living beings? Gu Tian couldn't help but ask. Host, isn't that a silly question? This system can refine all things in the world, and living beings are naturally included among them. In that case, it'll refine the North Sea Xian turtle. Let him become my mount. That's right, let's do it. When the old thief of the heavenly Tao tries to push down Mount Buzhou, he will discover that the North Sea Xian turtle has already been refined by me and is my mount. I wonder if he will be so angry that he spits blood. Moreover, I can definitely take the opportunity to extort him again. With both Mount Buzhou and the North Sea Xian turtle in my hands, let's see what he will use to support the heavens. Thinking of this, Gu Tian's face was filled with pride. It seemed he could already envision the heavenly Tao seeking him during the calamity of the Wu and Lich. However, the next moment Gu Tian paused slightly and said, As a piece of the heavenly Taoist chess game, it seems that before Mount Buzhou is toppled, not many people know of the North Sea Xian turtle's existence. Its limbs can support the heavens and the earth, so its strength should not be too weak. At least it has reached the peak of the Hunyuan Jinxian, and its feet are certainly beyond the level of innate divine demons. 9 out of 10 The location of the North Sea Xian turtle is sealed off by the heavenly Tao. If that's the case, finding the North Sea Xian turtle will probably not be easy. The Kuanping seems to reside in the North Sea, and the Dragon Clan, which controls the 4 seas, should have some knowledge of the beings in the North Sea. They should know a bit. Very well. Gu Tian clapped his hands and said, I'll first ask them, and the next step is to find the North Sea Xian turtle, then consider the matters regarding the 3 pure ones. It seems Golden Ao Island is also on the sea. This will be a good opportunity. After analyzing everything, Gu Tian had already arranged what he needed to do, clearly clapping his hands in preparation to start. Meanwhile, on Hou Tu's side, it didn't take long for her to return to the Wu clan's residence. Without saying a word, she immediately summoned the other 11 ancestors. From a distance, Zhurong's laughter could be heard. Little sister, you are so eager to gather us. What important matter is at hand? I haven't finished my fight with Gonggong yet. Exactly. Gonggong followed up. If it weren't for hearing your summons, I would have surely given Zhurong a good beating this time. Oomph. Zhurong immediately became displeased and coldly said, who knows who will beat whom? Gonggong, you must have forgotten how badly I defeated you last time. Oomph. At this moment, the leader of the Wu clan, Di Jiang, snorted coldly and said, Zhurong, Gonggong, you two fools only know how to fight all day long. Little sister summoned us in such a hurry because there must be something important. That's right, a little sister is the smartest ancestor in our Wu clan. Zhuo Jiuyin also chimed in The next moment, Zhuo Jiuyin turned to Hou Tu with a beaming smile and asked, little sister, hurry and tell us. You summoned us in such a hurry, what is it? Since Hou Tu was the last to transform and come into the world, she was the youngest sister among them. At the same time, due to Hou Tu's gentle and kind nature, all 11 ancestors adored this little sister, the absolute little princess of the Wu clan. At this moment, Hou Tu smiled and said, Brother Di Jiang, Brother Zhuo Jiuyin, do you feel anything different? This is... Before Hou Tu could say anything, the other ancestors were still processing. Late stage of the great Luo Jinxian. Wow. Little sister, your physical body has actually reached the realm of late stage great Luo Jinxian. How is this possible? How long has it been since then? You actually broke through 2 realms in a row. How is this possible? Upon sensing Hou Tu's realm, all the ancestors displayed expressions of shock. It was truly unbelievable. It had only been a few thousand years, and she had broken through 2 realms in succession. Hou Tu revealed a faint smile and said, brothers, take a closer look. Is it just the realm of the physical body? This is the power of the primordial spirit. The next moment, Di Jiang suddenly stood up, staring intently at Hou Tu, his eyes filled with disbelief as he said this. This is absolutely the power of the primordial spirit. Little sister, you have cultivated the primordial spirit. Di Jiang, being a peak midstage de Luo Jin, Tian, naturally recognized that the power surging from Hou Tu was indeed the power of the nascent soul. This is the power that the Wu clan has long dreamed of. Since the 12 ancestral shaman transformed into forms, they have been seeking a way to cultivate their nascent souls for millions of years and have conducted many experiments for this purpose. But all ended in failure. No matter how they practiced, the Wu clan could not cultivate their nascent souls. Over time, this became the pain in the hearts of all the Wu clan. Why is it that the Wu clan is inherently without nascent souls? Without a nascent soul, how can one comprehend the Tao? They must find a way to cultivate their nascent souls, otherwise the gap between the Wu clan and other beings in the Hongwan continent will only grow larger. Time and again their attempts brought nothing but repeated failures and despair. But now, their little sister Hou Tu has actually attained a nascent soul. How could this not excite them? This is a nascent soul. The Wu clan now has their own nascent soul. Does this not mean that in the future the Wu clan will be able to cultivate their own nascent souls? This is indeed the power of the nascent soul. Heavens! Little sister has really cultivated a nascent soul. Good. This is truly wonderful. The problem that has troubled our Wu clan for millions of years has been solved by little sister. This is truly wonderful. Little sister, you are truly remarkable. Indeed, little sister is the smartest among us in the Wu clan. After sensing the power of the nascent soul from Hou Tu, the 11 ancestral shamans were completely thrilled, surrounding Hou Tu like stars adorning the moon. Hoo. Di Jiang took a deep breath and could not help but ask, quick little sister, tell us how you cultivated your nascent soul. Hou Tu hesitated for a moment and said, big brother Di Jiang, actually my nascent soul was not cultivated by myself, but was given to me by someone else. Given to you? What is going on? Di Jiang could not help but ask. Before this, we also attempted to extract the nascent souls of other beings and refine them, but it was of no use at all. Zhu Jiuyin also could not help but say this. Hou Tu recalled the process of Tian giving her the nascent soul, then said, big brother Di Jiang, big brother Zhu Jiuyin, the reason you failed before is that the nascent soul is unique and does not originally belong to us. Therefore, after forcibly refining it, it cannot merge to become our nascent soul. The nascent soul I refined is somewhat special. The person who gifted it to me has 2 nascent souls, and when giving it to me, it was a pure nascent soul. Thus this could become my own nascent soul. I see. Di Jiang's expression slightly darkened, his previously excited demeanor suddenly deflated. If that's the case, this method cannot be replicated. It cannot be used on them. Who in the world would willingly part with their own nascent soul? Unless they have two nascent souls. Moreover, who can guarantee that the discarded nascent soul will be absolutely pure? If even one fails, it will result in failure. Hou. Di Jiang took a deep breath, and then said, this method likely won't work for us, but overall little sister having her own nascent soul is a great joy. Yes, with little sister having a nascent soul, there will be opportunities for us to comprehend the Tao in the future. This is a tremendous joy for our Wu clan. This is a good beginning, at least it has given us a thought process. Perhaps in the future we will have the opportunity to deduce a way to cultivate nascent souls. The ancestral shaman said he. Just then Hou Tu smiled and said, brothers and sisters, I didn't call you here just to show you my nascent soul. There is something very important. This matter is even more important than our cultivation of nascent souls. Is there something more important than cultivating a nascent soul? Little sister, you aren't trying to comfort us, are you? Di Jiang could not help but say. Exactly. Little sister, if we can't cultivate nascent souls, then we can't cultivate them. After all, we have already gotten used to it, it's fine. Zhu Rong could not help but say, ha. Hou Tu laughed and said, I'm really not trying to comfort you, but forget it, you will know when you see it. Big brother Di Jiang, don't be too surprised later. Hou Tu said with a playful smile, then tossed the jade slip given to her by Tian to Di Jiang. What is this? Di Jiang took the jade slip, frowned slightly, wondering what it was. What the? However, the next moment when Di Jiang saw what was inside the jade slip, he couldn't help but curse, standing. Gulp. He instinctively swallowed and trembled, asking, little sister, is this real? Big brother, what happened to you? What is inside this jade slip? How could it shock you like this? Is it that serious? Zhujiao could not help but complain, then snatched the jade slip from Di Jiang's hand. What the hell? At that moment Zhujiao couldn't help but curse as well. Subsequently, he trembled uncontrollably, just like Di Jiang, falling into shock. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? After Di Jiang and Zhujiao, the other ancestral shamans, upon seeing the 9 turns Xian Yuan Gong inside the jade slip, instinctively exclaimed this curse. The Wu clan has always been straightforward, speaking their minds without hesitation. At this moment, only these 2 words could express the shock in their hearts. Since the onset of the primordial calamity, when their father god Pangu returned to the void, the complete 9 turns Xian Yuan Gong had been completely lost. The 9 turns Xian Gong practiced by their Wu clan was incomplete. They thought it had been completely lost, but unexpectedly, it was found by Hou Tu. The importance of this technique is indeed greater than that of cultivating a nascent soul. After the 11 ancestral shamans repeatedly confirmed the 9 turns Xian Yuan Gong brought back by their little sister Hou Tu was complete, and was the technique practiced by their father god. At this moment, each of the ancestral shamans was extremely excited. Really? This is the complete 9 turns Xian Yuan Gong. This is wonderful. Our Wu clan's lineage has returned, ha. Little sister, you are truly the greatest contributor to our Wu clan. By the way, little sister, how did you find this technique? Di Jiang could not help but ask. This left Hou Tu stunned. How should she respond? If I speak frankly, wouldn't that expose Tian? However, Hou Tu did not want them to know about Tian. Who knows what these guys would do once they learn about Tian? Even if Hou Tu finds their actions utterly perplexing, they could very well act on it. But if I don't say anything, how can I smooth things over? This is the 9 turns mystic art. It's not an ordinary technique that can be easily brushed aside. A reasonable explanation is necessary. This made Hou Tu a bit troubled. Should she let her brothers and sisters know about Tian? Ahem. Hou Tu coughed lightly and said, this is a friend I met during my training trip. He gifted this to me, and I don't know how he obtained the 9 turns mystic art. Oh, so that's how it is. Your friend gave it to you. Di Jiang said casually. He. However, Xianming ancestor, which smiled slightly, observing Hou Tu with interest, then asked with a grin, little sister, I wonder what kind of friend this is. Is it a male or a female? I'm not like Di Jiang, Zhurong, and Gonggong, who can be easily fooled by a few casual words. What kind of friend is this? He can even give you a technique like the 9 turns mystic art. Any being from the Honghuang continent should understand its power and would not simply give it away for nothing. Moreover, little sister, I remember you just mentioned that your primordial spirit was also gifted to you by someone, right? I wonder if it was this friend. This. Faced with Xuanming's questioning, Hou Tu was momentarily stunned. Don't beat around the bush. Just tell me, is it him or not? Xianming asked. Is it him? Hou Tu said weakly. This is getting interesting. If I'm not mistaken, the reason you managed to break through 2 realms is also because of him. Xianming said playfully. That's right, it's also because of him. Oh. In the next moment, Xianming said with a playful expression, "This makes me curious what kind of friend would willingly give their primordial spirit to you. Even if he has two primordial spirits by nature, losing one would still severely injure him, right? If it were me, even for the best of friends, I wouldn't just give it away. Moreover, not only the primordial spirit, but he also helped you break through 2 realms, and even gave you the 9 turns mystic art. Little sister, what kind of friend is this?" "He's just an ordinary friend," Hou Tu said shyly. "Tch." Xianming scoffed. "Little sister, we have lived together for so many years and I know you too well. Every time you lie you get nervous. And this time you are more nervous than ever before. I think I understand now. It seems we have a brother-in-law now. Moreover, this brother-in-law dotes on you very much. I can approve of this." Heavens! Hearing Xuanming's words, the other 10 ancestor witches were instantly in an uproar. "What the heck?" The hot-tempered Zhurong suddenly shouted angrily. "Which dog dared to have his eyes on our little sister? Is he looking for death? Zhurong will definitely strike him down." That's right. Gong continued, "Daring to bully our little sister, he's asking for death." Smack! Smack! Just then Xianming slapped both of them on the head, and said, "Zhurong, Gong, you are both fools. Which of your eyes saw him bullying little sister?" Wasn't it the case?" Zhurong asked with a confused look. "Zhurong, you are such a big fool. Did you not see how shy little sister is with a hint of sweetness in her shyness? Besides, he contributed his primordial spirit to repair little sister's primordial spirit, helped her advance, and even gifted her the 9 turns mystic art. How can you call that bullying?" "If someone bullied me like this, I would willingly die for it," Xianming said. "That's right." At this moment, Dijiang couldn't help but say, "It seems that this friend of little sister truly cares for her. I Dijiang approve of this brother-in-law." Zhuojiuyin said with a playful smile, "Little sister, when will you bring your brother-in-law over for us to see? He is a great benefactor to our witch clan." "Yeah, little sister, bring your brother-in-law back to let the eldest sister have a look. Don't worry, the eldest sister will definitely not snatch your man." Xianming said playfully, "Oh dear." Hearing the words of this group of witches, Hou Tu blushed and said, "Big brother and sister, you really misunderstood. It's not what you think. Forget it, let me tell you the whole story." She thought she could smoothly get through this, but who would have thought Xianming would see right through it? Hou Tu felt a bit helpless. Since that's the case, she might as well confess everything. She then told them how she met Tian and what happened afterward. Wrong person. After hearing this, Xianming was taken aback and said, "What? Such a thing exists? Oh dear, why hasn't anyone mistaken me for someone else? Wait, if it was a case of mistaken identity, how could that Tian have little sister's life token? This shouldn't be." "That's right," Hou Tu said helplessly. "I was wondering about that too. How is this possible? Clearly I'm not his Yuer, but how could she have my life token?" Why bother about all this? Little sister Hou Tu, just consider yourself as that Yuer. If I were you, I would probably be holding a child by now." Xianming couldn't help but say, Sister Xuanming, what are you talking about?" Hou Tu said shyly, "What does it matter? Regardless, you owe her a favor that you can never repay, so it doesn't matter whether you are Yuer or not. Doesn't it have to be so?" Xianming laughed. "My." Just then Dijiang suddenly furrowed his brows and said, "Little sister, I suddenly remembered something. You might actually be the Yuer mentioned by Tian." Really? Upon hearing Dijiang's words, Hou Tu suddenly became excited. If that were true, that would be fantastic. For some unknown reason at this moment, Hou Tu felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation, believing she was that moon. If that were truly the case, she would be able to be with Tian without any reservations, free from the psychological burden of worrying that one day Tian would discover the secret. It was probably around 1,000,000 years ago. After pondering for a moment, Dijiang said at that time Hou Tu had yet to take form and was still nurturing in the blood pool of our Wu clan's Penga shrine. However, back then Hou Tu was quite mischievous. Instead of diligently cultivating and solidifying her body, she spent her days bouncing around in the blood pool. But on that day, the 3 innate powers, the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the initial Qilin erupted into a cataclysmic battle, their power reaching our Wu clan's residence. Coincidentally, at that moment, Hou Tu began to bounce again. A shockwave from the battle sent Hou Tu flying out of our Wu clan's blood pool. I was in seclusion at the time, on the verge of breaking through to the Luo golden immortal realm. You lot were either cultivating or fighting with no one guarding the blood pool of our Wu clan. Not even realizing that Hou Tu had emerged from the blood pool. By the time I noticed, it had already been 500,000 years. During that time, I searched the entirety of Primordial Mountain, but could not find Hou Tu. I was so anxious. If Hou Tu emerged from the blood pool too early, it would surely affect her foundation. If things went wrong, she might not even be able to consolidate her true form as an ancestral witch. I had searched every last corner of Buzhou Mountain, yet there was no sign of Hou Tu. At that moment dark clouds gathered over Buzhou Mountain, as if some powerful being was undergoing a transformation tribulation. I instinctively walked over. As a result, I found Hou Tu lying not far away. Moreover, she bore injuries from the heavenly tribulation. At that time I didn't think too much as Hou Tu's condition was dire. She had to return to our Wu clan's blood pool to heal, or the consequences would be unimaginable. However, when my little sister transformed again from the blood pool, she seemed to have lost her memory, unable to recall what had happened before, completely unaware that she had once left the blood pool. Thus I did not inquire too much. As long as my little sister was fine, that was all that mattered. But now in hindsight, Di Jiang paused slightly before continuing. The one who underwent the transformation tribulation that day was very likely the Gu Tian that my little sister spoke of. The terror of that transformation tribulation was such that even I might not have been able to survive it. The injuries on my little sister from the tribulation were likely a result of shielding Gu Tian from it. The tribulation contained the power of the heavenly Tao, which is exceedingly terrifying. My little sister's amnesia is most likely due to the injuries inflicted by the tribulation. Most importantly, the timing fits perfectly. Really, is it true? Upon hearing Di Jiang's words, Hou Tu was shocked, trembling, as she asked, "Brother, did I really leave the Wu clan's residence before my transformation?" "Sister, why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, ask Zhujiuyin, he knows too." Di Jiang quickly replied. Just then Zhujiuyin slapped his hand and said, "Boss, I was wondering why you weren't cultivating properly to stabilize your realm, but were wandering around Buzhou Mountain. Turns out you were looking for Hou Tu. Why didn't you tell me?" "Ahem." Di Jiang coughed lightly and said, "As the elder brother, it's my duty to take care of you younger siblings. If you all found out that Hou Tu was missing, you would have surely come to beat me up." "I wouldn't dare say anything." "Humph, humph." Just then Zhu Rong could not help but snort coldly, saying, "Di Jiang, luckily Hou Tu was found. Otherwise I would have really beaten you up." "That's right, I would have beaten you up too." Gong Gong chimed in. "Zhujiuyin, did you see that? Do you think I dared to? So I could only find Hou Tu back before all of you knew," Di Jiang said weakly. At that time Di Jiang was living in constant fear, fearing that Zhujiuyin and the others would find out, while also worrying about what might happen to Hou Tu. He felt deeply guilty. As the elder brother, he had to take good care of his younger siblings. However, fortunately, Hou Tu was found, and there were no major issues. "Humph." Xianming let out a cold snort, saying, "Di Jiang, luckily the little sister was brought back. Otherwise let's see how you explain this to Father Pangu." "Hee." Di Jiang chuckled foolishly and said, "See, my little sister is back. Nothing happened, and most importantly my little sister has gained such great opportunities. I believe this might be the guidance of Father God." Guidance from Father God. Hou Tu was momentarily stunned. Exactly. Otherwise why would it be that only Hou Tu went missing, and it just so happened that at such a perfect time none of our 11 siblings were around? Perhaps Father God knew that a great opportunity awaited Hou Tu, so he guided her in this manner. Di Jiang quickly said him. Xianming was slightly taken aback, saying, "Boss, if you say it like that, it really does seem plausible. Otherwise why would such a good thing not happen to me? I've been in transformation for so many years, yet I haven't encountered a good man." "Ahem." Di Jiang coughed lightly, feeling a thought he dared not express. "With your fierce demeanor, who would dare want you?" Hee. Just then Hou Tu couldn't help but laugh, saying, "So it seems very likely that I am the moon." Di Jiang clapped his hands and said, "Hou Tu, it's not just likely, it's definitely true. There's no such coincidence in this world. You are the moon that Gu Tian speaks of." "Really?" In that instant the shackles in Hou Tu's heart shattered, instantly filling her with an unprecedented sense of ease. Her entire being felt as if it had been released. All worries and concerns vanished completely. "So I am indeed Gu Tian's moon." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Hou Tu's favorability has increased to 90. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Gained the friendship of the 12 ancestral witches. Favorability reached 60. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Gained." What's going on? What has happened? As Gu Tian was on his way to the East Sea, he suddenly froze in place, caught off guard by such a big surprise that had come his way. 90. The level of goodwill from Hou Tu towards her has reached 90. How could this be possible? From Gu Tian's perspective, his previous actions were enough to touch Hou Tu, and he was already quite satisfied with a goodwill level of 85. This level of goodwill has surpassed that of an ordinary couple. Usually a husband and wife would only reach this level of goodwill. Transitioning from 80 to 90 is a significant leap. A goodwill level of 90 truly signifies unwavering loyalty. Gu Tian was puzzled as the level was only 85 before Hou Tu left. How is it possible that in such a short time the goodwill level has risen to 90? What exactly happened? Although it seems like only a 5-point increase in goodwill, raising that 5 points is extremely difficult, It would seem unrealistic without experiencing life and death trials together. Tian had already made plans for when he next met Hou Tu. He would strategize to elevate her goodwill level. Now it seems completely unnecessary as Hou Tu has accomplished this on her own. If Tian knew the truth, he would certainly give Di Jiang a big hug as this assist was simply too good. The story I casually fabricated has been confirmed by you. First I was shocked, followed by an unprecedented. A goodwill level of 90 from Hou Tu means that no matter what he wishes to do with her, she will not refuse. The long-standing virginity of millions of years is about to come to a perfect end. Congratulations, host. Because Hou Tu's goodwill level has reached 90, your Penga Fate luck increases to 0. 99. Furthermore, due to gaining the friendship of the Wu clan, you can obtain an additional 0. 5 of Penga Fate luck. Wow. This is simply amazing. Tian said with excitement. This surprise was truly exceptional, and his Penga Fate luck was nearly reaching 1. 5. Although the 3 purities have 3 times the Penga Fate luck, if divided among them, each person would only. Now it seems that Tian's Penga Fate luck has already surpassed that of any of the 3 purities. Hehe. Tian couldn't help but smile. Can I also claim to be the authentic Pengu? In the instant the Pengu Fate luck increased, Tian could clearly sense the goodwill being transmitted to him by the Honghuang continent, along with a sense of familiarity. It felt as if no matter where he was in the Honghuang continent, it was like being at home. Moreover, with the protection of the Pengu Fate luck, no matter what crisis he faced, he would be able to turn danger into safety, and various opportunities would automatically present themselves. His cultivation speed has increased. His comprehension of the laws of the Tao has also deepened. Even if the refining degree of the Buzhou Mountain hasn't reached 80, if he continues to cultivate like this, one day, he could reach the realm of Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. Hou Hu. Tian took a deep breath, and then said, Penga Fate luck is truly a wonderful thing. With the support of such power, it seems that whatever he does, his wishes will come true. After all, the Honghuang continent was opened up by the Great Pengu, and everything was created by the Great Pengu. Possessing the Penga Fate luck is tantamount to being recognized by the Great Pengu. Hehe. In the next moment, Tian revealed a faint smile, and said, now I understand why Hongjun Laozu would preach in the Zixiao Palace, and take the 3 purities as disciples. Preaching in the Honghuang continent can yield immeasurable merits, and that is just one aspect. The most important point is to gain Penga Fate luck. By taking the 3 purities as disciples, he can enjoy their 3 times the Penga Fate luck. The 3,000 guests in Zixiao Palace basically represent all beings in the Honghuang. When Hongjun Laozu preaches to them, they pass it on to others, and ultimately the beneficiary is still Hongjun Laozu. The 3 times the fate luck of the beings in the Honghuang can also be enjoyed by Hongjun Laozu. This is incredible. That would total 6 times the fate luck. That would pretty much allow for absolute control. Upon toppling Buzhou Mountain and annihilating the 12 ancestral witches, a large portion of the remaining 4 times the fate luck will also fall into Hongjun Laozu's hands. At that time, the Penga Fate luck Hongjun Laozu can enjoy will be at least 80%. This must be his ultimate goal. I understand now. He is calculating deeply and is quite cunning. Without experiencing the Penga Fate luck, one would never know its power. It is truly the favored child of this realm. Even the heavenly Tao cannot do anything about them. The Wu clan has always only respected Pengu and has never regarded the heavenly Tao. Additionally, they are quite open about it. If it were other cultivators, they would have long been dealt with by the heavenly Tao. How can the Wu clan still be well? It is precisely because of the protection of the Penga Fate luck that the heavenly Tao cannot do anything to them, which is also why the heavenly Tao wants to eliminate the Wu clan. Since that's the case. Hongjun Laozu, I will strive to compete with you for the Penga Fate luck. Congratulations, host. The refining degree of Buzhou Mountain has increased to 79. The system's voice came again, and Tian felt a warm current flowing into his body. Although his realm hasn't broken through, his own power has become stronger. He is continuously approaching the realm of Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. If the normal peak power of a quasi-saint is 100, and that of a saint in the early stage is 10,000, then, at this moment, Tian's power has at least reached the level of 3 to 4,000. He may not be able to match a saint, but he is much stronger than a quasi-saint. 79. Just a little bit more to go, and it will be completed. Tian revealed a playful smile, and said, should I go back to find Hou Tu now? As long as I can complete the last step, the Penga Fate luck I gain from her will be perfect. At that time, the refining degree of Buzhou Mountain will also directly increase to 80%. Oh dear. I'm feeling a bit conflicted. However, I'm already here at the North Sea, so I might as well finish the matters here before heading back to deal with this What is this? Suddenly Tian felt a stirring in his heart, a sense that something was beckoning him. It seemed that an opportunity awaited him ahead. Moreover, this opportunity seemed substantial, making Gu Tian feel inexplicably excited, a feeling he had never experienced before. An opportunity has come knocking. What great opportunity could there be in this vast sea? Could it be? In the next moment, Gu Tian couldn't help but widen his eyes. If it were that opportunity, it would be absolutely fantastic. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, what opportunities can truly be deemed as great fortunes? There is only one. Indeed, it is the legendary three immortal islands, not the later Taoist grounds of Yunxiao, Bixiao, and Xiongxiao, but rather the three immortal islands of Penglai Island, Fangzhong Island, and Yingzhou Island. Throughout the entire history of the primordial era, even extending to the period of the conferred god, it seems that only the unfortunate Dong Wanggong managed to find Penglai Island, encountering the two immortal islands, yet they remained merely in legend and were never truly found. These three immortal islands are opportunities that even the two saints would covet. After all, any one of these islands could serve as a saint's sanctuary. Not just any place is qualified to be a saint's sanctuary. To become a saint's sanctuary, there must first be a spiritual vein capable of bearing the immense fortune of the saint. In the vast primordial continent, only Yujing Mountain, Kunlun Mountain, Shouyang Mountain, Janeo Island, and Buzhou Mountain are qualified to become a saint's sanctuary. As for Mount Shumi, it was acceptable before the Dao Magic War. However, during the war, Luo Hou self-destructed the entire spiritual vein of the West, causing Mount Zumis' rank to plummet. Later, Zhuan Ti and Jia Yin chose Mount Shumi as their sanctuary, which was unavoidable. After all, in the entire Western continent, only Mount Shumi seemed decent. Aside from these places, there are the three immortal islands. According to ancient Tian's conjecture, when the three purities separated, Tian likely sought the three immortal islands above the four seas of the primordial world, but he was unable to find them. Thus he had to settle for Janeo Island. In addition to serving as a saint's sanctuary, the three immortal islands possess another ability that makes other primordial cultivators envious. They can obscure the secrets of heaven. Even the heavenly Tao cannot discern the matters within the three immortal islands. Otherwise, why has no one discovered them after so many years? If one could find the three immortal islands as their sanctuary, then even if one performed a slight act of disrespect towards the heavenly Tao within the sanctuary, the heavenly Tao would remain completely unaware. Moreover, there is a strong possibility that the legendary innate spiritual roots can be found on the three immortal islands. For example, Huangzhong Li and Wu Jinsong. Hehe. Upon thinking of this, Gu Tian couldn't help but become excited, muttering to himself, "Pangu, great God, no, father-in-law, please bless me. Let me find the three immortal islands. Father-in-law, rest assured. I will protect Hou Tu well. With me around, no one can bully her, not even that scoundrel of the heavenly Tao. If he dares to bully Hou Tu, even if I cannot defeat him, I will still fight him to the death. And the Wu clan, I will take good care of you. I will also protect this primordial continent for you. Penga, great God, Hou Tu is also your daughter, right? If I am with her, doesn't that make you my father-in-law? As the saying goes, one should not let the fertile waters flow to outsiders. We are family. That unfortunate Dong Wanggong is such a loser. Penglai Island is wasted on him. It should be given to me." Upon sensing this flicker of opportunity, Gu Tian immediately began to pray fervently. Praying to the heavenly Tao. It would be better to pray to the Pangu great God. Although he has already returned to the void, the will of Pangu still exists. It is very likely that Gu Tian's ability to sense the opportunity of the three immortal islands is due to the Pangu fortune within him. In the next moment, Gu Tian's expression changed, revealing a look of ecstasy, as the aura of opportunity became increasingly apparent. It was unclear whether it was due to his prayers or some other reason. In this direction, following the subtle sensation, Gu Tian quickly locked onto a direction. Then he dashed forward. Sure enough, the moment Gu Tian flew in this direction, the sensation grew even stronger, and the connection between him and the opportunity became increasingly intimate. At that moment, Gu Tian was filled with excitement. This is fantastic. Hou Tu, this girl is simply amazing. Ever since establishing a relationship with Hou Tu, it feels as though he has been on a winning streak. In just a few thousand years, he has achieved more than he did in several million years. Hou Tu's dowry is truly remarkable. If he doesn't treat this girl well, Gu Tian would look down on himself. Indeed, daughters are like little cotton-padded jackets. The Pangu great God is very fond of his little cotton-padded jacket. Otherwise, he wouldn't have planned for Hou Tu to oversee the underworld, aiming to make her the ancestor of the underworld. However, the Pangu great God did not anticipate that the heavenly Tao would develop its own consciousness, seeking to suppress the underworld in the human realm. Even less did he expect that Hongjun Laozu would be so shameless as to bully a little girl. Perhaps it is due to his affection for Hou Tu that Gu Tian also benefits. Almost there. Almost there. After flying at sea for hundreds of years on this day, Tian felt a tremor in his spirit as the subtle opportunity reached an unprecedented peak. This subtle opportunity told him that a great fortune lay ahead. I've arrived. In the next moment, Tian stepped forward, standing above the sea, surveying his surroundings. At first glance there seemed to be nothing special. The surging East Sea appeared ordinary, as if it concealed no great fortune. With the prior experience from Pangus left Palm, Tian was well aware. For others arriving at this place, what they saw was truly just an ordinary sea, and they would likely encounter no opportunity. This is... At a certain moment, Tian's eyes suddenly widened. No mistake. He was absolutely certain. Just now it was the trace formed by the collision of two spaces. Above this East Sea there still hides another space. And the legendary 3 immortal islands lie concealed within that other space, shifting slightly with the movement of the sea. During this process of shifting it would collide with the space of the East Sea. Under normal circumstances, even if there was a collision, it would be difficult to detect. After all, the space of the Primordial Continent is incredibly solid, and even a full-force strike from an ordinary saint would not necessarily be able to shake it. However, under very fortunate circumstances, the collision caused a resonance. Some traces would appear, just like just now. And this moment was precisely locked onto by Tian, who quickly began to calculate along the trace, while combining it with the subtle opportunity. Right here. Open for me. In the next moment, Tian reached out with his right hand, and suddenly pulled. The space immediately distorted, and a massive immortal island suddenly appeared before Tian's eyes. Penglai Island right in front of him. With a single step he instantly arrived at Penglai Island. In the next moment the space torn apart by Tian restored itself, and the skies over the East Sea were calm and peaceful, as if nothing had ever happened. Not to mention a peak Kwasa saint passing by. Even if a heavenly Tao saint were to traverse this place, they might not be able to discover the hidden Penglai Island. Hou Hou. Taking a deep breath, he felt a surge of dense spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. It was at least hundreds, if not thousands of times more concentrated than the spiritual energy above the East Sea. Wait a minute. This spiritual energy is actually innate spiritual energy. Holy cow. Penglai Island actually possesses so much innate spiritual energy. This is a tremendous gain. That is the kind of innate spiritual energy that existed at the beginning of the world. Indeed, as expected of the legendary Penglai Island, a holy land for cultivation. If I could cultivate here, just 1 year of training would be equivalent to thousands of years outside, even surpassing the cultivation environment of Buzhou Mountain slightly. Tian said excitedly, back in the era of the Great Opening, where the Pengu god wielded the divine axe of creation. With a single stroke he split apart the chaos and created this world. In the early formation of the world, a large amount of innate spiritual energy from the chaos flowed into the Hou continent, although this portion of innate spiritual energy was abundant. But it was overwhelmed by the sheer number of beings on the Hou continent. Moreover, the most important point is that innate spiritual energy is limited. It does not continuously flow in existing only at the beginning of creation. Once it is exhausted, it is gone. Through the joint efforts of countless beings on the Hou continent, it is said that after the calamity of fierce beasts, innate spiritual energy no longer existed on the Hou continent. The spiritual energy generated by the Hou continent afterwards is merely acquired spiritual energy. I never expected that Penglai Island would still contain so much innate spiritual energy. Innate spiritual energy is not only purer than acquired spiritual energy and easier to absorb, but there is also a fundamental difference. A wisp of innate spiritual energy can provide energy equivalent to dozens of wisps of acquired spiritual energy. Cultivating with innate spiritual energy is undoubtedly twice the result with half the effort. Furthermore, the higher the realm of the cultivator, the greater their demands for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Innate spiritual energy is the best choice. This is... At that moment, Tian's expression changed, and he revealed a look of ecstatic joy, nearly jumping with excitement. No way. This is simply too amazing. Pengu God, my dear father-in-law, this opportunity you gave me is simply fantastic. Hou Tu truly is my lucky star. It is said that Penglai Island is a fragment of chaos, and it seems that this is indeed true. Tian couldn't help but exclaim. Just at that moment he discovered that after absorbing this portion of innate spiritual energy, new innate spiritual energy would immediately flow in. This means that the innate spiritual energy on Penglai Island is inexhaustible. As long as a portion is consumed, Penglai Island can immediately replenish it from the chaos without fear of depleting the innate spiritual energy. This was the reason for Tian's excitement. However, this is a bit strange. How could Penglai Island achieve what the Hou continent cannot? Tian asked, somewhat puzzled. This is... Oh my, is there such a method? Could it be that Penga God created this? This is a bug in the rules of the chaos of the Great Tao. Innate spiritual energy only appears where the Great World is opened, flowing into this Great World, which is considered a reward of the chaos rules. Originally, Penglai Island was a fragment of chaos self-proclaimed as heaven and earth, and could eventually evolve into a great world, but now it has been stuck in the Hou continent, which means that Penglai Island is always in a state of imminent opening to the great world. As long as it has not undergone its final metamorphosis, it can continuously absorb innate spiritual energy. This operation is quite impressive. Throughout the entire chaos, perhaps only the Penga God has such ability. This is simply extraordinary. Perhaps these 3 celestial islands are what Penga God left for his descendants. System, can I start refining Penglai Island now? Tian couldn't help but ask. If he could refine Penglai Island, then once it evolves into a great world, wouldn't he become the master of that world? But you can. The system replied, however, this system does not recommend you do so. Refining Penglai Island is no easier than refining Hou Tu Mountain. You should focus on refining Hou Tu Mountain first. Once you raise the refinement degree of Hou Tu Mountain to 80 or 90, we can talk again. Do you really think this system has such energy to refine these 2 major items simultaneously? I see. Then there's no rush. Tian smiled, knowing that Penglai Island was right here and no one could steal it. He would refine Hou Tu Mountain first, and then deal with Penglai Island. Not to mention the other opportunities on Penglai Island. This alone is a great opportunity. Moreover, besides Penglai Island, there are also Fengzhang Island and Yingzhou Island. If he could refine all 3 celestial islands, it would allow them to evolve into a top-tier great world. At that time, Tian's strength would undoubtedly be incredibly formidable. He would slap Hongjun Laozu and trample the heavenly Tao of Hongwang. That would be no problem at all. Taking a deep breath, a vast amount of innate spiritual energy surged into his body, providing an indescribable sense of comfort. He clapped his hands, ready to get up and search for opportunities on Penglai Island. What is that? Just as Tian's divine sense began to scan Penglai Island, he noticed a stone tablet, towering 99,000 zhang high on a mountain tens of millions of kilometers away. The words Penglai were engraved on the stone tablet. With a single step, he crossed the distance of tens of millions of kilometers and arrived in front of the stone tablet, placing his right hand upon it, sensing it slightly. In an instant, he felt dozens of powerful restrictions on the stone tablet. These restrictions were linked to the entire Penglai Island. So it seems. Tian paused, saying, this stone tablet is the key to controlling Penglai Island. Excellent. As long as I refine it, I can control the formations on Penglai Island. Bold little thief, how dare you trespass my ancestral dojo? Die. In the next moment, a furious shout echoed, and looking up, he saw a massive seal billions of zhang in size crashing towards Tian. The myriad things of heaven and earth, the power of the 5 elements, were instantly bound. The overwhelming force surged towards him, distorting the surrounding space. An unfathomable weight slammed into Tian. A mere remnant soul dares to be arrogant before me. Shatter for me. Unmatched divine fist. At the moment this great seal struck, Tian clenched his fists tightly, feeling the power of the chaotic divine demon body surging forth. A heavy force erupted, unceasing and relentless. A punch was thrown. The void trembled. That ultimate and pure power erupted through a point in the void. Boom. The vast void upon this collision instantly shattered, and this magnificent starry sky was obliterated in an instant. The power of the 5 elements crumbled. All laws and powers based on the 5 elements disintegrated under this punch. The force of the punch surged, that heavy power akin to the primal chaos of heaven and earth directly swept through, as if an elephant was trampling on ants, crushing everything in its path. What? How is this possible? Kid, how can your strength be so formidable? You clearly haven't broken through to the mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal, merely a mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. This makes no sense. Even at my peak before, I was not this powerful. Not good. In that instant, the fist strength condensed by the will of the unmatched mountain transformed into the boundless, unmatched mountain, descending from the sky to suppress him. All power, all laws, all defenses were entirely suppressed and shattered. Stop. Kid, hurry and stop for me, do you hear me? I concede. Not good. This damned kid, I will fight you to the end. 5 elements, great break for me. As this mysterious powerhouse threw a punch, the powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth fused into that punch. The 5 elements give birth to one another endlessly. The original power under this punch actually increased 25 times. in the next moment, colliding fiercely with Gu Tian's unmatched divine fist. In an instant the sky collapsed, and the earth sank, the space collapsing layer by layer. In the blink of an eye, millions of miles of void sank thousands of meters, and terrifying cracks spread out. A mere 5 elements power thinks it can block my unmatched divine fist. Break for this punch was struck using Gu Tian's left hand after refining the left hand of the Panga god to 20%. Gu Tian's left hand had already utilized 1% of the Panga god's left hand's might. Do not underestimate that 1%. It is still quite terrifying. A violent explosion. The entire collapsing void shattered, transforming into a chaotic flood, hundreds of millions of zhong wide, crashing outward. The remnant soul of that mysterious powerhouse was sent flying far away. Damn it. Yin Yang, hurry, and come out to help. Cough, cough. At that moment another remnant soul emerged from the void, but did not attack, looking at Gu Tian apologetically, saying, "This friend, this is actually a misunderstanding. The 5 elements friend did not mean to harm you, it was just a joke. Isn't that right, 5 elements friend?" Yes, yes, yes. The remnant soul of the mysterious powerhouse that was sent flying by Gu Tian hurriedly said, "This friend, I assure you, I truly mean no harm, that was just a joke." All right. Gu Tian coldly smiled, then withdrew his power. If he hadn't sensed any killing intent from this mysterious powerhouse just now, he wouldn't have easily believed their words. Then glancing at the two, he asked, "What are your identities, friends?" With Gu Tian's keen sight, he could see at a glance. In their prime, these two were undoubtedly at the peak of the mixed Yuan golden immortal realm. True innate powers, surely they had some fame in the Primordial Continent. One of them sighed and said, "This friend, I am the Yin Yang ancestor, and this one is the 5 elements ancestor." What? Hearing the Yin Yang ancestor's words, Gu Tian couldn't help but be stunned, and said, "You say you are the Yin Yang ancestor, one of the 4 ancestors of Long Han. How can this be possible? Aren't you supposed to have been tricked to death by the Hongjun ancestor? How could you still be alive?" Hearing Gu Tian's words, the Yin Yang ancestor widened his eyes in shock, and asked, How do you know I was tricked to death by the Hongjun ancestor?" Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Gu Tian couldn't help but laugh. Isn't it obvious? Anyone not foolish would know that you, the Yin Yang ancestor, and the Qinquan ancestor were indeed tricked to death by the Hongjun ancestor. Only that guy Yang Mei was smart enough. No, he was just a bit more cunning, reacting quickly enough to escape the moment Luo Hou self-destructed. Otherwise his fate would have been the same as yours. Sigh. Hearing this, the Yin Yang ancestor couldn't help but let out a long sigh, then angrily said, "That damned Hongjun ancestor, I trusted him so much, helping him deal with Luo Hou, and he actually plotted against us behind our backs. I wish I could shred him to pieces." Yin Yang ancestor, you are currently just a remnant soul. How can you take revenge? Moreover, after the battle between Hongjun ancestor and Luo Hou, he is about to attain the Tao. You probably won't get that chance. Gu Tian couldn't help but say, "Memory is gone now." The Yin Yang ancestor said with a helpless expression, "By the way, didn't you self-destruct with Luo Hou? How did your remnant soul end up here, and what about this 5 elements ancestor, what's going on?" Gu Tian asked. After a pause, the Yin Yang ancestor said, "I don't know either. I thought I was dead." That last self-detonation of Luo Hou was truly terrifying. All my consciousness, primordial spirit, and soul were shattered. I thought I had turned to ash, but after an unknown period when I regained some consciousness, I found that a trace of my remnant soul had survived, and I floated here to Penglai Island just in time to encounter the 5 elements friend. The Yin Yang ancestor said, "Oh, I see. Yin Yang ancestor, you really are not meant to perish." Gu Tian said, "Sigh." At this moment the 5 elements ancestor couldn't help but say, "Gu Tian friend, what you are saying is not right. We are not meant to survive, but are suffering here." Ugh. Gu Tian was slightly taken aback, puzzled, and asked, "What is the situation? How can a remnant soul survive, and yet in a cultivation environment like Penglai Island still suffer?" This made Gu Tian somewhat confused. "What is the situation here?" The Yin Yang ancestor then said, "Gu Tian friend, if I am not mistaken, you should also be like us, a reincarnated chaotic divine demon. It's just that you haven't awakened your past lives' memories yet. If you awaken your past memories, then you will understand what the situation is." What? Gu Tian was stunned. What is this situation? Yin Yang Laozu sighed deeply. His eyes were full of helplessness, tinged with a sliver of anger and murderous intent. In truth, it was only after this single wisp of remnant soul drifted to Penglai Island that I awakened the memories of my former life. I discovered that in my previous incarnation, I was the Yin Yang God Demon, one of the 3,000 chaotic God Demons, and there was also the 5 Elements Taoist. He was the 5 Elements God Demon of old, and Qinquan Taoist was the Qinquan practitioner of that era. Both were among the chaotic God Demons, and both held very prominent ranks within the 3,000. Especially that scoundrel Yang Mei. His true body was a hollow willow born within chaos, nurtured by the great Tao of space. Among the 3,000 chaotic god demons, his strength ranked within the top 10. The cataclysmic battle of heaven's opening. Even if you have not recovered your memories, you must have heard of it to some extent. We 3,000 chaotic god demons were the ones who bore that calamity. That Pangu, in order to carve open heaven and earth with a single, will cut down nearly all of us 3,000 chaotic god demons. One must admit that Pangu was indeed supremely powerful. Though I died by his hand, I hold him no particular grudge. After Pangu slaughtered us in the heavenly opening calamity, some among the 3,000 were reborn on the Honghuang continent, as I was. I reincarnated on the Honghuang continent and became Yinyang Laozu. Yet during our transmigration, we were betrayed by that wretched Tian Dao who schemed to seal away our memories of past lives. Such a thing could happen. Tian said with some astonishment. Otherwise, with our abilities, by the time we reached the Luo golden immortal stage, we should have awakened our former memories. Yet the truth is we had already cultivated to the peak of the Hunyuan golden immortal, and there was still no sign of memory awakening. On the entire Honghuang continent, who else could have done this but that Tian Dao scoundrel? It makes my blood boil to even think about it, Yinyang Laozu said angrily. And that is not even the worst of it. Most infuriatingly, that Tian Dao not only sealed away our memories, he sought to kill us, to strip from us the great Dao laws embedded in our beings, and bind them forever to the Honghuang continent. And he succeeded. To this day, among those of us who reincarnated, you may be the only one who did not fall victim to Tian Dao's treachery. And that Yang Mei, he fled the Honghuang continent. Tian blinked and grew thoughtful upon hearing that. So, now you should understand. Although Penglai Island is a most pleasant place for the two of us, it is like a prison. We dare not leave it. Tian asked in puzzlement. What? Are you afraid Tian Dao will simply kill you? Yinyang Laozu gave a cold, short laugh. Kill us? If Tian Dao truly intended to kill us, I would be obliged to thank the wretch, for death would set us free. But he will not, nor does he dare to kill us. Once he discovers our remnant souls, he will certainly seal us away. Now, why not kill you? Tian asked, bewildered. That is another of our chaotic god demons' abilities. We 3,000 were born by inheriting the great Dao laws. As long as the 3,000 great Dao endure, we 3,000 chaotic god demons cannot truly die. If Tian Dao were to slay us, we would immediately be reborn within chaos. Only the time required to be reconstituted would be rather long, at least tens of millions of years. Therefore Tian Dao will not kill us. After all, to kill us would be to release us from the prison that is the Honghuang continent. Why would he do such a thing? So that old dog Tian Dao employed methods to beat our reincarnations nearly to death, leaving behind only a thread of true spirit or a single remnant soul. They are said to be dead, yet a shred of true spirit and a remnant soul remain. Call it death or not, it makes no real difference. Bloody hell. Tian could not help but scoff. That Tian Dao thief is utterly shameless. Indeed, came the reply. That Tian Dao scoundrel is shameless to the extreme. While he suppressed our reincarnations, he continuously siphoned the power of the 3,000 great Dao from our beings to augment his own strength. Yinyang Laozu continued, since that Pangu cleft open the Honghuang continent, through countless ages one chaotic god demon after another has fallen into Tian Dao's grasp. How detestable! Yinyang Laozu clenched both fists and slammed the ground. If I had known earlier, I would not have been deceived and reduced to such a fate. Moreover, I could have gone to rescue our other brothers. But when I learned of all this, it was already too late. Qingquan Taoist Yang Mei and I were among the last batch of chaotic god demons to reincarnate. Once Tian Dao finished with his cohort of reincarnated chaotic god demons, there were no more such reincarnations left upon the Honghuang continent. Alas, now it is all too late. The only hope now is that Yang Mei will soon break through to the Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal realm and come to rescue me. Yinyang Laozu could not help but say this. Tian chuckled. Yinyang Laozu, do you really trust Yang Mei so blindly that he will rise to the Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal realm and come to save you? Do not forget Hongjun Laozu, that stooge of Tian Dao. He long ago colluded with Tian Dao. With Tian Dao's assistance, his strength has surely leapt forward, and soon he may well dominate the Honghuang continent. When that time comes, if Yang Mei returns to save you, would he not be walking into a trap? This. At Tian's words, Yinyang Laozu was suddenly flustered. Indeed, Hongjun Laozu is a scoundrel who long ago allied himself with Tian Dao. If Yang Mei returns, he may still face grave danger. Moreover, Tian said with a teasing smile, how close are you and Yang Mei? How deep is your bond? That question made Yang Laozu hesitate again. He was very close with Qinkuan Laozu, but his relationship with Yang Mei was merely ordinary. There is one more thing. Gu Tian regarded Yang Laozu with amusement and asked, Yang Laozu, did you not say that if you die you could be reborn within chaos? Yes, that applies to all of us chaotic god demons, Yang Laozu replied. Heh Yang Laozu, then after all these years have you never contemplated suicide? Gu Tian asked. Suicide. At this both Yang Laozu and the five elements Laozu stood stunned. Indeed, I could end my own life. By the gods. Upon hearing Gu Tian's words, the Yin-Yang ancestor and the five elements ancestor exchanged a glance, both of them momentarily dumbfounded. In that instant they truly felt foolish. Indeed, why hadn't they considered suicide? If they had just ended their own lives they could have escaped the prison of the Honghuang continent, and no longer had to fear the treacherous Tao of heaven. For other beings death is the end. Yet for the chaotic gods and demons it is merely another beginning. As long as the 3,000 paths exist, they would not die nor perish. Just like the subsequent saints of the Tao whose true spirits were entrusted to the Tao, as long as the Tao of Honghuang remains these saints can exist eternally. The Huangzhong Li is one of the legendary top 10 innate spiritual roots. The fruit it bears can allow an ordinary person to attain the status of a delusion. As long as they die, they can be reborn by harnessing the power of the 3,000 paths. What the hell? What the hell? In the next moment both the Yin-Yang ancestor and the five elements ancestor could not help but curse loudly. Damn it! Why hadn't we thought of such a simple thing earlier? Suicide. It's so simple. All it takes is a little effort to end it all, to completely rid themselves of the suppression of the Honghuang Tao, and no longer fear that treacherous entity. They just needed to wait for time to pass, and they could be reborn. At that time they would still be chaotic gods and demons, effortlessly able to cultivate to the realm of the primordial golden immortal, freely traversing the boundless chaos. What a carefree existence that would be. Compared to now trapped on this small Penglai island, it is like the difference between heaven and hell. At that moment both of their hearts felt a bit shattered. Gu Tian chuckled and couldn't help but ask, you two, why is it so simple to die? Do you really have to wait for someone else to kill you? Can't you just kill yourselves? Furthermore, you are not alone. You are both here. Even if you hadn't thought of suicide you could have taken each other down with you. Don't tell me you two hadn't considered that. What the hell? What the hell? In the next moment the Yin-Yang ancestor and the five elements ancestor cursed again, saying, yes. We could kill each other in a mutual destruction. Damn, if either of us had thought of this we wouldn't have been trapped on Penglai Island for so many years, we would have long returned to the chaos. Cough cough. Gu Tian coughed helplessly twice, feeling somewhat exasperated. If it was just for a day or two it would be fine. But they had been on Penglai Island for at least several million years. In all that time they hadn't thought of this issue. At this moment Gu Tian finally understood why the Yin-Yang ancestor and the Qinkuan ancestor had been so thoroughly tricked by the Hongjun ancestor, reduced to such foolishness. If you don't speak up, who will? The five elements ancestor was the same, although he did not know how he had died. Gu Tian had some guesses. Most likely he too was tricked and killed by the Hongjun ancestor. Over the years the chaotic gods and demons led into traps by the Tao of heaven were mostly set up by the Tao and the Hongjun ancestor, leading to the deaths of their reincarnations. With such intelligence there was no need for elaborate schemes. A few casual moves could lead them all. Sigh. Thinking of this, Gu Tian couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Why would such mighty chaotic gods and demons have such worrying intelligence? The Tao is fair, and this statement is indeed true. The Tao grants them powerful roots and talents. Other cultivators in their entire lives would find it hard to cultivate to the realm of the primordial supreme golden immortal. Yet for the 3,000 chaotic gods and demons, as long as they do not perish prematurely and do not become lazy, they will surely reach the realm of the primordial golden immortal. However, this is most likely a trait of their own intelligence. The fact that the Hongjun ancestor and the Tao of heaven could eliminate so many reincarnated chaotic gods is one thing. The most important point is that their own intelligence is lacking. So, Gu Tian looked at the two ancestors with a playful expression and then laughed, saying, Yin-Yang ancestor, five elements ancestor, do you two want to stab each other now? Then you would naturally be free. Ugh. Upon hearing this the Yin-Yang ancestor and the five elements ancestor exchanged glances. A glimmer of light shone in their eyes. The Yin-Yang ancestor said, indeed. Five elements friend, how about we give it a try? You stab me once, and I'll stab you once. Sure. The five elements ancestor nodded without hesitation, finally seeing a chance for liberation. Just before they acted they suddenly paused. Both turned to look at Gu Tian and asked, do you want to join in? Ugh. Gu Tian was taken aback and quickly shook his head, saying, Cough cough, you two go ahead, I don't need to. The yin-yang ancestor hurriedly said, Gu Tian friend, why not? Don't you want to recover your former self as a chaotic god and demon? Don't you want to take revenge on that treacherous Tao? You are only at the peak of the primordial golden immortal, you can't compete with that treacherous Tao. Here on Penglai Island it is fine, but once you leave this place, do you think you won't be hunted down by that treacherous Tao? He will surely do everything in his power to kill or maim you, ultimately sealing you away. If you die now, then we will be free. Cough cough. Gu Tian responded. You two go ahead, I don't need to for now. That treacherous Tao doesn't dare to touch me, I can assure you of that. If that treacherous Tao dares to touch me, he will also meet his demise. Moi. The yin-yang ancestor was immediately shocked, and said, Gu Tian friend, I never expected you to have such capabilities. No wonder you haven't been killed by that treacherous Tao until now. Since that's the case, take care of yourself. At that moment the five elements ancestor waved his right hand, and said, Gu Tian friend, if it weren't for your reminder, I would not have known how long I would be trapped here. I'll give you this 5 directions heaven and earth seal as a token of gratitude. Oh no. The yin-yang ancestor could not help but slap his forehead, saying, Damn it. My yin-yang mirror was taken by that bastard Hong Jun. Then how about this? I will pass on my comprehension of the yin-yang Dao to you. Gu Tian friend catch. With a wave of his right hand, he copied his own understanding of the yin-yang Dao and imparted it to Gu Tian, leaving Gu Tian momentarily stunned. What followed was sheer ecstasy. What a huge gain this was. What a surprise, this is truly a tremendous surprise. He never expected that with such seemingly joking words you two would not just go and end your lives, letting the two chaotic deities reincarnate, owing him a tremendous favor. Thus, to repay this favor in such a manner, an absolutely unexpected gain. This is no different from a pie falling from the sky. Moreover, before this, Gu Tian had never considered that he would gain such immense benefits from the reincarnated bodies of these two chaotic deities. After all, these two have already been quite unfortunate. He just did not expect that the ancestor of the 5 elements and the ancestor of yin and yang would be so generous. The 5 directions heaven and earth seal, this is a treasure of the innate supreme level. Furthermore, this innate treasure gives Gu Tian the feeling that its potential is far from limited, and it may evolve into a chaotic spiritual treasure or even a chaotic supreme treasure in the future. The powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth are the foundation of a vast world. Gu Tian can feel that within the 5 directions heaven and earth seal, 5 worlds are brewing. The 5 element worlds correspond to the 5 elements. Once these 5 worlds are fully brewed, the 5 directions heaven and earth seal could possibly evolve, and if these 5 worlds transform into a vast world, this treasure will undergo another transformation. Such a powerful treasure, the ancestor of the 5 elements actually said he would give it away. How could Gu Tian not be excited? The gift from the ancestor of yin and yang is equally precious. This is the cultivation insight of a chaotic deity. Looking across the entire Hongguang continent, and even the boundless chaos when it comes to the laws of the yin and yang path alone, almost no one is more powerful than the ancestor of yin and yang. After all, he was born from the laws of the yin and yang path. As long as he can digest and absorb this gift from the ancestor of yin and yang, in the future, achieving the mixed element golden immortal through the yin and yang laws should pose no problem. This is truly a stroke of great fortune. Gu Tian, my friend, we shall meet again. Gu Tian, see you next time. As they spoke, the remnants of the ancestor of yin and yang and the ancestor of the 5 elements began to gather their powers. Then they unleashed the most powerful and brilliant strike. There was no collapse of heaven or earth, nor did the stars shatter. Everything was silent, and at the moment the 2 forces of yin and yang and the 5 elements collided, everything was annihilated. The remnants of the ancestor of yin and yang and the ancestor of the 5 elements also dissipated in this collision. Gu Tian could clearly see that as the souls of the 2 ancestors faded, they wore an unprecedentedly relaxed and content smile. They were finally liberated, finally free. The 5 directions heaven and earth seal floating in the air slowly descended into Gu Tian's hands, ancient, yet very grand, with the powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth swirling around it. They perfectly fused together, forming a complete cycle. The power of the 5 elements ever. Moreover, Gu Tian also discovered that the 5 directions heaven and earth seal can also be separated, with each of the 5 elements transforming into a separate seal, each reaching the level of top-tier innate spiritual treasures. Just like the innate 5 directions flag. Ding! The next moment the system's voice rang out asking, Host, shall we begin the refining process? Refine. As Gu Tian's voice fell in the next moment with the help of the system's power, the restrictions within the 5 directions heaven and earth seal were swiftly broken and then integrated into Gu Tian's consciousness. Ding! Congratulations, host. The refining degree of the 5 directions heaven and earth seal has increased to 60. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 5 elements Great Path laws. At the very moment the system spoke, insights regarding the 5 elements Great Path laws instantly surged into his mind, with not a single obstacle becoming part of Gu Tian. Hou Hou. Taking a deep breath, he had already completely fused with the 5 elements Great Path laws. Host Gu Tian. First refining item Buzhou Mountain, 79. Second refining item Pangus left palm, 20. Third refining item Godslaying Spear, 104th refining item 5 directions heaven and earth seal, 60. Footsteps primary chaotic deity realm peak of mixed element golden immortal techniques, 9. Turns mystical art peak of 6th turn Pangus, great power technique, divine abilities opening heaven technique Buzhou divine, fist Pangus finger treasures, Hongming measuring ruler. 12-petal pure world, white lotus 12-petal world destroying black lotus laws, spatial law killing law demonic law earth law 5 elements law yin and yang law special items 49 of Pangus fortune Penglai Island. After glancing at his own data, Gu Tian revealed a satisfied smile. Very good. Quite impressive. After obtaining the yin and yang 5 elements laws, his power has once again increased significantly. In simple data terms, just like before, if the peak power of a Quasi Saint is 100, and that of a heavenly Tao Saint is 10,000, at this moment Gu Tian's power has nearly reached the level of 6,000. Just in terms of power, he is already very close to a heavenly Tao Saint. If he could acquire a time law, a fate law, or perhaps a causality law, perhaps Gu Tian's power could reach 10,000. Although he has not attained the status of a saint, his power is not lacking at all. Gu Tian couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Ancestor of yin and yang, ancestor of the 5 elements, you truly are 2 good people. I don't even know how to thank you both." It seems that the yin and yang laws and the 5 elements laws can merge to become the chaotic laws. I wonder if that is feasible. However, there is no rush now. I will attempt it after I attain the mixed element golden immortal status. I can feel that I am getting closer and closer to achieving the mixed element golden immortal. This step is within reach. I could step out at any moment, perhaps today, perhaps tomorrow, or perhaps even longer. Ancestor Hongjuan, I know you are about to become a heavenly Tao Saint. As well, why don't we compete and see who can attain the status faster? If the heavenly Tao knew I was achieving the mixed element golden immortal, would it be furious? Ha ha ha. Once Gu Tian attains the mixed element golden immortal, the heavenly Tao's threat to him will diminish again. Even if he cannot defeat the heavenly Tao, he can still escape from the Honghuang continent, just like the great immortal Yangmei. Moreover, the heavenly Tao would not dare to act against him. Thinking of this, Gu Tian firmly decided that once he cleansed out all the good things on the 3 Immortals Island, he would immediately seek out the Northern Sea Xian turtle. To eliminate this backup plan of the heavenly Tao, let's see what it can do. After surveying the surroundings, Gu Tian began to swiftly sweep through Penglai Island. What is this? As Gu Tian flew past a certain area, a sudden wave of refreshing fragrance wafted through, causing his senses to tremble. Looking ahead, he saw a massive innate spiritual root standing there. This innate spiritual root is undoubtedly the legendary Huang Zhongli. However, just at that moment, Gu Tian suddenly trembled and shouted, "What the hell? You two stop right there." The Huang Zhongli is one of the legendary top 10 innate spiritual roots. The fruit it bears can allow an ordinary person to attain the status of a Luo golden immortal with just 1 bite. Don't be fooled by the seemingly moderate strength of a Luo golden immortal. If you look at the entire Honghuang continent, the Luo golden immortal is undoubtedly the most supreme powerhouse. Reaching the realm of Luo golden immortal essentially means sharing a lifespan with the heavens. They step beyond the 3 realms and are not bound by the 5 elements. As long as one does not engage in foolish acts or seek death and diligently cultivates without getting caught in tribulations, living for eternity is not an issue at all. However, the Tai golden immortal is different. While one could say they achieve longevity, it's merely living longer. Moreover, they are still susceptible to calamities, including the tribulation of the 5 declines of heaven and man. Unless one becomes a Luo golden immortal, even if they are at the pinnacle of Tai golden immortal, escaping the tribulation of the 5 declines is extremely difficult. Once it strikes, falling in the calamity is very likely. In the Honghuang continent, countless cultivators. Reaching the realm of Luo golden immortal is absolutely top tier. If word gets out that there is a Huangzhong Li in the hands of sailors, it could easily spark a small commotion across the Honghuang continent. Cultivators below the Luo Golden Immortal would surely go crazy over it. They would risk everything to seize it, especially those Tian Golden Immortals who are about to face the tribulation of the 5 declines. Even those stronger than the Luo Golden Immortals might take action. They may not need it themselves, but one can't guarantee they don't have family or friends. Even without family or friends, the taste of Huangzhong Li is exceptionally delightful, and the energy contained within could equate to hundreds of thousands of years of arduous cultivation. However, at this moment, in front of this Huangzhong Li tree there lies a leopard radiating golden light, and a black and white ball, both looking thoroughly satisfied as they lounge beneath the tree. One of them holds a Huangzhong Li in its hands, relishing it with great delight. If this scene were to be witnessed by the cultivators below the Luo Golden Immortal in the Primordial Continent, one could only imagine the chaos it would incite. Damn it, I can't even beg for one, and these two rascals are hugging one each, treating Huangzhong Li like fruit. Who can I complain to about this? This is why Gu Tian suddenly became furious. Moreover, this was not even Gu Tian's most furious. The most furious moment was when he rushed over and saw dozens of Huangzhong Li seeds scattered at the feet of these two creatures. What does this signify? These two have been treating Huangzhong Li like fruit and have consumed dozens already. What a waste. Such a squandering of heavenly materials. The black and white ball let out a burp, then glanced at the golden leopard beside it, and said, "Little Jean, are you full yet?" Then it patted its little belly, and said, "I feel like I'm still not full. Let's have another one." Damn, they are treating Huangzhong Li like a meal. Still not full. If this scene were to spread, even Hongjun Laozu would probably spit blood. This is outrageous. My standard of living isn't even this good. As they spoke, the black and white ball sprang up, preparing to jump up the tree to pluck more Huangzhong Li fruits. Seeing this, Gu Tian could no longer endure. "Stop right there." With a grip of his right hand, he pulled the black and white ball over from a distance. It was only at this moment that the black and white ball noticed there was actually a person here. Immediately it showed a wary expression, glaring fiercely at Gu Tian, and asked, "Who are you? What do you want? Are you trying to steal my fruit?" Let me tell you, I'm not afraid. If you dare to steal my fruit, I'll beat you. You'll beat." Gu Tian was slightly taken aback. "That's right. I will beat you. My fists are quite powerful, so you better let me down quickly, or I'll get angry." "If I get angry, you're finished," the black and white ball said angrily. Hee. Gu Tian smiled slightly, wanting to punish this black and white ball for wasting so many Huangzhong Li. It was truly a crime. Then he said, "Now I want to see what will happen when you get angry." "You bad person, how dare you make me angry? I'm going to beat you." Just then the black and white ball let out a loud roar, and in an instant a powerful aura erupted from its body, making Gu Tian slightly taken aback. The power of this black and white ball had actually reached the pinnacle of the Luo Golden Immortal. Don't be deceived by its cute and adorable appearance. However, at this moment it unleashed a terrifying killing intent. The moment it punched a fearsome power, Gu Tian made a quick estimate. The strength unleashed by the black and white ball had essentially reached the early stages of croissant. After all, treating Huangzhong Li as food for so many years, it would be unreasonable to not possess this level of power. Bang! A loud sound shook the void. The fist force transformed into a terrifying torrent, crashing towards Gu Tian. However, this formidable force didn't even touch Gu Tian's body before being shattered by the surrounding aura, causing the black and white ball's body to sway. "What, you bad person are actually this strong, able to withstand my punch? Not good, I might not win. Little Jean, hurry, and come help me," the black and white ball hurriedly said. "Roar." Without needing the black and white ball to speak, at the moment it unleashed its punch, the golden leopard sprang into action, leaping through the void. With its claws extended, those sharp claws instantly tore through the void. A series of sharp blades came rushing towards Gu Tian. Break. Allowing these blades to crash against him, his body trembled slightly, and the rebounding force shattered. With a swift movement he reached out and twisted the void infinitely. In an instant he captured the golden leopard in his hand. Roar! Roar! The captured golden leopard let out a low growl, its sharp claws relentlessly striking Gu Tian, but it had no effect. Gu Tian had already cultivated the 9 turns mysterious Yuan skill to the pinnacle of the 6th turn, and his physical strength had reached the peak of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. With his strength, he couldn't be harmed by the golden leopard. The golden leopard coldly said, "You bad person, hurry, and let me go." Gu Tian let out a cold laugh. "You two little rascals sure are turning the tables. Stealing my fruit, and calling me the bad guy. Ding! Host, would you like to refine these two luck divine beasts?" Just then a voice from the system echoed in Gu Tian's mind. Gu Tian instinctively froze, his eyes filled with shock. These two little creatures were actually the legendary fortune divine beasts. No way. His luck was astonishing. First he encountered the reincarnated chaos demons, Yin-Yang ancestor, and 5 elements ancestor from whom he gained immense benefits, and now he came across the legendary fortune divine beasts. Moreover, there were 2 of them at once. Was this the might of Pangus fortune? This luck was simply too incredible. Such an opportunity would surely make even Hongjun ancestor envious. Cough cough. Although he knew the system wouldn't trick him, Tian couldn't help but ask system, are you sure? These 2 creatures are really fortune divine beasts. No doubt this system is very certain. This black and white ball is the fortune divine beast, the giant panda. You should be well aware of this. However, in the primordial era, it had another name, the Iron Eater. And the Iron Eater before you is a lucky divine beast. As the name suggests, as long as you can receive its blessing or keep it by your side, you will experience continuous good fortune. Essentially, as long as it isn't something against the heavens, your wishes will come true. Wow, this is so powerful. Gu Tian exclaimed in shock. Its power of luck is granted by the Tao itself. Host, fortunately you were just playing with it before intending to teach it a lesson. If you truly wanted to harm this little creature, you would have likely encountered trouble. The system continued. What kind of trouble? Gu Tian instinctively asked. How should I put it? This black and white ball is like the beloved child of the Tao. If you dare to harm the beloved child of the Tao, what do you think would happen? Even if you don't die, you would definitely suffer some consequences. The system remarked. Phew. Hearing this, Gu Tian couldn't help but take a deep breath. That was close. Just a moment ago, it was almost disastrous. Thankfully, he had a special fondness for giant pandas and didn't rage at it for eating dozens of Huangzhongli. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. If it were anyone else seeing the Huangzhongli being wasted like this, they might have been furious enough to kill this creature. After calming down, he then asked, what about this golden little leopard? What fortune divine beast is it? The system chuckled. Host, do you know this little leopard also has another name, the golden leopard? It possesses an incredibly powerful ability that can grant you invincible wealth. Invincible wealth. System, that ability seems a bit useless. In other worlds, this ability would indeed be incredibly powerful, but this is the Primordial Continent. What good is invincible wealth? Gu Tian said helplessly. Hehe. Superficial. The system couldn't help but say, host, you are being too superficial. Let me ask you, what is the hard currency in the Primordial Continent? This. What is it? The system's question left Gu Tian dumbfounded. Oh, is there even currency in the Primordial Continent? It seemed there wasn't. But if there isn't, how do these items circulate? Could it be? In the next moment, Gu Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he said, system, are you implying that the hard currency of the Primordial Continent is magic treasures, elixirs, and spiritual roots? Exactly, isn't it? Whoever has more magic treasures, elixirs, and spiritual roots is not a symbol of wealth. Isn't that a manifestation of being rich? This is also a form of wealth, and the ability of the golden leopard is to ensure that all of these things come into your possession, becoming your wealth. Host, do you still think this ability is useless? Wow. After the system's confirmation, Gu Tian was incredibly excited. He quickly said, how can this be useless? It's not useless at all. This ability is so powerful. Moreover, the abilities of these 2 can even stack together. The system then said, wow. It can stack. Invincible luck and invincible wealth combined together. This is incredible. What are Hongjun ancestor and the heavenly Tao even worth? Gu Tian couldn't help but laugh loudly. Refine. 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 Gu Tian eagerly said, host, before refining, this system still needs to remind you that since you already know they are fortune divine beasts, they have the protection of the Tao's power. Therefore, during the refining process, it may fail. The system said. It may fail. Gu Tian was taken aback. This was the first time the system mentioned failure. Previously, when refining the mountain of no return and Pangus left Palm, it had never said such things. However, the system then added, it's not necessary to refine them, you can keep them by your side as well. But you must gain their friendship first. I see. I'm familiar with this trick. Gu Tian couldn't help but say. Cough cough. The next moment, he stepped out from the system and looked at the 2 slightly trembling fortune divine beasts. Gu Tian dramatically declared, humph. You 2 little creatures, while I was in seclusion, snuck in and ate my fruits, and you've nearly finished them all. Now you 2 tell me, what do you plan to do? Hearing Gu Tian's words, the black and white ball immediately shrank back, asking, what did you say? This fruit tree is yours. You're kidding, right? Why would I kid you? Do you know where this place is? Gu Tian asked. I don't know. The black and white ball asked timidly. This is Penglai Island, and Penglai Island belongs to me. This Huangzhongli was planted by me 50 million years ago on Penglai Island. However, over the years I have been in seclusion and didn't have time to come check. I didn't expect you 2 little creatures to come here and steal it. Now tell me, Besides the fruit pits on the ground, how much have you stolen? Gu Tian asked. This. This one. I don't know. Anyway, when I and little Jean are hungry, we just come to eat, and after eating we sleep, so I don't remember how much we ate. But I remember this tree has bloomed several times. The black and white ball said. Hearing this, Gu Tian's mouth twitched involuntarily. What the hell? These two little creatures were simply too wasteful. Each bloom of Huangzhong Li produces 81 fruits. After blooming several times the amount they must have consumed would surely be in the hundreds. Gu Tian had never seen such wastefulness. No wonder they could cultivate to the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal just by sleeping. Humph. Gu Tian then coldly snorted and said, "You two little creatures, do you know how valuable these fruits are? Of great importance to me. Now you two have nearly eaten all the fruits. Oh, what am I supposed to do? Now tell me, how do you plan to compensate, you two little creatures? Regardless, these two little ones must remain firmly under my control. After all, they are fortune-embodied divine beasts. And to have two appear simultaneously. Even Hongjun the Primordial would envy such a blessing." Thighs this. Upon hearing Gu Tian's words, the black and white orb, Panda Xiaopeng, froze in place, head bowed low, too timid even to meet Gu Tian's gaze. Knowing full well they were in the wrong, and utterly outmatched in strength, they nevertheless attempted to flee from Gu Tian's grasp. Yet no matter how fiercely they strained, exerting every ounce of their might, they could not break free from his restraint. Utterly subdued, they remained helplessly pinned beneath his will. This sudden peril left both the giant panda and the golden leopard utterly terrified. For millions of years they had lived in unrivaled ease and freedom. When hungry, they feasted upon Huangzhong plums. Once sated, they slept, only to awaken and feast again until their bellies swelled with abundance. Never before had they faced such crisis. Though unbeknownst to them as fortune-embodied divine beasts, true danger was impossible for beings of their stature. In truth, Gu Tian was merely teasing them. Even had they stood firm, he would have been powerless to compel them. These two, Xiaopeng the black and white panda and Xiao Jin the golden leopard, were utter novices in the mortal realm, innocent of intrigue, and genuinely believed they had committed grievous offense. At that moment they resembled nothing so much as chastened schoolchildren, trembling before their master's reprimand, utterly cowed. "What?" Gu Tian spoke coldly. "You two little ones, have you truly nothing to say? You've devoured so many of my Huangzhong plums. Surely some gesture of atonement is in order." I, trembling Xiaopeng stammered. Then how should we make amends?" The moment he caught the fierce burning glint in Gu Tian's eyes, Xiaopeng recoiled in terror. Surely you don't mean to eat me. My flesh isn't tasty. Truly, it's utterly unpalatable. Wah, please, I swear, I'll never steal your fruit again. And I swear likewise, I'll never steal your fruit again. Xiao Jin the golden leopard echoed the vow. At that moment both trembled violently, especially at the horrifying thought of being roasted whole. Haha. Gu Tian let out a dry chuckle. Not eating them later is one matter, but now you've already consumed countless Huangzhong plums. Their spiritual essence has fused deep within your bodies. To recover what was lost, perhaps only by consuming you would balance be restored. No, please no. Xiaopeng quaked uncontrollably, tears gushing forth, his pitiful tear-streaked face radiating pure, unadulterated woe. "Please, spare me, and I'll do anything." Xiaopeng pleaded desperately. A faint knowing smile curved Gu Tian's lips. "Little one, do you truly mean that? Anything, as long as you don't eat me. What about Xiao Jin?" I feel exactly the same." Seizing what seemed like salvation, Xiao Jin blurted, "Like Xiaopeng, I'll obey any command, so long as you spare my life." That answer was precisely what Gu Tian had hoped for. This was the perfect opportunity to secure the allegiance of these two fortune-embodied divine beasts. From this day forward, two fortune-embodied divine beasts would stand as his celestial guardians, tilting the scales ever so slightly in his favor against the primordial Tao of the Chaos realms. "Very well." Gu Tian clapped his hands lightly. "I have always been merciful, averse to unnecessary slaughter. Though your transgression was grave, it does not warrant death." Both Xiaopeng and Xiao Jin nodded frantically. Yes, indeed. Their crime did not merit execution. With a flick of his right hand, Gu Tian released their bindings. "I shall grant you both a chance. Henceforth serve at my side and carry out my will. Your service shall serve as penance." How does that sound? Yes. Xiaopeng clapped gleefully. "Agreed. I shall follow you henceforth." Xiao Jin added swiftly, "Wherever Xiaopeng goes I go. I shall serve you faithfully and fulfill your commands." Just then Xiaopeng ventured timidly, "May we still eat those plums in the future?" "What?" Gu Tian blinked. then fixed Xiaopeng with a sharp, incredulous stare. Little one, what did you just say? Under Gu Tian's piercing gaze, Xiaopeng instantly wilted, head bowed, voice silenced. Perhaps that request was rather audacious. After all, he was still a penitent offender. No, better abandon the notion entirely. After all, if Huangzhong plums were forbidden, other fruits remained, still sweet, still nourishing. Enough, Gu Tian interjected calmly. You may eat them, but only under one condition. Really? What condition? Xiaopeng burst forth, electrified with hope. No stipulation mattered so long as plum eating was permitted. Truly, Xiaopeng was the quintessential gourmand. Gu Tian smiled faintly. If you perform your duties flawlessly, if you execute my commands with unwavering excellence, I shall reward you accordingly. Rest assured, I'll complete every task perfectly. Xiaopeng thumped his chest proudly. And I will too. Xiao Jin affirmed eagerly. Excellent. Then your first assignment begins now. Before my last seclusion, I concealed several priceless treasures upon Penglai Island. But time has blurred my memory. I no longer recall their exact locations. Should you retrieve them for me, I shall grant each of you one Huangzhong plum. Agreed, Gu Tian declared. Now was the moment to test these two little ones' capabilities. Vast beyond measure, Penglai Island would take Gu Tian himself tens of thousands of years to traverse thoroughly, even under ideal conditions. And should hidden restrictions, or ancient arrays bar passage, time would stretch further still. To locate all treasures scattered across Penglai Island was no simple feat. Yet with these two at his side, fortune itself seemed to shift. Really? Xiaopeng cried, already poised to dash off, yet paused, awaiting Gu Tian's final. Indeed, it is absolute truth. I would never deceive you. Go, begin your search at once. Gu Tian watched the chubby panda and the golden leopard dash off, then leisurely reclined beneath the Huangzhong plum tree and casually plucked a plum. Its rich, intoxicating fragrance filled Gu Tian with an irresistible allure, whereupon he took. In that instant, the plum's profound aroma burst upon his tongue, releasing an indescribable sweetness and fragrance that evoked an inexplicable sense of bliss. The flesh dissolved upon contact, melting instantly into a gentle, warm current that flowed seamlessly into his body. Though potent, its energy was remarkably mild and harmonious. There was no fear of violent eruption, from the very moment it surged forth it merged effortlessly into his being, docile as a lamb, enveloping him in serene warmth like immersion in a natural hot spring. Gu Tian exhaled deeply, then murmured, truly worthy of its title as a primordial spiritual root. A single Huangzhong plum equals 1,000,000 years of cultivation. And its flavor, unparalleled, truly peerless. No wonder Chubby and Xiao Jin have devoured so many over the years. Who could resist such temptation? Yet for me, at my current cultivation level, a single plum yields negligible benefit. 1,000,000 years worth of energy is but a mote in the ocean. Still, the taste remains exquisite. Alas, each flowering yields only 81 fruits, and now only 30 remain. These two reckless gluttons have gorged themselves. Before long, Gu Tian had fully assimilated the energy. After all, he stood at the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal realm. As for exploring Penglai Island and seeking its treasures, Gu Tian deemed it unnecessary to intervene. Personally, these two little ones possessed far greater aptitude, and would surely locate relics faster than he ever could. Indeed, barely a year later, while Gu Tian basked peacefully in the sun, the chubby panda came sprinting toward him, eyes alight with exhilaration and a radiant smile. Master Gu Tian, I found your treasure. Is that so? Show me. What treasure have you unearthed? Gu Tian smiled. In the next moment, the chubby panda withdrew a stone from his paw and dropped it onto the ground. Gu Tian frowned, puzzled, as he wondered what kind of stone it could be. Then boom. A thunderous detonation shook the earth. Good heavens. What stone is this? This is Chaos Origin Black Gold, or... Gu Tian froze in astonishment. Such, or was exceedingly rare, ideal for forging supreme artifacts. Artifacts forged from it rivaled peerless primordial spiritual treasures in power. An extraordinary find, truly exceptional. Moreover, under auspicious conditions it might even ascend to become a primordial supreme treasure, a rarity coveted even by sages. No wonder they were known as fortune-embodying beasts. Such luck was unparalleled. Scarcely a year had passed, yet they'd already retrieved a treasure of this magnitude. Even Gu Tian himself couldn't guarantee finding something so rare within a year. The chubby panda wore a faint smug grin as he asked, Master Gu Tian, is this the lost treasure you sought? Yes, exactly. Gu Tian shamelessly declared, this stone is indeed a relic I left behind on Penglai Island long ago. Chubby, you've done splendidly. Should you recover another, I'll grant you one Huangzhong plum. Truly. Oh Master Gutian, how wonderful. Wait here. I'll fetch your treasure at once. With that the chubby panda scampered off, launching himself wholeheartedly into his treasure hunt driven purely by the promise of a single plum. Master Gutian, I'm back. Scarcely had the chubby panda departed when the golden leopard returned, bearing another stone. As it struck the ground, Gutian distinctly sensed the ambient primordial spiritual energy intensify. What is this? He paused, astonished. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. The golden leopard had brought back a fragment of chaos divine essence, a treasure whose value rivaled even the chaos origin black gold, or, indeed in certain respects chaos divine essence surpassed it. For the chaos origin black gold, or required masterful forging to manifest its power, in unskilled hands it remained mere stone, or worse yielded mediocre results. Chaos divine essence, however, could be absorbed directly. It was the crystallized quintessence of primordial spiritual energy itself. Though small in size, this fragment contained nearly 1,000th of Penglai Island's total primordial spiritual energy. Such abundance spoke volumes, and could elevate even an ordinary cultivator to the primordial golden immortal realm without hindrance. Excellent! 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 Gutian exclaimed, thrice praising Shaojin. You've outdone yourself. This stone is indeed my treasure. Keep up the momentum. If you recover another, you too shall earn a Huangzhong plum. Like the chubby panda before him, the golden leopard immediately brimmed with renewed vigor, dashing across Penglai Island in fervent pursuit of more treasures. Master Gutian, I'm back. Master Gutian, look what I've brought. Is this yours? Master Gutian, I've brought you another treasure. Thus for millennia thereafter Gutian simply reclined beneath the Huangzhong plum tree, awaiting news delivered by these two devoted companions. Within a mere 3,000 years they recovered over a dozen fragments of chaos divine essence, 2 droplets of chaos divine demon blood, several veins of chaos, are capable of forging peerless primordial spiritual treasures, 3 peerless primordial spiritual treasures, and even another primordial spiritual root. He dismissed lesser artifacts outright, deeming them insignificant. In return, Gutian bestowed 6 or 7 Huangzhong plums, yet each sacrifice proved profoundly worthwhile. The treasures these two recovered dwarfed the value of those few plums beyond measure. Master Gutian, I've found it. The path you asked me to seek, the route to other immortal islands. I've discovered it. That day while Gutian tended the newly acquired primordial spiritual root, both the chubby panda and the golden leopard came racing toward him. Their words stirred fresh excitement within his heart. The other 2 immortal islands, found. Over the course of these thousands of years, with the help of the 2 great fortune beasts, Tian has nearly exhausted everything on Penglai Island, and all the good treasures have already fallen into his hands. As for the remaining undiscovered items, they likely hold no value. Of course there is a minuscule possibility, that is the things that have not been found are extremely powerful, perhaps even reaching the level of chaos spiritual treasures or chaos spiritual roots. They might have already gained sentience and hid away while Tian was searching for them. Therefore they could not be found. However, this is nearly impossible. The little fat panda is indeed a lucky beast. It is a fortune beast favored by the Tao, capable of finding anything Tian cannot. If it cannot find them, then they are probably truly lost. Thus Tian set his sights on the 2 immortal islands Fangzhong and Yingzhou. In his leisure time, he had also attempted to search for them. He wanted to see if there would be any clues about these 2 islands on Penglai Island. The result left Tian somewhat disappointed. He exhausted his efforts to calculate and searched every possible location, but found no clues, and ultimately had to give up. The strand of opportunity he had obtained seemed to have been exhausted. He could not find it himself. But there are still these 2 extraordinary little fellows. Thus Tian issued an order to the little fat panda and the little golden leopard, instructing them to search for clues about Yingzhou Island and Fangzhong Island. Whoever finds them would be rewarded with a Huanghongli fruit. As long as there is something to eat, these 2 little fellows would be highly motivated. Just as Tian had anticipated, in less than 1,000 years the little fat panda truly found them. Not only did it find the clues, but it also directly discovered the path to the other 2 immortal islands. Truly it is a lucky beast. Good. Very good. Little fat little Jean, you 2 did well. Here. He casually tossed out 2 Huanghongli fruits. Wow. The little fat panda exclaimed with excitement, hugging the Huanghongli fruit tightly, unable to resist drooling at its rich aroma. The little golden leopard was the same, eagerly munching away. Delicious. So delicious. It shouted excitedly while eating. Tian patted the heads of the 2 little creatures and said, I didn't deceive you, did I? As long as you help me find the clues to the other 2 immortal islands, I will give you good food. Yes. Yes. Gu Tian, you are a good person, said the little fat panda. Little fat is right, Gu Tian, you are a good person. The little golden leopard chimed in. Ha ha ha. Gu Tian couldn't help but laugh heartily. He could feel two peculiar powers falling upon him, likely the powers of the two great fortune beasts. He never expected winning the favor of these two divine beasts would be so simple. It was indeed too easy. In this world there are many delicious things, not just huanghongli. Huanghongli is delicious mainly because it contains a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, and the unique flavor of the spiritual fruit itself, with nothing else special. But Gu Tian, as a transmigrator, not to say he is proficient in the 8 major cuisines, can definitely create some delicious dishes, which is simply too easy. Let's go. Gu Tian pulled the two little divine beasts and said, take me to the places leading to the other 2 immortal islands. We have stayed on Penglai Island for long enough. Let's check out Fangzhong Island and Yingzhou Island as well. Gu Tian, follow me. In the next moment, the little fat panda began to run. Despite its chubby appearance, its speed was not slow at all, and its reactions were remarkably agile. With a single leap, it dashed over a distance of several 100,000 meters. In no time, the 3 of them arrived at a hidden valley on Penglai Island. Gu Tian, look. Following the direction pointed out by the little fat panda, Gu Tian immediately saw an ancient teleportation array, and on the other end of the array was an aura similar to that of Penglai Island. At a glance, Gu Tian could tell that the other end of the teleportation array led to either Fangzhong Island or Yingzhou Island. However, what made Gu Tian slightly angry was, damn, just 500 years ago he had passed through this place, but merely took a glance and did not learn. Who would have thought there was an ancient teleportation array here? It seemed that his opportunities truly had not arrived. Fortunately, there is the little fat panda as a fortune beast, otherwise the other 2 immortal islands would likely have slipped away from him. Since that is the case, these 2 immortal islands will also belong to Gu Tian. Very good. Gu Tian nodded in satisfaction and said, little fat little Jean, you did a great job. Rest assured, if I can find something good on Fangzhong Island and Yingzhou Island, not only will I give you huanghongli fruits, but I will also treat you to even better delicacies. Really? Really? Upon hearing this, the little fat panda couldn't help but swallow hard. Gully. After forcibly swallowing several gulps, the little fat panda couldn't help but ask, Gu Tian, are there really things better than huanghongli fruits? The little golden leopard was the same, nearly drooling. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Gu Tian couldn't help but laugh. Of course, there are so many delicious things in this world, far more than you. Huanghongli fruits are merely the most ordinary type. Hiss. The little fat panda gasped, trembling as it said, huanghongli fruits are still just the most ordinary. Heaven. Gu Tian, I want to eat. Gu Tian said playfully, considering your performance over the years, I am very satisfied. From now on, as long as you help me find a treasure, I will let you eat something you have never had before. What do you think? All right. The little fat panda and the little golden leopard agreed without a second thought. In this world, what could possibly be better than delicious food? It seemed there was nothing. Seeing their enthusiasm, Gu Tian nodded in satisfaction, having already reserved the treasures on Fangzhong Island and Yingzhou Island. In the next moment, with the energy from Gu Tian's hand, the ancient teleportation array immediately began to operate. A beam of light appeared, enveloping the 3 of them. In an instant, they disappeared from Penglai Island. When Gu Tian regained his senses, he found himself in another place. Yingzhou Island. At this moment on Yingzhou Island, Gu Tian gazed coldly at the ferocious beast before him, a chilling, killing intent erupting from his eyes. A cold snort escaped him as the aura of a peak Hunyuan golden immortal suddenly burst forth from Gu Tian. The entire void trembled. The nearly tangible oppressive aura surged towards the giant beast before him as he shouted, no matter who you are, I will give you 3 breaths. After 3 breaths, you better show me that you have released these 2 little ones. He added, perhaps then I might even leave you with a complete corpse. Otherwise, I will certainly smash your soul into pieces, ensuring you never attain rebirth. He chuckled as the gigantic beast coldly replied, kid, do you think I'm an idiot? These 2 little ones are my lifeline. If I let them go, he said, it's not worth thinking the next second would be. I never expected such a powerful being to exist in the Primordial Continent. Even at my peak, I doubt I would have been your match. You are likely just half a step away from achieving Tao. He remarked, such strength is truly terrifying. Kid, step back a bit, this distance makes me feel quite unsafe. Did you hear me? Otherwise I will become less courteous. Oomph. Gu Tian coldly snorted, saying, that is impossible. I will not give up these 2 little ones. I will ask you one last time, will you release them or not? You. Faced with Gu Tian's strong stance, the giant beast instantly grew angry. What the? Since you care so much for these two little ones and are so eager to have them, you should listen to me and retreat 1,000,000 kilometers. Their lives are in my hands. Don't get me wrong. How dare you be so arrogant and domineering? Who gave you the courage? What is going on? Not long ago, the little pudgy panda and little golden leopard took Tian to scour Ingzhou Island for various opportunities, when suddenly a massive fierce beast appeared out of nowhere, seizing the little pudgy panda and little golden leopard. It wasn't that Tian was slow to react. Rather, this fierce beast was too fast, and moreover its strength was not lacking at all, having already reached the late stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Plus Tian was unprepared, which allowed it to succeed. This sudden turn of events truly gave Tian a slap in the face. He had indeed become somewhat complacent over the years. Upon arriving in an unfamiliar place, he had let down his guard completely. This was extremely dangerous. Today, what if the target of this fierce beast were Tian himself? What would the outcome be? With one careless move, he could easily suffer serious injuries. No matter the time, he must never let his guard down. He must remain fully vigilant. Otherwise, it would truly be perilous. Moreover, if the opponent's cultivation level were lower than his own, that would be fine, but what if the opponent was stronger? What to do if caught off guard by such a sneak attack? Not dying would still result in serious injuries. This was a wake-up call for Tian. If this fierce beast had captured someone else, Tian would naturally feel nervous and comply with whatever threats it posed. But this fierce beast had captured the little pudgy panda and little golden leopard. Oh, wasn't that asking for death? How dare it harm them? Even a heavenly Tao saint would likely not withstand it. Kid, the fierce beast said coldly, do you know that Ingzhou Island is my territory? You recklessly intruded into my domain and brazenly plundered my treasures. You are indeed underestimating me. If I'm not mistaken, these two little ones in my hands should possess treasure-seeking abilities, right? The reason you found these treasures so quickly is because of them. So what? Tian coldly replied he. The fierce beast sneered. Since that's the case, from now on these two little ones belong to me. You've robbed me of so many treasures, these two will serve as compensation. You are dreaming. These two little ones are my friends, my family. There's no way you can take them from me. Tian coldly stated, stepping forward. In an instant he appeared before the fierce beast, and threw a punch as it stared in shock. Wuzhou Divine Fist. The terrifying force of the punch struck, warping the void for billions of miles. Heavy power, descending like a vast sky from the ninth heaven. Damn you, kid. How dare you attack? The fierce beast growled. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Die. In the next moment, the fierce beast clenched its right hand, gripping the little pudgy panda, suddenly unleashing immense power, aiming to crush it. Ugh. Whoa. Lord Tian, save me. I don't want to die yet. I still have so many delicious things I haven't eaten. I don't want to die. Lord Tian, help. The little pudgy panda shouted desperately. Little fatso, no one can save you, you're doomed. Don't blame me. If you must blame someone, blame your master. He forced my hand in all this. The fierce beast coldly stated. Boom. Just as it was about to kill the little pudgy panda, an oppressive aura suddenly descended, followed by a vast momentum surging downward. Above the ninth heaven, thunder crackled, and the aura of destruction surged towards them. This is the aura of the heavenly Tao. Heavenly punishment. No. The fierce beast froze for a moment, trembling as it spoke. I have experienced the aura of the heavenly Tao. It is nowhere near this powerful. The force of heavenly punishment is not so strong. This is the calamity of the great Tao. How is this possible? Am not Pangu. How could I be locked by the calamity of the great Tao? Not good. The fierce beast said in horror, and in the next moment a pitch-black thunder filled with destructive power flashed down. In an instant it obliterated the fierce beast's body into dust. As the next lightning bolt flashed down, ready to annihilate its primordial spirit and true essence, despair filled the beast's eyes. However, in the next moment, the terrifying calamity of the great Tao thunder suddenly dissipated. My, what's going on? Is my life destined to survive this? The fierce beast exclaimed in ecstasy. Indeed, this fierce beast was the master of the beast tribulation from back in the day, the ruler of the beast dynasty, Beast Emperor Shinanai. However, before Shinanai could regain his senses, a cold laugh echoed as Tian approached, cradling the little pudgy panda in one arm and carrying the little golden leopard in the other, saying, I was wondering who you were. I didn't expect it to be the fierce beast Emperor Shinanai from back in the day. Are you sure your life is not destined to end? What? Not good. Flee. Shinanai said coldly, and in the next moment, without a second thought, he immediately fled. Escape. Shinanai, where do you think you can flee to? Tian said disdainfully. In the next moment, Tian waved his right hand, and the innate supreme treasure, the five directions heavenly seal, instantly flew out, enveloping the power of the five elements world. Under the impetus of Gu Tian's power, the five directions great thousand world nearly erupted. That immense force suppressed the entire void and the heavens. Everything was under control. Suppress. The power of the five elements surged forth, forcefully suppressing Shen Ni's true spirit. If his physical body were still intact, perhaps it wouldn't be so miserable. But who told him to harbor murderous intentions against the little fat panda? He brought upon himself the calamity of the Tao. His physical body was directly annihilated, leaving even his true spirit heavily injured. At this moment, the power Shen Ni could exert was likely no greater than that of an early-stage Hunyuan golden immortal. However, just thinking about the calamity of the Tao from earlier made a cold sweat drip down Gu Tian's back. Thankfully, he had merely been joking with these two little creatures, otherwise it would have been Gu Tian himself who was annihilated by the calamity of the Tao. Truly deserving of being a divine beast of fortune. This is an innate supreme treasure. Not good. Shen Ni struggled desperately, but it was of no use. At this moment, Shen Ni suppressed within the five elements world was like the monkey king trapped under the five-finger mountain. And no matter how powerful your divine abilities were, what good would it do? In the next moment, Gu Tian walked over with the two divine beasts, and said with a smile, Shen Ni, keep running. Let's see if you can escape from my hands. You. Shen Ni looked at Gu Tian with a face full of despair and fear, saying, Can you let me go? I promise I will never trouble you again. And I will give you Yingzhou Island, how about that? Shen Ni, don't you think that's just a joke? Gu Tian sneered. First of all, is Yingzhou Island yours? As far as I know, Yingzhou Island is a no-man's land. When did it become yours, Shen Ni? You are merely residing here temporarily. If it has an owner, it is this venerable Gu Tian's. As for letting you go, do you think that's possible? You are the fierce beast king Shen Ni. If I let you go today, who knows when you might come back to kill me. I don't want to be harassed by others every day. I am very clear about your strength and abilities. During your peak, you probably had 1 foot in the Hunyuan Dao realm. Had it not been for your arrogance and disregard for the heavenly path, causing the heavenly path to sabotage you and block your path to enlightenment, you would have likely achieved Hunyuan by now. And one more thing, just now you intended to kill my friend, the little fat one. In this realm, there's no one who can harm my friend. As he spoke, Gu Tian reached out to pet the little fat panda's head. It must be said the feeling of petting a giant panda is quite delightful. At this moment, the little fat panda cooperated very well with Gu Tian's hand rubbing against him. Hearing Gu Tian's words, both the little fat panda and the little golden leopard felt very touched. Master Gu Tian is simply too good to them. Being with him is great. Cough cough. Shen Ni helplessly said, I didn't actually harm him. Humph. Gu Tian snorted coldly. But you indeed had the intention to harm him, you just didn't have the capability. No matter what, you deserve to die. You, Shen Ni said with a face full of despair, can't you really let me go just this once? If you don't believe me, I swear by the Tao that I will never be your enemy again from now on. Shen Ni, stop dreaming. Daring to harm my friend, no matter what kind of oath you swear, it's useless. I will kill you today. Gu Tian said coldly. What a joke, such a great opportunity to boost the favorability of these two divine beasts. How could he let it slip away? If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck, Shen Ni. You just happened to run into me. Gu Tian could feel that in just this short while the favorability of these two divine beasts towards him was skyrocketing, already reaching over 70. If it goes up a bit more, it might even reach 80. You. In the next moment, Shen Ni's expression slightly changed as he said, as long as you don't kill me, I can tell you a huge secret. Mastering this secret is equivalent to having an extra life. Aren't you curious? Logically speaking, Shen Ni should have died long ago. I should have been reduced to ashes during the great calamity of fierce beasts countless millennia ago. Why am I still alive now? That is because I possess a tremendous secret. I survived back then relying on this secret. How about it? As long as you don't kill me, this secret will belong to you from now on. Gu Tian sneered. You really underestimate me, Gu Tian. In my heart, friends are priceless. No matter what huge secret you have, it's useless once you harm my friend. Little fat, do you want to take revenge personally? Yes. The little fat panda nodded and said, this big bad guy wanted to kill me just now. I want to beat him up badly, but his strength seems very strong, and I can't seem to defeat him. Gu Tian rubbed the little fat panda's head and said, little fat, don't worry. He is now suppressed by me and can't resist at all. You can beat him up as you like. Really, I can beat up this big bad guy. The little fat panda said excitedly. Of course it's true. I wouldn't lie to you. I'm going to hit. In the next moment, the little fat panda dashed forward, its chubby little paw slamming down heavily on Shun and I. With just one strike, it nearly shattered Shun and I's true spirit. Hee, it's true. The big bad guy really can't resist. Little Jean, hurry over. Let's beat him together. This big bad guy actually bullied us. Let's join forces to take him down. I'm coming, little fat. The little golden leopard also joined in, and they engaged in a double assault. Damn it. Little fat little leopard, how dare you hit me? You're courting death. You three rascals dare to bully me like this. I will have you all dead. Since you won't give me a way out, then let's die together. Shun and I roared angrily. In the next moment, it seemed he was about to unleash a terrifying ultimate move. That determined expression indicated he intended to perish alongside Tian, the little fat panda, and the little golden leopard. However, in the next moment, the originally dissipated calamity of the Tao descended once more. A familiar black thunderbolt flashed down, instantly shattering Shun and I's true spirit. In his final moments, Shun and I suddenly realized fortune divine. Before he could finish his words, he was completely reduced to ashes under the calamity of the Tao. In the final moments before his death, the Beast King Shun and I finally reacted. Damn, this is simply a bottomless pit. These two little creatures are actually the legendary luck beasts. If I had known earlier, I would never have laid a hand on them. Isn't this seeking death? Even if one seeks death, it shouldn't be in such a reckless manner. Every luck beast in the world is exceptionally favored under the protection of the Tao and cannot be harmed by anyone. Otherwise, one would surely face heavenly retribution. Clearly, from the current situation, these two little creatures are under the protection of the Tao, so my attack on them has triggered the calamity of the Tao. I regret my choices. If I had known they were luck beasts, I would have treated them like ancestors, ensuring they were well fed and cared for. At the same time, Shun and I understood why Tian was so anxious about these two little creatures, yet completely disregarded their safety and acted directly. Because he had nothing to worry about. They are luck beasts, protected by the power of the Tao. Who would dare to harm them? He is a prime example. He had just acted, and the calamity of the Tao had already arrived. At this moment, as the former overlord of the Primordial Continent, the Beast King Shun and I could only leave behind a trail of regretful tears, as he was utterly annihilated under the calamity of the Tao. Revival? That is impossible. Although it's unknown how Shun and I revived from the Tao's bombardment, perhaps he truly possessed a colossal secret. But this time his secret was evidently of no use. Dying under the calamity of the Tao would turn him, otherwise why hasn't the Pengu god ever revived? What is this? In the next moment where Shun and I was obliterated by the calamity of the Tao, a green seed fell to the ground. A good thing. Absolutely a treasure. This was Tian's first reaction. It must be something good. Shun and I was obliterated under the calamity of the Tao, yet this seed on him remained intact. This clearly indicates that this item is extraordinary. Ding! At this moment, a voice from the system echoed in Tian's mind, saying, "Congratulations, host, you have discovered the seed of the Tree of Life. Would you like to refine it?" The seed of the Tree of Life. System, could this seed possibly be the legendary seed of the top-tier chaos root, the Tree of Life? Tian said in shock. In the midst of chaos, there exist many innate and chaotic roots, and these chaotic roots have varying strengths. This Tree of Life is undoubtedly the most supreme of the chaotic roots. It is said that all life in this world is birthed from the Tree of Life, and the 3,000 chaotic deities and demons were also granted life by a strand of vitality from the Tree of Life. However, during the distant ancient times, the Tree of Life had already disappeared. There are rumors that the Tree of Life withered. Other rumors suggest that the Tree of Life was destroyed by the 3,000 chaotic deities and demons, fearing that it would give rise to beings equal to themselves after granting them life. However, these are merely rumors. Even the Pengu god has never seen the Tree of Life with his own eyes. Yet now this seed before Tian is indeed the seed of the Tree of Life. This realization left Tian unable to remain calm. He never expected to acquire such a treasure. The function of this seed is undoubtedly above that of innate treasures. At this moment, Tian suddenly understood why Shun and I could revive despite being obliterated by the Tao. It is very likely that he revived through this seed of the Tree of Life. Tian chuckled playfully. Beast King Shun and I, you probably never expected this. This seed of the Tree of Life now belongs to me, Tian. Ha. Holding it in his hand, Tian could feel the immense vitality within. This is just a tiny seed. The vitality contained within is even stronger than Tian's own vitality. Moreover, this is under the circumstance that most of its vitality has already been utilized by Shun and I. Tian sneered coldly. That fool Shun and I probably doesn't even know that the seed he obtained is the seed of the tree of life. Otherwise he would not have used it as a means to save his own life. He could have cultivated this seed if it were to take root and sprout. The benefits gained would be unimaginable. System begin refining. Super system starts refining the fifth refining item, the seed of the tree of life. Congratulations host, the refining degree of the tree of life seed has reached 10%, obtaining one of the 3,000 Tao laws, the law of life, and one of the 3,000 Tao supernatural powers, the great life technique. Congratulations host, the refining degree of the tree of life seed has reached completion, obtaining one of the 3,000 Tao laws, the law of creation, and one of the 3,000 Tao supernatural powers, the great creation technique. Congratulations host, the refining degree of the tree of life seed has reached 30%, the seed has begun to take root. Moi. In the next moment, when Tian heard the system say that the seed of the tree of life had begun to take root, an unprecedented excitement and joy appeared in his eyes. At a glance he saw that the tiny seed had already fallen into his dantian. Immediately a tender white root began to gently crack open the seed's shell, starting to take root in Tian's dantian, seemingly aiming to merge with him. At the same time, Tian also felt that the seed of the tree of life was not only taking root in his dantian, but also in the endless chaos, beginning to absorb chaotic power to facilitate its growth. This discovery left Tian ecstatic. Gaining 2 of the 3,000 Tao laws and supernatural powers was merely a small matter. This was the big deal. As the root of the tree of life absorbed chaotic power, a portion would flow into Tian's body, transforming into his strength. As time passed, the speed of this absorption increased. It seemed that there was no need for cultivation. The seed of the tree of life would automatically assist Tian in his training. Waiting for this seed to fully take root and sprout, growing into a seedling, Tian's entire being would undergo a qualitative transformation. At this moment he couldn't help but want to laugh aloud. That fool Shen and I. If he had refined the seed of the tree of life earlier, allowing it to take root and sprout, he might have already attained the Tao of primordial unity. Today the one who perishes would be me, Tian. Perhaps this is the greatest opportunity he obtained on Yingzhou Island. After this wave of improvement, Tian could clearly sense that his strength had risen once again. He was one step closer to the realm of the Hunyuan Daoyojingxian. If achieving a complete 10 signifies reaching the Hunyuan Daoyojingxian realm, Tian felt that he had already attained around 9, 7, perhaps even 9, 8, or even 9. He was just a step away, a final push from breaking through this boundary. At that time he would achieve the Hunyuan Daoyojingxian realm. However, at this moment Tian was not in a hurry at all. He was very confident that he would definitely break through to the Hunyuan Daoyojingxian realm. It was just a matter of time. Moreover, this time wouldn't be too long. Everything would happen naturally. The opportunity would come. When the time came, Tian would naturally attain the status of Hunyuan Daoyojingxian, but the only thing that made him a little anxious was whether Hongjun would attain sainthood before him. Tian still cared somewhat about the title of the first saint of the Honghuang continent. Furthermore, the first monk to achieve sainthood would definitely gain some unexpected benefits, such as acquiring a portion of the luck of the Honghuang continent. If he could achieve sainthood before Hongjun, that would be even better. At that time he would see if Hongjun still dared to call himself the first saint of the Honghuang continent, and also how his teachings at the Zixiao Palace would be greatly affected. Before this, Hongjun was the first saint of the Honghuang continent, and naturally his teachings would attract all beings from the Honghuang continent. After all, the path to Hunyuan Jingxian had been severed, and many innate powerful cultivators after reaching the Daoyojingxian realm didn't know how to further improve themselves. However, if Tian could attain the Hunyuan Daoyojingxian before Hongjun, and moreover be the first saint, naturally he would attract most of the traffic originally belonging to Hongjun. Tian did not ask for much as long as the Sanqing and Nuo followed him. As for the others, Tian didn't care especially about the shameless guys like Zhuanti and Jin whom he looked down upon. Host Tian. First refined item Buzhou Mountain 79. Second refined item Pangus left palm 20. Third refined item Godslaying Spear 100. Fourth refined item 5 Directions Heaven and Earth Seal 60. Fifth refined item Seed of the World Tree 30. Footing Primary Chaos Divine Demon. Realm Peak of Hunyuan Jingxian. Cultivation 9 Revolutions Xian Yuan Technique Pangus Great Strength Divine Ability. Divine Abilities Opening Heaven Style Buzhou Divine Fist Pangus Finger Great Life Technique Great Creation Technique. Treasures Hongmeng Liantian Ruler 12 Grade Pure World White Lotus 12 Grade World Destroying Black Lotus. Law Space Law Slaughter Law Demon Path Law Earth Law 5 Elements Law Yin Yang Law Life Law Creation Law. Special Items 1. 49 Pangus Luck, Penglai Islanding Zhou Island. After glancing at his data, he nodded slightly. Regarding his current situation, Tian was quite satisfied. Moreover, with 2 luck divine beasts by his side, everything would only get better. This feeling full of power is wonderful. I really want to find a saint for a spar to verify my strength. Although I may not be able to defeat a powerful being at the saint realm, I should have no problem trading a few blows. Even if I can't win, escaping shouldn't be an issue. Moreover, with Pangus Finger, once it is unleashed, even a Taoist saint would have to avoid its edge, right? I have a premonition that within 100,000 years I will definitely attain the Hunyuan Daoyou Jingxian. And Hongjuan, surely he will also be within these 100,000 years. Tian said, his eyes revealing a hint of eagerness, wanting to find Hongjun for a spar. Achoo! At this moment on Yujing Mountain, Hongjuan, who was in secluded cultivation, could not help but sneeze. What's going on? Could it be that some Dao friend is speaking of me? Haha, this shouldn't be possible. This body no longer has any Dao friends. Who? Taking a deep breath, Hongjun also revealed a trace of a satisfied smile. Just not long ago, he had already cultivated the path of slaying the 3 corpses to its final step, achieving the unity of the 3 corpses. He just needed to complete the final step, merging the power of the Dao to achieve sainthood. 100,000. A rough estimate suggests it would take at most 100,000 years for me to achieve sainthood and become the first saint of the Honghuan continent. At that time, my plans can begin. Very good. Imagining all the wonderful things in the future, Hongjun's face was filled with smiles. Everything. He was just waiting to achieve sainthood, and this step was right ahead. Taking a deep breath after envisioning a beautiful future, he quickly cast aside the distractions in his heart and immersed himself in cultivation, hoping to merge the power of the Tao as soon as possible. As for Tian, he was as relaxed as ever, finding a comfortable place to lie down, leisurely enjoying life, while sending his 2 divine beasts out to search for treasures. As for cultivation, Tian simply did not engage in it. In the current situation, cultivation was of no. Moreover, with the seed of the tree of life helping him cultivate, Tian didn't need to cultivate himself. He just needed to enjoy life. The little fat panda and the little golden leopard were also thoroughly enjoying this lifestyle. A piece of roasted meat casually given by Tian made the little fat panda roll on the ground, after finishing it exclaiming that he had never eaten anything so delicious. The excited expression in his eyes when looking at Tian was filled with light. The favorability of the 2 divine beasts also soared, directly breaking through 80. In less than 5,000 years they had thoroughly scavenged Zhou Island, and all the good things were taken by Tian. This feeling. Just when Tian was about to instruct the 2 divine beasts to help him search for Fangzhong Island, suddenly he felt his Pangu luck tremble slightly, as if someone else possessing Pangu luck was approaching. Moreover, the distance was continuously decreasing. Could it be that Hou Tu has come to find me? No. Tian shook his head and said, I remember Hou Tu's aura. This aura does not belong to Hou Tu, and furthermore the Pangu luck on the other party is very rich. Sanxin. It must be Sanxin. Under heaven, only Sanxin can possess such rich Pangu luck. This is good. It's directly delivered to my door, Tian said with a playful expression. I just don't know which of the Sanxin it is. No matter who it is, I will definitely take this disciple, Tian said confidently. No matter which of the 3 pure ones it is, as long as Tian accepts this disciple, his Pangu fortune will immediately exceed 1.5 times, and at that time the refinement degree of Buzhou Mountain will instantly break through to 80%. Tian will effortlessly and naturally break through to the Hunyuan Daoyou Golden Immortal Realm without needing 100,000 years. In comparison, searching for Fangzhong Island has become somewhat secondary. No matter how valuable the things on Fangzhong Island are, they are not as important as allowing Tian to break through to the Hunyuan Daoyou Golden Immortal Realm. The most crucial point is that Fangzhong Island is right there, and no one can snatch it away. Little fatty, it's all up to you now. Tian patted the head of the little fat panda. Where should we go? Master Tian, how would I know where you want to go? The little fat panda looked at Tian in confusion, completely unaware of his intentions. The little fat panda and the little money leopard had no idea what kind of existence they were, nor did they know what abilities they possessed. Just like before, the divine reversal was struck down by the tribulation of the great Tao, and they naively thought that it was Tian's doing. Tian chuckled and said, Little fatty, my destined disciple has already appeared, but I don't know where he is. Do I need to go find my disciple now? Little fatty, your luck has always been very good. I believe you can help me find him. Really? Master Tian, can I really bring you good luck? The little fat panda said excitedly. Of course it's true, little fatty. As long as you can help me find my destined disciple, I'll treat you to that delicious roasted meat again. What do you say? Tian smiled. He understood these two little gluttons too well. Under the temptation of food, they could unleash boundless potential. Really? Sure enough, upon hearing Tian's words, the little fat panda's eyes widened. The roasted meat Tian had prepared for them last time was so delicious that it made him leap in excitement. Gulyalu. In that moment, he couldn't help but drool. Tian couldn't bear to look, and said, "Little fatty, wipe your drool first. Don't worry. As long as you put in the effort, whether or not we find him, you'll still get roasted meat to eat. Little fatty, point me in a direction now." I. The next moment, the little fat panda hesitated for a moment, then pointed in a direction, and said, "Master Tian, I think it might be in this direction." Very good. Based on Tian's understanding of the two, one of the three pure ones must definitely be in this direction. He then hugged the little fat panda, and the little money leopard beginning to fly over the sea. Meanwhile, above the east sea, a young man dressed in blue bearing a long sword on his back swung his right hand, unleashing a sword energy that spanned billions of miles, slaying a demon clan member who had reached the Luo golden immortal realm. Each word he spoke emanated a sharp sword intent. Even from a distance, one could feel this terrifying sword intent, sending chills down their spine. 500,000 years ago, Tangshan's cultivation had already reached the peak of the early Luo golden immortal realm, spending 200 to 300,000 years collect. In the next moment, he waved his right hand, collecting 12 sea calming pearls into the space he had opened, saying, "I didn't expect that this trip to the East Sea would yield such opportunities. These 12 sea calming pearls, each one, is merely a postnatal spiritual treasure. However, when these 12 are combined, they are equivalent to an innate spiritual treasure, truly. However, it is said that there are 36 sea calming pearls in total. If I can gather all 36, they will unleash power comparable to that of innate supreme treasures. But I wonder where the remaining 24 are. Well, obtaining these 12 is already my fortune. As for the remaining 24 sea calming pearls, it all depends on fate. After a million years of experience, I have now broken through to the mid-stage of the Luo golden immortal realm. I wonder how my elder brother and second brother are doing. It should be about time to return to Kunlun Mountain. What is this?" At that moment, the blue-clad Taoist furrowed his brow, a hint of surprise appearing on his face as he trembled slightly, and said, This is an opportunity. There is still my chance above the sea. Indeed, this blue-clad Taoist is Tong Tian from the Three Pure Ones. As an incarnation of Pangus primordial spirit, Tong Tian possessed Luo golden immortal cultivation upon his formation. Before this, the three brothers had always remained on Kunlun Mountain for cultivation. They had never descended the mountain. After all, before this, it was during the Dragon Han calamity, and the outside world was extremely dangerous. It wasn't until the Dragon Han calamity ended that the Honghuang continent regained its tranquility. 500,000 years ago, Tangshan's cultivation had already reached the peak of the early Luo golden immortal realm, spending 200 to 300,000 years on Kunlun Mountain without being able to break through. Tong Tian realized that merely cultivating was insufficient to break through the realm. Thus he bid farewell to his two elder brothers and began his descent. During these 100 to 200,000 years, Tong Tian traveled across the Honghuang continent, slaying demons and exterminating evil. After experiencing numerous battles, he finally broke through to the mid-stage of the Luo golden immortal realm. Subsequently, to stabilize his realm, he sought out powerful cultivators in the East Sea for discussions and to hone his swordsmanship. Originally, he planned to return to Kunlun Mountain after acquiring the 12 sea calming pearls. But at that moment, a flash of inspiration struck. He suddenly felt that an opportunity had appeared above the East Sea. It was waiting there for him. Moreover, Tong Tian could sense that this opportunity was immense. Compared to the 12 sea calming pearls he had previously obtained, it was incomparable, tenfold, 100-fold, and more. This made Tong Tian extremely excited. Over the past several million years, he had encountered numerous opportunities, yet these opportunities were almost on par with the 12 sea calming pearls, and the best he had obtained was merely a high-quality, innate spiritual treasure. However, at this moment, this grand opportunity felt as if it could be comparable to an innate supreme treasure. Hiss! With this thought, Tong Tian could no longer remain calm. That is an innate supreme treasure. Throughout the entire Honghuang continent, there are only 3 known innate supreme treasures. The next moment, he headed towards the place he sensed in the void. Not knowing how long he flew above the East Sea or how many billions of miles he crossed, at a certain moment, a massive celestial island appeared before Tong Tian. This is my opportunity. I'm coming. However, just as Tong Tian was about to step onto this celestial island, a sword energy suddenly struck, forcing him back billions of miles. Young one, if you can withstand 3 sword energies from me, then you will pass my test. At that time I will personally accept you as my disciple. What? You want to test me with 3 sword energies? What are you to demand such a thing? I Tian do not need anyone to test me. There is no one in this world qualified to become my master. As one of the 3 pure ones, I Tian simply do not need a master. Humph. I want to see who you— How dare you speak such arrogant words? Cut for me. With a single sword sweeping through the air, a sword energy erupted, stretching for billions of miles as the long sword fell. The vast void split in 2 in an instant. Subsequently, the sword energy exploded, and this piece of void was shattered under Tongtian's sword energy. This is the might of Tian. The strength of the sword path cannot be matched by anyone else in the Hongwan continent. The void shattered the sun, moon, and stars reversed. All the myriad laws shattered completely under this sword. Break for me. However, Tongtian's powerful sword appeared naive and weak before Tian's sword energy, merely a simple sword energy sweeping across. Boom, boom. Amidst the violent collision, Tongtian's sword energy shattered instantly. Countless sword energies surged forth from the void. They were everywhere. That sharp sword energy, especially the sword intent contained within, pierced through the 9 heavens. Wherever the sword energy passed, 3,000 voids were instantaneously severed. What? How? How is this possible? This sword path. This is bad. At the moment Tian was shocked. Tian's sword energy had already pierced through layers of space, directly aimed at Tian. In the next moment, Tian was about to be split in 2 beneath this sword energy. His mind flickered. His confidence was severely shaken. No, my sword heart must not be disturbed. He may be strong, but I will be stronger. The great Tao has 50, the heavens have 49, and the one that escapes is cutting the heavens with a single sword. Slash. In that instant, Tian seemed to gain some enlightenment about his sword path, seizing that fleeting moment of clarity to execute the sword that belonged to him. Tian. This sword was aimed at seizing that glimmer of hope, shattering the enemy. The power of sword heart, sword intent, and sword path laws fused together. The vast void annihilated, time and space collapsed. All laws twisted along with it, as if all of heaven and earth were to be destroyed, yet at this moment a glimmer of hope emerged. Slash. This glimmer of hope was Tongtian's sword. With a single slash, the heavens reversed. Tian's sword also shattered. Not bad. Not bad. Tian clapped and said, no wonder you are Tian to have withstood my casual sword. That is quite impressive. You have every right to be proud. What? Hearing this, Tian was greatly astonished and trembled as he said, this was just a casual sword of yours. Otherwise, Tian said playfully, Tian, are you ready? My second sword is coming. If you cannot withstand this one, you might die. Slash. In the next moment, Tian waved his right hand, and another sword energy slashed out. Tian had no knowledge of sword paths. But once a method is mastered, all methods can be mastered, and every path is ultimately the same. All paths. In the end, they are all the same. As long as one cultivates a divine art, or a great path to the extreme, then naturally other paths can also be grasped easily. Although Tian had not reached this realm, he could still manage to imitate the sword path to some extent. This sword was propelled by the power of the Unzu divine fist. It had no special features, just heavy. Very heavy. The speed of the sword was not fast, but in that instant Tian felt an overwhelming force coming, unstoppable. In that moment Tian seemed to see the towering Unzu mountain. It was pressing down toward him. That terrifying might made his heart tremble. What kind of sword path is this? The sword energy had not yet descended, merely the aura alone made him feel as if he could not withstand it, as if he were about to shatter. Especially that terrifying weight. This is bad. In the next moment Tian staggered and took half a step back. This half step made Tongtian's face turn extremely ugly. Tian, one of the 3 pure ones, was forced to take half a step back by just the might of a single sword. This was something he could not accept. Absolutely not. His sword path was one of forward momentum. How could he possibly take half a step back? Sword cultivators. Even if they die, they must never retreat. Huh. With a loud shout facing this heavy pressure, and might Tian stepped forward fiercely, but after this step the pressure he bore increased several times. Heavy. It felt as if a great 1,000 worlds were pressing down on him. His hand holding the sword began to tremble violently, unable to move under this pressure. His whole body's bones began to creak like thunder. Trembling. He was about to crumble under this pressure, ready to shatter at any moment. Especially his legs, when bearing this heavy force, could not help but bend as if they wanted to prostrate before the opponent. No. In the next moment Tian let out a furious shout. Hidden within his bloodline and primordial spirit, that indomitable will and battle intent were activated in this moment. As a descendant of the Penglai god, how could he possibly submit to anyone? I am Tian. How could I possibly bow down? This is absolutely impossible. How could such weight crush me? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. If the heavens seek to oppress, then cut through it. Slash to the heavens with a sword. Break. Under this extreme oppression, Tongshan's sword intent underwent a transformation. The sharp sword intent surged into the clouds, as if to break through this sky. Tong Tian, who had been pushed to the edge, soared into the air, transforming into a sword of billions of miles long. This sword fell, to slice through the heavens. At the moment the sword energy descended, everything that stood before Tong Tian was instantly shattered. The entire East Sea trembled violently with Tongshan's sword. The scattered sword energy unleashed towering waves hundreds of thousands of feet high on the sea surface, rushing towards the surrounding East Sea. Hou. Tong Tian took a deep breath, his expression graver. The power of this sword was unprecedented, yet he still managed to withstand it. But this was merely the second sword. Tong Tian snorted coldly, saying, "Bring out the third sword." "Are you sure?" Gu Tian said playfully. "You barely managed to withstand this second sword. It is no exaggeration to say that my third sword's power is at least 100 times stronger than the second. Even the ancestral dragons, the primordial phoenix, and the primordial Tian would surely perish before this sword. Do you still want to face it? Please bring out the third sword." Tong Tian said resolutely. "Not needed." Tong Tian was taken aback, looking at Gu Tian, who emerged from the void with a puzzled expression. His face then changed, and he coldly said, "Are you looking down on me? Sir, please draw your third sword, and do not insult me in this manner. Even if I cannot withstand it, and perish beneath your sword, I have no regrets. That is due to my lack of skill. If I die, I deserve it. But your current behavior is an insult to me and to the sword path." Ha ha ha. Gu Tian couldn't help but laugh heartily, saying, "Tong Tian, you have already received my third sword." This? Tong Tian was stunned, filled with confusion, as he asked, "Sir, are you joking with me? You have only drawn 2 swords from the beginning to the end. When did you draw the third sword?" "Tong Tian, this is your obsession with the sword path, quite commendable. My third sword is the sword of the heart. Actually, this sword is fused with the second sword. This sword not only tests your strength, but also examines your heart for the sword path, whether it is firm, and how much pressure you can withstand. Clearly your performance has not disappointed me. Your heart for the sword path is indeed unwavering, especially that indomitable will. Even if the heavens collapse and the earth shatters, nothing can shake your heart for the sword path. Thus you have already received my third sword. Tong Tian, you are qualified. Come in." With a casual wave, in the moment Tong Tian was lost in thought. Gu Tian had already brought him to Golden Arowana Island. Indeed, it was Golden Arowana Island. 300 years ago, led by the chubby little panda, Gu Tian successfully found Golden Arowana Island. This is the future holy ground for Tong Tian. As long as Gu Tian remains on Golden Arowana Island, he will eventually encounter Tong Tian. Originally, the time for the emergence of Golden Arowana Island had not yet arrived. After all, the relationship among the 3 pure ones is still quite good. They haven't fallen apart and remain brothers. Only when the 3 pure ones attain sanctity and their doctrines come into conflict, leading to a deteriorated relationship, will Golden Arowana Island reveal itself. Because of Gu Tian's appearance, Golden Arowana Island has emerged ahead of schedule. At the moment he stepped onto Golden Arowana Island, Gu Tian realized he sensed the presence of the person sharing the same fortune as Pangu, who should be Tong Tian. This relieved Gu Tian a little. Among the 3 pure ones, Gu Tian was more friendly towards Tong Tian. As for Yuan Shi Tianzun and Taishang Laozi, Gu Tian indeed did not like the 2 of them much. Especially Taishang Laozi, a hypocritical moralist. Moreover, this guy established the human sect using the luck of the human race to attain sanctity, yet he does not think of protecting the human race, and instead finds ways to steal the luck of the human race. Although Gu Tian is not part of the human race now, he was indeed part of it in his past life. Thinking of this made him unable to resist the urge to beat Taishang Laozi up. As for the human sect, at that time it would depend on his mood. Anyway, it would not be so easy for Taishang Laozi to rely on the human race to attain sanctity. Looking at himself being brought into Golden Arowana Island by Gu Tian, Tongshan's face changed drastically. Immediately he felt a surge of panic in his heart. In that brief moment, if the other party had intended to kill him, he feared he wouldn't even be able to resist. The speed was too fast. So fast that he didn't even have time to react. Such strength is far greater than his. Hou. Tong Tian took a deep breath, his eyes wary as he looked at Gu Tian, asking, Who exactly are you? What do you want by bringing me in here? Gu Tian smiled and said, Tong Tian, you actually don't need to be on guard against me. Haven't I already told you why I brought you in? I want to take you as my disciple. Take me as your disciple. Tongshan's expression changed slightly, showing some resistance. But Gu Tian's strength was indeed much greater than his. It is very likely that he has already reached a realm above the Great Luo Golden Immortal, while he is only in the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal and doesn't know when he will reach the late stage, let alone the peak realm. Moreover, the most important point is that he is very unclear about the realm above the Great Luo Golden Immortal. That's right. Gu Tian then revealed a faint smile and said, Tong Tian, do you know that you are destined to be my disciple? Or rather, this is the arrangement of the Pangu Great God. The arrangement of the Father God. How is that possible? Sir, do you take me for a fool? The Father God has long returned to the void. How could he possibly arrange these matters? Tong Tian said coldly, his eyes showing a hint of coldness. Ha ha ha. Gu Tian laughed and said, Tong Tian, you may not believe me, but you can carefully feel the power on me. Does it feel familiar? This? Before Gu Tian said anything, Tong Tian didn't feel anything. But as soon as Gu Tian finished speaking, Tong Tian was suddenly stunned. In that moment, the Gu Tian before him suddenly gave him a very familiar feeling like that of his own kin, and inexplicably generated a sense of trust towards him. Moreover, it seemed to stir his bloodline and primordial spirit. Most importantly, he surprisingly sensed a trace of aura from Gu Tian that was somewhat similar to the Pangu Father God in his inherited memories. This? How is that possible? In that instant, Tong Tian was stunned. It was unbelievable. Could it be that this guy before him is truly like his own kin? But after the Pangu Father God returned to the void, his primordial spirit transformed into the three brothers, and the bloodline evolved into the 12 ancestral witches of the witch clan. Oh, apart from that, there shouldn't be any other kin, right? However, at this moment, the sense of intimacy Gu Tian gave him seemed even more familiar than that of Taishang Laozi and Yuan Shi Tianzun, and within that familiarity was a hint of inexplicable pressure. This pressure felt like that of an elder. Gulp. Tong Tian instinctively swallowed, feeling somewhat. He stared closely at Gu Tian and scrutinized him for a while. At the same time, he activated the Pangu will within his primordial spirit, thinking that other things might be fake, but the will of the Father God would never deceive him. Yet at the moment he activated the Pangu will, Tong Tian was shocked to find that the familiar feeling from Gu Tian grew even stronger. Really? Tong Tian suddenly widened his eyes. This was indeed real. What do you think? Gu Tian said playfully. Tong Tian, do you believe it now? The fortune of Pangu on him has reached about 49 already. Moreover, he has refined Pangu's left palm and has gained recognition from the will of Pangu. Tong Tian wanted to verify it with the Pangu will, which would absolutely be fine. Who? Tong Tian took a deep breath, seeming to have made a significant decision. He brought his hands together and bowed towards Gu Tian. In that moment, Tong Tian did not hesitate and directly became a disciple. Moreover, it was not just slightly stronger, but significantly so. Only when standing before Gu Tian could Tong Tian truly feel the terrifying aura emanating from him. Strong. Extremely strong. Comparing himself to Gu Tian was like comparing a small stream to the vast ocean. They were simply not on the same level. The gap was too great. To experience the difference between himself and Gu Tian, Tong Tian personally felt the overwhelming aura when Gu Tian unleashed his full power. As a result, a mere glance from Gu Tian nearly caused Tong Tian to collapse under the pressure. In that instant, Tong Tian's heart was shaken to the core. What the hell? I am at least a mid-level de Luo Jin Xian. Yet I can't even withstand a single look from Gu Tian. This is truly terrifying. Such strength. Even if the three of us joined forces, we could only be instantly killed. Taking a deep breath and wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Tong Tian couldn't help but ask, Master, what realm are you at now? Hee. Gu Tian chuckled, and then countered, Tong Tian, what do you think? Well, Master, could it be that you have already reached a realm above de Luo Jin Xian? By the way, what is the realm above de Luo Jin Xian? You are not wrong, I have indeed reached a realm above de Luo Jin Xian. As for the realm above, it is the Hunyuan Jin Xian realm, and beyond that is the Hunyuan de Luo Jin Xian. The Hunyuan de Luo Jin Xian realm is also known as the Saint realm. As for the Hunyuan de Luo Jin Xian realm, I will tell you more about it later. Your current goal is to refine your sword path and strive to break through to the Hunyuan Jin Xian realm as soon as possible. By the way, before that I have something to remind you. There is a guy named Hongjun Laozu, you must be wary of him. He's not a good person. He is an incredibly sinister old fellow, Gu Tian said with a serious expression, giving Tong Tian a warning shot for the future. Tong Tian was slightly taken aback and asked, Master, how is he sinister? Gu Tian sneered. and said this old coin has created a divine ability called slashing 3 corpses, which allows a peak de Luo Jinxian to quickly break through to the Hunyuan Jinxian realm. No, it should be the Quasi-Saint realm. Tong Tian, you must remember once you practice the slashing 3 corpses method and break through, you will not be a Hunyuan Jinxian anymore, but a Quasi-Saint. Although these 2 realms are similar, achieving the Hunyuan Jinxian realm offers a slim chance to become a Hunyuan de Luo Jinxian. However, once you become a Quasi-Saint, if you do not have Hongjun Lao's help, you will never hope to break through to a higher realm. The peak Quasi-Saint is already the limit. Tong Tian was slightly taken aback, and then said, Master, do you mean that once I practice Hongjun Lao's slashing 3 corpses method, I will be controlled by him in the future? That's right, exactly like that. Gu Tian continued, although the slashing 3 corpses method allows for easier breakthroughs, there will only be one path to take in the future, and that path is blocked by Hongjun Laozu. Only with his consent can you proceed. If he does not agree, then you will be stuck here. Moreover, the saint realm cultivated through his method will also be the weakest of the saints, and you will be restricted by Hongjun Laozu at every turn. Damn, this Hongjun Laozu is truly shameless. Tong Tian couldn't help but say. Hee. Upon hearing this, Gu Tian smiled slightly, and continued, that's just one of the things. Do you know what else this old coin has done? Damn, what else has this old coin done? Tong Tian couldn't help but ask. Tong Tian, have you not noticed that currently on the Honghuang continent de Luo Jinxian is already the highest cultivation level? There seem to be no cultivators beyond de Luo Jinxian. Gu Tian stated. It does seem like that. Master, what is going on? Tong Tian asked. This is naturally the masterpiece of that Hongjun Laozu. If there are no existences above de Luo Jinxian on the Honghuang continent, and the cultivation method for Hunyuan Jinxian has been lost coincidentally, at this moment Hongjun Laozu appears to preach. He wants to teach the path of Quasi-Saints to the beings of the Honghuang continent. What do you think will happen? Gu Tian asked. This. Tong Tian was initially stunned, then his eyes widened in shock. Damn it. Immediately a chilling killing intent erupted from his eyes, as Tong Tian coldly said, this Hongjun Laozu truly deserves to die. Why is he doing this? To preach in the Honghuang continent, and gain immeasurable merit, while also wanting to use the slashing 3 corpses method to control the Honghuang continent. Gu Tian said if he succeeds in preaching, then all the de Luo Jinxian of the Honghuang continent will cultivate his slashing 3 corpses method, and thus achieve the Quasi-Saint realm. At that time, won't everything be under his control? Does he not fear being discovered by others and causing trouble for him? Tong Tian asked. Firstly, he truly does not fear it. Hongjun Lao's cultivation has already reached the peak Quasi-Saint level and is about to break through to the Saint realm. Tong Tian, you have no idea how powerful the Saint realm is. Below the Saint, all are ants. Even if hundreds of peak Hunyuan Jinxian joined forces under normal circumstances, they would not be opponents of a Saint. So when that time comes, what does it matter if he is discovered? Secondly, no one will discover it. Before doing this, he has already planned everything. Tong Tian was again taken aback, and said it seems that way. If it really develops like this, no one would possibly discover it. But how do you know all this, Master? Gu Tian laughed 3 times, and said, I told you that was only under normal circumstances. Your master is not bound by normal circumstances. When Hongjun Laozu was secretly plotting against those peak Hunyuan Jinxian, he did not know that I had already secretly hidden away to cultivate. Hidden away. Tong Tian was stunned. That's right, hidden away. Tong Tian, this is the first lesson I am giving you to impart to you a divine ability that transcends the 3,000 great avenues. Gu Tian said with a mysterious smile. A divine ability that transcends the 3,000 great avenues. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian was instantly excited. Exactly, this path is called the Great Path of Survival. The Way of Survival. This. However, I always feel that this name is not very appealing. What? Seeing Tongshan's reaction, Gu Tian coldly said, Tong Tian, are you dissatisfied? No, not at all. Tong Tian quickly shook his head and said, Master, how could I possibly? Gu Tian snorted coldly. Tong Tian, stop quibbling. Just look at your eyes and I know what you are thinking. You must be looking down on the way of survival. Let me tell you, you are being superficial, and very much so. You have no idea how powerful the way of survival truly is. The truth lies in survival. You are still too young to comprehend its profound meaning. Once you experience more, gain enough societal insights, and endure more hardships, you will understand just how formidable the way of survival is. If you don't believe me, I am the best example. If I hadn't focused on survival, do you think I would still be alive now? See, I can assure you I would definitely be dead. During the conflict of the three innate clans, Hongjun's power was far greater than mine. Moreover, the most crucial point is that he is more cunning and treacherous than I am, especially when it comes to employing certain tactics. He is truly a master. His intent was very clear: to eliminate all the mixed Yuan golden immortals. What could I do at that moment? I could only survive. As long as I can stay alive, that is the greatest victory. Do you understand my good? This is another point I want to teach you. No matter the situation, always think about how to survive first. As long as you survive, that is victory. If I hadn't focused on survival all this time, could I have secretly cultivated to my current level? Survival doesn't just mean hiding. Another key point is to make sure no one knows of your existence. You can fake death, pretend to be seriously injured, and use various methods to disguise yourself. Plus, there's also the matter of your own cultivation level. A simple example: you Tian are currently at the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. This is one of your trump cards. No matter where you are, never reveal your true cultivation level. At most, you can only display your early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal level, and it is best to maintain your combat power in this state, so others think you are not particularly impressive. If you truly grasp the essence of survival, you should only show a Golden Immortal level at most. Of course, you are Tian, one of the three pure ones of Pengu. You had the cultivation of a Great Luo Golden Immortal from the very beginning, which is not easy to disguise. You should disguise yourself as an early-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal. No matter what realm you break through to in the future, your displayed cultivation level should only be this much. Moreover, regardless of what divine abilities you cultivate, even if you reach a high level of mastery or perfection, you should only demonstrate a beginner's level. Tian was taken aback and asked in confusion, "Master, if that's the case, won't I become the laughingstock of the entire Hou continent?" A laughingstock? A joke? Tian sneered. Others may mock my madness, but I laugh at their inability to see through it. The ones who truly become laughingstocks are them. You must maintain this mindset. In such situations, the more others look down on you, the less they regard you. At a critical moment, that is when you can strike the most lethal blow. Master, this doesn't seem right. I am cultivating the Sword Dao. The Sword Dao is all about moving forward. Tian said somewhat awkwardly. Tian coldly laughed. Tian, that's because you are only at the first level of the Sword Dao. Tian was stunned, unable to believe it, and said, First level. That's right. Tian said decisively, there's no mistake. Tian, your Sword Dao realm is merely at the first level. If you are to cultivate a certain path, you must be willing to give something up, otherwise you won't have even begun. Tian, let me ask you, what is the ultimate goal of your cultivation? The purpose of my cultivation. Tongshan's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. Is it to do whatever I want, to be free to act as I please? I want this sky to no longer hold my gaze. I want this earth to bury my heart no longer. Free and unrestrained, carefree. Isn't it? Tian asked. Well, it seems to, Tian said, as if suddenly enlightened. So, this is the ultimate purpose of your cultivation. Your Sword Dao should not be limited by any rules or constraints. You must carve out your own path in the Sword Dao. My Sword Dao is to act according to my heart. Wherever the sword points, it should follow the heart's desire, free and unbound. Upon the Hou continent, amidst endless chaos, no force should be able to obstruct or bind your Sword Dao. That is your sword. Tian said this. His words seemed to open a door for Tian. In an instant, those things that had bound Tongshan's Sword Dao vanished into thin air. Consequently, Tian entered a mysterious and profound state. His mindset was liberated, and the distracting thoughts he needed to let go of were instantly released, leaving his heart completely empty. Break! With a light shout, Tongshan's realm unexpectedly broke through again. Hou. After taking a deep breath, and after an unknown amount of time, Tian slowly opened his eyes, bowed to Tian, and said, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I have comprehended." Tian nodded with satisfaction, and said, "Not bad. Not bad. A teachable." Then Tian patted Tongshan's shoulder, and said, "Therefore, no matter what you do, as long as you feel no guilt in your heart, as long as your thoughts are clear, and you feel comfortable, then there's no problem. Don't have any doubts, but just go for it." So, Tian, let's return to the main topic. The way of survival has been discussed quite a bit. This path is actually more about understanding. Tian, you still have a long way to go. Take your time to understand. Next, I will teach you another divine ability, which is also the one you have always wanted to learn. I will impart the 9 turns mystic origin art to you. What, the 9 turns mystic origin art? Tian suddenly froze, his eyes wide open. That's right, it's the 9 turns mystic origin art. Are you shocked? Tian said playfully. This This is the divine skill passed down from Pangu the Father God, but after Panga's return to the void this art has been lost to time. Back in the day when I traveled through the Hou continent, I also visited the Witch clan. Even in the Witch clan what they inherited was merely a fragmented version of the 9 turns mystic origin art. How could you have the complete 9 turns mystic origin art here? Tong Tian exclaimed in shock. Gu Tian smiled, revealing a hint of mystery as he said, "That's why I say, I am your destined master, and everything is arranged by the great Panga god." In that moment Tong Tian no longer harbored any resentment towards this master. Where did Gu Tian's 9 turns mystic origin art come from? It is highly likely that it was imparted to him by their father god Pangu. The reason it wasn't directly passed down to them may be due to concerns that other powerful cultivators would covet the 9 turns mystic origin art and act against them. When they were relatively weak, they probably couldn't protect this divine skill. Then through this method the 9 turns mystic origin art was taught back to their Sanxing. The 9 turns mystic origin art is divided into 2 parts. One part is the 9 turns mystic art, which is for body refinement, and the other part is the 9 turns origin attack, which is for cultivating the primordial spirit. However, the 2 parts complement each other and can be transformed into one another. Only by cultivating the complete methods of the 9 turns mystic origin art can one achieve the transformation of power between the physical body and the primordial spirit. Otherwise, it is simply impossible. Tong Tian, get ready. In the next moment Gu Tian casually pointed at Tong Tian's brow. He then imparted all the cultivation methods of the 9 turns mystic origin art. It really is the 9 turns mystic origin art, oh my god. Tong Tian said with a face full of shock. With his knowledge and experience he naturally recognized it at a glance. The method Gu Tian taught him is indeed the 9 turns mystic origin art of Father God Pangu. What else could it be? Gu Tian glanced at Tong Tian, then said, "Could there be a fake? You fool, by the way, I have set a small goal for within 100,000 years you must cultivate to the 6th turn of the 9 turns mystic origin art." What? Master, what did you say? Upon hearing this Tong Tian exploded, his face blank as he said, "Master, are you crazy? 100,000 years to reach the 6th turns level. How is that possible?" Gu Tian let out a cold laugh. "Anyway, that's the goal I've set for you. Whether you can achieve it or not is your personal problem. Besides, didn't you cultivate the incomplete 9 turns mystic art? You've already reached the peak of the 5th turn, which means there are no obstacles before the 5th turn. All you need to do now is break through from the peak of the 5th turn to the 6th turn level. Moreover, I've given you 100,000 years. If you can't break through within 100,000 years, then I might not be able to impart the other divine abilities of Father God Panga to you." My. Upon hearing this Tong Tian immediately excitedly asked, "Master, do you know other divine abilities of Father God Pangu?" Gu Tian smiled and said, "Not much, just some minor skills like the great strength divine ability of Pangu, the 9 styles of opening heaven, and the path of strength. I can do a little bit of each." This. After hearing this, Tong Tian was instantly overly excited. Before Tong Tian could calm down from his excitement, Gu Tian immediately said, "If you want me to impart these divine abilities to you, you must first accomplish the goal I just set for you." All right, Master, I'll do my best." Tong Tian immediately said, "Not just do your best, but you must achieve it. By the way," Gu Tian patted Tong Tian's shoulder and said, "To help you achieve this small goal as quickly as possible, I have found 2 training partners for you. Little fatty, little gold, come out. Greet your little junior brother." Upon seeing the 2 little creatures beside Gu Tian, Tong Tian was momentarily stunned and instinctively asked, "Master, these 2 guys are my senior brothers. And you even let them be my training partners. You must be joking. Can they really be training partners?" Gu Tian revealed a playful smile and said, "Little fatty, little gold, it seems your junior brother looks down on you a bit. Why not show him a thing or two?" In the next moment little fatty let out a somewhat haughty snort and said, "Your name is Tong Tian, right? You dare to look down on me? Do you believe that I can punch you away? That's right. Do you believe that I, the leopard, can swat you away with one paw?" The golden leopard also chimed in. Cough, cough. Tong Tian cleared his throat slightly. These 2 seemingly harmless little creatures. No matter how you looked at it, they didn't seem very formidable. One punch, one paw to swat him away. How could that be possible? They must be joking. After all, he was Tong Tian of Sanxing. Although he couldn't defeat his master, dealing with these 2 little creatures should be no problem. He paused for a moment and then asked, "Master, are you sure you're not joking? Do I really have to let these 2 little creatures be my training partners?" At that moment a cold, little Fatty the panda glared angrily at Tong Tian and said, "Little Tong Tian, how dare you look down on me? I'm angry now, I will punch you away." In the next moment little Fatty the panda sprang into action, throwing a punch at Tong Tian. "My, this. At first Tong Tian didn't take it seriously, thinking that little Fatty the panda was just playing with him. But in the next moment when he felt the power erupting from little Fatty's fist, he widened his eyes in shock. What terrifying power this was. Not good. I can't take it or I will die. 9 turns golden body. In the next moment Tong Tian wasted no time and unleashed the divine ability of the 9 turns mystic origin art, activating his indestructible golden body. Bang! With a loud crash Tong Tian felt an unimaginable force crashing towards him. In one blow it shattered his golden body. What? In the next moment that terrifying force struck him and sent him flying. He landed on the ground, sliding for millions of meters and crashing through 2 mountains before finally coming to a stop. Crap! Tong Tian was shocked. Oomph! Look at my claw. At that moment a golden claw descended from the sky, slamming down towards him, and seeing this scene left Tong Tian dumbfounded. Seeing this scene Gu Tian couldn't help but laugh. Little Fatty, little gold, have fun. He then willed himself into the system space. It's time for rewards, time to break through. Congratulations, host. Tongshan's rapport has reached 70, granting you 0.3 portions of Panga fortune. The rapport is only 70 now. However, this is understandable. After all, I only just accepted Tong Tian as my disciple. For our bond to reach 70 so quickly is already very good. Gu Tian said, haha, 0.3 portions of Panga fortune. System, does that mean I now possess around 17.9 of Panga fortune? Across the vast Honghuang continent, no one should surpass me in a single share of Panga fortune. A bit more, and it will reach 2/10. System, the refinement degree of Buzhou Mountain should also be due for an increase, right? Gu Tian said, host, you are correct. The Buzhou Mountain refinement has improved. Congratulations, host. Buzhou Mountain refinement has risen to 80. Reward your own realm breakthrough to Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. The laws you cultivate automatically advance to full mastery. Host, when you break through to Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian, anomalous phenomena will occur. Heaven and earth will resonate, purple chi will arrive from the east for 30 million li. Even the will of the great Tao may descend. If you do not desire these manifestations, the system can automatically shield them for you. The system said, shield them for now. Haha, wait a while. When Hongjun Laozu breaks through to the Tiandao Saint realm, then release my omens. Gu Tian could not help saying, revealing them now would be far too dull. Better to wait until Hongjun Laozu breaks through and believes himself the foremost saint of the Honghuang continent. Then unleash those omens and tell the Tiandao and Hongjun Laozu that Gu Tian has ascended to the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian realm. See how they react. By the way, Gu Tian continued, system Buzhou Mountain's rapport rose to 80. Such an important gain cannot come with just a trifle of reward, can it? What else is there? Naturally, there is far more than that. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a portion of Buzhou Mountain's Panga fortune. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1/10 of Panga's divine might. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1/10 of Panga's primordial power. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Axole of Panga's Kaitian Shinfu. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the law of the path of strength. Good heavens! Good heavens! Good heavens! When Gu Tian heard the system enumerate these rewards, he was overcome with irrepressible excitement. Feeling carefully, he realized his share of Panga fortune had already reached roughly 2/10, equivalent to the combined power of Taishang Laojun and Yuanshi Tianzuan. Moreover, he had Panga's primordial power. Even if it was only 1/10, that was still immensely potent. The primordial power from Pangu at his peak. Even a mere 10th could forge a relatively weak chaos god demon. If refined, it would certainly elevate Gu Tian's footing by an entire tier. Panga's divine might was not quite as versatile, but it remained terrifyingly powerful and could intimidate foes. Unleashing 1/10 of Panga's divine might, even an early-stage Tiandao saint might struggle to endure it. The final reward, the Axole of the Kaitian Shinfu, stirred Gu Tian's heart. Then he paused in sudden astonishment. The Kaitian Shinfu no longer existed. After the world-opening calamity, it had been broken down by the Dao calamity into the Hundun Bell, the Panga banner, and the Taiji diagram. System, what use is an Axole of the Kaitian Shinfu? Gu Tian asked. Host, do you think this thing is worthless? The system replied. If you truly believe that, you are gravely mistaken. At its peak, the Kaitian Shinfu's Axole matched the strength of a peak Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. Though now damaged, it can still approximately reach the first degree of Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian in power. Furthermore, with the Kaitian Shinfu in hand, you can borrow its force, the system continued, using it to control the Panga banner, the Taiji diagram, and the Hundun bell. You could even temporarily recombine them into the Kaitian Shinfu, though only for a short duration. It cannot be sustained for long. Good heavens! Good heavens! Good heavens! Hearing this, Gu Tian once again could not contain his coarse exclamations as he released his pent-up excitement. He had not expected the Kaitian Shinfu Axe Soul to be such a treasure. Yet what thrilled Gu Tian most was the law of the path of strength. That was the very foundation of Pangus' invincibility in the chaos. Pangus' true might did not rest in the creation jade butterfly, nor solely in the Kaitian Shinfu, nor only in the Hundun green lotus. It lay in the path of strength. The path of strength is the overarching principle of the 3,000 Great Tao. One force shatters myriad laws. That is the path of strength. Yet throughout the chaos, only Pangu had cultivated this path. Other chaos gods and demons had not even reached its threshold. Now Gu Tian had acquired the qualification to enter the path of strength. This haul was a windfall. Ding! Before Gu Tian could fully recover, the system sounded again. Congratulations, host. The refinement of Pangus' left palm has increased to 40%, granting a tenfold strength augmentation. My word, this skill is formidable. Host, open my personal attribute panel and take a look. Host Gu Tian, first refinement Buzhou Mountain 80, second refinement Pangu left palm 40, third refinement Godslaying Spear, 104th refinement 5 directions Great Seal, 65th refinement Seed of the Tree of Life 30. Footing Junior Chaos God Demon Realm Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian, First Degree Cultivation Jiuzhuan, Xinyuan Gong Pangu Great Strength Divine Art Path of Strength Divine Techniques, Kaitian Style Buzhou Divine, Fist Pangu One Finger Great Life Technique Grand. Creation Technique Treasures Hongming, Liangtian Shi, 12 Grade Pure World, White Lotus 12 Grade World Destroying, Black Lotus Laws Path of Strength Law Space Law, Slaughter, Law Demonic Path, Law 5 Elements Law Inyang Law Life Law Creation Law. Special items 2/10 of Panga Fortune Kaitian Shinfu Axal Penglai Island Ingzhou Island. Excellent. Excellent. At this moment, I finally possess true self-preserving ability. Even if the Tian Dao turns against me, if I cannot defeat it in combat, escaping will be no problem at all. The Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian realm already permits safe passage into and out of the chaos. Moreover, my combat capability has at least reached the 3rd degree of Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. With the tenfold amplification of my left hand, I can easily contend with a 4th degree Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. Hongjun Laozu, I am already many steps ahead of you. Even if you attain sainthood, you cannot be my match, right? Pausing, Gu Tian said, System, I want to refine that 1/10th of Pangus' primordial power. That should help me ascend a realm, yes. Very well. The system's voice fell, then it extracted that sliver of primordial power. A tremendous roar echoed, causing the entire golden Ao island to tremble. Tong Tian stood up with a pale face, instinctively touching his chest, only to feel a surge of intense pain, yet before he could regain his composure. In the next moment, a golden claw descended from the void. What the hell? It's coming again. Feeling the power contained in the claw, Tong Tian's already pale face drained of the last vestige. His body trembled, and fear filled his eyes. He was acutely aware of how formidable the strength of this claw was. If it struck him directly, he feared it would break at least 1 or 2 ribs. Damn it. I refuse to believe I can't block it, and I can't dodge it either. Tong Tian exclaimed fiercely as he pushed off with his right foot, preparing to leap into the air and distance himself from the little golden leopard. However, in the next instant, Tong Tian's expression changed drastically. Not good. The space is distorted. How? How is this possible? This guy's claw can actually distort space. Not good. 9 transformations golden body. Tong Tian shouted, his hands clasped together, golden light shimmering as a thick layer of defense formed around him. Break! With a light shout from the little golden leopard, the claw came crashing down. In an instant, the protective golden light dissipated. Tong Tian's surrounding domain was shattered by the claw, and at the moment it struck, his body began to warp along with the void, the terrifying power concentrating at that point and erupting forth. Crack! Crack! In just one blow, the void was riddled with cracks. Boom! In the next moment, Tong Tian was sent flying again, crashing into a towering mountain millions of zhang high with a loud bang that shattered the mountain. He slid through the void for millions of miles before finally coming to a stop. Hou Hou! Tong Tian took a deep breath. That claw made him feel as though all his internal organs had been smashed, a trickle of blood sliding down the corner of his mouth. Damn it, this little gold guy has hidden strength. What the hell? That claw of his has at least the power of a latest-age great Luo golden immortal. It's unbelievable. Just then a playful voice appeared behind him saying, Tong Tian, when you call me Little Jean you better add the word senior brother. What? When did you? Tong Tian's eyes widened in shock as he suddenly realized that the little golden leopard had already jumped behind him the speed, leaving him utterly astonished. Not good. At that moment the little golden leopard swung its little paw again. This time, Tong Tian had gained experience. Before his mind could react his body had already leapt into the air retreating tens of thousands of zhang, yet in the next instant Tong Tian's expression did not improve. Instead it turned very ugly. Because just the moment he retreated he felt himself bump against something soft. Without needing to think he already knew what he had bumped into. He saw a black and white ball appear behind him clenching its little fist with a faint smile, saying, Tong Tian, look at this baby's fist. I'm going to hit. What the hell? Tong Tian couldn't help but curse loudly. In the next moment he felt an overwhelming torrent slam into him, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance, and sending him flying. Rumbling. This time it directly smashed Tong Tian out of Golden Ao Island, crashing heavily onto the surface of the sea and creating a vacuum zone on the water. Meanwhile, a colossal wave towering millions of zhang surged outward. The seawater gradually dispersed, revealing a figure lying on the surface of the sea with a face full of despair. One could even see a tear in the corner of his eye. Indeed, it was Tong Tian. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Regret for not realizing earlier how powerful these two divine beasts were. And if he had known they held such grudges, he would have never underestimated them, treating them like ancestors instead. What the hell? Just thinking about the experiences of these 5,000 years, Tong Tian felt nothing but bitterness. He had been beaten. He had been constantly beaten. To think that he, a dignified member of the Pangu Three Pure Ones, had been pummeled by these two for 5,000 years, what a humiliating history. The key point is, he had been beaten to the point of having no ability to resist. Don't be fooled by the fact that the little fat panda and the little golden leopard didn't use any divine abilities, and their moves were simple. These two little guys, one strong and one fast. As the saying goes, one strength overcomes 10 skills. Great strength yields miraculous results. In martial arts, speed is unbreakable. These 2 points are also very practical in the Primordial Continent. Moreover, what made Tong Tian feel the most helpless, painful, and aggrieved was the terrifying defense of these two divine beasts. When he swung down his strongest sword, what was the result? He didn't even break the little fat one's body, merely cutting off a few hairs. What the hell? Seeing Tong Tian lying on the water, the little fat panda slowly walked over, asking, So how is it, Tong Tian, little junior brother, have you surrendered yet? I surrender. Little fat senior brother, I surrender. Tong Tian quickly replied. And me? Do you surrender to me? The little golden leopard immediately asked. I surrender. Little Jean senior brother, I also surrender to you. Tong Tian said, and at that moment he finally understood what the ancient heavens meant by the path of survival. At this moment he had to endure. Before this, every time he had been beaten by the little fat and little Jean, he would always claim he would not submit. The result was, just 3 days apart, these two divine beasts came again, and then proceeded to beat him severely until Tong Tian had no temper left. Very good. The little fat panda said proudly, since that's the case, I'll let you rest for a month. After a month, when you've recovered somewhat, I'll come find you. Hou Hou. Seeing the two divine beasts leave, Tong Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly stood up, preparing to cultivate. At that moment the void trembled slightly, and Gu Tian stepped out, looking at the somewhat battered Tong Tian, asking, Tong Tian, my disciple, how do you feel? Master, you've finally emerged from seclusion. Upon seeing Gu Tian appear, Tong Tian immediately rushed over like a child returning home to seek comfort from a parent after being wronged. Tong Tian felt a deep sorrow. Gu Tian smiled knowingly, asking, Tong Tian, what? After listening to Tongshan's lament, Gu Tian couldn't help but laugh, and said, Tong Tian, I think all of this is self-inflicted. Who made you look down on Xiao Jin and Xiao Peng before? Tongshan's expression changed slightly, and he awkwardly replied, Who knew? These two guys are one has incredible strength while the other is surprisingly fast. If I had known this earlier, I would never have underestimated them. Gu Tian coldly laughed. If you had known. In this world there is no such thing as knowing in advance. Once something happens, it becomes a fact, and is irreversible. The matter of Xiao Jin and Xiao Peng teaches you another lesson. Another lesson? Tong Tian looked at Gu Tian in disbelief. The lesson I need to teach you is that there are always greater heavens beyond the heavens, and there are always people stronger than you. Whenever you think you are powerful, there will always be someone stronger. As the saying goes, there is always someone stronger among the strong. This is true. No matter when or where, you must always maintain a sense of awe in your heart. Never look down on anyone, even those who seem weak, ordinary, or average. What if they are just biting? Gu Tian said with a serious expression. This. Tong Tian was stunned, pondering Gu Tian's words. Xiao Pang and Xiao Jin are your own people. They will only beat you up, not harm you. But if they were your enemies, your life and death foes, what would you do? Gu Tian asked earnestly. What do you think would happen then? Tong Tian stammered this. I. For a moment, Tong Tian didn't know how to respond. Even if they aren't your enemies, what if you encounter them during a significant opportunity? What would happen then? Gu Tian asked again. I might die, Tong Tian said weakly. Gu Tian coldly remarked. It's not that you might die, you will definitely die. If they are your life and death foes, they will come for your life. You initially underestimated them and didn't take them seriously. Once they unleash their lethal strike, it will be too late for you to react. If you encounter someone during a significant opportunity, someone you have never met before, and you don't take them seriously at the crucial moment, they will strike you. Gu Tian asked, what will you do? I. Tong Tian was completely stunned, cold sweat pouring down his back. So, Gu Tian patted Tong Tian on the shoulder and said, this is the first lesson I am teaching you. Never underestimate anyone, no matter how weak they may seem. Always regard them as rivals. Moreover, they must be treated as opponents that require caution and full effort. Do you understand? Tong Tian nodded solemnly, taking a deep breath before saying, Master, I understand now. From now on, I will not underestimate anyone anymore. This is just the first part. Gu Tian immediately said. This is just the first part, so what about the second? Tong Tian couldn't help but ask. The second part. Gu Tian glanced at Tong Tian and then said, didn't I just say it? The way of biding time. If everything were reversed, and you became Xiao Jin or Xiao Pang. They appear ordinary with no threat or power. At first glance, others overlook your strength and ignore your threat. If you don't take action, that's one thing. But once you do, it will be a single deadly strike, leaving the opponent no time to react. Tong Tian, do you understand? Hou Hou. Tong Tian took a deep breath and said, Master, I understand. Very good. Gu Tian nodded in satisfaction. Seeing Tong Tian like this, he felt a strange sense of humor. The once proud Tong Tian of the three clear ones had completely been led astray by him. I just wonder, after Tong Tian establishes the teachings, will he promote the way of biding time? If that is really the case, then the future battle for supremacy will be very interesting. Even if Taishang Lao Zi Yuan Shi Tian Zun Juan Ti and Jiayin join forces, they might not be able to defeat Tong Tian. Also, Gu Tian glanced at Tong Tian and said, in the past 5,000 years, your constant beatings have not been without gains. Your strength has improved significantly. Cough, cough. Tong Tian coughed lightly. He had noticed this himself. The cultivation of these 5,000 years was nearly equivalent to the previous hundreds of thousands of years of training. Perhaps even more so. Especially the strength of the physical body has increased by several levels. Without using the power of the divine spirit, the physical body already rivals the peak of a great Luo golden immortal in the initial stage. With one more step, he could reach the mid-stage of a great Luo golden immortal. At that time, both the physical body and the divine spirit will be upgraded to the mid-stage of a great Luo golden immortal. Not bad. Not bad. Gu Tian patted Tongshan's shoulder again and said, good disciple Tong Tian, if this trend continues, promoting the 9 turns mysterious Yuan art to the 6th turn within 100,000 years will not be a problem. This is a good thing. Tong Tian, why the long face? Master, Tong Tian said tearfully, I am also one of the 3 clear ones of Pangu. Every day I am beaten up by these 2 guys. Where do I put my face? Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Gu Tian couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Tong Tian, do you still care about face? Let me tell you, true face must be earned through your own strength. As long as your strength surpasses these 2 little guys, then won't it be your turn to turn the tables? According to my estimation, as long as you promote the 9 turns mysterious Yuan art to the 6th turn, your strength will surpass these 2 little guys, and then you will be able to beat them up. As for your identity, as one of the 3 clear ones, in front of these 2 little guys, you don't count for much. Ugh. Tong Tian asked, Master, do these 2 little guys have other identities? That's for sure. Otherwise, how could they qualify to be your senior brothers? As you said, you are Tong Tian, one of the 3 clear ones of Pangu. To be your senior brother, they must withstand the impact of fortune. If they cannot withstand it, they will suffer a terrible fate. But look at the 2 little guys, have they faced? Gu Tian asked. This? Tong Tian was taken aback. Yes. What trouble could these two little guys have? Their lives are carefree and without any issues. Moi. Tongshan's eyes widened as he asked, Master, what is their background? Gu Tian smiled and said, Want to know? It's simple. Once you become a Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, you will naturally know their origins. Can't you tell me now? Tong Tian asked. I can. As long as you can defeat them, I will tell you. Gu Tian smiled. However, in the blink of an eye, Gu Tian had already spent nearly 10,000 years on Janeo Island. His relationship with Tong Tian was continually improving. What left Gu Tian somewhat speechless was that ever since 3,000 years ago, when his relationship with Tong Tian reached 79, it had stagnated there, unable to progress further. No matter how Gu Tian tried to strengthen his bond with Tong Tian and impart divine abilities, even sending out the 12-grade Annihilation Black Lotus did not yield any noticeable improvement in their relationship. That last point just wouldn't budge. 79 and 80, although it was merely a point away. Yet that point was a chasm of difference. Just like with Hou Tu, their relationship could only be termed as lovers once it reached 80. If it hadn't reached 80, even at 79, they would still merely be friends separated by a vast divide. Though just a step away, sometimes it felt infinitely far. The master-disciple relationship could only be genuinely acknowledged once it reached 80. It was fundamentally impossible to be betrayed. If the relationship was below 80, there was always the possibility of betrayal. Naturally, Gu Tian was not overly concerned that Tong Tian would betray him. After all, with Tong Tian's character, it was utterly impossible for him to do such a thing. But let's not forget that there was still Hongjun Laozu lurking menacingly. Although at this moment Hongjun Laozu had already been deemed by Tong Tian as an old coin, an unscrupulous old thief, one that had to be treated with caution. But who knows what tricks that old thief Hongjun still had up his sleeve. Only when Tong Tian's relationship reached 80 could his schemes be completely thwarted. This made Gu Tian puzzled. How could he possibly elevate that last point in their relationship? In desperation, Gu Tian had no choice but to seek help from the system, asking, how can I raise Tong Tian's master-disciple relationship to 80? Do you have any tricks? Host, are you foolish? The system responded immediately. Think about how your relationship with Hou Tu improved. Gu Tian was taken aback and said, it's because I risked everything to help her cultivate her nascent soul. Exactly. The system continued, risking everything, sacrificing yourself to help Hou Tu cultivate her nascent soul, which deeply moved her, causing your relationship to soar. The same tactic can be applied to Tong Tian. Gu Tian was momentarily confused, asking, how can this be applied to Tong Tian? He lacks nothing. Hehe. The system sneered, host, have you forgotten something? Does Tong Tian truly lack anything? Have you perhaps forgotten how Taishang Laojun cultivated the divine ability of transforming the One into the three pure ones? System, that's a real story. Naturally, it's true. Otherwise, how could Taishang Laojun cultivate the divine ability of transforming the One into the three pure ones? Moreover, isn't it quite a coincidence that he cultivated the Jade Pure and Upper Pure incarnations? It's quite evident. The system explained. Hehe. Gu Tian chuckled and said, I thought that was just speculation by netizens. In his past life, Gu Tian had read many novels about the primordial era. One of the points was about how Taishang Laojuan at the beginning of his transformation took advantage of the fact that Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tong Tian had not yet transformed to steal a portion of their essence. This was to enhance and perfect his own essence and nascent soul. The nascent soul of Pangus split into three, achieving their Pangus Sanqing. At the same time, he also divided his own inheritance into three parts. Taishang Laojun obtained the inheritance of Pangus alchemy, Yuanshi Tianzuan inherited the path of artifact refinement, and Tong Tian inherited the formation path. However, Taishang Laojun was not satisfied with these. He wanted a complete inheritance. He sought the 9 turns mystic origin art, the Pangu great strength divine ability, and yearned for the path of strength, as well as the 9 styles of opening heaven from Pangu. Most importantly, he desired to possess the most complete nascent soul. Thus his malevolent intentions began to take shape. Taking advantage of Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tong Tian's naivety, he stole a small portion of their essence. If it weren't for Tong Tian and Yuanshi Tianzuan having their own consciousness, and on the verge of transformation, Taishang Laojun might have directly refined the two, causing the Sanqing to die in the womb, leaving only him as the Taiji. Before this, Gu Tian thought this was a rumor, something imagined by others. Unexpectedly, it was true. The next moment, Gu Tian was taken aback, saying, the previously pure nascent soul of Hou Tu was what I extracted while refining the Buzhou mountain, so I could help her cultivate her nascent soul. But now what do I have to replenish Tong Tian's essence? Hehe. Just then the system suddenly said, host, are you foolish? When you refined Buzhou mountain and raised its refining level to 80, didn't you extract the essence of Pangu? You haven't completely refined it yet, there's about 1/10 left. And this 1/10 can not only replenish Tong Tian's missing essence, but perhaps even allow his essence to undergo a transformation. After all, this essence possesses complete Penga strength. I see. Gu Tian instantly slapped his hand and said, "System, you did well. Now I understand why you told me to keep this portion, or it turns out it was for this reason." Not long ago, Gu Tian, with the power of Panga's essence, successfully broke through to the second level of the Hunyuan Daiyo Golden Immortal Realm, but that portion of essence had not been fully refined. Originally, Gu Tian planned to continue refining to stabilize his realm and strength. But at that time the system informed him that this portion of essence might be of great use later. Now it seems. Indeed, it has great utility. The system, slightly proud, said, "Don't you see who this? Alright, everything this system needed to say has been said, now it's your turn to perform." Hehe. Gu Tian said with a hint of pride, "This is just a small matter, isn't it? Next it's the stage for your actor, Gu Tian." "Tong Tian, my disciple, I apologize." "No, there's no need to apologize to you. Master is helping you." Tong Tian. With Gu Tian's gentle call, Tong Tian, who was in a fierce battle with a small fat panda and a small golden leopard, immediately rushed over, unable to continue fighting, or if he did, he would be beaten again today. Just in time, his master was calling him. This was a great opportunity. Tong Tian ran over excitedly, asking, "Master, what do you need me for?" Tong Tian. The next moment, Gu Tian said earnestly, "I have discovered something strange. Logically, after 1,000 years of tempering, your realm should have broken through. But now there seems to be no sign of a breakthrough. Tong Tian, don't you find that odd?" Gu Tian's words caught Tong Tian off guard, causing him to suddenly pause. He began to carefully examine his own body once, twice, meticulously pondering 3 times, yet could not discern any issues. "That's not right. Master, you must be mistaken. My body has no problems. There's nothing strange about it. Moreover, I don't feel any urge to break through. Master, you can't be wrong. I know my own condition best. I am not at the stage to break through yet." Tong Tian said with a puzzled expression, "No." Gu Tian, however, replied with unwavering certainty, "Tong Tian, there are indeed some issues with your body, you just haven't realized it yet. You are a descendant of the Penga deity, possessing 1/3 of his primordial spirit. Your foundation is immensely solid, and your talent and potential are extraordinary. Do you know that over the past 10,000 years you have consumed several huang, zhong li, and countless other innate spiritual fruits and herbs? With your foundation and talent, you should have already broken through to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet now you are still merely at the peak of the mid-stage. This is quite problematic." Ugh. Tong Tian suddenly froze, his body trembling slightly as he asked, "Master, when did I eat huang zhongli? I have no memory of that." Gu Tian snorted coldly. "Tong Tian, do you not remember the times you were left with only a breath of life after being beaten by Xiao Peng and Xiao Jing? They fed you a yellow little fruit then." That seems to be the case." Tong Tian exclaimed in shock, "Master, I actually ate huang zhongli back then." "Indeed, what did you think it was?" Gu Tian looked at Tong Tian as if he were an idiot, saying, "What the hell? I wondered why that fruit was so delicious, and after eating it, not only did my injuries heal completely, but I also gained a slight breakthrough in strength. So that was indeed huang zhongli," Tong Tian said excitedly. "Otherwise, what would it be?" Gu Tian laughed. "These huang zhongli were originally the rations for Xiao Jin and Xiao Peng. Now you understand why they were so eager to beat you up after you finished eating them. You stole their fruit. Oh, so that's how it is. Alright, back to the main topic. Tong Tian, do you still think there's nothing wrong with your body? You have eaten 3 huang zhongli and various innate spiritual fruits. You should have already broken through to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet now you have not broken through. In fact, you have not even had the opportunity to do so." Gu Tian said, his face grave. This revelation left Tong Tian in a state of panic. It seemed to truly be the case. Initially, he did not believe that there was anything wrong with his body. But now, having been told by Gu Tian, he analyzed within himself. It appeared that there really was a problem. Hou. Tong Tian took a deep breath and said tremulously, "Master, could it be that my body really has some This shouldn't be. Well, I'm not sure. Let me check your body, and we'll know what's going on." Gu Tian said. How is this possible? It shouldn't be." The next moment, as Gu Tian placed his hand on Tong Tian's body and began to pretend to check, he suddenly revealed a look of shock and disbelief. This left Tong Tian in a state of panic. What the hell is wrong with my body? Could it really have some serious issue? Damn it. The next moment, Gu Tian said angrily, "Who did this? If I find out, I will ensure they suffer a fate worse than death. How dare they steal my disciple's essence? It's simply seeking death." "What? Tong Tian stumbled his eyes wide in disbelief upon hearing Gu Tian's words. Part of his essence had actually been stolen. This can't be true. Taking a deep breath, holding back the shock and anger in his heart, Tong Tian asked, Master, you can't be mistaken. How could my essence possibly be missing? Hou. The next moment Gu Tian took a deep breath, his face grave, and said, Tong Tian, I hope I am mistaken, but this is the truth. Your essence is indeed missing a part. Although it's not much a deficiency, your essence is incomplete. If you don't believe me, look. The next moment Gu Tian placed a hand on Tong Tian's shoulder, allowing him to use his power to view his own essence from a divine perspective. Look. Following Gu Tian's pointing, Tong Tian saw a tiny crack appear on his essence. Although this crack had been disguised, it was still visible. Yet at this moment Tong Tian could still feel the power missing from the crack. How can this be? My essence has truly been depleted. Damn it. The next moment, an overwhelming killing intent erupted from Tong Tian's body. How could he not be furious when his essence was stolen? Moreover, if he hadn't encountered Master, he would have remained oblivious to it. Tong Tian shouted in anger, Damn it. I must find out who it is. How dare they steal my essence? I will ensure they suffer a fate worse than death. Gu Tian shook his head and said, Based on my conjecture, the one who stole your essence is likely someone very close to you. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to do it without you noticing. What? Someone close to me? Tong Tian's face changed drastically upon hearing this. Indeed, you are a manifestation of the primordial spirit of the Penga deity, inherently protected by the natural laws of the Hou continent. If anyone dares to harm you, they will be warned by heaven, and you will sense it, yet you are completely unaware of this matter. Thus it is highly likely that this incident was caused by someone very close to you. Furthermore, their power should exceed yours by a considerable margin. As for who it is, you should know in your heart at this moment. Elder. Brother. No. It's impossible. How could my brother do something like this? No. This is absolutely impossible. Tong Tian hurriedly said. Sigh. Gu Tian sighed, and said, As for whether it was Laozi who did it, you can investigate for yourself. The truth will eventually come to light one day. However, that is not the most critical issue. The most critical issue is how to restore your missing essence. Yes. Right now the key is how to repair one's essence, but how can one restore it? This is far more challenging than repairing the soul or true spirit. Master, what are you going to do? Just then Gu Tian pressed down on Tong Tian and began to extract a portion of his own essence to merge into Tong Tian's body. Seeing this scene, Tong Tian suddenly trembled and could not help but shout, Master, what are you doing? And stop immediately. Tong Tian cried out in alarm, utterly unprepared to witness his own master willingly sacrificing his primordial essence for him. He was merely his disciple, not bloodkin. And even blood ties rarely demand such a sacrifice. Were it reversed, if Taishang Laojun or Yuanshi Tianzuan suffered primordial essence depletion and demanded he surrender his own, Tong Tian knew he could never do it. He possessed no such nobility. Yet had the request been for a drop of vital blood, a surge of refined qi, or even 1,000,000 years' worth of cultivation energy, he would have offered them without hesitation. After all, vital blood could be regenerated through cultivation. 1,000,000 years cultivation energy could likewise be restored, merely by refining and absorbing 1 or 2 primordial spirit fruits. Even one's true spirit and nascent soul could with great effort be rebuilt. But primordial essence, once lost, was irrevocably gone. No known cultivation method could restore it, nor did any primordial spirit root exist capable of replenishing it. Moreover, even if pure primordial essence were available for refinement, integration into one's own essence remained uncertain, especially if the essences were fundamentally incompatible. This was akin to modern organ transplantation. Even when receiving a heart, liver, or kidney from a blood relative, the body often rejected the graft. Likewise, foreign primordial essence risked violent rejection within the body. Organ transplants, immunosuppressants, could mitigate such rejection. But no medicine existed to suppress primordial essence rejection. Should 2 disparate primordial essences clash within the body, catastrophe would follow, potentially resulting in mutual annihilation. The outcome would be death or crippling ruin. And thus restoring depleted primordial essence was all but impossible. And there lay another insurmountable obstacle. Tong Tian himself had manifested from Pengu's primordial spirit, making compatibility with any other essence extraordinarily rare. These were not the gravest concerns. And the most fundamental issue mirrored organ transplantation. One required a donor, be it a kidney, a heart. Without a donor, how could compatibility ever be achieved? And who then would volunteer their own primordial essence? And that was sheer absurdity. This was the Hou continent. a realm where strength reigned supreme, where power defined worth. In primordial essence depletion would grievously wound one's foundational roots, cripple future potential, and drastically weaken cultivation. Severe depletion could end one's path forever, or trigger instantaneous demise. In short, no rational cultivator on the Hou continent would ever surrender their primordial essence to anyone. At that moment Tian stood thunderstruck, overwhelmed not by fear but by profound, aching gratitude. Master, cease at once. It is not worth it, for me. Your primordial essence depletion would gravely impair your cultivation. And worse still, it could shatter your very foundation. Master, truly, stop now. It is not worth it, for me. And even then, there is no guarantee my essence can be fully restored. You need not risk this for me. And Master, stop now. Tian pleaded, eyes burning red. Worthiness holds no meaning here. Since you are my disciple, and have called me Master, it is my solemn duty to heal you, to shield you. No being in this world shall harm my disciple. And to me you are more than a disciple. You are my— As for essence incompatibility, fear it not. I cultivate the ninefold mystic primordial art. I have already advanced to its 7th transformation. My inner force has fully transmuted into Pengu's divine power. And you, Tian, born from Pengu's primordial spirit, possess essence forged from that same divine power. Our origins are one, and my essence will harmonize seamlessly with yours. Tian, you are young still, only at the great Luo immortal realm. And your path stretches far ahead. And whereas I have long attained the supreme immortal realm of Hou Great Luo, losing a fragment of my primordial essence bears little consequence. Even should my foundation sustain damage, I remain a supreme immortal, fully capable of safeguarding myself across the Hou continent. But you, should your essence remain fractured, ascending to the supreme immortal realm may become utterly unattainable. Thus this modest sacrifice means nothing. And sever, that instant Tian roared, and an invisible blade descended. It cleaved a portion of his primordial essence, refining it into pure Pengu's divine power, before guiding it into the fissure within Tian's essence. As foretold, no resistance occurred. His essence merged flawlessly, effortlessly, into Instantly, it became Tian's essence, complete whole. In this, Tian stared, stunned beyond words. His essence had been restored to perfect wholeness. Huff, Tian exhaled deeply, nodding with quiet satisfaction. Excellent, truly excellent, Tian, my disciple. Did you see? Not a trace of rejection. Now your essence is whole, no longer fractured. And Master, you and I. In that instant Tian's mind surged with tumultuous thoughts, speech failing him entirely. And simultaneously, the moment his essence healed, a torrent of overwhelming power erupted from within, immediately loosening the seal of the great Luo immortal midstage apex. And with each surge the barrier weakened further. In the next breath Tian exhaled sharply, and shattered the apex barrier. Might exploded from his being as he ascended smoothly into the great Luo immortal late stage. Splendid. Magnificent. Tian smiled warmly, then staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Tian's heart seized with urgency. He nearly abandoned his breakthrough to rush forward and support his master. Cough. Tian steadied himself on the ground and commanded, Tian, complete your breakthrough. Do not attend to me. Ding. At that precise moment a system chime resonated. Ding. Congratulations, the relationship degree with Tian has increased to 80. Ding. Congratulations, the refinement degree of Primordial Mountain has increased to 85. At the moment when the relationship degree with Tian increased to 80, a series of chain reactions occurred. As the relationship degree between master and disciple rose, the amount of Pengo luck he possessed also increased. Moreover, the more Pengo luck he owned, the higher the refinement degree of Primordial Mountain became. With the refinement degree of Primordial Mountain increasing, he gained a portion of Pengo luck. At the same time, his cultivation level also advanced a realm. What a huge profit! Feeling the surge of power within him, Tian couldn't contain his excitement. This wave truly was a tremendous gain. That 1 in 10,000 portion of Pengu essence, if refined by himself, might not even be enough to elevate him from the early stage of the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal to the midstage. But now he had directly broken through to the 3rd stage of the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. This investment has at least 100 times return, even closer to 1,000 times. 2.5% of Pengo luck is just a 0.5% short compared to the comprehensive Pengo luck of the 3 pure ones, and that 0.5% is also quickly closing in. After all, his relationship degree with Hou Tu has already risen to 90. When they meet next time, certain matters will be smoothly accomplished. Once he fully secures Hou Tu, he will once again be able to share a portion of Panga luck from her. Additionally, there is also the Panga luck of the Wu clan. By that time, the Panga luck that Gu Tian possesses could very well reach 30%. With 30% of Panga luck, Gu Tian would undoubtedly become the favored one of the Honghuang continent, able to casually venture out and gain tremendous fortune. Whatever he undertakes will come to fruition. Even in the Honghuang continent, his luck would surpass that of the little fat panda and the little golden leopard, as this is Gu Tian's domain. Even if Gu Tian's strength is inferior to the Tao of Heaven, the Tao of Heaven cannot do anything to him. Whatever he does must avoid Gu Tian. Panga luck is equivalent to the shares of this large company called the Honghuang continent, while the Tao of Heaven is merely the general manager of this large company. With the chairman absent and a few young directors still learning outside, they have yet to grow. Thus, this general manager of the Tao of Heaven can act freely. He even wants to seize the Honghuang continent company from these young directors, but now 25% of the shares have already fallen into Gu Tian's hands, allowing him to be promoted to one of the directors of the Honghuang continent company. If he advances further, Gu Tian's Panga luck could exceed 50%. At that time, Gu Tian could very well become the chairman of the Honghuang continent company. However, achieving absolute control is somewhat difficult. At that moment, the system's voice echoed again, stating, "Congratulations, host. The refinement degree of Panga's left palm has increased to 50%. The enhancement of the left hand has increased to 20 times, and its strength has increased by 1-fold. Hehe. There are still surprises. With my current strength, although I am only at the 3rd stage of the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, I can directly confront even the 4th or 5th stage. But when using the supernatural abilities of my left hand, I could even confront the 6th stage. Hehe Hongjun Laozu, you are probably not even a saint of the Tao of Heaven yet. Host Gu Tian. First refined object Buzhou Mountain 85%. Second refined object Pangus left palm 50%, 20 times enhancement. Third refined object God-slaying spear 100%. Fourth refined object 5 directions, heaven and earth seal 60%. Fifth refined object seed of the tree of life 30%. Footing intermediate chaos divine demon. Realm 3rd stage of mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. Cultivation method 9 turns mystic Yuan art Pangu great strength supernatural power path of power. Supernatural powers opening heaven style Buzhou divine fist Pangu finger great life technique. Great transformation technique. Magic treasures Hongming, Leontion ruler 12 grades pure world, white lotus 12 grades world destruction black lotus. Laws of the path of power space laws killing laws demonic path laws 5 elements laws yin yang laws life laws creation laws. Special items 2.5% of Panga luck opening heaven divine axe soul Penglai Island Zhou Island. Glancing at his own data, Gu Tian revealed a faint smile. At this moment, even the Tao of Heaven cannot do anything to him anymore. Very good. Very good. Gu Tian chuckled and said, how about this? Let's go test the Tao of Heaven's strength and see at what level it stands. With 2.5% of Pangu luck protecting me, the Tao of Heaven would not dare to do anything to me. Should I give it a try? As he spoke, Gu Tian couldn't help but raise his head, filled with a desire to leap forward and confront the Tao of Heaven. But in the next moment, Gu Tian held back. No, I cannot reveal my strength yet. Once my strength is exposed, I could very well become a target for the Tao of Heaven, and that is absolutely not acceptable. Most importantly, what if the Tao of Heaven has some hidden trump cards? What if I try and perish? I do not yet possess sufficient power to confront the Tao of Heaven. I must remain cautious. When the time comes when my Pangu luck exceeds 50% and my realm has reached the mixed Yuan Wujia Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, at that time it won't be difficult to confront the Tao of Heaven. I could even easily control the Tao of Heaven. Just a little patience. After enhancing my strength a few more times, I will attempt it again. At this moment, Tian had completed his breakthrough and quickly approached Gu Tian, looking at him with concern, then suddenly knelt before Gu Tian. Master, I will never forget your kindness. Rest assured, I will repay you with my whole life. Now it is you who protects me, and when I am strong, I will protect you. I Tong Tian vow that if anyone dares to offend you or show disrespect, I will shatter their body into pieces. Master, how do you feel now? Tong Tian asked with concern. Cough, cough. Gu Tian coughed lightly and said, it's fine. It's fine. You don't need to worry, it's just a little loss of essence. I can recover it with a bit of cultivation. Master, I. Tong Tian was momentarily stunned, feeling deeply moved. Master, you lost your own essence. Can it really be recovered through cultivation? I said it's fine, so it's fine. You don't need to worry. Just being able to restore your essence makes me very happy. Sacrificing this little bit is nothing. Alright, you don't need to feel burdened. For the time being, I may need to enter closed-door cultivation again. You should cultivate well on Golden Tortoise Island. Remember, Master has set a goal for you reach the 6th transformation within 100,000 years. Tong Tian nodded earnestly and said, Master, I will definitely cultivate to the 6th transformation. At this moment Tong Tian was filled with confidence. He absolutely cannot disappoint his master. The master-disciple relationship has reached a successful completion, now elevated to 80. Tong Tian, who values affection and loyalty, feels both respect and guilt towards Gu Tian after the restoration of the source. The master-disciple bond has stabilized entirely, making any changes highly unlikely. However, it has tarnished the image of the ancestor Hongjun. In Tongshan's heart, ancestor Hongjun has become a negative figure. Such a person must be kept at a distance and not be deeply involved. Before the master-disciple relationship was elevated to 80, Gu Tian was concerned that ancestor Hongjun might have some means to take his disciple away. But now Gu Tian is no longer worried. Unless ancestor Hongjun brainwashes Tong Tian and makes him forget about Gu Tian as his master. Otherwise, it is almost impossible. However, brainwashing Tong Tian is not an easy task. After all, he possesses a portion of Panga's fortune, and if ancestor Hongjun harms Tong Tian, he will surely face backlash from that fortune. Even the heavenly Tao would not wish to suffer backlash from Panga's fortune, let alone ancestor Hongjun. This situation is stable. Ancestor Hongjun's plan to control the 3 pure ones is completely thwarted. The calamity of the witch and demon tribes may evolve in unexpected ways. However, it is likely that the calamity of the gods following this will not be pushed forward. After Gu Tian's guidance, Tong Tian is destined not to become a heavenly Tao saint, but will certainly attain the Tao of primordial unity, achieving the status of a primordial golden immortal. As long as he does not become a heavenly Tao saint, the heavenly Tao and ancestor Hongjun will not be able to control Tong Tian. Without control over Tong Tian, how could they sign the list of deities? Let the Taishang Laojuan Yuanshi, Tianzuan Juanti, and Jian have their fun. But without Tongshan's involvement, who will fill the list of deities? No one. It is essential for Tong Tian to join, but a primordial golden immortal like Tong Tian cannot be controlled by the heavenly Tao or ancestor Hongjun. It is impossible to push forward the divine plan as they wish. Not to mention Tong Tian has already begun to delve into the path of survival. It is likely that the ones who end up on the list of deities will be disciples from the other 3 sects. According to Gu Tian's speculation, this calamity of the gods is likely the last effort by the heavenly Tao and ancestor Hongjun to harvest Panga's fortune. Because if the Hongwang continent has developed to the point of the calamity of the gods, the witch tribe would have essentially been exterminated. Where will the 30% of Panga's fortune they possessed go? Naturally, it will be seized by the heavenly Tao and ancestor Hongjun. Additionally, the remaining portion of fortune from the Buzhou mountain will also fall into the hands of the heavenly Tao. In this wave, the heavenly Tao and ancestor Hongjun will at least grasp 30% of Panga's fortune. The Zixiao Palace will deliver teachings 3 times to the beings of Hongwang. Under the control of the heavenly Tao, they will at least gain 1 or 2 portions of Panga's fortune. If they also manage to rob 1 or 2 portions from the 3 pure ones, their total fortune will definitely exceed 50%, possibly even surpassing 60%. At that time, they will achieve true absolute control. After the calamity of the gods, the 3 pure ones will be fed the Saint Destruction pill with their lives and deaths controlled by ancestor Hongjun and the heavenly Tao, who will naturally find a way to transfer their fortunes. Moreover, when the 3 pure ones become disciples of ancestor Hongjun, they will already be able to share in the fortunes of the 3 pure ones. Simultaneously assisting them in becoming heavenly Tao saints will likely yield additional benefits. This wave of the calamity of the gods could likely be completely divided among them. However, now the heavenly Tao and ancestor Hongjun may be disappointed, as Gu Tian alone has already enjoyed 2.5 portions of Panga's fortune. Moreover, it won't be long before it reaches 3 portions. Thinking of this, Gu Tian couldn't help but smile, saying, Heavenly Tao ancestor Hongjun, I apologize, but I never expected Panga's fortune to be so splendid. I simply couldn't hold back. I hope that you who know the truth won't become agitated at that time. Tong Tian is already settled. I have already attained the status of a primordial golden immortal. As for Yuanshi Tianzuan and Taishang Laojuan, there's no rush for now. Having secured Tong Tian is already a considerable achievement. If I were to take Yuanshi Tianzuan and Taishang Laojuan now, that fellow from the heavenly Tao would surely sense it and might take action against me. Therefore, for now, I will not touch Yuanshi Tianzuan and Taishang Laojuan. But moving the Bei Hai Xian Gui should be fine. Little fatty, little gold. Gu Tian called out, and the 2 divine beasts immediately rushed over, their eyes fixed on Gu Tian, their mouths watering instinctively. You two gluttons. Tian couldn't help but rub their heads saying, "Alright, here you go." He casually tossed them the roasted meat and threw over a bottle of homemade soda. Upon smelling the familiar aroma, the two divine beasts became restless. At that moment, anyone who dared to snatch the meat from them would undoubtedly face their fury. "You two little guys, is it necessary? There are still many small animals on Hou Island. Once you finish eating, just roast more." Tian said. "By the way, little fatty, after you finish eating, come out with me. Little Gold will stay here and continue accompanying that kid Tian for his training." Tian said. "Ah." Little Gold the panda showed no reaction, but upon hearing this immediately froze. In that moment it felt as if the meat in its mouth had lost its flavor, and it quickly asked, "Master Tian, why aren't you taking me with you? Are you abandoning me?" Little Gold, where did your thoughts go? This is to ensure someone stays to accompany Tian for training. I won't be away for long, it's just a quick trip around the North Sea. Once I finish my business I will return immediately," Tian said. "Alright." Little Gold looked at Tian with pitiful eyes saying, "Master Tian, you must not deceive me. Once you finish your business you must come back for me right away. Rest assured." Tian patted Little Gold's head saying, "You are my divine beast, a capable aid by my side. How could I abandon you? That would be absurd. After all, you are the legendary fortune divine beast. How could I possibly abandon? Alright Little Gold, just stay on Hou Island. Little fatty and I will return soon. Also do not tell that guy Tian about our departure. If he asks, just say we are in seclusion for training," Tian said. Then he took little fatty panda and quietly left Hou Island, heading towards the North Sea in search of Bei Hai Xiangui. On Mount Yujing, Patriarch Hongjun suddenly opened his eyes. Damn it! A furious curse escaped his lips and his expression darkened. So much so that even the venerable patriarch felt an urge to swear aloud. What precisely had gone awry these past days? First came an unsettling premonition, a vague but persistent sense that something adverse loomed on the horizon, disrupting his cultivation and forcing him out of seclusion. Now that sensation returned, yet this time it was no mere foreboding. It felt like a personal destiny long ordained for him had been violently seized by another. Damn it! What in heaven's name was happening? My destiny. Patriarch Hongjun furrowed his brow. What destiny could possibly have been stolen from me? Such a thing is inconceivable. Who in the vast Huanhuan continent dares usurp my destiny? I have always been the one who seizes destinies, not the one whose are seized. This defies all reason. It is utterly impossible. On this matter Patriarch Hongjun held absolute confidence. Since descending upon the Huanhuan continent after the primordial chaos calamity, across countless millennia, has any being ever wrested a destined boon from his grasp? None. Not a single soul. Those who dared challenge him for destiny met one of three fates: obliterated utterly into dust, shattered beyond soul recovery, or, worse, having their true spirit imprisoned beneath the celestial Tao's eternal seal. Or else they had not yet drawn breath. His destiny was no trivial prize. It demanded life itself as its price. And thus his confidence remained unshaken. Yet in that very instant the sensation intensified, sharp, undeniable, visceral. Patriarch Hongjun's face tightened, his brows knotted in grim concentration. His voice low and ominous rasped. What destiny has been taken? This makes no sense. By all reckoning, every destined boon due to me has already manifested. There remains no unclaimed destiny left upon the Huanhuan continent. Could it be a destiny yet unborn, one already claimed by another? No. I must consult the celestial Tao. In the next moment Patriarch Hongjun's consciousness descended into the celestial Tao's realm. The Tao's avatar, deep in cultivation, startled slightly at his arrival and asked, "Hongjun, why interrupt your cultivation? Should you not hasten toward attaining the rank of celestial Tao sage?" "I pay homage to the celestial Tao." Patriarch Hongjun bowed deeply. "I would never dare disturb you without grave urgency. This matter is of utmost importance. Just moments ago I sensed an impending crisis, one I initially dismissed. What crisis could possibly threaten me? But now I feel it anew, the unmistakable severing of my destined path. I beg the celestial Tao reveal to me which destiny has been torn away." "What? Such a thing exists?" The Tao's avatar blinked, genuinely startled. This should not— Patriarch Hongjun's destiny, stolen. Absolutely impossible. The celestial Tao had watched over the Huanhuan continent. Without lapse, no flaw, no oversight could exist. Wait. The Tao's expression shifted. Then with sovereign authority, it began divining through the threads of fate. How can this be? Instantly the Tao's avatar paled, its countenance darkening into icy fury. Beneath those calm eyes smoldered a terrifying, barely contained wrath poised to erupt. Wretched scoundrel! The Tao roared, voice trembling with incandescent rage. Who dares sabotage my grand design? He deserves annihilation. Damn it! Damn it! Seeing the Tao's unprecedented fury, Patriarch Hongjun frowned in bewilderment. Celestial Tao, what calamity has transpired? Has the plan unraveled? Indeed, the Tao replied gravely, its tone thick with foreboding. Per the original decree, once you ascend to Celestial Tao Sage, you shall expound the Tao to all beings of the Huan continent. After 3 grand sermons, you shall take 6 disciples, among them the 3 pure ones born from Pangu's primordial spirit. They are the linchpins of the entire design. Yet now, one of them, Tian, has severed his bond with you. What a... Patriarch Hongjuan's face contorted in outrage. My disciple has fled. Damn it! Who dares steal him from me? If I learn his name, I shall rend him limb from limb, without mercy. Then that earlier unease I felt, it too must have emanated from him. Only he could do this, the Tao declared coldly, its gaze glacial. Across the entire Huan continent, only that wretched entity possesses such power. And only he possesses the audacity to defy us outright. That scoundrel! I should have annihilated him without hesitation. Had I done so, this catastrophe would never have arisen. Alas, a momentary lapse now bearing catastrophic fruit. Patriarch Hongjuan's expression hardened. Celestial Tao, pray who is this wretched scoundrel you speak of? Have we not already subdued nearly all the supreme immortals of the Huan continent? Could there truly be an oversight? Yes, one oversight remains. The Celestial Tao sighed, weary and resigned. What a... Patriarch Hongjun recoiled, disbelief flashing across his features. He is the sentient incarnation of Mount Buzhou. Long ago I intervened once, believing him eradicated. Yet somehow he survived. For decades he has lain hidden within Mount Buzhou, cultivating in secret. You know well Mount Buzhou was formed from Pangu's spinal column, and thus bears his indelible will. Even I cannot fully command it. It was precisely this weakness he exploited. Only recently did I discover he still lives. And his strength is formidable. Likely shielded by Pangu's lingering will, he has ascended to the apex of supreme immortality, on the very cusp of transcendence. What a... apex of supreme immortality. Then he stands but one step from attaining the grand Tao of supreme immortality. Patriarch Hongjun exclaimed, stunned. Heh! The Celestial Tao uttered a chilling laugh. To achieve supreme immortal enlightenment is no simple feat. He will fail, and you need not fear that outcome. What then of Tian? Patriarch Hongjun pressed urgently. Leave that for later. When you deliver your sermons, draw Tian into the Zixiao Palace. There the bond between master and disciple shall be restored. Huff, huff. Patriarch Hongjun exhaled deeply. Very well. But what of Gudian? How shall we deal with him? He remains a blight. Must be eliminated without delay. I wish I could, the Celestial Tao replied, its voice heavy with frustration. He has fused his essence entirely with Mount Buzhou. Should he perish, the mountain itself would fracture. We may one day topple Mount Buzhou, but now it must remain intact. Therefore you must swiftly attain sagehood, and ensure the emergence of the other Celestial Tao sages. Only then may we safely eradicate him. Celestial Tao, when Mount Buzhou collapses, how shall heaven be upheld? That is none of your concern. I possess means sufficient to sustain heaven when the time comes. The Tao's avatar spoke confidently, unaware that its own celestial mechanism was already beginning to falter. At this moment, above the North Sea, a colossal mysterious turtle stood majestically upon the ocean. Its single eye resembled an ancient star. Even though Tian was well aware of the immense size of the North Sea mysterious turtle, witnessing it in person still left him somewhat in shock. Huge. Extremely huge. Especially those thick limbs which stood like 4 heavenly pillars upon the sea. No wonder after the collapse of Buzhou Mountain its limbs were used to support the heavens. Though the size of the North Sea mysterious turtle's limbs was still far from that of Buzhou Mountain, they were approximately 1/10 the size. One can only imagine how immense the limbs of the North Sea mysterious turtle truly are. Its colossal body is beyond comprehension. It is known that even a great Luo golden immortal would find it nearly impossible to ascend to the peak of Buzhou Mountain from its foot without several thousand or even tens of thousands of years. Of course, this is assuming there were no hindrances from Pangu's divine might. If Pangu's power were involved, thinking of achieving it in less than hundreds of thousands of years would be utterly foolish. However, since we are making a comparison, it is naturally under the condition of no Pangu divine might. Even a Hunyuan golden immortal would require decades to reach the summit of Buzhou Mountain. 01 Mountain is equivalent to dozens of great thousand worlds. And one of the feet of the North Sea mysterious turtle is already about 1/10 the size of Buzhou Mountain. Wow! The little chubby panda beside Gu Tian was left stunned. Gazing up at the gigantic North Sea mysterious turtle, he was so shocked, he couldn't find his voice. Gulps. What if we were to roast this giant turtle and eat it? How long do you think it would last? I reckon even if we ate for 10,000 years or 100,000 years we still wouldn't finish it. Smack. In the next moment Gu Tian smacked the little panda on its head and said, "Hey chubby, all you think about is eating. Even the North Sea mysterious turtle? Aren't you afraid of getting stuffed?" Not at all. The little chubby panda patted its belly and said, "Gu Tian, my tummy is quite big. No matter how much I eat, I won't get stuffed." Alright. Gu Tian felt a bit helpless regarding this gluttonous little panda. What a powerful innate divine ability. Yet it was being used for eating. As a creature of fortune, how could little chubby not have its own innate powers? Apart from its extraordinary strength, it also possessed a vast space within its belly. Currently this space was already equivalent to a great thousand worlds in size. In the future, as little chubby's strength breaks through this space, will continue to evolve. Even a cultivator at the early stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal would find it difficult to escape if swallowed into this space. Moreover, once swallowed, everything within this space would automatically be absorbed by little chubby, becoming part of its body. Originally, this was a very powerful innate divine ability that allowed little chubby to easily defeat enemies beyond its level. However, such a strong ability was being used for eating. Patting the little panda's head, Gu Tian said, "Chubby, we are here for serious business. The North Sea mysterious turtle is not meant to be eaten, it will be our friend in the future." "Oh, our friend. Then in that case I won't eat it." The little chubby panda replied, "Luo Hou." Just then a violent breath was heard. The North Sea mysterious turtle, which had been in a slumber, suddenly awoke, taking a deep breath before releasing a tremendous roar. Accompanying this roar, the entire North Sea began to tremble violently. It was as if the heavens and earth had turned upside down. The towering waves, tens of millions of feet high, crashed one after another. Only after traveling trillions of miles did it gradually calm down. That terrifying aura radiated outwards from the North Sea mysterious turtle. Had it not been for the barrier set by the heavenly Tao, this would have caused the entire four seas to tremble. Such immense power could easily shake the whole realm. Even the entire Hunyuan continent could sense the presence of the North Sea mysterious turtle. However, regrettably, the existence of the North Sea mysterious turtle had all its power blocked by the barrier of the heavenly Tao. It could not be transmitted out. Furthermore, if it weren't for the fortune beast little chubby helping Gu Tian to find it, he would have spent 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or even millions of years looking for this creature in the North Sea. After all, this was a secret weapon of the heavenly Tao. Until it was needed, no one must know of its existence. Otherwise his plans would be affected. The entire process lasted nearly an hour before it slowly calmed down. "Who are you?" In the next moment, those two enormous eyes resembling ancient stars fixed their gaze on Gu Tian and little chubby, asking, "Why are you able to appear in this place?" Gu Tian chuckled and asked, "Why can't I appear in this place?" "I don't know." The North Sea mysterious turtle shook its head and said, "However, I haven't seen any other beings for several tens of millions of years, perhaps even longer. Perhaps the place I inhabit is a desolate land. Aside from me, no one else can exist here. Or maybe it's because my size is too enormous, preventing other beings from surviving. Nonetheless, I am quite happy to see other beings before me. No matter who you are, welcome to my territory." Gu Tian smiled and said, "North Sea mysterious turtle, I didn't expect you to be so hospitable." Sighed. The North Sea mysterious turtle sighed helplessly and said, "It's not that I am hospitable, but I have been so lonely for countless years. I have longed for a companion, a friend. I even doubted whether I was the only one in this world. However, tens of millions of years ago, a terrifying battle erupted in this world, which made me aware that there are other beings in this world. Yet I am puzzled. Since there are other beings in this world, why have I never met any? Could it be that there is something wrong with the place I inhabit? I have also wanted to leave this place, but for some reason I cannot." Gu Tian smiled and said, "North Sea mysterious turtle, I have come to help you find answers. Not only can I tell you why this is so, I can even take you away." "What? Really? Really?" Upon hearing this, the North Sea mysterious turtle instantly became excited. "Of course. That is precisely why I have come here." Gu Tian declared, fully aware that the North Sea Xian turtle could not depart, not by its own will, but because the primordial heaven Tao forbade it. Nor could the North Sea Xian turtle assume human form, bound as it was by the celestial edicts of the Tao. "Excellent. Excellent. Excellent. In an instant the Xian turtle trembled with overwhelming emotion. With uncontainable joy it exclaimed, "At last, freedom from this solitude. At last, I may venture forth and meet fellow cultivators across the Tao." In that moment elation surged so fiercely within the Xian turtle that it nearly leapt for joy, were it not for the sheer immensity of its body. Even having cultivated to the latest profound, primordial golden immortal realm, its utmost effort yielded no more than a futile tremor. It could not lift itself from the sea's vast expanse. What Tian witnessed was merely a subtle quiver of the Xian turtle's colossal frame. Yet that single shudder unleashed terrifying towering waves across the North Sea. However, the Xian turtle regaining composure asked urgently, "My body is simply too immense. Any movement would inevitably trigger cataclysmic surges. Fortunately, this stretch of ocean harbors no other life forms. Otherwise, countless beings would perish beneath the devastation of my mere displacement." Alas! Sighing deeply, the Xian turtle lamented once more. Transformation. This had been its spiritual obsession for millions of years, an all-consuming yearning. Why could other beings attain human form? Yet it could not. Its gargantuan, unwieldy form rendered even the slightest motion impossible. Of course, slight motion was relative to itself. To other beings, even lifting a single forelimb would shift constellations and overturn the very axis of heaven and earth. Thus transformation remained its deepest aspiration. Upon assuming human form, it would gain the innate Tao body, enhancing cultivation exponentially and most crucially granting unfettered mobility and agency in all endeavors. How unlike its present state, paralyzed and capable of action. Initially, it believed its cultivation realm was insufficient for transformation. So it redoubled its efforts. Failing at Golden Immortal, it advanced to Supreme Golden Immortal. Failing there, it pressed on toward Great Luo Golden Immortal. Surely that would suffice. Yet the result shattered its hopes. Even at Great Luo Golden Immortal, transformation remained elusive. Undeterred, it trained with fiercer resolve. Now having reached the late stage of profound Primordial Golden Immortal, still no transformation. Doubt began to coil like frost in its heart. Was it truly incapable? Could it be that only attaining the profound Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal realm would unlock transformation? Yet that realm remained shrouded in unfathomable mystery. To this day it knew not even how to begin its ascent. At that moment Tian's lips curled into a knowing, enigmatic smile. North Sea Xian turtle. In truth, you can transform. At Tian's words the Xian turtle surged with electrified hope and blurted, "Brother Tian, can you aid me in transformation? If you grant me this form, I shall obey your every command henceforth." Tian's expression brightened instantly. This was precisely the outcome he sought. Pausing deliberately, he said, "Indeed, I can assist you. But first you must understand why you have been unable to transform." "What? Why can I not transform? Is it because my cultivation is inadequate? Or has my practice gone wrong, utterly catastrophically wrong?" Tian declared. "Xian turtle, the reason you cannot transform lies solely in the primordial heaven Tao itself. It forbids your transformation." "What a—" The Xian turtle recoiled in shocked disbelief, trembling in its voice. Heaven Tao forbids my emergence. But why? I have committed no atrocity, no crime against heaven or earth. Why would it deny me this? Astonishment, incredulity, unbelief, confusion, yet deeper still burned a searing fury. Why? Throughout my existence I have never transgressed the Tao's will. By what right did heaven Tao imprison me, denying me form? In that instant the Xian turtle felt an urge to pierce the 9 heavens, confronting the primordial heaven Tao itself. "Explain. Why do you treat me thus?" Tian's cold chuckle echoed. "You are inherently benevolent, Xian turtle, never once straying into wickedness. That is true, but therein lies your fatal flaw. Your very existence is destined to fulfill a pivotal task for the primordial heaven Tao. And that task demands your original form, not a transformed one. Were you to assume human shape, the Tao would lose absolute dominion over you. Should you ever slip beyond the borders of the Primordial Continent, its grand design would collapse utterly. Thus, transformation is absolutely forbidden. Your colossal physical form is effortlessly controlled and utterly inescapable." This. Stunned, speechless, the Xian turtle stammered, "Truly despicable. The primordial heaven Tao treats me like a mere beast." "Brother Tian, what precisely does it intend to use me for?" Tian smiled faintly and countered, "Xian turtle, what do you suppose its purpose is?" The Xian turtle paused, then shook its head slowly. "I cannot fathom it. Beyond this immense body, I see nothing extraordinary about myself." Xian turtle, The primordial heaven Tao covets precisely this immense body of yours. Tell me, if Mount Buzhou were ever to crumble, causing heaven and earth to collapse, could your body serve as the pillar to stabilize the four directions? This. Instantly the Xian turtle's eyes widened in horror. Impossible. Mount Buzhou is the celestial pillar holding up the heavens. How could it possibly fall? Moreover, it was forged from Pangu, the creator's spinal column, imbued with supreme inviolable power. How dare the primordial heaven Tao permit its collapse? The Xian turtle's first instinct was disbelief. Mount Buzhou could not fall. Heh. Tian smiled again. Xian turtle, you do not yet know my true identity. Let me speak plainly, I am the spirit of Mount Buzhou, born from its essence. For eons the primordial heaven Tao has secretly siphoned my primordial source. Thus Mount Buzhou grows ever weaker, until one day, when its strength wanes beyond the threshold required to uphold heaven and earth, it will collapse. Until recently I wondered how dared the primordial heaven Tao commit such sacrilege. Its collapse would shatter the entire primordial continent. Until I beheld you, Xian turtle. In that instant, everything crystallized. This. For a breathless moment the Xian turtle stood utterly still, stunned into silence. At first the North Sea Xian turtle did not believe it. The Tao of heaven is fair. He had not defied the Tao of heaven, nor had he ever committed any heinous acts. In fact, over the countless years he had not killed a single creature from the primordial continent. He was very confident that he bore not an ounce of karma. If that is the case, then why should the primordial Tao of heaven restrict him? Thus the North Sea Xian turtle found it hard to believe that it was the work of the primordial Tao of heaven. However, since the opening of the primordial continent until now, the primordial Tao of heaven had always been clear in its rewards and punishments, never misjudging any creature. But now, the North Sea Xian turtle was already 99% convinced that the reason he could not transform was due to the interference of the primordial Tao of heaven. After all, throughout the entire primordial continent, only the primordial Tao of heaven possessed such capability. Most importantly, it was the words spoken by Tian. Once Mount Buzhou collapses, who else can support the heavens beneath the primordial sky? Only he, the North Sea Xian turtle. Although his limbs could not compare to the grandiosity, strength, and might of Mount Buzhou collectively, they could barely support the heavens. If someone else had said such words, the North Sea Xian turtle might not have believed them. But the one who spoke was Tian, transformed from Mount Buzhou. That must be the truth. At this moment the North Sea Xian turtle felt an immense rage within. Had his body not been so enormous, making it almost impossible for him to fly, the North Sea Xian turtle would have truly wanted to soar into the heavens and question the Tao of heaven, asking why it treated him so. Tian glanced at the North Sea Xian turtle and said, because the primordial Tao of heaven has already found a substitute for Mount Buzhou, and that is you, the North Sea Xian turtle. Moreover, as he said this, a playful smile appeared on Tian's face, and he continued, North Sea Xian turtle, what do you think will happen to you once Mount Buzhou collapses? What will happen to me? In this moment the North Sea Xian turtle's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. A sense of foreboding washed over him. What will the primordial Tao of heaven do to him? Capture the North Sea Xian turtle and place the entire heavens upon him, forcing him to support the heavens. But wouldn't that be a bit troublesome? If he were to encounter any issues one day, or inadvertently tremble, wouldn't that cause the entire heavens to shake as well? The Tao of heaven surely would not allow such a thing to happen, right? What would it do? Suddenly, in that instant, the North Sea Xian turtle thought of a possibility. Hou Tu. He then took a deep breath, trembling as he said, Tian, my friend, could it be that the primordial Tao of heaven intends to kill me? North Sea Xian turtle, what do you think? Tian said playfully. Why do you think the primordial Tao of heaven wishes to topple Mount Buzhou? This. The North Sea Xian turtle shook his head, his face filled with confusion as he asked. I don't know either. Normally speaking, the primordial Tao of heaven should not want to topple Mount Buzhou. Tian sneered coldly. The reason the primordial Tao of heaven wants to topple Mount Buzhou is due to several factors. Firstly, Mount Buzhou is the transformed spine of the Pangu great god. As long as Mount Buzhou exists, the consciousness of the Pangu great god will persist within the primordial continent. However, the Pangu great god has already returned to the void. Now the primordial continent is governed by the primordial Tao of heaven. Do you think it can tolerate the existence of an already returned Pangu great god? If the beings of the primordial continent only revere the Pangu great god and do not fear the Tao of heaven, then what will become of the Tao's majesty over time? Most importantly, once the beings of the primordial continent no longer respect the Tao of heaven, its power will rapidly weaken. Not to mention, let's compare it with the Wu clan. In the eyes of the Wu clan, there is only the Pangu great god, and they have never regarded the Tao of Heaven with any respect. Yet the Tao of Heaven has been unable to do anything to the Wu clan precisely because of the protection of the Pangu great god's consciousness. Thus the primordial Tao of Heaven seeks to topple Mount Buzhou. Secondly, Mount Buzhou has been supporting the heavens, keeping the primordial continent stable, and thus continuously gaining merits from the primordial heaven and earth. If Mount Buzhou keeps gaining these merits, the will of the Pangu great god will remain present in the primordial continent, continuously protecting the Wu clan. In that case, the authority of the Tao of Heaven will be further diminished. Thirdly, Mount Buzhou is not subject to the control of the Tao of Heaven. Its authority cannot penetrate Mount Buzhou, which is something the primordial Tao of Heaven cannot tolerate. North Sea Xian Turtle, don't you think so? Gu Tian asked. This. After hearing Gu Tian's analysis, the North Sea Xian Turtle quivered slightly, and his heart was deeply shaken. He had not expected the truth to be like this. In the next moment, Gu Tian continued, North Sea Xian Turtle, considering the second reason I just mentioned, how do you think the primordial Tao of Heaven will treat you? Damn it. The primordial Tao of Heaven wants to kill me. The North Sea Xian Turtle said with a cold expression. That's right, it is inevitable. If you are to replace Mount Buzhou to support the heavens, as long as you, the North Sea Xian Turtle, are alive, you will continually gain merits from heaven and earth. These merits do not originate from the primordial Tao of Heaven, but from the primordial continent itself. If it were a small amount of merits, it would not have a significant impact, but if the merits on you accumulate to a certain extent, it is very likely to break through the Tao of Heaven's blockade. Moreover, by harnessing the power of these merits, you could attain the Tao of the Hunyuan. At that time, you will completely lose control, and due to the accumulation of immense merits, even the primordial Tao of Heaven will be unable to do anything to you. Then do you think the primordial Tao of Heaven will allow you to continue living? Gu Tian asked. Damn it, this damned primordial Tao of Heaven dares to treat me like this. I, the North Sea Xian Turtle, will not rest until we are at odds. The North Sea Xian Turtle roared angrily. After all, Gu Tian then continued, what he needs is merely your body. Whether you are dead or alive makes no difference. A dead North Sea Xian Turtle will yield no merits from heaven and earth. Save me. Gu Tian, my friend, you must save me. As long as you can help me free myself from the control of the primordial Tao of Heaven from now on, I, the North Sea Xian Turtle, will be at your command. The North Sea Xian Turtle said in panic. With his current strength, he could not resist if the primordial Tao of Heaven sought to suppress him. Rest assured. Gu Tian walked over, patting his turtle shell, and said, North Sea Xian Turtle, I have come to find you to help you break free from the control of the Tao of Heaven. After all, we are both suffering from similar fates. For the North Sea Xian Gui, Gu Tian has two choices. Either kill it directly, or control it. In any case, the North Sea Xian Gui must not continue to be controlled by the heavenly Tao. As long as the North Sea Xian Gui exists, it can always replace the Buzhou Mountain, serving as the pillar of the Hongwan continent. The hidden dangers posed by the pushing of Buzhou Mountain will always exist. Buzhou Mountain is Gu Tian's first refined object, long since intertwined with Gu Tian's fate. If Buzhou Mountain is damaged, Gu Tian's strength will also be affected. If Buzhou Mountain collapses, though it would not threaten Gu Tian's life, it would certainly cause a serious injury to his vitality, and his strength might instantly drop below the level of a Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. Moreover, it would be difficult to maintain even the cultivation of a Hunyuan Jingxian. After all, Gu Tian's current power is largely due to Buzhou Mountain. This is the source of his strength. Therefore, he must protect Buzhou Mountain at all costs. Of course, Gu Tian could replace his first refined object, but none of the others can compare to Buzhou Mountain. Although the seed of the Tree of Life, if it can grow into the Tree of Life, would be much stronger, it is still not the Tree of Life yet. It doesn't even count as a seedling of the Tree of Life, so Buzhou Mountain remains the first choice. To protect Buzhou Mountain, he must tackle it from two aspects. The first point is naturally to enhance Buzhou Mountain's strength, making it impossible for the heavenly Tao to push it down. The second point is to ensure Buzhou Mountain's irreplaceability. At present, the heavenly Tao stands as a replacement for Buzhou Mountain, serving as the pillar of the heavens, and is already on Gu Tian's battlefield. At this moment, after learning the truth, the North Sea Xian Gui harbors extreme hatred for the Honghuang heavenly Tao. It only resents its lack of strength, otherwise it would certainly confront the Honghuang heavenly Tao with reasoning. At worst, it would turn the world upside down. It doesn't care how the Honghuang heavenly Tao ends. But alas, strength is lacking. So it can only endure for now, waiting for the right moment to release this pent-up frustration. North Sea Xian Gui. At this moment Gu Tian pressed his hand on the massive head of the North Sea Xiangui and said, "The reason you cannot transform is that the heavenly Tao has placed a binding force within your essence. I have already found this heavenly Tao shackles within your essence. So how do you feel?" In the next moment, with Gu Tian's help, the North Sea Xiangui also sensed the terrifying heavenly Tao shackles in its own essence. It is precisely because of the existence of this heavenly Tao shackles that it locks its essence, preventing transformation unless its power surpasses that of the heavenly Tao breaking the shackles. Otherwise, even if its realm breaks through again, it is likely that it still cannot transform. Moreover, the North Sea Xiangui can clearly perceive that the power within this shackles is as overwhelming as the will of heaven. It is indeed the power of the heavenly Tao. This completely confirms that it is the heavenly Tao that is imprisoning it. "Damn the heavenly Tao," the North Sea Xiangui cursed angrily. "It is indeed you who are imprisoning me." "All right." Gu Tian patted its head and said, "North Sea Xiangui, now is not the time for anger. You must have already sensed the power of the heavenly Tao shackles, right? As long as I break this shackles, you will not only be able to transform and enter the world. Moreover, your power can advance further, reaching the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Jingxian realm. This heavenly Tao shackles has not only imprisoned your transformation power. At the same time, it has sealed most of your strength. It is likely that the heavenly Tao, that scoundrel, fears that you will cultivate too quickly. Before its plans are complete, you have already broken through to the Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian realm, so it used this method to suppress your strength." "What? This damned heavenly Tao, I won't let it go," the North Sea Xiangui exclaimed angrily. "North Sea Xiangui, rest assured. When the right time comes, we will both enter the heavenly Tao space together and tear that scoundrel of the Honghuang heavenly Tao apart." Gu Tian said. "All right." The North Sea Xiangui shouted loudly. "It's settled then, Gu Tian, my friend. I am relying on you now. Rest assured," Gu Tian said confidently. "If it were before this, I might not have been able to break the shackles of the heavenly Tao scoundrel, but thanks to Shun Ni, giving me a great opportunity. Go." In the next moment, under Gu Tian's control, the tiny roots of the seed of the tree of life attached themselves to the heavenly Tao shackles in the void. Immediately, it began absorbing the power of the heavenly Tao shackles. Seeing this scene, the North Sea Xiangui was shaken, deeply shocked. How is this possible? This is the heavenly Tao shackles, which contains terrifying divine might of the heavenly Tao. How can Gu Tian, my friend, absorb the power of the heavenly Tao? What the North Sea Xiangui does not know is that Gu Tian possesses the seed of the tree of life. The tree of life can absorb all powers during its growth. What of the power of the heavenly Tao? In the end, it becomes nourishment for the seed of the tree of life. This is also why Gu Tian has such confidence in helping the North Sea Xiangui break the heavenly Tao shackles. Time passed by minute, and the power of the heavenly Tao shackles continually weakened. Crack. At this moment, a cracking sound was heard. It was not the sound of the heavenly Tao shackles breaking, but the sound of the seed of the tree of life cracking. After absorbing the power of the heavenly Tao, the seed of the tree of life was completely activated. Tiny roots sprouted from the bottom of the seed. At the same time, a small green leaf broke through the shell from the top of the seed of the tree of life. Wow! Seeing this scene, Gu Tian was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. The seed of the tree of life actually sprouted. This is simply a tremendous surprise. In that moment, Gu Tian could clearly sense that the seed of the tree of life seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation, and a powerful vitality surged from within. Endless life, continuously flowing. At that moment, Gu Tian could feel that the speed at which the tree of life absorbed chaotic power had increased dozens of times, and its growth speed had also significantly improved. The tiny roots firmly took root in the chaos. The connection between Gu Tian and the tree of life also grew increasingly closer. However, in that moment, Gu Tian had a sense of illusion. Was this newly sprouted tree of life considered his avatar or his child? Gu Tian could feel that within the tender sprout of the tree of life there seemed to be a very weak consciousness, but it gave him a very familiar feeling. Who cares? As long as this tender sprout of the tree of life is completely under my control, that's all that matters. Heavenly Tao shackles shatter. In the next moment, as the seed of the tree of life underwent transformation, the power of the heavenly Tao shackles within the North Sea Xiangui was completely devoured. In the next moment, with a point from Gu Tian, the heavenly Tao shackles instantly shattered. In the moment when the shackles of the heavenly Tao shattered, a powerful force erupted from within. The strength of that force had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of the Hunyuan golden immortal level. Instantly, it merged into the body of the North Sea Xian turtle, and at the moment of merging with this force, the North Sea Xian turtle broke, through from the late stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal to the pinnacle. Its own strength had increased at least tenfold. Most importantly, the body of the North Sea Xian turtle had also grown larger, at least doubled in size compared to before. Prior to this, the North Sea Xian turtle was already a colossal creature. At this moment it was even more so. Its massive and imposing body emanated a sense of pressure that could be felt from afar, inspiring awe. Even among those at the pinnacle of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, seeing the North Sea Xian turtle would instill a sense of trepidation. Not for any other reason, but simply because the North Sea Xian turtle's size was overwhelming. Before this, its limbs were roughly 1/10 the size of Mount Buzhou, but now they had reached about 1/5. Even a saint would feel a sense of shock upon seeing the North Sea Xian turtle. At that moment, from the place originally confined by the heavenly Dao shackles, a miniature version of the North Sea Xian turtle flew out and bowed to Gu Tian. Although Gu Tian did not know what this was, he was well aware that the reason the North Sea Xian turtle could not transform was because the heavenly Dao had confined this miniature version. Just as this miniature version of the North Sea Xian turtle merged with the North Sea Xian turtle, Gu Tian was momentarily taken aback. Shock appeared in his eyes as he realized that the North Sea Xian turtle was not just a top-tier Chaos Divine Demon, but was indeed a Chaos Divine Demon. No wonder it could cultivate to such a level even when sealed by the heavenly Dao. No wonder the heavenly Dao sought to confine the North Sea Xian turtle, fearing it would escape and break through to the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal level. It turned out this creature was a Chaos Divine Demon. This creature might not have been a being of the Honghuang continent from the very beginning. For some unknown reason, it fell to the Honghuang continent and was discovered by the heavenly Dao. Initially, the heavenly Dao likely intended to deal with it like other Chaos Divine Demons, first trying to trap and kill it, then shattering its soul and suppressing its remnants. Thus it would never truly die and could not be resurrected in the chaos. However, the heavenly Dao soon discovered the North Sea Xian turtle's extraordinary nature. Its body was so vast, coupled with the fact that it was a Chaos Divine Demon, it would undoubtedly grow immensely powerful once it matured. Moreover, the heavenly Dao had always sought to topple Mount Buzhou, and thus a series of plans were set in that moment. Gu Tian pieced together the events that had transpired. Truly, the heavenly Dao was just as the North Sea Xian turtle merged all its power to restore its status as a Chaos Divine Demon, an even more powerful force surged from its body. Not good. In the next moment, Gu Tian heard the anxious voice of the North Sea Xian turtle in his mind saying, "Gu Tian, I can't control it anymore. I am about to transform. But once I transform in the Honghuang continent, the heavenly Dao dogs will surely find out. What should we do? What can we do now? With our current strength, we are probably not a match for the heavenly Dao dogs. Gu Tian, help me. Rest assured, North Sea Xian turtle. Leave everything to me." With a soft command, Gu Tian waved his right hand, relocating the North Sea Xian turtle's massive body outside the Honghuang continent. At this moment, Gu Tian couldn't help but feel grateful that he had sought out the North Sea Xian turtle only after breaking through to the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. Otherwise, in the current situation, he would truly be unable to control it. The size of the North Sea Xian turtle was so great that even 10 pinnacle Hunyuan Golden Immortal experts would struggle to move it. Only a Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal could do so. But even so, it was still somewhat strenuous. Phew. Gu Tian took a deep breath and said, "North Sea Xian turtle, I have already relocated you to the endless chaos. You can transform and transcend your tribulation here. The heavenly Dao will not be able to detect it. I really am in the endless chaos now. Gu Tian, I won't say too much, and thanks. Once I have transcended the transformation tribulation, I will surely follow you." The North Sea Xian turtle said earnestly. "By the way," Gu Tian then said, "North Sea Xian turtle, give me a drop of your essence blood. I will bring you out from the North Sea, but to ensure we can avoid the heavenly Dao dogs, we must leave some means behind." All right. Without a moment's hesitation, the North Sea Xian turtle opened its mouth and spat out a drop of essence blood. To the North Sea Xian turtle, it may have seemed like just a drop, but to Gu Tian it felt like an entire sea of blood. Damn. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Refine. In the next moment, he clenched his right hand, using supreme divine abilities to refine it into the size of an ordinary drop of essence blood, floating before Gu Tian and transforming into a small North Sea Xian turtle. Great creation technique. With a wave of his right hand, one of the 3,000 great divine abilities, the Great Creation Technique, was unleashed from Gu Tian's hand, and endless creative power surged into the essence blood of the North Sea Xian turtle. In an instant, accompanied by a flash of light, a miniature North Sea Xian turtle appeared before Gu Tian, exuding an aura identical to that of the North Sea Xian turtle. It seems to be just a little short. Tree of Life, I'll rely on you next. Great life technique. He pointed with his right hand, and a surge of life energy flowed into the body of this North Sea Xian turtle. Supreme creation life emerges. This drop of essence blood from the North Sea Xian turtle actually transformed into a true life form. Externally, it resembled the North Sea Xian turtle perfectly. Moreover, even the aura emitted by its soul and true spirit was identical, apart from being a little smaller than the original North Sea Xian turtle. Even the heavenly Tao would not be able to detect it. Go. In the next moment, Tian waved his right hand, sending this North Sea Xian turtle into the North Sea. Now only the final step remains. Go. He struck down with his right hand, and boundless power surged into this North Sea Xian. Subsequently, the body of this North Sea Xian turtle rapidly expanded, reaching a size comparable to that of the main body in less than a breath. Its own realm had also reached the late stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Seeing the North Sea Xian turtle he had created, Tian clapped his hands in satisfaction and said, "Heavenly Tao, old dog, let's see how you play now. This North Sea Xian turtle I have created is completely under my control. With just a thought, it can revert back to that drop of essence blood." Rumble. Rumble. At that moment, the transformation tribulation of the North Sea Xian turtle descended upon the endless chaos. A tremendous sound echoed, causing the entire chaotic expanse, spanning countless kilometers, to a streak of thunder flashed down, illuminating the pitch-black chaos, as if it were daylight. That terrifying thunder, merely in width, was as large as the limbs of the Beihai Xiangui. Suddenly it erupted. That immense and dreadful force shattered the chaos at once. A deafening roar resounded as the terrifying thunder struck the Beihai Xiangui. The muffled sound could be sensed even from countless miles away. All rules and powers crumbled under this. In the next moment, endless chaotic storms and various void divine thunders surged forward, all crashing upon the Beihai Xiangui. Unmoved like a mountain. Let the winds from all directions blow, I remain still. At that instant, an invisible radiance emanated from the Beihai Xiangui. No matter how the void divine thunder struck or how terrifying the power of this transformation tribulation was, even if it possessed the power to destroy the heavens and earth, capable of piercing through chaos, this strike merely stirred a few ripples upon the protective force surrounding the Beihai Xiangui, which were soon dissipated. Tian was slightly taken aback. This Beihai Xiangui, indeed, had some capabilities. Rumbling. Rumbling. As soon as this transformation tribulation was received by the Beihai Xiangui, several chaotic divine thunders, terrifying several times more than before, descended from the chaotic void. Just a moment ago, they had been billions of miles away. In the next moment, the chaotic divine thunders struck the Beihai Xiangui. However, they were blocked by its protective shield. Regardless of how fearsome the power of the divine thunder was, it could not breach this layer of protection. Dozens of chaotic divine thunders were easily endured. Rumbling. A loud bang resounded suddenly like a clap of thunder in clear skies. Before the chaotic divine thunder could land, the entire chaotic space trembled, and an invisible wave surged forth, pushing the Beihai Xiangui several star domains away. Crackling. In the next moment, the divine thunder exploded, shattering countless ancient stars. In that instant, they were obliterated. The chaotic void trembled under this strike, causing the heavens and earth to sink, and with the explosion of the chaotic divine thunder, this chaos was instantaneously shattered. Then it turned to nothingness. Crackle. Crackle. As this chaotic void was shattered, the protective shield around the Beihai Xiangui could no longer hold up and was reduced to fragments under the chaotic divine thunder. Ziz. Ziz. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Fractured thunder struck upon the back of the Beihai Xiangui. However, the divine thunder, capable of easily slaying a Hunyuan Golden Immortal, left no mark upon the Beihai Xiangui. At the same time, the mysterious runes on the Beihai Xiangui seemed to be stimulated by the chaotic heavenly thunder and were activated. They wildly began to absorb the surrounding chaotic energy, transforming it into their own power. The law of water overcoming rigidity with softness. The power of the chaotic divine thunder is exceedingly rigid, containing terrifying destructive force. All powers that dared to confront it were reduced to nothingness under the thunder, or they were annihilated into the void. However, the runes on the Beihai Zhuanggui's back formed a layer of water curtain in front of it. When the chaotic divine thunder struck, this water curtain did not confront the chaotic divine thunder but instead drew it into the water curtain. Then, with the soft power of water, it slowly dissolved the fierce and destructive force, even if it could penetrate this layer of water curtain. But by the time it landed on the Beihai Xiangui, there was little power left in the thunder. Good gracious. Gu Tian could not help but exclaim, "This Beihai Xiangwei is impressive. This fellow's control over the law of water must have reached a realm of 99%. He added, "Just a little more, and it can reach a complete realm, achieving Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal. As long as there is no suppression from the heavenly Tao, giving it a few million or tens of millions of years, it can surely break through to the realm of Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal. Even now its strength is already far superior to that of other peak Hunyuan Golden Immortals." He remarked, "No wonder the heavenly Tao has been continuously suppressing it." Excellent. After witnessing the power of the Beihai Xuangui, Gu Tian felt very satisfied. The stronger the Beihai Zhuanggui's power, the better it was for him. Gu Tian had previously experienced the transformation tribulation. The usual transformation tribulation is the 4-9 tribulation, consisting of 36 strikes. However, some innate divine demons undergoing transformation would indeed face the more terrifying 6-9 tribulation, totaling 54 strikes of heavenly thunder. Successfully passing through means gaining recognition of the laws of heaven and earth. If one fails, they will be reduced to a wisp of tribulation, ash under the heavenly tribulation. Gu Tian's experience was just like that. Thus the tribulation he faced was merely the 4-9 tribulation. But now, from the looks of it, the Beihai Zhuanggui's transformation tribulation is highly likely the rumored, most terrifying 9-9 tribulation. But that is to be expected. Ordinary chaotic divine demons must undergo the 9-9 transformation tribulation. At this moment, the Beihai Xingwei has already passed through 63 chaotic divine thunders. It only needs to pass through another 18 chaotic divine thunders to fully transform. Rumbling. Rumbling. In the next moment, 9 chaotic divine thunders erupted simultaneously. Unexpectedly, these 9 chaotic divine thunders descended simultaneously, transforming into 9 terrifying thunder dragons in the chaotic void. Each chaotic thunder dragon possessed power comparable to the peak of a chaotic golden immortal, easily obliterating everything around them with a small burst of thunder. Just as they were about to touch the water curtain, the 9 thunder dragons unexpectedly fused together. That terrifying power instantly shattered the water curtain, unleashing an endless storm of destruction, forming a devastation windstorm that spanned billions of miles. It surged forward, drawing the Beihai Xingwei into its midst. Endless thunder poured down upon the Beihai Xingwei. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The runes on its back, upon receiving the impact of the destructive thunder, struggled to hold up, and were ultimately broken by the destructive force within the thunder. Not good. Seeing this situation, Gu Tian's expression changed as he said, "The Beihai Xingwei might not be able to hold on much longer. It's all that rascal of the heavenly Tao. Oh, it has sealed the Beihai Zhuanggui's source power for too long. This is the 9-9 transformation tribulation of chaotic divine demons, yet the Beihai Xingwei has only just recovered and is not familiar with the powers of chaotic divine demons, unable to exert its own strength and advantages. No, I must help it. Moi." At that moment, the seedling of the tree of life, which had just completed its metamorphosis, began to stir. The roots surged forth in an instant. Then they wrapped around the terrifying destructive thunder dragon and began to absorb its power. This is possible. Seeing this scene, Gu Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. Before this, Gu Tian understood that the tree of life could absorb all kinds of power, just as it had absorbed the Tao power from the body of the North Sea Xian turtle. However, he never expected that the tree of life could also absorb the power of heavenly tribulation, especially that formed by the chaotic divine thunder. It was simply incredible. In just a breath's time, it had absorbed the essence of a thunder dragon. At that moment, Gu Tian clearly sensed that the tender shoots of the tree of life had grown a new leaf, and this shoot was larger than before. Moreover, after sensing the power of the chaotic divine thunder, the tender shoots of the tree of life became extremely joyful, suddenly surging forth with a mass of roots from the void. Due to the transformation of the tender shoots, the roots had significantly increased in number and had also become much stronger. After 3 breaths, this round of transformation tribulation of the North Sea Xian turtle was completely devoured by the tender shoots of the tree of life, leaving not a trace behind. Furthermore, after absorbing this round of chaotic divine thunder, the tree of life underwent another transformation, evolving from a tender shoot into a small sapling, though this sapling was still less than 1 centimeter tall. However, it had completed a leap in life, and the life force it emitted along with the power of the tree of life was dozens of times stronger than before. At this moment, the tree of life was truly a chaotic spiritual root. Not to mention anything else, the life force emitted by this small sapling was nearly equivalent to that of Gu Tian when he had just broken through to the primordial golden immortal. In other words, this small sapling was comparable to a master of the primordial golden immortal. The roots of the small sapling had already deeply embedded themselves in the chaos, continuously absorbing the power from the chaos to foster its growth. At the same time, 5 leaves had already sprouted from the small sapling, surrounded by the 5 fundamental powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The power of the 5 elements circulated endlessly, thriving without end. This is... The next moment, Tian revealed a shocked expression and said This is actually the innate power of the 5 elements. The tree of life can actually give rise to such power. It seems that the ancient ancestor of the 5 elements, one of the 3,000 chaotic divine demons, was birthed from the fusion of the laws of the 5-element path and the innate 5-element power. It had been said before that the birth of the 3,000 chaotic divine demons was related to the tree of life. So that's how it is. A portion of the primordial power of the 3,000 chaotic divine demons was birthed by the tree of life. This is quite powerful indeed. By the way, the great seal of the 5 directions. In the next moment, Tian took out the treasure given to him by the ancient ancestor of the 5 elements. Upon sensing the innate 5-element power emitted by the tree of life, the great seal of the 5 directions began to tremble, violently excited from the inside out. If it could absorb enough innate 5-element power, this treasure would undergo transformation. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Go. In the next moment, Tian waved his hand, casually tossing the great seal of the 5 directions beside the tree of life. What the ancient ancestor of the 5 elements could not accomplish, let me Tian do it instead. Once the great seal of the 5 directions completed its transformation, his strength would greatly increase. The power of a chaotic spiritual treasure could not be compared to that of an innate treasure. If the transformation is completed, a single strike from the great seal of the 5 directions could crush us. Previously, Tian had been pondering where to find materials containing innate 5-element power for the great seal of the 5 directions. Now it seemed that it was no longer necessary. It could complete its transformation on its own. This time it's another huge gain. At this moment, Tian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The Beast Emperor Shun Enai is simply a big fool. No wonder he suffered such a crushing defeat at the hands of the Tao. He had the seed of the tree of life as a treasure, but didn't know how to use it. If he could transform the seed into a small sapling, then what would happen to the ancestor dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the beginning Qilan? Even the Tao would have to step aside. After all, during the beast calamity, the strength of the Tao was not very strong. It was only after the beast calamity that the Tao completed its transformation and its strength improved. I can't help but marvel. Shin and I is indeed foolish. Hee hee. Tian said with a proud expression. Thanks to the 2 treasures, Little Fatty and Little Jean, I owe my ability to obtain the seed of the tree of life to these 2 little fellows. At the same time, Tian also discovered that with the transformation of the tree of life, his own cultivation had also undergone a transformation. If he was only at the early stage of a mid-level chaotic divine demon, before he had now reached the mid-stage level. Moreover, with the emergence of innate 5-element power, his cultivation would continue to transform. Congratulations, host. The refinement degree of the Great Seal of the 5 Directions has increased to 80%, completely gaining control over the Great Seal of the 5 Directions, and has obtained a drop of primordial blood essence from the 5-element divine demon. Ding! Congratulations, host. The refinement degree of the Tree of Life has increased to 50%, obtaining a drop of chaotic life spring, which can heal all injuries below the primordial infinite golden immortal. I go. This time it's another great fortune. Alright. This is amazing. Ever since I got these 2 treasures, Little Fatty and Little Jean, my luck has begun to improve. Tian couldn't help but exclaim. This drop of chaotic life spring is far better than the 3 light divine water. That thing, while also a healing sacred medicine, can only heal injuries below the sage level. This is definitely a life-saving trump card. At that moment, the final round of heavenly tribulation for the North Sea Xian turtle arrived, with terrifying divine thunders flashing in the chaotic void, releasing their destructive powers. Good heavens! As Tian sensed the terror of this round of heavenly tribulation, he was momentarily stunned. These 9 chaotic divine thunders fused together could already threaten a first-level primordial golden immortal. If they were to strike the North Sea Xian turtle, it would likely be turned to ashes instantly. However, these chaotic divine thunders probably wouldn't land on the North Sea Xian turtle. The Tree of Life activated. In an instant, it absorbed the chaotic divine thunder. After absorbing this round of chaotic divine thunder, the Tree of Life grew a little taller, and the 6th leaf had already sprouted. As the heavenly tribulation dissipated, a flash of light passed by. The massive body of the North Sea Xian turtle slowly vanished, and an old man who appeared to be in his 60s or 70s walked over, kneeling directly before Gu Tian and respectfully saying, "I have seen Lord Gu Tian. Not bad. Not bad." Gu Tian looked over the North Sea Xian turtle and said, "Now that you have finally fulfilled your dream of transformation, I wonder if you have thought of a name for yourself. If not, I happen to have a good name here. Lord Gu Tian, please bestow a name." The North Sea Xian turtle said, "You are the North Sea Xian turtle, so how about we call you Qin Bei Xian? What do you think?" Gu Tian asked. Thus the matter of subduing the North Sea Xian turtle has come to a perfect conclusion. Under the system's inspection, the loyalty of the North Sea Xian turtle has astonishingly reached 90, which can be considered as unwavering loyalty. As long as Gu Tian does not perish, the North Sea Xian turtle will not betray. Moreover, at critical moments, the North Sea Xian turtle would unhesitatingly protect Gu Tian with its life. A loyalty rating of 90 is indeed that powerful. After all, the North Sea Xian turtle is inherently simple-minded like the little fat panda, and the little golden leopard, still an innocent in the world untainted by the vastness of the Honghuang continent. In this regard, one must also thank the Honghuang Heavenly Tao. With Gu Tian's recent actions, that loyalty has been soaring. First, he enlightened it, helping it understand why it could not transform and why it could not leave the North Sea, and then further assisted it in breaking the shackles imposed by the Heavenly Tao. Subsequently, during the most dangerous moment for the North Sea Xian turtle, he helped it survive the transformation tribulation. This counted as saving its life twice. The trust in Gu Tian was also rapidly increasing, and loyalty soared along with it. A loyalty of 90 is even higher than that of the little fat panda and the little golden leopard. These two little creatures still only have a loyalty rating of 85 towards Gu Tian. However, their situations are different. Gu Tian has saved the North Sea Xian turtle's life twice, while the little fat panda and the little golden leopard were won over through coaxing and deception. Then, relying on the temptation of exquisite food, he gradually raised their loyalty. Nonetheless, the fact that the loyalty of these two little creatures could reach 85 is already satisfactory to Gu Tian. This wave of actions not only gained him another ally, but also enhanced Gu Tian's own strength, especially the transformation of the Tree of Life, which is of utmost importance. With the Tree of Life as a foundation, it can provide Gu Tian with an endless source of power. In battle, there is no need to worry about power depletion. Moreover, Gu Tian is one step ahead of the Heavenly Tao in planning. Gu Tian couldn't help but show a playful smile, feeling some anticipation for when the Heavenly Tao would completely sever ties with him and prepare to push down the Buzhou Mountain. Suddenly, he noticed that the North Sea Xian turtle was gone. He wondered how the Heavenly Tao would react. Would it go mad? Perhaps it would. Let's go. After patting the North Sea Xian turtle's shoulder, Gu Tian prepared to return to Jinao Island to further curry favor with Tian before heading back to Buzhou Mountain. After all, that old fellow Hong Jun is about to attain the Tao and become a saint. By that time, several treasures from Buzhou Mountain will likely emerge. These are Gu Tian's possessions and must not be taken by others. Moreover, there is something crucial. He has been out of Buzhou Mountain for so long. What if Hou Tu comes looking for him? This golden opportunity must not be missed. Yawn. Just then, within the space of the Heavenly Tao. Not good. The Heavenly Tao avatar, who was in the midst of cultivation, suddenly changed its expression, becoming somewhat ferocious. It immediately activated the power of the Heavenly Tao, looking towards the North Sea. Upon seeing that the North Sea Xian turtle was still there, quietly remaining above the North Sea, the Heavenly Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief, its ferocious expression gradually easing. What just happened? Was it an illusion? Just now it seemed that I sensed an issue with the Heavenly Tao shackles on the North Sea Xian turtle's body, which were on the verge of dissipating, and in that instant the North Sea Xian turtle appeared to have vanished. However, at this moment the Heavenly Tao shackles show no sign of problem. They are still binding the essence of the North Sea Xian turtle. Could it truly have been an illusion? No, absolutely not an illusion. How could an existence like mine experience an illusion? Most likely something has gone wrong with the North Sea Xian turtle. Let me take a look. The Heavenly Tao's expression turned ferocious again, for the North Sea Xian turtle is the secret weapon he uses to replace Buzhou Mountain, and it absolutely cannot have any issues. If the North Sea Xian turtle encounters a problem, he would not be able to find anything to replace it in a short time. After all, not just anything can support the heavens. The heavens of the Honghuang continent are immensely heavy. Even a congenital supreme treasure may not suffice. Only the North Sea Xian turtle, this chaotic divine demon body, can do so. Unique and irreplaceable. In the next moment, the Heavenly Tao activated the eye of the Heavenly Tao, carefully scanning the North Sea Xian turtle. Once, twice, until 3 times. So that's how it is. So that's it. It seemed that the heavenly Tao found the answer and finally felt relieved, saying, "Indeed worthy of being a chaotic divine demon. Even under the binding of my heavenly Tao, its cultivation speed can still be so rapid. But now is not the time for you to break through. North Sea Xian Turtle, just wait a bit longer. Bind it for me." The heavenly Tao believes it has uncovered something, leading it to think it has found the truth. Just now the heavenly Tao avatar, using the eye of the heavenly Tao, discovered that the North Sea Xian Turtle seemed to be attempting to break through a bottleneck, trying to advance from the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal to the peak of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. But it failed. The heavenly Tao shackles were triggered at that moment, for within the heavenly Tao shackles was also bound a portion of the North Sea Xian Turtle's essence and power. An interaction formed between them. Subsequently, it triggered the heavenly Tao's imposed shackles. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, once the North Sea Xian Turtle successfully breaks through to the peak of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal and integrates its chaotic divine demon essence with the energy from the heavenly Tao shackles, it is highly likely it would seize this opportunity to break through to the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. This is the very scene the heavenly Tao wishes to avoid. Without hesitation, it further intensified the power of the heavenly Tao shackles before Hongjun attains the Tao and becomes a saint, and before the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao emerge, the North Sea Xian Turtle must not break through. This matter must not allow for any mistakes. After all, there has already been such a significant deviation on the side of Buzhou Mountain. If anything goes wrong with the North Sea Xian Turtle, then the plans may change. After imposing 2 more layers of the heavenly Tao shackles, ensuring that the essence of the North Sea Xian Turtle is firmly bound and cannot break through for tens of thousands of years, the heavenly Tao avatar finally felt relieved. North Sea Xian Turtle, do not blame me, the heavenly Tao. Who told you to fall right into the Honghuang continent? This is destiny. To be able to fulfill my heavenly Tao, this is also your supreme honor. You should feel honored. The heavenly Tao avatar shamelessly declared, confirming once again that the North Sea Xian Turtle posed no issue, before finally shifting its attention back. Little did it know, what the heavenly Tao avatar saw was all deliberately shown to it by Tian. Tian did not have absolute confidence to completely shield the heavenly Tao from sensing what was happening above the North Sea, so he staged this entire act. After all, if there were no issues, that would be the biggest problem. Only by letting the heavenly Tao avatar discover some issues on its own would it feel at ease. Tian perfectly anticipated the reaction of the heavenly Tao avatar. 50,000 years passed by in a flash. To the vast wilderness continent, this period of time seemed merely a fleeting moment. For a casual Luo Jinxian practitioner, a brief retreat might span several 100,000 or even millions of years. Time is the most insignificant thing on the wilderness continent. On this day at Jin Ao Island, Tong Tian was brimming with confidence, a proud smile adorning his. Looking not far away, the little chubby panda and the little golden leopard were leisurely basking in the sun, sipping juice, when he shouted, "Little fatty, little Jin, come here." My. After gulping down all the juice, little fatty lifted his head, casting a casual glance at Tong Tian, and then said, "What is it? Tong Tian, are you asking for a beating again? Has it been 20,000 years since I last hit you, making your skin itch again? How dare you call me little fatty? Who gave you the courage and audacity? Don't you know that only little Jean and Lord Tian can call me that? Tong Tian, you've really become it." Little Jean the golden leopard stood up and stretched out his paws towards Tong Tian, saying, "Do you believe that if I swipe at you, you won't be able to get up again?" "Humph, humph," Tong Tian arrogantly replied. "Little fatty, do you think I am still the same Tong Tian from before? I have completely risen. For thousands of years you two have enjoyed beating me, right? Today I will return every punch you have inflicted on me over the years. Little fatty, little Jean, are you too ready?" Tong Tian, you've really become arrogant." Little fatty said playfully. Having been by Tian's side for so many years, he had learned some of his usual phrases. "That's right," Tong Tian replied indifferently. "I am indeed arrogant." So what? Indeed, at this moment Tong Tian was feeling quite full of himself. No wonder. Just 500 years ago, Tong Tian successfully broke through to the peak of the Luo Jin. His strength increased several times, especially in the 9 turns mystic art, which he had already cultivated to the 5th turn peak. He was only a step away from breaking through to the 6th layer. In the past 500 years, he had completely solidified his realm. At the same time, he had also touched the bottleneck of the 6th turn. Perhaps with just one great battle, he could successfully break through to the 6th layer. Thus Tong Tian set his sights on little Fatty and little Jean especially, since he had now broken through to the peak of the Luo Jean Xian. His strength was not inferior to that of little Jean and little Fatty. After being beaten for 50 or 60,000 years, it was impossible not to feel any resentment. However, before this, he simply couldn't defeat little Fatty and little Jean, leaving him with no choice. But now it was different. Little Fatty and little Jean were merely at the peak of the Luo Jean Xian. Under equal circumstances, he believed he was the strongest. After all, he was one of the Pangu 3 pure ones. He had fully stabilized his own origin. In the same realm, he was much stronger than before. He had complete confidence in this battle. Moreover, even if he couldn't defeat little Fatty and little Jean, he could use the pressure from these two divine beasts to help him break through to the 6th turn. At that time, he would still be able to overpower these two divine beasts. Therefore, Tong Tian was now fearless. He wanted revenge. Just then Gu Tian walked over and said, "Little Fatty little Jean, since Tong Tian says he's arrogant, help him calm down a bit." "Go." Tong Tian smiled and said, "Master, this time you might be misjudging me. I am no longer the Tong Tian of before. Little Fatty little Jean, come on." Oomph. In the next moment, there was a cold snort. Before Tong Tian could react, he felt a terrifying gust of wind strike him, and the little chubby panda which had been beside Gu Tian suddenly appeared in front of Tong Tian. With a tightly clenched fist, he suddenly punched out. In an instant, the void shattered. The entire expanse of millions of kilometers of void collapsed, causing Tong Tian's entire body to fall into a twisted space. Break! Little Fatty unleashed a burst of terrifying power. In that moment, the void instantly ruptured, and under the immense impact, Tong Tian's body broke through layer after layer of space. Only after breaking through over 90 layers of space did Tong Tian's body finally stop. How is this possible? Damn it! Just then a flash of golden light appeared as little Jean attacked. With a swipe of his claw-sharp blades tore through the air. The power Tong Tian had just condensed was instantly shattered, and the sword domain surrounding him was easily crushed by little Jin's claw about to land on Tong Tian. Heavenly sword cut. Slash. Coming back to his senses, Tong Tian, using his body as a sword, unleashed a sword energy of Tong Tian. Why not use a divine weapon? Because Gu Tian had stipulated that if little Fatty and little Jean did not use treasures, then Tong Tian absolutely could not use treasures either. It had to be fair. With a single sword strike, the sword energy spanned trillions of miles. Flowery and showy. However, just as this sword energy was unleashed with a swipe of little Jin's paw, the trillions of miles of sword energy shattered instantly, and the small paw slammed against Tong Tian's chest. Bang! A deafening sound erupted, the heavens roared, and the space trembled. No. The spirited Tong Tian was once again killed in an instant, lying there on the vast sea filled with despair, his body involuntarily twitching. He couldn't believe it. These two little guys, little Fatty and little Jean, had actually broken through to the Hunyuan Jinxian realm. How is this possible? Unreasonable. This is extremely unreasonable. For thousands of years, Tong Tian had been diligently cultivating and honing the 9 turns mystic art, while these two little guys, they were either eating, sleeping, or playing, and had never cultivated at all. Yet in such circumstances, these two little brats silently broke through to the Hunyuan Jinxian realm. How unfair. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. In the next moment, Gu Tian laughed playfully. "So Tong Tian, are you awake now?" "Master, I. At this moment, Tong Tian's face turned crimson, utterly embarrassed. This is ridiculous. He was slapped in the face. Moreover, it was a resounding slap. His previous bravado had now become his shame, making it impossible for him to hold his head high. Ha ha ha. Gu Tian laughed and said, "Tong Tian, you cannot judge little Jean and little Fatty with common sense. It will be very disadvantageous. However, I am quite satisfied with your performance. Now tidy yourself up a bit. I have something important to tell you." Gu Tian said, "First of all, congratulations. In merely tens of thousands of years, your strength has broken through again." Hearing Gu Tian's praise, Tong Tian smiled with some pride and replied, "Master, my consecutive breakthroughs in such a short span of tens of thousands of years are all thanks to you. Without your guidance and assistance, I could never have advanced." Gu Tian nodded. Indeed. To achieve such results without a trace of arrogance is admirable. Though I aided you, the credit ultimately belongs to your own efforts. He continued, "By my estimate, in another 20 or 30,000 years, your Jiu, Zhuan Xianyuan Gong 9 turns Xianyuan art should break through. Once you reach the 6th turn, your power will undergo a profound metamorphosis. The first target I set for you has thus been fulfilled." Gu Tian spoke, his gaze and words filled with admiration for Tong Tian, As one of the Panga Sanqing, it was only natural that Tong Tian possessed such talent and potential. Moreover, his primordial source had now been restored. Hearing this, Tongshan's face lit with excitement as he asked, "Master, do you intend to teach me other divine techniques?" "Indeed," Gu Tian said. "When I sequestered myself cultivating on Buzhou Shan, I was mysteriously guided by Panga the Great. Besides the Jiao Zhuan Xianyuan Gong, I received 2 supreme divine techniques." "You guessed correctly, Pangus Kaitian Jiao Shi and the Panga Dali Shintong." Tong Tian involuntarily gasped, his excitement nearly uncontrollable. The Panga Dali Shintong and the Kaitian Jiao Shi were the primordial father's mightiest arts. During the cataclysm of opening the heavens, Pangu used those 2 techniques in concert to cut down the 3,000 chaotic gods and demons as if they were mere chickens and dogs. Unfortunately, the lineages of the Sanqing did not inherit these 2 techniques. The Shire Wuzhu likewise lacked them. What they passed down was only an incomplete Jiao Zhuan Xianyuan Gong. Taking a deep breath, Tong Tian struggled to contain his shock and asked, "Master, you actually inherited even Father Pangus 2 techniques. That is incredible." Gu Tian chuckled. "What of it? I am merely an instrument. Pangu used me to pass these techniques to you, the descendants of Pangu." Tong Tian urged impatiently, "Master, then. Hurry. I am eager to witness how powerful and profound the Father's 2 techniques truly are." Tong Tian spoke with impatience, but Gu Tian's face grew solemn. "Tong Tian, your current state is not good. No matter what unfolds, do not lose your composure, remain calm. And remember, these are the Kaitian Jiao Shi and the Panga Dali Shintong. If your heart grows too excited and you missee anything during the transmission or misunderstand it, you'll be ruined. Do you understand? Even the slightest misinterpretation born of excitement could have unpredictable consequences. If you remain so elated, I fear I cannot impart them to you now." Startled, Tong Tian inhaled deeply and forced himself calm. After 2 or 3 breaths, he steadied and said, "Master, I am ready." Gu Tian replied, "Very well. Are you prepared?" In the next instant, he pointed with his right hand and touched Tongshan's brow. He then transmitted the Kaitian Jiao Shi and the Panga Dali Shintong to Tong Tian. As Tong Tian felt these 2 arts newly appear within his spiritual sea, Tong Tian froze, his face registering utter astonishment. The 2 techniques complemented one another. Only in their mutual cooperation could they reach perfection. The terror of such divine techniques lay in their suddenness. In an instant, they could erupt with hundreds, even thousands of times greater force. Once employed, encountering a god would be like slaying a god, or a Buddha would be cut down without mercy. At equal realms, who could endure such power? Even evenly matched opponents faced with a 100-fold surge in a moment would be utterly overwhelmed. Even those 1 or 2 realms higher would be held in contempt. A single axe blow could cleave them down. In that instant, Tong Tian finally comprehended why the Father was so mighty. During the cataclysm of opening, the 3,000 chaotic gods and demons were by no means weak. Several among them had reached the pinnacle of Hunyuan Wuji to Daluo Jin Xian, yet even they could not withstand a single swing from Panga the Father. Now he understood, within the same realm, Pangu could slay any god or demon in a heartbeat. If those chaotic beings were even a bit lower in realm, he was utterly invincible. 1 axe would powerful, unimaginably powerful. If he could cultivate these 2 techniques, even to an entry level, he might directly challenge mid, or even latest stage Hunyuan Jin Xian opponents heathen. No matter how many arts they employed, a single stroke from him would cut them down. Awe-inspiring and dumb. Crucially, these 2 techniques were not complex. They contained no unfathomable maneuvers, nor abstruse cosmic principles. They consisted of the simplest, most direct moves. The great Tao is simplicity. Yet precisely because of that apparent simplicity, their cultivation was exceptionally arduous. So much so that merely meeting the entry requirements would daunt most practitioners. To practice even the opening form of Kaitian, one's physical power must reach Hunyuan Jin Xian. In other words, the Jiao Zhuan Xianyuan Gong must be cultivated to the 6th turn. The Panga Dali Shintong demanded the same tremendous bodily strength. Otherwise, before one could complete the Kaitian form, one's body would be shattered. After a long while, Tong Tian slowly came back to himself. His heart had been utterly shaken. Gu Tian patted his shoulder and said, "Tong Tian, now you see why I insisted you reach the 6th turn of the Jiao Zhuan Xianyuan Gong, do you not?" Tong Tian nodded. "Master, I now understand the care behind your guidance." Gu Tian replied, "Gravely good." Gu Tian said earnestly, "I have taught you all of Panga the Great's techniques. Now I will give you one more gift. What do you think of the island beneath your feet?" Tong Tian answered, "It is excellent. The world's spiritual energy is abundant. It is a rare sanctuary for cultivation, comparable even to Kunlun Shan." Gu Tian smiled. "Not bad, you have some discernment. Very well. I will give you this Janeo Dao as your future training ground. Tong Tian was stunned into silence, utterly shocked. Master you. You will give me this Janeo Dao? That cannot be. Congratulations, cultivator. You have received the reward disciple transmission feedback, currently at 5-fold amplification. Upon hearing the system's voice, Gu Tian paused, slightly bewildered. System, what does that even mean? What is this cultivation feedback? And why 5-fold? Cultivator, your intellect truly gives me pause. Can you not grasp such a simple principle? Cultivation feedback means that from this moment onward, whenever your disciple Tong Tian cultivates the divine arts, you impart to him every increment in his progress, and every breakthrough he achieves will generate corresponding feedback for you. For instance, should he ascend a minor realm gaining the equivalent of 10 million years worth of cultivation, you shall receive feedback equaling 50 million years worth of advancement. Should he attain minor perfection in a particular divine art, you may instantly achieve minor perfection's apex, or even leap directly to major perfection. Foolish cultivator, do you comprehend now? What? Gu Tian's composure shattered. His face flushed with exhilaration as he exclaimed, so this is cultivation feedback. This ability is simply overwhelming. And it is not mere synchronization. It carries a 5-fold multiplier. Truly extraordinary. System, does this mean that henceforth, even if I cease cultivating entirely and indulge like Xiao Peng and Xiao Jin, eating, drinking, and reveling, my cultivation will surge exponentially? Indeed, but only on one condition: Tong Tian must cultivate. I understand. Gu Tian declared, brimming with excitement. Yet there remains one constraint: your affinity with Tong Tian must remain at least 90, never falling below that threshold. The system explained. Then, what if our affinity rises further? Gu Tian asked. In that case, the feedback multiplier may also increase. Should affinity reach 95, the amplification shall rise to 10-fold. The system replied. Wow, absolutely astonishing. This is effortless transcendence. With 10-fold feedback, and Tong Tian's unparalleled potential insight and cultivation speed, none across the Hongwang continent can rival him. Even the venerable Hongjun Laozu would scarcely compare. Under 10-fold amplification, defeating him would be child's play. This disciple Tong Tian is truly exceptional, devoted beyond measure. He has just bestowed upon his master an unimaginable boon. Gu Tian burst out elated. This is true idol cultivation. Yet though affinity has already reached 90, raising it even slightly will prove exceedingly difficult. Do not underestimate those final 5 points, from 90 to 95. Their difficulty dwarfs the entire ascent from 60 to 80. Gu Tian grinned, brimming with anticipation. System, does this disciple transmission feedback apply to other disciples I might take? It does, provided their affinity with you likewise reaches 90. Excellent. Truly excellent. Then I must gather more disciples. Since Tong Tian is already secured, Yuanshi Tianzuan and Taishang Laojun are next in line. And Nuwa and Fushi, who dwell upon Buzhou Mountain. Better the fertile waters flow within one's own fields than spill into outsiders' lands. The beings of Buzhou Mountain shall remain mine. Not a single one shall be spared. Of the 6 sages ordained by heaven's Tao, only Zhuanti and Jane remain. Let them be. I retain standards. Such shameless figures do not merit discipleship. Moreover, their origins and talents fall short of the pinnacle. Were it not for Hongjun Laozu's profound karmic debt to the Western lands, neither would ever attain sagehood. And Xinyuanzi. His talent rivals even the 3 pure ones. The future ancestor of Earth immortals. Had Hongjun Laozu not deceived him, he would surely have ascended to the rank of supreme immortal of the mixed primordial realm. Thus I shall claim them all before Hongjun Laozu does. Let his lecture at Zixiao Palace echo into silence, for no one shall attend. So be it. Gu Tian spoke with wry amusement, a thrill stirring within him. The image of Hongjun Laozu standing alone in Zixiao Palace awaiting disciples who never arrive. In the next instant, Gu Tian withdrew from the system's domain. Seeing Tong Tian's stunned expression, he gently clapped the youth's shoulder and said, Tong Tian, this golden Ao island was prepared for you long ago. Tell me, do you not sense its resonance with you? Tong Tian blinked, then murmured, yes, it feels strangely familiar, as if I've returned home. Precisely, for this is your future abode. 3 million years ago, as I passed this place, my calculations revealed Golden Ao Island's destined bond with my future disciple, so I claimed it for you in advance. Gu Tian continued. Now, the time has come to restore it to its rightful owner. Take it. With a flick of his right hand, Gu Tian sent forth a stone tablet inscribed with the characters Golden Ao Island, its boundary marker, landing before Tong Tian. Forge it, and make it yours. Master. I. Tong Tian was overcome, his eyes shimmering. Since his awakening into form, no being had ever shown him such kindness. There, Gu Tian soothed. As your master, it is my duty to secure your path. Ah. Gu Tian paused, then added, recently I divined that Hongjun Laozu, the old schemer, shall soon attain sagehood and deliver his discourse at Zhixiao Palace. You may attend. Tong Tian faltered, perplexed. Master, you warned me to beware Hongjun Laozu above all else. Why then send me to his lecture? Though his three-self-severance technique corrupts cultivators, it holds fragments of value. Most crucially, one of your sacred artifacts rests in his possession. You must reclaim it. My artifact. Tong Tian recoiled in surprise. Yes, the four swords of Zhu Xian. Once wielded by the demon patriarch Luo Hou, they fell into Hongjun Laozu's hands upon Luo Hou's demise. These four blades are fated to belong to you alone, especially when arrayed into the Zhu Xian sword formation, the most devastating killing formation in all the Hongwan continent. Gu Tian declared. SSSSH. Tong Tian drew a sharp breath. Then his gaze ignited with fierce, uncontainable resolve to seize the four swords. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, Master, how shall I retrieve the four swords of Zhu Xian? Although I cannot be a disciple of the venerable Hongjuan, possessing the four swords of Zhurong is essential for the path to ascend. Without the four swords of Zhurong, the path to ascend is incomplete. Moreover, the thrill of having obtained something from the hands of the venerable Hongjun is quite exhilarating to consider. Therefore, I must assist in acquiring the four swords of Zhurong for the path to ascend. After a pause, Gu Tian said, based on my estimations, if you go to Zhixiao Palace to listen to the teachings, there are several matters I can help you scheme about, and perhaps even help you gain substantial benefits. That shameless old thief Hongjun is likely to take you as his true disciple. That old thief wants to take me as his true disciple. Tong Tian was suddenly taken aback. Gu Tian nodded, and said, however, his intention in taking you as a disciple is not to impart you with divine abilities, but to control the three pure ones. What? That scoundrel Hongjun wants to control the three pure ones. Damn it, I want to cleave him with a sword. Tong Tian said with a fierce expression. Tong Tian, you should know how the Primordial Continent came to be, right? It evolved from the divine and demonic body of Pangu. You, the three pure ones and the 12 ancestors of sorcery, are descendants of the great Pangu, and naturally you are the inheritors of the Primordial Continent. However, at present your strength is still quite weak and insufficient to control the Primordial Continent. Thus some individuals have developed certain ideas. They wish to seize the fortune of the Primordial Continent from your hands, which is the fortune of Pangu that resides. Once you, the three pure ones, become disciples of the venerable Hongjun and practice his divine ability to slay the three corpse spirits, you will be controlled by him, and the fortune of Pangu on you will also be transferred to him. This is the true purpose of venerable Hongjun, wanting to take you, the three pure ones, as disciples. Fortunately, we can exploit this to scheme against venerable Hongjun. Gu Tian said. Upon hearing this, Tong Tian immediately became interested and asked, Master, how should we scheme against venerable Hongjun? That scoundrel dares to attempt to control me, who I will not let him off easily. If I am not mistaken, once venerable Hongjun attains enlightenment and becomes a saint while lecturing at Zhixiao Palace, there will definitely be a naturally occurring opportunity for you, the three pure ones, to arrive at Zhixiao Palace ahead of time. Then you will be seated in some special positions. When you go to Zhixiao Palace, you will surely notice something different. Once you occupy these special positions, you will inevitably become entangled in certain causes and effects with venerable Hongjun. Master, rest assured, I will definitely not sit in those positions, Tong Tian said. No. In the next moment, Gu Tian revealed a playful smile and said, Tong Tian, you should still sit in this special position. Master, didn't you say these positions come with causes and effects? Tong Tian asked, puzzled. Gu Tian said with amusement, it's just for you to temporarily sit there. Once others arrive, they will surely discover these special positions, which may hold hidden mysteries or tremendous opportunities. You can completely let this position go and extract some benefits from others. Master, this doesn't seem right. Tong Tian replied immediately. TCH. Gu Tian nonchalantly said, what's wrong with that? Listen to your master. Just do it this way. When the time comes, if you see someone you dislike, then let them sit in this position. You can get rid of this cause and effect while gaining benefits. Why not do it? That seems to make some sense. Tong Tian couldn't help but say. Tong Tian, remember this saying, if you don't take advantage when you can, you're a fool, understand? Gu Tian said earnestly. I remember. Tong Tian said somewhat awkwardly. This is the first step after you enter Zhixiao Palace, remember that. First occupy a good position, and then see who you dislike, and take advantage of them. Next there is another key point, the primordial purple qi. Gu Tian said. Is it the legendary foundation of the Tao, the primordial purple qi? Does Venerable Hongjuan, that old thief, possess the primordial purple qi? Tong Tian exclaimed in shock. Exactly. Gu Tian immediately said. Moreover, there is more than one, but based on my estimations, the primordial purple qi in Venerable Hongjuan's possession has been tampered with by him and the heavenly Tao. So don't even think about refining it, otherwise problems will arise. You are one of the 3 pure ones of Pangu, inherently possessing great fortune. If Venerable Hongjuan wants to control you, he will most likely bestow upon you a strand of primordial purple qi. When the time comes, don't be polite, you just accept it directly. Then wait for an appropriate time to exchange this strand of primordial purple qi. See which unfortunate soul wants it, and sell it to them. Tong Tian nodded, and said, Master, you can rest assured. I definitely want refine the primordial purple qi, but this is the foundation of the Tao. Master, is there no way to eliminate the tampering of Venerable Hongjuan and the heavenly Tao from within the primordial purple qi? Gu Tian was slightly taken aback, and said, It seems possible. Once you obtain the primordial purple qi, I will help you take a look. Then I will first trick the primordial purple qi from Venerable Hongjuan. Tong Tian said. Next there is the 4 swords of Zhurong. According to my predictions, during the 2nd or 3rd lecture, Venerable Hongjuan will distribute treasures to you, the 3 pure ones. Whatever he gives you, just accept it without hesitation. It is what you deserve. But if he says he wants to take you as a disciple, just reject him outright. Remember, don't reject it so obviously at first. Be a bit more tactful, and see if you can extract something from Venerable Hongjuan. Gu Tian said. Ugh. Tong Tian was slightly taken aback, and said, Master, if I do that, it might lead to a huge problem when I leave Zhixiao Palace. Gu Tian laughed, and said, Tong Tian, you need not worry about this. You possess the fortune of the great Pangu, and he dares not act against you directly. Besides, if Venerable Hongjuan moves against you, that would give me the perfect opportunity to strike. Back then I was not his match. But now I can easily suppress him with a flip of my hand. At this point, Gu Tian was quite looking forward to Venerable Hongjuan acting out of anger, as he would then have the chance to teach Venerable Hongjuan a lesson openly. Reasonable and justified. Standing at the pinnacle of morality. Alright. Gu Tian patted Tongshan's shoulder, and said, That should be about it. Everything will proceed according to plan. By the way, there is one last thing. I must return to Not Turning Mountain. If there is anything, come find me at Not Turning Mountain. The arrangements here at Tongtian are all in place, just waiting for the arrival of Hongjuan Laozu to validate the Tao. Then once he begins lecturing at the Zhixiao Palace, the plan can be set into motion. I just wonder how the truth will affect Hongjuan Laozu. Will he be so enraged that he spits blood? Gu Tian felt a sense of anticipation. After bidding farewell to Tongtian, he returned to Buzhou Mountain with the little fat panda and the little golden leopard. On this journey, Gu Tian struck it rich. All the opportunities on Sanxian Island had been thoroughly explored by him, and all the innate spiritual roots and various treasures were now in his possession. Sanxian Island has already been marked with Gu Tian's seal. For other cultivators to seize Sanxian Island is nearly impossible unless their strength surpasses that of Gu Tian. Otherwise, forcibly landing on the island would trigger fierce attacks from the island's formations, which also contain Gu Tian's full power strike. That is a full power strike from a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian at the 3rd level. Anyone below a sage would undoubtedly perish. Even a sage would likely struggle against it. But that is not the most critical point. The key issue is whether these cultivators can locate Sanxian Island. If it weren't for the luck bestowed by Pangu, it would be nearly impossible for Gu Tian to find Sanxian Island, let alone other cultivators. The most important aspect is Gu Tian's own strength. He has officially broken through to the realm of Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian, and the refining degree of Buzhou Mountain has reached 85%, almost merging with the mountain itself. Moreover, after reaching an 85% refining degree, he has gained many new abilities. As long as Gu Tian is on Buzhou Mountain, he can utilize the power of the entire mountain to unleash his strongest strike. This strike would likely overwhelm even the peak of Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. As long as he is on Buzhou Mountain, Gu Tian can reach any place with just a thought. Everything on Buzhou Mountain is under his control. Except for certain secrets obscured by Pangu, everything else holds no secrets in Gu Tian's eye. Returning to Buzhou Mountain, feeling the familiar power, Gu Tian took a deep breath. In the next moment, his consciousness enveloped the entire Buzhou Mountain. In that instant, Gu Tian sensed a very faint aura emanating from a certain point on the mountainside of Buzhou, somewhat similar to the 12-petal pure world white lotus. This is the 24th grade creation green lotus. So it is here. No wonder I couldn't find it. It turns out that the old dog of the heavenly Tao has laid several restrictions around the 24th grade creation green lotus. Truly despicable. You can't stand to see any other innate treasures existing in the Hongwan continent. Since I have discovered this treasure, from now on the 24th grade creation green lotus belongs to me, Gu Tian, so heavenly Tao, stay aside. As for the opportunities of the Sanqing, that will depend on my mood in the future. If Yuan Shi Tianzun and Taishang Laozi are smart enough to choose to be my disciples, then I can give them the 24th grade creation green lotus. If they refuse to become my disciples, then what do they expect? In the next moment, Gu Tian's figure flashed and appeared beside the 24th grade creation green lotus. But at that very moment, a terrifying divine lightning descended from the heavens. The destructive power instantly swept through the void, aiming to obliterate any living beings that approached the 24th grade creation green lotus into ashes. Heavenly Tao, old dog, this is a bit excessive. Break for me. In the next moment, Gu Tian slowly raised his left hand, casually gripping, and he seized the entire void, and even the whole world, into his grasp. This is the hand that melded with Pangu's left palm. A mere heavenly Tao lightning can be crushed with ease. This is not good. At the same time, the heavenly Tao avatar, who was cultivating in the heavenly Tao space, suddenly opened his eyes. In that instant, he sensed that a certain heavenly Tao restriction on Buzhou Mountain had been activated. In the next moment, he directly descended upon Buzhou Mountain. When he saw Gu Tian beside the 24th grade creation green lotus, his expression changed drastically, and he could not help but roar in anger. Damn it, Gu Tian, what are you trying to do? Hee. Gu Tian let out a cold laugh and said, Heavenly Tao dog thief, shamelessly, I want to ask you, why do you descend upon my Buzhou Mountain in such a rage? What do you intend to do? You. Upon hearing Gu Tian's questioning tone, the heavenly Tao was instantly infuriated. Bastard. The heavenly Tao avatar yelled angrily, Gu Tian, you dare to destroy my heavenly Tao's restrictions. Seeking death. Rumble. Rumble. In his rage, the heavenly Tao saw thunder roaring above the 9 heavens, and that terrifying divine punishment thunder could fall at any moment. Hee. Gu Tian remained indifferent, chuckling. Heavenly Tao, old dog, you're looking for trouble, aren't you? Come on. Gu Tian disdainfully said. Last time I was suppressed in your heavenly Tao space. This time, however, I am on my home turf, Buzhou Mountain. I am not afraid of you. Heavenly Tao, old dog, if you seek trouble, I will take Buzhou Mountain and fight you. Rumble. As he spoke, under Gu Tian's control, the entire Buzhou Mountain began to tremble, with all power converging on Gu Tian, causing his aura to rise rapidly. He actually broke through to the limit of Hunyuan Jinxian, reaching the realm of Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. Of course, Gu Tian was merely disguising his own power, not letting the heavenly Tao know that he had broken through to Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. Otherwise, who knows if the heavenly Tao would engage him in a confrontation. You. Sensing Gu Tian's aura, the heavenly Tao was not only furious, but he never expected that the Gu Tian, who was merely at the Hunyuan Jingxian realm, could reach such a level by harnessing the power of Buzhou Mountain. Humph. Gu Tian, I don't want to fight with you, the heavenly Tao said coldly. But this 24th grade creation green lotus is something of my heavenly Tao, you cannot touch it. Hee. Gu Tian let out a cold laugh and said, Heavenly Tao, old dog, the 24th grade creation green lotus is yours. What about your face? Have you thrown it away? How can you say such a thing with such audacity? To put it bluntly, the 24th grade creation green lotus is part of the chaos green lotus. If the chaos green lotus belongs to your heavenly Tao, I would have nothing to say. But the key point is the chaos green lotus your thing? That belongs to Pangu. To put it simply, where is this place? This is Buzhou Mountain, my home. You claim that something in my house belongs to you. Isn't that absurd? Heavenly Tao, I see you are here to cause trouble. Enough of the nonsense. Let's battle. You. The heavenly Tao was furious. If it weren't for Gu Tian's identity, killing him would cause Buzhou Mountain to collapse. He would have already acted and obliterated Gu Tian. You. Damn it, Gu Tian, do you really think I dare to act against you? The Tao of Heaven roared angrily. Gu Tian sneered indifferently, saying, Old dog of the Tao of Heaven, then go ahead and make your move. Kill me if you can. I want to see how you intend to kill me on my territory, Mount Buzhou. A presence comparable to a Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal emanated, pressing towards the Tao of Heaven. You. At this moment, the Tao of Heaven was enraged once again. Moreover, it was a wrath beyond measure. It wished to shred Gu Tian into pieces and completely suppress his soul. boom, accompanied by the Tao of Heaven's overwhelming fury. In an instant, the terrifying dark clouds enveloped the entire Mount Buzhou with terrifying lightning dragons weaving through the skies above, ready to strike down at any moment. The fury of the Tao of Heaven sent countless beings across the wasteland into a state of inexplicable panic. Damn it! The Tao of Heaven said coldly. Gu Tian, do you really want to seek death? Humph. Gu Tian snorted coldly, saying, old dog of the Tao of Heaven, who is truly seeking trouble, you or I? I only ask you one thing, who is in the right, you or I? You. I. This time the Tao of Heaven was utterly infuriated. Gu Tian, you scoundrel, the Tao of Heaven will tear you to pieces. I will ask you one last time, will you return the 24th grade primordial lotus to me? This is your final chance. The Tao of Heaven roared. Gu Tian chuckled coldly, saying, that's fine. But under one condition, you must provide proof that this 24th grade primordial lotus belongs to you. In that case, I will return it to you without a second thought. What do you think? Gu Tian said playfully, you can't provide proof, can you? I will say one last time, either we fight to the death, or you roll away. You. The Tao of Heaven clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flickering with endless rage. If he were not absolutely certain that after killing Gu Tian, he could ensure Mount Buzhou remained unscathed, the Tao of Heaven would have struck long ago. It was simply too frustrating, too enraging. What troubled the Tao of Heaven the most was that Gu Tian was able to exert power comparable to a Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal on Mount Buzhou, putting him in a very passive position. Who? The Tao of Heaven took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his inner fury. He stared intently at the 24th grade primordial lotus behind Gu Tian, then asked, Gu Tian, the Tao of Heaven would like to make a trade with you, how about it? My. Gu Tian was slightly taken aback, somewhat puzzled, then asked, what do you wish to trade for? The Tao of Heaven then said, the Tao of Heaven will trade you a piece of innate supreme treasure for the 24th grade primordial lotus behind you, how about it? My. This made Gu Tian freeze. Something seemed off. The 24th grade primordial lotus was comparable to an innate supreme treasure, but was not accepted by this realm, unless suppressed by a great divine ability. Otherwise it would eventually decompose into the Qingping sword, the three treasures Rui, and the Tai dust brush, which were still somewhat unstable. In comparison, a complete innate supreme treasure would be better. It was surprising that the Tao of Heaven would make such a losing trade, exchanging an innate supreme treasure for this item. There's a problem. This is definitely problematic. Either the Tao of Heaven has an issue, or there's something wrong with this 24th grade primordial lotus. Could it be? Is there some hidden secret in this? What do you think? Seeing Gu Tian hesitate to answer, the Tao of Heaven then said, Gu Tian, trading the 24th grade primordial lotus for an innate supreme treasure is a deal you can't lose. Is that so? Gu Tian said with a playful tone. You say I won't lose, but why do I feel like I will lose? It's impossible for you, the Tao of Heaven, to be so kind as to let me take advantage, right? Perhaps there must be some hidden secret within this 24th grade primordial lotus. Hearing this, the Tao of Heaven's expression changed instantly, and he said, humph. What secret could there be? It's just that the 24th grade primordial lotus is the treasure for proving the Tao of the three purities, and it is destined to be so. Once this heavenly mandate is unfulfilled, it will be somewhat disadvantageous for me, the Tao of Heaven. Otherwise, do you think I would engage in this losing deal with you? Is it really like that? Gu Tian could not help but ask, not believing it. His first reaction was disbelief. The Tao of Heaven was definitely not speaking the truth. But how did it feel like this trade was not a loss? The more it was like this, the more Gu Tian felt that there was some secret hidden within the 24th grade primordial lotus. I need to think about it, Gu Tian said deliberately. Just as Gu Tian said this, suddenly a faint wave of soul energy emanated from the 24th grade primordial lotus. Don't give the 24th grade primordial lotus to the Tao of Heaven. I beg you. What is this? Gu Tian was slightly taken aback. Good heavens. Within the 24th grade primordial lotus, there was actually a remnant soul hidden. In that moment, Gu Tian instantly understood everything. The reason the Tao of Heaven was so eager to obtain the 24th grade primordial lotus was not merely because it was the treasure for proving the Tao of the three purities. The main reason was likely because of this remnant soul. Being targeted by the Tao of Heaven, this remnant soul must be extraordinary. Speak. Gu Tian transmitted a message saying, who exactly are you? Why are you hiding here? You better make it clear, otherwise I will hand this 24th grade primordial lotus over to the Tao of Heaven. Please don't give the 24th grade primordial lotus to the Tao of Heaven. I am one of the 4 ancestors of Longhin, the ancestor of heaven and earth. Huh. Hearing the words of this remnant soul, Gu Tian was slightly stunned. Good heavens. It's actually the unfortunate ancestor of heaven and earth. He did not expect that his remnant soul would not fall into the hands of the Tao of heaven, but would instead hide here. It turns out that the restrictions around the 24th grade primordial lotus are not only aimed at those from the outside who have ideas about the 24th grade primordial lotus, but primarily at the remnant soul of the ancestor of heaven and earth. Due to the presence of Pangus while on Mount Buzhou, the power of the Tao of heaven cannot fully descend. Therefore the Tao of heaven could do nothing against the ancestor of heaven and earth hiding within the 24th grade primordial lotus, only able to trap him within and slowly deplete his power. Awaiting the arrival of the 3 purities at that time, the 24th grade primordial lotus would naturally decompose. The remnant soul of the ancestor of heaven and earth hidden inside would naturally not escape. But unexpectedly, this 24th grade primordial lotus was discovered by Gu Tian. That is why the Tao of heaven was so anxious. Gu Tian smiled and said, "All right, rest assured, I won't hand you over." The next moment he raised his head to look at the Tao of heaven and said, "I think 1 innate supreme treasure is not enough, at least 3 are needed before I can give you the 24th grade primordial lotus." What the hell? What did you say? Upon hearing Gu Tian's words, even the embodiment of the Tao couldn't help but curse. Originally, it was impossible for the Tao to utter such curses, but now it had developed its own consciousness. With its own consciousness came its own thoughts leading to impulsive actions. It was furious to the extreme, completely out of control. An instinctive reaction. Those 2 words just slipped out. "What?" Gu Tian said with a playful expression. "Tao, old dog, could it be that your hearing is impaired? That's impossible. You should be able to hear the voices from the entire Honghuang continent without any issue. As for a congenital treasure, that's out of the question. If you can bring out 3 congenital treasures, I might consider giving you the 24th grade creation. How about it? You. The Tao was instantly enraged. The dark clouds above Buzhou Mountain thickened even more, and the flashing thunderbolts like countless dragons of lightning rolled within the clouds. At any moment, they could all come crashing down in an instant. The uncontrollable rage. At this moment the Tao was about to erupt. It had reached its limit. The Tao shouted in anger, "Gu Tian, you bastard, die for me." In the next moment, accompanied by the wrath of the Tao, millions of divine punishment thunderbolts transformed into destructive lightning dragons instantly struck toward Buzhou Mountain. At this moment, the Tao disregarded everything, determined to eliminate Gu Tian. Gu Tian smiled, slightly unfazed. He didn't even attempt to dodge or show any intention of defense. This strike, he couldn't withstand it. Even at the peak of the 9th level of the Taos, saying it was likely he wouldn't be able to endure this blow. However, Gu Tian believed that the Tao was merely venting a bit, intending to intimidate him, and would never truly dare to make a move. Sure enough, just as Gu Tian had guessed, just when the millions of divine punishment thunderbolts were about to strike Buzhou Mountain, they all vanished in that instant. The Tao had flinched once more. Gu Tian revealed a playful smile, saying, "Tao, go ahead. Bring it on. Have the 8 divine punishment thunderbolts rain down and kill me." The Taos embodiment let out a cold snort, stating, "Gu Tian, you wait. This time I will remember this, and it will not end so easily." Gu Tian shrugged and said, "All right. I shall wait for your revenge." Another cold snort, and the embodiment of the Tao instantly vanished. He was well aware that today he would absolutely be unable to reclaim the 24th grade creation Blue Lotus from Gu Tian. Gu Tian's attitude had been very clear. A single congenital treasure made the embodiment of the Tao feel a great deal of pain. Forcing him to give up 3 congenital treasures was simply impossible. Moreover, a remnant soul of an elder of the Qinkuan was not worth 3 congenital treasures. He could not suppress Gu Tian either. Reluctantly, he could only leave his anger reaching another peak. He must quickly let Hongjun become a saint and complete the 6 saints of the Tao. Only then could he kill Gu Tian without reservation. After the Tao departed, Gu Tian wore a smug smile, clapping his left hand and easily breaking the Tao's restrictions. In the next moment, a phantom slowly appeared before Gu Tian. Gu Tian smiled and said, "I never would have expected. The legendary elder of Qinkuan, once renowned across the Honghuang continent, would end up in such a situation today." Alas, the elder of Qinkuan sighed heavily, saying, "It's all tears when spoken of. The reason I have fallen to this state is not because I fell for that bastard Hongjuan's trick. That scoundrel has caused me great suffering. I kindly helped him deal with Luo Hou, but what did that guy do? He actually helped the Tao and secretly plotted against us. I hate this. Had I known this, I should have collaborated with Luo Hou." Gu Tian revealed a playful smile, stating, Elder of Qinkuan, who told you guys to be so unwise in choosing your allies? First the Elder of 5 Elements, then the Elder of Yin Yang, and now I run into you. The Elder of Qinkuan suddenly froze, asking Gu Tian, have you encountered the Elders of Yin Yang and 5 Elements? What are they up to now? Those two. They have already transcended. Gu Tian said. Transcended. The Elder of Qinkuan looked at Gu Tian in confusion, wondering if those two had died, but seeing Gu Tian's expression, it seemed otherwise. Gu Tian smiled and said, Elder of Qinkuan, you haven't recovered your memories from your past life, have you? The Elder of Qinkuan was slightly taken aback, asking in confusion, Gu Tian, what past life memories? Ha ha ha. Gu Tian laughed and said, Elder of Qinkuan, it seems you truly haven't recovered. In that case, allow me to enlighten you. You, along with the Elders of Yin Yang and 5 Elements, are all reincarnated from the 3,000 chaotic divine demons who were born onto the Honghuang continent. However, after your reincarnation, you were schemed against by the Tao of the Honghuang continent, which sealed your memories of your past lives as chaotic divine demons. As long as you are born in the Honghuang continent, your memories cannot be restored. You, as one of the 3,000 chaotic divine demons, were born alongside the 3,000 great avenues. As long as the great avenues exist, you will never die or perish. Even if your souls are completely shattered, the great avenues will still rebirth you into this world. That's why during the battle between Tao and Demon, the Tao did not completely annihilate you, but rather reduced you to your current state of remnant souls to facilitate your suppression. As long as the remnant souls do not perish, you cannot transcend and be reborn. Because your memories from your past life have not been restored, you are unaware of this. What the hell? So that's how it is. The Elder of Qinkuan said in shock. So the Elders of Yin Yang and 5 Elements have already transcended and are beginning to be reborn in the chaos. Is that right? The Elder of Qinkuan asked. Exactly. Gu Tian nodded and said, that's right. They have transcended. Hou. The damn Tao, I understand now why it has been fixated on my remnant soul, so that's how it is. Elder of Qinkuan, I'm curious, how did you manage to escape the Tao? Gu Tian asked. I'm not quite sure either. Back when I fought with that scoundrel Luo Hou, I thought I was doomed. That rascal actually detonated all the spiritual veins in the West. That kind of power I simply couldn't withstand. Oh, right, it's very likely this thing. As he spoke, the Elder of Qinkuan opened his right hand, revealing a black branch. In that moment, Gu Tian sensed the tree of life within his body suddenly began to tremble violently, uncontrollably wanting to devour the branch before him. Could it be? Gu Tian's expression slightly changed. This must be a branch of the tree of life, no doubt about it. Otherwise, the tree of life within his body wouldn't react so intensely. After all, it had been passive before, regardless of the energy absorbed. Whatever ancient Tian instructed him to absorb, the tree of life would do so. But at this moment, the tree of life was actively trying to absorb this branch, and the instinctual desire that erupted almost overwhelmed ancient Tian's control. Other than the possibility of this branch being a part of the tree of life, ancient Tian truly couldn't think of anything else that could evoke such a response. At the same time, the ancestor of Qinkuan also sensed that the branch in his hand seemed to want to fly away, racing towards ancient Tian. That feeling was akin to a child returning home, eager to rush into the arms of a long-lost mother. Indeed, it was that kind of feeling. This revelation made a hint of shock appear on the ancestor of Qinkuan's face. Until this moment, he had always thought this black branch was an inanimate object. He never expected it to possess sentience. Hou. Well then, the ancestor of Qinkuan replied, Friend ancient Tian, although I do not know what this branch is, I can sense its desire to return to your side. Moreover, since you have saved my life, I will gift you this branch. With a swift motion, the ancestor of Qinkuan released his grip, and the branch of the tree of life instantly flew into ancient Tian's body. He didn't even look back. This left the ancestor of Qinkuan feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, he had been with him for tens of millions of years, and couldn't at least hesitate a little. If nothing else, just a glance back would suffice. But he didn't even turn his head, seemingly afraid that he might be caught again, which hurt the ancestor of Qinkuan deeply. Ahem. The ancestor of Qinkuan cleared his throat and asked, Friend ancient Tian, I hope this question isn't too presumptuous, but I can't help but want to know what exactly is this branch. Well, this. Ancient Tian hesitated slightly before saying, There's nothing I can't share. You should know that I am the manifestation of the Buzhou mountain, right? Long ago atop Buzhou mountain, there was an ancient tree that had existed for who knows how many tens of thousands of years, accompanying all the transformations of Buzhou mountain and enduring countless ages. To be precise, this ancient tree is one with Buzhou mountain. When I manifested, the heavenly Tao sought to eradicate me. It unleashed terrifying divine punishment lightning, and just as I was about to perish beneath that divine punishment, this ancient tree shielded me from the final strike of lightning. Because of this I escaped the calamity, but unfortunately the ancient tree was destroyed. Ancestor of Tian, now you understand why your remnant soul returned to Buzhou Mountain, right? I see. The ancestor of Tian nodded in sudden realization, completely unaware that he had been deceived by ancient Tian. This was after all a branch of the Tree of Life. How could he possibly reveal that? Although ancient Tian believed in the ancestor of Tian Kun's character, he did not trust his intelligence. Otherwise, everyone had been tricked by the ancestor Hong Jun this way. Clearly there was a lack of intelligence. What if one day he accidentally let something slip or was led into a trap by someone else, especially that old fox ancestor Hong Jun? If they learned that he possessed the Tree of Life, it would be disastrous. It would be dangerous. Therefore he could not tell him the truth. In that brief moment, ancient Tian concocted a perfect lie. Conveniently, the ancestor of Tian was also unsure why he had come to Buzhou Mountain, so this narrative made perfect sense. And just like that, the ancestor of Tian believed him. Simultaneously as the branch entered ancient Tian's body, it was absorbed by the seedling of the Tree of Life, and soon the 6th and 7th leaves appeared. Moreover, a small branch also sprouted. The seedling of the Tree of Life, which had originally been just over 10 centimeters in height, grew to nearly 50 centimeters. The life force it emanated was now comparable to that of a third-level Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian, matching ancient Tian's own realm. The refinement level of the Tree of Life also surged significantly, reaching 59%. It was just a little bit away from reaching 60%. At that point he would be able to initially take complete control of it. Excellent. Ancient Tian revealed a faint smile, feeling quite fortunate. Just returning to Buzhou Mountain, he discovered the 24th grade creation Qinglian. Then he found the remnant soul of the ancestor of Tian within it, who held a branch of the Tree of Life. This 25% of Panga's fortunes was simply astonishing. In terms of cultivation, he had Tongtian aiding him. In terms of energy, the Tree of Life provided him with a continuous supply. It was simply marvelous. Taking a deep breath, he felt a slight increase in his strength and realm. As long as the refinement level of the Tree of Life reached 60%, he might break through to the 4th level of Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian. That would be soon. Glancing at the still remnant soul state of the ancestor of Tian ancient Tian asked, "Friend Tian, what do you plan to do next? If you are afraid of the heavenly Tao taking action against you, you can continue to stay in Buzhou Mountain to cultivate. Rest assured, as long as I am here, the heavenly Tao would not dare to casually descend upon Buzhou Mountain. Of course, if you wish to leave, I will not stop you. But you must think carefully. The heavenly Tao is always scheming to suppress you. Additionally, you can also choose to transcend like the ancestors of Yin and Yang. After all, you chaos divine demons are immortal. If you die now, you can be reborn in the chaos in the next moment. As for how to choose, that is up to you." At this, the ancestor of Tian hesitated, pondering that if he continued to stay in Buzhou Mountain, it would mean relying on ancient Tian. But if he left Buzhou Mountain, he had no doubt that he would be suppressed by the heavenly Tao in the next moment. Yet he had no assurance about transcending, wondering if it was truly real. After a moment's hesitation, the ancestor of Tian asked again, "Friend ancient Tian, did the ancestors of Yin and Yang and the 5 elements really choose to transcend? By the way, Taoist Tian I suddenly remembered something. Just as Gu Tian was about to take action to help Taoist Tian transcend, he suddenly recalled that the accompanying spiritual treasure, the Tian Ding, seemed to be in the hands of ancestor Hong Jun. This is a congenital supreme treasure. Moreover, this congenital supreme treasure has an extraordinarily powerful ability. It can reverse the nature of acquired treasures and refine them into congenital spiritual treasures. It is important to note that these congenital spiritual treasures on the Primordial Continent are all nurtured by heaven and earth, and it is almost impossible to forge them by human hands. Even for the primordial supreme being Yuanshi Tianzuan, who later became a saint of the Tao, it is extremely difficult to refine a congenital spiritual treasure. Most are acquired treasures. Ordinary acquired treasures, no matter how strong, cannot surpass congenital spiritual treasures. This clearly shows the gap between acquired and congenital treasures. However, the Tian Ding can break the limits of acquired treasures, reversing the nature of acquired treasures and allowing them to transform into congenital spiritual treasures. Gu Tian was somewhat envious of such a treasure. Ancestor Tian was slightly taken aback and asked, "Gu Tian, do you have any questions?" Hehe. Gu Tian smiled and said, "Ancestor Tian, I remember you have a supreme treasure called the Tian Ding. Do you know where it is now?" Ancestor Qinkuan shook his head and said, sigh. During the war of Tao and Demon, that scoundrel Lu self-destructed, and I used the Qinkuan Ding to block the first wave of attacks, but I was thrown away by the force of the explosion. Later I completely lost contact, and I don't know where the Qinkuan Ding went. Hee. Gu Tian said with a playful smile. I know where the Qinkuan Ding is. After you were killed by Lu, all the treasures belonging to you and Ancestor Yin Yang were plundered by Ancestor Hongjun. Your Qinkuan Ding was naturally taken away by Ancestor Hongjun. What? Hearing this, Ancestor Qinkuan immediately said furiously, that damned Ancestor Hongjun actually took my Qinkuan Ding. That scoundrel, when I am reborn, I will not let him off. How hateful. This is simply too hateful. This guy must have been eyeing my treasures for a long time. That's right, Gu Tian said with a playful tone. Not only has he been eyeing your treasures, but he also covets the treasures of all other innate powers. Where do you think the treasures on the treasure rock came from? Naturally, Ancestor Hongjun plundered these treasures after tricking each chaotic deity demon reincarnated, collecting all the good things, and when they are not useful, he takes them out to do favors. Bastard. That damned Ancestor Hongjun, I swear I will take care of him. My Qinkuan Ding, Ancestor Qinkuan said with a face full of anger. Hee. Gu Tian smiled, and then said, Ancestor Qinkuan, do you know that Ancestor Hongjun is about to attain the Tao and become a saint? Once he becomes a saint and merges with the heavenly Tao, his strength will surely soar. Do you think when you are reborn you can defeat him? Although your chaotic deities and demons can be immortal, rebirth takes a long time, right? After being reborn, it will take a long time to cultivate to the level of Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian, right? Can you guess what level Ancestor Hongjun will be after such a long time? This. After Gu Tian's analysis, Ancestor Qinkuan suddenly became a bit flustered. Ahem. Gu Tian lightly coughed and said, moreover, the most crucial point is that when a person dies, their karma dissipates. Once you die in this life, your connection with the Qinkuan Ding will likely be severed. Even if you are reborn, it does not guarantee that the karma between you and the Qinkuan Ding can be re-established. This. Daoist Gu Tian, what should we do then? I really can't accept this. This is too cheap for that old thief Hongjun. Ancestor Qinkuan said. Daoist Qinkuan, how about this? You temporarily transfer the karma between the Qinkuan Ding and yourself to me, and when the time comes I will help you retrieve the Qinkuan Ding. When you are reborn, you come to find me, and I will return the Qinkuan Ding to you. What do you think? In this life you are still alive, and the karma still exists, so it can be transferred. Gu Tian said. Good idea. Ancestor Qinkuan clapped his hands and immediately agreed, directly transferring the karma relationship between himself and the Qinkuan Ding to Gu Tian. In the next instant, Gu Tian clearly sensed the connection between himself and the Qinkuan Ding. He immediately had another congenital supreme treasure at hand. As for waiting for millions of years, or even tens of millions of years for Ancestor Qinkuan to come and demand the Qinkuan Ding back, he could just return it to him. The Qinkuan Ding is useful to the current Gu Tian, but by the time tens of millions of years pass, Gu Tian's strength will definitely have reached the realm of Hunyuan Wujidi Daluo Jingxian. At that time, the Qinkuan Ding will have very limited use for Gu Tian. Moreover, this will also allow Ancestor Qinkuan to owe him a favor. Why not do it? At this moment, Ancestor Qinkuan was extremely touched. After experiencing the schemes of Ancestor Hongjun, to still have someone thinking of him like this, he was truly moved. Daoist Gu Tian, I only regret not meeting you sooner. Just wait. Once I, this old ancestor, am reborn, I will definitely become sworn brothers with you. Ancestor Qinkuan said gravely, which surprised Gu Tian for a moment. He then smiled and said, all right, I will wait for your return. In the next moment, with a wave of his right hand, the remnant soul of Ancestor Qinkuan instantly dissipated. At that very moment, one of the 3,000 great paths, the Qinkuan Dao, immediately responded, descending a ray of light that fell into a certain place in the endless chaos. The rebirth of Ancestor Qinkuan began to nurture within the chaos. This is the chaotic deity demon, immortal and indestructible. The avatar of the heavenly Tao in the heavenly Tao space could only watch helplessly as everything unfolded. However, a mere Ancestor Qinkuan is not something that the heavenly Tao takes seriously. Even if he is reborn, what can he do? With a flip of the hand, he could suppress him. This time it's another great prophet. The evolution of the tree of life, comparatively speaking, is even more important than obtaining the 24th grade creation green lotus, especially the 7 types of innate powers brewed within it. The power of yin-yang and the 5 elements seems to be able to merge into chaotic power. If feasible, I can integrate it into my body. Wouldn't that allow my roots to be elevated again? Gu Tian murmured. Without hesitation, he immediately began to operate the Tree of Life to stimulate the innate yin-yang and five elements power. At this moment within the undying volcano, the Yuan Feng, about to be transformed by the corrosion of the heavenly Tao karma, suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a hint of excitement as it said, "This is the last chance for my Phoenix clan. My opportunity has finally arrived." In the next moment, Yuan Feng disregarded its injuries. It soared into the sky, rushing towards the faint response in the void. Countless millennia ago, the three innate clans waged war, vying for dominance over the Primordial Continent, erupting into fierce battles that left the land riddled with scars. Thus, when the Longhorn Cataclysm erupted, the three innate clans bore immense karma, leading to their near extinction. Once the rulers, they now lived in a state of mere survival. Before the Longhorn Cataclysm, the three innate clans were undoubtedly the overlords, with the three clan leaders, Zulong, Yuan Feng, and Shiqilan, being supreme powerhouses at the peak of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, bolstered by their innate advantages. Zulong, Yuan Feng, and Shiqilan were the pinnacle of innate divine beings, only a step away from the chaos divine demons. Though merely Hunyuan Golden Immortals, their combat prowess had already reached the level of a semi-saint. Their strength was formidable. Thus, even someone as powerful as Luo Hou merely plotted against the three innate clans from the shadows. If they had confronted each other directly, the outcome would have been uncertain. However, no matter how powerful they were, it was merely a thing of the past. Under the weight of boundless karma, the three clan leaders bore the brunt, with the Dragon clan's leader Zulong and the Qilan clan's leader Shiqilan falling directly in the Longhorn Cataclysm, consumed by the overwhelming karma. Yet Yuan Feng had a stroke of fortune. Although she also faced boundless karma, she did not immediately turn to ash. Instead, she persevered, and relying on her innate nirvana true fire, managed to temporarily withstand the encroachment of the heavenly karma, though she could never step outside the undying volcano again. Once she stepped out of the undying volcano, her own karma would erupt completely. Ultimately, she would find it impossible to escape death. Did Yuan Feng fear death? No. As the unparalleled overlord of the ancient era on the Primordial Continent, how could the magnificent Yuan Feng fear death? Living in a state of mere survival was worse than death. Once a flourishing Phoenix clan, under her leadership, it had become what it was now. Presently, there was only one Hunyuan Golden Immortal powerhouse in the Phoenix clan, and she was on the brink of death. Although she had temporarily suppressed the encroachment of karma, it was merely a stopgap. The boundless karma would continue to erode her essence and vitality. As for the Luo Golden Immortal Phoenixes, there were only 5 in total. One must remember how powerful they were during their peak. In the past, the Phoenix clan had dozens of Hunyuan Golden Immortal level Phoenixes, and hundreds, or even thousands at the Luo Golden Immortal level, undeniably formidable. Every time she thought of this, Yuan Feng felt immense self-blame and guilt. If only she had not contended with Zulong and the Qilan clan for dominance over the Primordial Continent, the Phoenix clan would not have fallen to such a fate. She vowed within her heart that she must allow the Phoenix clan to rise again. Yuan Feng could die, but before she did, she had to leave behind her bloodline. Moreover, she had to leave hope for the Phoenix clan. Thus Yuan Feng clung to life until now, hoping to secure one last glimmer of hope for the Phoenix clan. Back then, during the Longhorn Cataclysm, she sensed that at some moment in the future a great opportunity. This opportunity was the last hope for their Phoenix clan. She waited beneath the undying volcano for it. Finally, she awaited this opportunity. Yuan Feng did not know what this opportunity was, but she was certain that as long as she obtained it, the Phoenix clan would be saved. With a sharp shout, Yuan Feng began to burn her last remnants of vitality. Flying towards the place she sensed in the void, her time was running short. The moment she burst forth from the undying volcano, she clearly felt the boundless karma within her body starting to erupt wildly, eroding her life force. She had to obtain this great opportunity before her vitality was exhausted. Fight! Fight with all her might. Yuan Feng nearly consumed her last bit of strength. At long last, at this moment, Yuan Feng arrived at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Standing before Buzhou Mountain, Yuan Feng paused, briefly perplexed, as she said, My opportunity is actually within Buzhou Mountain. It doesn't matter. In the next moment, Yuan Feng stepped directly into Buzhou Mountain. In that very instant, the heavenly karma that had been active within her body surprisingly calmed down, leaving Yuan Feng stunned. Buzhou Mountain could actually help suppress the heavenly karma. Had she known this, she should have moved directly to Buzhou Mountain all those years ago. Hou Tu. Taking a deep breath, she slightly adjusted her internal energy and continued moving towards the direction she sensed in the void, unwittingly arriving at the Tao platform of the ancient heaven. This is When Yuan Feng felt the power of the innate yin-yang and 5 elements, she became excited. Indeed, this is my opportunity. This is our Phoenix clan's last hope. It is truly wonderful. With the power of this innate yin-yang and 5 elements, I can preserve the bloodline of the Phoenix clan. Excellent. Yuan Feng's face was filled with excitement, and in the next moment, she couldn't care about anything else, and directly entered the Dao platform of the ancient heaven. For some unknown reason, as Yuan Feng entered the Dao platform, the protective formations and restrictions set up by the ancient heaven did not trigger even a single one. Hou Tu, as she felt the rich innate yin-yang and 5 elements power within the Dao platform of the ancient heaven. Yuan Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, releasing her essence, and beginning to draw the innate yin-yang and 5 elements power from the surrounding world into her own essence. She didn't know how long it had been, but when Yuan Feng sensed that she had absorbed enough innate yin-yang and 5 elements power, her essence began to change. It actually split into 3. The largest portion of her essence returned to her body. The other 2 portions transformed under the influence of the innate yin-yang and 5 elements power into 2 enormous eggs gently resting beside Yuan Feng. Hou Tu. Seeing these 2 eggs, Yuan Feng took a deep breath and revealed a hint of maternal smile. Gently caressing the 2 eggs with her hands, her gaze was filled with tenderness, excitement, and relief, but more than that there was guilt. My children, mother may not live to see you born. I am sorry for bringing you into this world, but cannot care for you. I truly wish to see you born and raise you, but I can no longer hold on for long. My children, I hope you do not resent me. Your mother loves you dearly. As she spoke, Yuan Feng's breath grew increasingly weak. It seemed as though she would vanish at any moment. In the next instant, she collapsed to the ground. Tian sighed and slowly opened his eyes. A trace of disappointment passed through his gaze. Though his conjecture had been correct, turning that conjecture into reality proved unexpectedly difficult. He had believed that with the aid of the Tree of Life, he could merge his innate yin-yang 5 elements force into chaotic power. After all, such things often worked in the legends of Xuanhuan. Moreover, by Tian's estimation, if he were to succeed, once he cultivated chaotic power, his strength would surely ascend another tier. The might of chaotic power itself rivaled the forces of space-time and causality, and even stood against fate, the foremost of the 3,000 Dao. Alas, after countless attempts, Tian had not succeeded. Each time the result was the same. At the crucial instant, he fell just a little short. Especially in that final attempt. Under the suppression of the law of the path of force, he had nearly completed the fusion into chaotic power. Yet for reasons unknown, at that decisive moment, a portion of his innate yin-yang 5 elements force leaked away, causing the final fusion to fail. Haste is no friend to cultivation. He decided to rest for a while. Time was on his side. Perhaps with a little relaxation, the chaotic power would form of its own accord. After all, Tian was no longer in a hurry. His arrangements were in place, and at his present might, even the heavens could do nothing against him. He no longer felt the same urgency to cultivate and grow stronger as before. This is. The next moment, as Tian prepared to leave the dojo and wander Buzhou Mountain in search of other great opportunities, he suddenly saw a strange woman collapsed within his sanctum. Around her floated 2 enormous eggs. Could it be Yuan Feng, the Phoenix matriarch who once held sway over the primordial wasteland? How could she be in my sanctum, he wondered. What is happening? I have arrayed numerous formations and seals around this place. Aside from my true self, only Hou Tu may pass freely. How did Yuan Feng get in? And why has she brought Kong Xian and that fool Jinshi Dapeng here? That cannot be right. The next instant, as Tian fixed his eyes on the 2 eggs, an inexplicable warmth flowed through him like the pull of bloodline kinship. How could this be? How could Kong Xian and that simple-minded Jinshi Dapeng possibly be connected to me? Moreover, the cadence of their bloodline and souls felt as if they were my sons. Startled, Tian could not help but shout aloud. When he sensed the innate yin-yang 5 elements force within Kong Xian and Jinshi Dapeng, everything fell into place. Those powers originated from him. Tian was stunned. Kong Xian was forgivable. He had in fact long admired Kong Xian, the foremost man beneath the sages. During the God subjugation war, he alone held back the Shiqi host, scattering the Chan sect disciples with 5-colored divine light that overwhelmed all before it. Had it not been for Zhuan Ti's shameless intervention, leaning on the authority of a sage, the armies of Shiqi might well have been halted entirely. Beneath the sages all are ants. That Kong Xian could trade blows with Zhuan Ti for several rounds proved the title the foremost below the sages to be well-deserved. But Jinshi Dapeng was another matter. Tian disliked him. Such formidable innate yin-yang energies had been extracted and forged into a mere treasure. If that is not utter folly, then what is? Kong Xian refined his innate five elements force into five-colored divine light of devastating power. Jinshi Dapeng's innate yin-yang twin energies were no less potent than the five elements. They could have been cultivated into a powerful divine art, yet he wasted them. It was stupidity to the extreme. Tian had once thought that if such were his own child, he would beat some sense into them. Yet he never imagined. That thought had become reality. Kong Xian and Jinshi Dapeng had truly become his children. This was beyond belief. Who was he to complain? He had merely closed himself in to refine a divine art, and when he emerged there were Yuan Feng, you have quite a way about you, Tian said with helpless amusement. As a Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal, a single thought revealed the whole affair to him. Unaware, Yuan Feng had burst into his cave abode and resonated with his innate yin-yang five elements force. From that resonance, two eggs, the seeds of Kong Xian and Jinshi Dapeng, were born. That innate yin-yang five elements force was his own. So Yuan Feng's resonance with it drew upon him and gave rise to Kong Xian and Jinshi Dapeng. Fate, how artfully it weaves its threads. He had assumed those two had been born long ago. Yuan Feng, this skirts on impropriety. You have secretly taken my seed. Whether in my past life or this one, I remain foolishly young at heart. And the result? Tian said with rueful resignation, gazing at the fallen Yuan Feng. You have gone and produced two sons for me out of thin air. This is... He heaved a long sigh. In this moment he felt an odd sense of having been duped. Was it not the same and there was more that followed. Tian snorted coldly and said, now I understand why. The reason I failed to fuse chaotic power was that you Yuan Feng stole my strength. If you stole it, and you returned it in the form of these two creatures. Suddenly his expression hardened. If Hou Tu were to see this scene, the consequences would be grave. He swept his divine sense and discovered that Hou Tu was still cultivating among the Wuzu. She would not emerge for the time being, and he could not help but feel some relief. Until everything was fully resolved, there remained the possibility of trouble. He sighed again and called out, Yuan Feng, this truly goes too far. How do you expect me to handle this? Not good. Yuan Feng's life force was ebbing, her true spirit teetered on the brink of extinction, her soul about to be utterly corroded by the heavens' karmic retribution. Very well, Yuan Feng, I will owe you this, he murmured. With a wave of his right hand, he lifted the fallen woman, and then activated the tree of life to replenish her waning vitality. This just so happened to encounter Tian. If it were someone else, Yuan Feng would definitely be doomed. Don't even mention the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. Even the mixed Yuan Wuji Great Luo Golden Immortal couldn't save her. The injuries caused by the karma of the heavenly Tao are far from ordinary. It contains the laws of the heavenly Tao. If heaven decrees your death, you must die. To break the regulations of the heavenly Taoist laws, one must transcend them, something even the pinnacle experts of the mixed Yuan Wuji Great Luo Golden Immortal cannot achieve unless they reach the level of Pangu. Moreover, an injury inflicted by karmic erosion and karmic fire cannot be cured by even the best healing elixirs. Not even the three light divine water could bring her back. Only Tian can save Yuan Feng. Not to mention that the drop of chaotic life spring water in his hand can heal all injuries below the level of the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, restoring Yuan Feng to her peak in an instant. Additionally, the life tree, a top-tier chaotic spiritual root, can provide a continuous source of vitality. Although it cannot match the miraculous effects of the chaotic life spring water in the short term. As time goes on, it will completely replenish the vitality Yuan Feng has lost. As for the enormous karmic energy on Yuan Feng, it poses no significant problem. Isn't the karmic energy constantly eroding Yuan Feng's vitality? I will continuously supply her with vitality. The powerful life force emitted by the life tree is almost endless. However, the karmic energy is finite and will eventually deplete. Clearly, Tian has no intention of using that drop of chaotic life spring water. That is his trump card, and he cannot use it on Yuan Feng. If it were Hou Tu who were injured, Tian would definitely act without hesitation. No need to think. He would use it immediately. But with Yuan Feng being a mere acquaintance, strictly speaking, she is somewhat related to him. After all, she is the mother of his child. As the continuous vitality flowed in Yuan Feng's demeanor and complexion improved significantly, her pale face began to regain color. Her somewhat withered skin also started to become rosy. The dead energy around her was rapidly dissipating. Her own aura was quickly recovering. Tian was slightly startled, gazing at the unconscious Yuan Feng. This glance made him feel a spark of realization. This woman is stunning. She is even more beautiful than Hou Tu, especially with that aura of an unparalleled sovereign, truly a queen. Graceful, noble, and sacred. If the near-death Yuan Feng was like an ugly duckling, then the current Yuan Feng is undeniably a beautiful swan. Moreover, she is the most beautiful among all swan queens. No wonder she was once the supreme ruler of the Primal Continent. Such unparalleled charm is truly not something a girl like Hou Tu can compare to. Thinking of this, Tian couldn't help but slap his forehead, saying, it was almost a miss, really just a tiny bit away from it. Who knew this woman Yuan Feng would be so beautiful? I heard that during the innate 3 clans war, the ancestral dragon once came to propose wanting to marry Yuan Feng and unite the Phoenix clan to dominate the primal land. I thought it was merely a strategy for war. Now it seems that is not the case at all. The ancestral dragon, that old lecher, was definitely lusting after Yuan Feng's body, and the alliance between the dragon and Phoenix clans was simply a pretext. The next moment a playful smile appeared on Gu Tian's face as he said, Yuan Feng, first you stole my seed, and now I have saved your life. I wonder how you will repay me. Cough, cough. At this moment a faint coughing sound was heard. Yuan Feng, sitting cross-legged in front of Gu Tian, slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Gu Tian in front of her, especially noticing his hand resting on her chest, she instinctively wanted to strike. How could she allow herself to be so desecrated? She deserved to die 1,000 deaths. Yet in the next moment, as she sensed the vitality emanating from Gu Tian's hand, she froze suddenly. I am not dead. In the next instant, Yuan Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment her thoughts were clear. She was still alive and had not succumbed to the erosion of the karmic energy. How is this possible? She should have been dead. After giving birth to Kong Xian and the golden-winged great Peng, Yuan Feng clearly sensed that she had reached her limit. The last trace of vitality was about to dissipate. How could she still be alive? At this moment Gu Tian joked, Yuan Feng, I thought you were going to strike at me. You really scared me just now. Cough, cough. Yuan Feng coughed lightly and asked, What is? Gu Tian shrugged and said, Isn't it obvious? I saved you. Yuan Feng, I must say your luck is truly remarkable. You couldn't have fallen in a worse place than at the foot of Primordial Mountain, right at my doorstep. Moreover, it's fortunate that I am a kind person who cannot bear to see such things. At the same time, I am unafraid of that old dog of the heavenly Tao. If it were anyone else, you would definitely be doomed today. How do you feel now? Yuan Feng paused, glancing at her own body, shocked to discover that the vitality eroded by the karmic energy had completely recovered. Moreover, under the suppression of Primordial Mountain's power, the karmic energy has also ceased to function. Light. This is an ease I have not felt in millions of years since the Dragon Han calamity. She had a feeling. As long as she does not leave Primordial Mountain, does not step out of this mysterious dojo, she seems to be able to avoid death completely, without worrying about the karmic energy. This is truly miraculous. Very good. Yuan Feng couldn't help but say excitedly. I feel great now, all my vitality has recovered. Thank you so much, this friend. The next moment Gu Tian let out a bitter laugh, and said, You feel great, but I feel terrible. Do you know how much it cost me to save you? This. Yuan Feng was at a loss for words. What left her even more speechless was Gu Tian's next question. Let's not discuss the cost, Yuan Feng, could you please explain to me what is going on with these 2 little guys? What is the power within their bodies and how does it relate to their bloodlines? Yuan Feng was taken aback. Yuan Feng, stop this, and that you have basically restored your strength and should be able to understand what's going on. Gu Tian said with a playful tone. It was precisely because Yuan Feng understood the situation that she was unsure how to respond. In that moment, even Yuan Feng was bewildered. What the hell? So the innate forces of yin and yang, the 5 elements, are the powers of this Gu Tian. Her previous actions could be seen as secretly taking advantage of Gu Tian. If she hadn't been discovered, it would have been fine, but the most critical point was, she had been caught red-handed, and even with her high state of mind, she could not remain calm at this moment. It was simply too awkward, too embarrassing. Even though she was once the supreme ruler of the Honghuang continent, a queen-like existence, she looked down on all male cultivators of the Honghuang continent, believing that none were worthy of her. But now she was being slapped in the face. Her heart raced. Bowing her head like a child who had made a mistake, she dared not look up at Gu Tian's eyes. Her cheeks were burning red. How could she have done such a thing? No, before this, she had no idea that the innate forces of yin and yang were cultivated by Gu Tian. However, even if she had known it was Gu Tian's cultivation, she would have acted the same way. After all, at that time she was on the verge of death. Dead. Once and for all. How could she care about so much? No matter how awkward it was, what did it matter? She was already dead. But now the crucial point was that she was not dead. Gu Tian had saved her. Now she owed him a debt of gratitude for saving her life. At this moment Yuan Feng truly wished she were. If that were the case, it wouldn't be so embarrassing. Ahem. Seeing Yuan Feng's shy demeanor, Gu Tian couldn't help but chuckle, and said, Yuan Feng, you should say something. It's not good to stay silent with your head down. I. As soon as she lifted her head and saw Gu Tian's gaze, she immediately lowered it again. The once majestic, imposing, and graceful queen now resembled a small girl who had made a mistake. This surprised Gu Tian, making him feel somewhat unexpected. He never thought the dignified Yuan Feng would have such a moment. If only those past rivals could see this, what would they think? Perhaps only one phrase would suffice. What the hell? This is Yuan Feng. Ahem. Gu Tian coughed lightly, and said, Yuan Feng, your continued silence isn't good either. This matter needs to be resolved right. I was cultivating well on Mount Buzhou in my dojo, and suddenly I woke up to find I had 2 children. This is indeed a bit hard for me to accept. You, the illustrious Yuan Feng, traveled so far to steal my seed. This is somewhat unreasonable. Quickly tell me how to resolve this matter. Hou Hou. After a deep breath, Yuan Feng slowly lifted her head. Although she had adjusted her mindset, she still felt a bit shy when meeting Gu Tian's gaze. This matter was indeed my fault. But I will definitely take responsibility. Gu Tian, you. Whatever you want as an explanation, I will agree. Yuan Feng said firmly. Since the matter had come to this, it was already set in stone, and there was nothing more to be done. Avoiding it wouldn't solve the problem. She couldn't simply sever the ties with Gu Tian and abandon these 2 sons. She couldn't do it. These were the continuation of the Phoenix clan, and their hope for the future. She would sacrifice herself, but would never abandon these 2 children. Moreover, Gu Tian had saved her life. If they were to be Dao partners, that wouldn't be impossible. He, who knew that the next moment, Gu Tian said playfully, Yuan Feng, you said it yourself. Whatever explanation I want, you will agree. Yuan Feng nodded and said, no matter what explanation, I agree, but I have one request. You must not harm our 2 children. Our 2 children. Hearing this, Gu Tian couldn't help but twitch inwardly. How smoothly she spoke. Gu Tian coughed slightly, and then said, even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. These 2 little ones can be considered my children. How could I harm them? Hou Hou. Upon hearing Gu Tian's words, Yuan Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't know Gu Tian's strength, her instinct told her that he was very strong. Stronger than she was at her peak. Looking at Gu Tian, who was hesitating, Yuan Feng felt a bit anxious. But for some reason, in that moment, she even felt a little bit of anticipation. If that's the case. Just then Gu Tian suddenly said, Yuan Feng, it seems my dojo is still lacking a little maid to help me organize things. Why not come and be my little maid in the dojo? What did you say? Upon hearing Gu Tian's words, Yuan Feng immediately shouted. Her blood surged instantly. She stared wide-eyed at Gu Tian, her heart filled with so much rage that she nearly wanted to rush forward and tear Gu Tian to pieces for daring to insult her. After all, she was the leader of the Phoenix clan, the unrivaled overlord of the Honghuang continent. To ask her to be your little maid was simply outrageous. It was intolerable. Absolutely intolerable. So what? The next moment Gu Tian looked straight-faced and said, Yuan Feng, you said it yourself. Whatever explanation you want, you agreed to it. Are you having second thoughts? Gu Tian's questioning left Yuan Feng dumbfounded. She couldn't help but complain inwardly, are you even a normal man? Wasn't my meaning clear enough? This left Yuan Feng utterly confused. What? Gu Tian then asked. Yuan Feng, are you dissatisfied with being a little maid? What kind of identity do you want? Yuan Feng's mindset was about to explode. Did I really need to say it? Could it be? The next moment Gu Tian's expression changed slightly, as he suddenly understood, saying, Yuan Feng, you don't mean to become the one in my dojo. At first Yuan Feng felt somewhat anxious. However, when she heard Gu Tian's next words, she was completely stunned, never expecting him to utter such a thing. This truly left her at a loss. What exactly did Gu Tian say? All she saw was Gu Tian with a serious expression saying, Yuan Feng, you can't possibly be thinking of becoming the lady of the house, can you? No way, that is absolutely out of the question. How could you repay kindness with malice? I can overlook you stealing my... Well, whatever, but why do you want to harm me? Moreover, I even saved your life. And yet you're thinking about becoming my wife. How ruthless of you. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. You must be hoping to use this situation to turn a raw deal into a cooked one, and then further become my Dao partner, taking control of this dojo. At that time you would gain all the rights to use this dojo. Then before I know it, you would drug me. In the end, after causing my demise, you would inherit all my wealth. Indeed, there isn't a good woman among the female cultivators. Oh, no wonder a master once told me that women's charms are the deadliest poison in this world. If one is not careful, they will be utterly destroyed. He also said that to become the strongest in the world one must have no thoughts of women in their heart. Oomph. Yuan Feng, don't even think about breaking my resolve. That is impossible. Give up on that idea. Ugh. Upon hearing Gu Tian's words, Yuan Feng was truly at a loss. This caught her completely off guard. What the hell? If it weren't for her concern about her image, Yuan Feng would have cursed him out. What a lunatic. The illustrious Yuan Feng becoming your Dao partner is something that countless male cultivators in the wilderness would seek, but never achieve. Yet here it turns into a disaster that harms your cultivation. At that moment Yuan Feng almost lost her composure and attacked Gu Tian. Of course, all of this was a facade created by Gu Tian. He said this deliberately. Most importantly, she had not yet completely secured Hou Tu. She needed to elevate their affinity before. Gu Tian was playing a psychological game with Yuan Feng. This tactic was known as desire to capture, but let go. Who is Yuan Feng? Once the unrivaled overlord of the wilderness, the queen. In the absence of saints, Yuan Feng was undoubtedly the rightful first female immortal of the wilderness, a figure of immense pride. Back in the day, even the ancestral dragons sought her hand. Yuan Feng had not even given him a glance, dismissing the ancestral dragon from the bottom of her heart. The reason Yuan Feng made this decision was that she had no choice. Her body bore immense karmic burdens, and she had to rely on the Penga divine might of the Buzhou Mountain to suppress them. At the same time, she needed Gu Tian's tree of life to help her replenish her vitality. Most importantly, Gu Tian was indeed the biological father of her two children, adding to that the life-saving grace. This led Yuan Feng to make such a decision. Her proud heart was not yearning for Gu Tian, but was instead driven by gratitude and a lack of options. This was not what Gu Tian wanted. Therefore, employing the tactic of desire to capture, but let go if you wish to become my Dao partner. I will precisely not desire that. I do not seek the charms of women. Establishing such an image for Yuan Feng, but someone as proud as her would surely feel very displeased. Aren't you the one who shuns the charms of women? Then I shall see if you truly shun the charms of women. Is it true that you fear them like a tiger? I do not believe that with my unparalleled grace I cannot break your resolve. This was Gu Tian's true purpose. This was the hallmark of a master angler. The bait was already laid, just waiting for the fish to bite. So you see, Gu Tian feigned a cold expression and said, Yuan Feng, you might as well give up on that thought. I have no thoughts of women in my heart, and being a Dao partner is not my pursuit. You. In that instant Yuan Feng was utterly enraged. All right. In the next moment, Gu Tian further advanced his tactics of desire to capture, saying, Yuan Feng, if you truly do not wish to give me an explanation, then so be it. Who told this lord to be naturally kind? If I lose a bit, then so be it. Let's just pretend it never happened. By the way, if you wish to continue staying at Buzhou Mountain, then feel free to remain here. As long as I stay at Buzhou Mountain for a day, the powers of heaven's Dao cannot penetrate in. Gu Tian's words made Yuan Feng, who was originally furious, suddenly feel a twinge of guilt. Gu Tian's words were indeed a psychological attack. It was you, Yuan Feng, who said that whatever explanation you wanted you would agree to, but now you are backing out. I spent a tremendous price to save you. Even if I find myself in misfortune, if you still wish to remain at Buzhou Mountain, I will continue to protect you. In that instant, Yuan Feng felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Perhaps he had spoken those words unintentionally, just being candid. Moreover, she did not truly understand what being a Dao partner entailed. Hence she thought as she did. At this moment Yuan Feng began to overthink. Furthermore, the reason she wanted to become Gu Tian's Dao partner was indeed partly due to wanting to leverage his power. If she had already regained the strength of her peak period, would she have made such a decision? Surely not. Could it be that she was truly using Gu Tian to achieve? In that moment Yuan Feng began to doubt herself. Her mindset was shaken. She had no idea she had fallen into the pit Gu Tian had dug. Who? After a deep breath, Yuan Feng hesitated for a while, and said, Gu Tian, since I have said this before, I naturally must honor my promise. Fine. From now on I shall be your little maid. Really? Gu Tian still spoke with a hint of caution, saying, Are you sure you only want to be a little maid? Yuan Feng nodded and replied, Yes, I am very sure, just to be your little maid. Then that's settled. Gu Tian chuckled and said, Since that's the case, I will accept you as my little maid. No, Yuan Feng, there is one thing I must remind you of. What is it? Yuan Feng couldn't help but ask. Since you are the little maid from now on, you can only be a little maid. Do not think about becoming the lady of the house anymore, understand? Gu Tian said earnestly. What the hell? Yuan Feng held back her anger and said, On the surface, you can rest assured I won't think about it anymore. Yet inside she secretly vowed. So you, Gu Tian, look down on me, huh? Fine. You just wait, I will definitely make you fall madly in love with me, then be unable to extricate yourself, and I will kick you away in the end. I also do not seek the charms of men. At this moment Yuan Feng was completely unaware that she had been deceived. Every word and action was tightly controlled by Gu Tian. As a former overlord of the primal chaos, Yuan Feng's strength was undeniably formidable, a peak expert at the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. Had it not been for the schemes of the Heavenly Tao, she might have broken through to the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. However, when it comes to cunning and strategy, she was somewhat lacking. Otherwise, she would not have been so severely dealt with by the likes of the demon ancestor Luo, who the Heavenly Tao, and the ancestor Hongjun, nearly facing death herself with the entire Phoenix clan almost annihilated. Now she had fallen into the pit that Gu Tian had prepared for her. Fortunately, the pit that Gu Tian dug for her in fact posed no loss to Yuan Feng or their Phoenix clan, but rather would bring endless benefits. It would only cause a slight harm to Yuan Feng. However, this minor injury, it could be completely disregarded. Very good. Gu Tian nodded and said, "It's excellent that you can think this way, remember it well. By the way, although I don't know how you entered my Dao field before, but such a deviation will likely only occur once. Go." As he spoke, Gu Tian waved his right hand, and a mark entered Yuan Feng's body saying, "This is my mark. Only with my mark can you freely enter and exit my Dao field. Moreover, as long as you are on Mount Buzhou, no matter what crisis you encounter, I can rush over at the first moment. After all, you are my little maid, and I must protect you well. Do you understand? Yuan Feng, you have struck it rich. Even the Heavenly Tao cannot reach into my Dao field. So you can rest assured. As long as I am here, no one can harm you. Get familiar with the environment of my Dao. I will go take a look around Mount Buzhou." Yuan Feng nodded, and for some reason upon hearing Gu Tian's words her heart suddenly trembled, feeling inexplicably touched. Since she transformed, countless years have passed. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. Her heart felt warm. The sensation of being protected by someone brought her joy. It seemed she really liked this feeling. Outside the Dao field, Gu Tian could not help but ask, "System, what is the relationship level between me and Yuan Feng now? After this wave of operations it should reach 60, right?" The system replied with a playful tone, "Host, the result may disappoint you. It's not 60. What?" Gu Tian was slightly taken aback, appearing somewhat disappointed as he said, "No way. The relationship level isn't even 60. How is that possible? Could it be only 50? Host, it's not even 50, the system coyly replied. Damn, Yuan Feng really has a heart of stone. Indeed, it's not easy to win over a character of such a queenly stature. After this round of operations, the relationship level is only in the 40s. Not to mention playing hard to get. With the foundation of saving her life, there's only this little favorability, raising Yuan Feng's favorability to 80. I can't imagine how difficult that would be. Raising it to 90, that goes without saying." Gu Tian sighed and said, "I hope this wave doesn't mess things up." At this moment the system cheerfully said, "Host, don't worry. It hasn't messed up, your strategy is correct, and Yuan Feng's favorability has already risen to 70. What? System, are you playing me?" Gu Tian could not help but shout. "Host, what do you mean? When did I play you? It was you who did not ask clearly. I said the good level is not 60 and you just kept guessing downwards. Then why didn't you guess bolder upwards?" the system said. Ugh. I. Gu Tian was stunned. Who could have thought of that? Host, you still don't quite grasp women's thoughts. Although Yuan Feng is a queen-like figure, the more proud a person is, the more you need to keep them dangling. Especially with someone like Yuan Feng, who has almost reached the pinnacle of the primal chaos continent. Before this, all the men she faced were respectful, elevating her high to be looked up to, even to the point of worship. Therefore, over time, Yuan Feng has formed a habit. She regards all male cultivators of the primal chaos continent as nothing, not putting them in her eyes at all. But with such a sudden appearance from you, it creates a significant gap in her heart, making her somewhat unaccustomed, and may even provoke a rebellious mentality. Host, do you want me to teach you a few more tricks? The system laughed. System, what are you waiting for? Let's get to— Gu Tian said enthusiastically. The system revealed a slightly lewd smile, and said, "Next, what you need to do is to step on her, especially in terms of strength. Crush her harshly, leaving her utterly defeated. Then when you've pressed her down enough, at this moment you need to release a bit, find ways to enhance her strength, help her comprehend the Tao, or aid her in acquiring some treasure. Yuan Feng's favorability will undoubtedly soar upwards. I've said all that needs to be said, next it's up to you to decide." Very well. Gu Tian revealed a confident smile with the system in hand. The world is mine. However, there's no rush now. One must eat a meal one bite at a time. Let Yuan Feng relax a bit before proceeding. The most important point. First deal with Hou Tu before discussing Yuan Feng's matters. However, before this absolutely do not let Yuan Feng meet Hou Tu. Otherwise that would probably cause problems. Finish what's in the bowl first then go for what's in the pot. That's the perfect way. Lord Gu Tian. Just as Gu Tian was considering how to completely resolve this matter, he saw the little fat panda hurriedly waddling over with an anxious face. What? Seeing the urgency on the little fat panda's face, Gu Tian felt a surge of joy. Could it be? These two little ones have discovered some great opportunity. This is truly wonderful, for he knows well that Mount Buzhou conceals many great fortunes. Even when Mount Buzhou collapsed, there were still many opportunities that had not yet emerged. My. Gu Tian picked up the little fat panda and asked, "What's wrong, little fat? Did you find something?" Lord Gu Tian, hurry and come with me. My friend the little monkey doesn't know what happened. It seems like something is wrong with his body. He was playing well with me and little Jean. Suddenly he went mad, and it startled both me and little Jean. The little fat panda said hurriedly. My. The little monkey went mad. Gu Tian was slightly taken aback. Could it be that unfortunate six-eared macaque? If it's that fellow, it would be entirely possible to set up a trap for ancestor Hongjun. The events that transpired on the Primordial Continent are vividly etched in Gu Tian's memory regardless of whether they were monumental or trivial. Anything that has ever occurred is engraved in Gu Tian's mind, as if carved by knife and axe, remembered with utmost clarity. The unfortunate six-eared macaque is truly the epitome of misfortune. As a quarter of the essence of the chaos demon ape, its lineage is immensely powerful, at least on par with the innate divine demons, such as the three pure ones Nuwa and Dongwangtai. It is known that the chaos demon ape is a top-tier chaos divine demon. Even though it was severely wounded in the battle during the great opening of heaven, its essence remains exceptionally strong. Logically, the six-eared macaque, which is a quarter reincarnation of the chaos demon ape, should not be lacking. However, the reality is that this monkey is hopelessly unfortunate. In fact, it's not that the monkey is utterly unfortunate, rather it has been schemed against by Hongjun Laozu and the heavenly Tao. First, like other reincarnated chaos divine demons, the heavenly Tao sealed its inherited memories, leaving it with immense physical potential, yet unable to cultivate. Otherwise it should have at least reached the realm of the great Luo golden immortal. Yet from its birth until now hundreds of millions of years have passed. As a result, it hasn't even attained the cultivation level of a golden immortal. Then during the lecture at the Zixiao Palace, it was ambushed, rendering its innate divine abilities useless. One must admit the heavenly Tao and Hongjun Laozu are quite shameless in this matter. They sealed the monkey's inherited memories, preventing it from cultivating. To attend a lecture by Hongjun Laozu at the Zixiao Palace, one must at least cultivate to the level of a great Luo golden immortal. Yet this unfortunate monkey isn't even a golden immortal. How can it go there? Left with no other choice, it had to use its innate divine ability to eavesdrop on Hongjun Laozu's lecture, which perfectly fell into Hongjun Laozu's trap. Eavesdropping on a saint's lecture. This is a blasphemy against the heavenly Tao saint. Punishment must be meted out. Thus the six-eared macaque's innate abilities were systematically rendered void. Moreover, it was stated that the law does not pass to the six-eared, meaning the authority of the heavenly Tao saint, and the words of Hongjun Laozu are tantamount to the decrees of the heavenly Tao. No one dares to defy this. Consequently, no one is willing to impart divine abilities to the six-eared macaque. Clearly existing in the same era as the 3,000 innate mighty beings of the Zixiao Palace, yet after an entire primordial era has passed, its cultivation is still beneath that of a golden immortal. In the end, it became nothing more than a pawn in the hands of the Buddhist sect. The life of the six-eared macaque is a tragic tale. Not just the life of the six-eared macaque is tragic. None of the mischief four monkeys derived from the chaos demon ape have a good ending. The red-butt monkey brought calamity upon humanity and was suppressed by the human Emperor Yu, the spirit-smart stone monkey, who later became Sun Wukong. There is no need to elaborate on how tragic his fate was. From the moment he was born, everything he experienced was merely a play orchestrated by the Buddhist sect. He is nothing more than a puppet manipulated by the Buddhist sect. The outcome of the long-armed ape Yuan Hong was not much better, as it was killed during the fated battle. Why does the heavenly Tao treat these four monkeys in such a manner? According to Gu Tian's speculation, it is highly likely that the heavenly Tao fears these mischief four monkeys. If they were to grow powerful one day upon reaching their peak and merging their essences into the terrifying chaos demon ape, the heavenly Tao would indeed have reasons to be apprehensive. The strength of the chaos demon ape is undeniable. Among the 3,000 chaos divine demons, the others were easily dealt with by the Pengu great deity. Only the chaos demon ape could withstand 3 strikes from the Pengu great deity. What kind of strength? Although it ultimately fell beneath the Pangu great deity's heavenly opening divine acts, its strength was recognized by all other chaos divine demons. Once the chaos demon ape is revived without the Pangu great deity present, the heavenly Tao does not have absolute certainty to suppress this monkey. Thus the heavenly Tao and Hongjun Laozu shamelessly devised plans against the mischief four monkeys, systematically defeating them to ensure their demise in the cradle. Gu Tian revealed a faint smile and said, "If I can take the mischief four monkeys as my disciples and elevate their relationship to 90, then this endeavor will undoubtedly yield great rewards." The mischief four monkeys, compared to the three pure ones despite lacking Panga's fortune, possess equally admirable talents. These four disciples are entirely feasible to recruit. Moreover, should the mischief four monkeys merge their essences and allow the chaos demon ape to be reborn, wouldn't I then become the master of the chaos demon ape? With this thought, Gu Tian felt an inexplicable anticipation rise within him. Given the might of the chaos demon ape, if it were to provide fivefold or even tenfold cultivation feedback, could I not reach the level of the Pangu great deity? Wait! In the next moment, Gu Tian suddenly shuddered. If the chaos demon ape were to be reborn, would it not want to kill me? Cough cough. Gu Tian couldn't help but call out the system, asking, "System, is this kind of thing possible?" Well, if you can take all the mischief four monkeys as disciples and elevate their relationship to 90, then even if the chaos demon ape is reborn, your relationship will definitely not drop below 80. Gu Tian asked, "Are you sure?" "Rest assured. Trust me, it will be absolutely correct," the system replied. "Good. In that case, I'm definitely taking the mischief four monkeys as my disciples, and it will truly be a laid-back win. This feeling is wonderful. However, now may not be the best time to recruit the six-eared macaque. After the lecture at the Zixiao Palace, that will be the optimal moment. While it is good to add a flower to a brocade, it is not as valuable as delivering coal in the snow. The six-eared macaque has not yet reached true despair. If I recruit him now, it would not evoke genuine gratitude. However, I must still save him." Soon, guided by the chubby little panda, Gu Tian arrived at a valley halfway up Mount Buzhou, where a small, emaciated monkey was furiously howling. Its face was twisted in a frightening manner. A powerful and violent energy rampaged through its body, threatening to erupt at any moment. "My." Gu Tian was slightly taken aback. Indeed, this little monkey is the six-eared macaque, and the power erupting from its body is already nearing the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Furthermore, this aura is continually rising. What is this? Could it be that its inheritance is about? In the next moment, a furious roar echoed, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Even the soul of Gu Tian was shaken. In his consciousness, he saw a colossal giant ape standing in the chaos, towering to an unfathomable height, embodying a terrifying battle intent. Fight the heavens. Fight the earth. Fight the firmament. Even to the point of fighting against chaos. That is an unwavering will, unafraid of anything. What does the chaotic firmament matter? I shall break it with a single punch. It is an extreme battle intent, knowing full well the odds, knowing full well that death awaits, yet still pressing forward, fighting until the very end. Hiss! Upon sensing this terrifying will, Gu Tian couldn't help but gasp. What a powerful battle intent. Even he, a third-layer mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal, was affected and felt a faint suppression. That was indeed somewhat frightening. Gu Tian understood well that the phantom appearing in his consciousness was the chaotic demon ape. The strength of the chaotic demon ape is so formidable that it can withstand the three strikes of the Panga god, relying on the terrifying path of battle of the chaotic demon ape. The more they fight, the braver they become, the stronger they grow. The battle intent never ceases, the fighting never stops. Unyielding battle spirit, an undying soul. In that moment, Gu Tian felt an inexplicable respect. Truly, the chaotic demon ape is remarkable. Not good. In the next moment, Gu Tian clearly sensed that the aura of the six-eared macaque had suddenly become extraordinarily violent and chaotic, as if its own rationality had been lost. This is completely unlike the behavior of one who has received a legacy. Though the aura of the chaotic demon ape is fierce, its battle intent is imposing, yet its rationality remains crystal clear. At this moment, the six-eared macaque acted as if it were possessed, letting this violent power surge forth, resulting in a tremendous impact on its body. It might even leave indelible scars on its body. Moreover, this damage is irreversible. This is my future disciple. Ooh, I must not let anything go wrong. Huh. Gu Tian let out a cold shout, slowly raising his left hand. With a single gesture, in that instant, an unimaginably vast and towering figure appeared behind Gu Tian, and as that figure emerged, all of heaven and earth came to a halt. All rules, all order, all time and space were frozen in place. Break. With a finger of, this was a divine ability that Hou Tian created from Pangai's left palm. With a single gesture the figure of the chaotic demon ape instantly dissipated, and this fragment of will shattered merging into the body of the six-eared macaque. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. 5 elements power suppress. Then with his palm spread open, the combined power of the 5 elements transformed into an unparalleled seal, and with this move from Hou Tian, the violent power within the six-eared macaque slowly dissipated. Fortunately, Hou Tian had inherited part of Pangai's will and might. Otherwise it would have been difficult to break the will of the chaotic demon ape in an instant. Tree of Life. Heal. With a wave of his right hand under the powerful ability of the Tree of Life, the severely injured body of the six-eared macaque fully healed within a few breaths. Long live Lord Hou Tian. Lord Hou Tian, you are truly amazing. The little fat panda and little Jean looked at Hou Tian with admiration, realizing that as long as Lord Hou Tian took action, anything could be resolved. Hum. Hou Tian let out a cold snort and said, "Little Jean, little fat, stop flattering me here, tell me. Did you two give this little monkey anything to eat earlier?" My. The little fat panda was slightly taken aback, looking at Hou Tian in confusion, saying, "Lord Hou Tian, is there a problem with that? I just gave him a few fruits." Hou Tian sneered and said, "Little fat, did this little monkey only turn into this after eating the fruits you gave him? Before this, everything was fine." "Yes, that's right. The little monkey wouldn't be like this because it ate the fruits I gave it, that's not right," Little Fat said, full of confusion. Hou Tian glanced at him and said, "Little Fat, you should also look at your own strength. You and Little Jean have now cultivated to the mixed Yuan golden immortal realm. But this little monkey is only at the profound immortal realm. There is a full 4 major realms of difference between you. The fruits you both usually eat are all heavenly spiritual fruits brought from Penglai Island, containing powerful energy that is simply beyond what the little monkey's frail body can bear. Just a little more, and the little monkey's body would have exploded." Upon hearing this, the little fat panda immediately turned pale, looking guilt-ridden at the six-eared macaque lying on the ground, saying, "Little monkey, I'm sorry. It's fine. You weren't doing it on purpose, right?" said the six-eared macaque. Fortunately. Hou Tian patted the head of the little fat panda and said, "If I had arrived any later, this little monkey would probably have exploded completely." Just after coming into contact with the six-eared macaque, Hou Tian knew what was going on. This was also a scheme of the heavenly Tao. The will of the chaotic demon ape is fearsome, especially its terrifying battle intent, which even the constraints of the heavenly Tao cannot affect. This means that the heavenly Tao cannot completely imprison the legacy of the six-eared macaque. Once the six-eared macaque breaks through to the great Luo golden immortal realm, it will resonate with the will of the chaotic demon ape, thereby obtaining part of the legacy of the chaotic demon ape. But the will of the chaotic demon ape is exceedingly powerful, and its battle intent is terrifying. If one does not truly cultivate to the great Luo golden immortal realm, but instead relies on other means to forcibly break through to that realm, they will be unable to withstand the power of the chaotic demon ape's legacy, suffering severe injuries to their consciousness or even exploding their bodies. This was exactly the situation of the six-eared macaque just now. This is the plan of the heavenly Tao. I will not allow you to cultivate, prohibiting all the great powers of the primordial chaos from imparting techniques to you, so that your strength cannot improve, and you will never reach the great Luo golden immortal realm. If you cannot reach the great Luo golden immortal realm, you will forever be unable to obtain the legacy of the chaotic demon ape. Even if you gain some fortuitous encounter and rapidly increase your strength to reach the great Luo golden immortal realm, you will still be unable to bear the legacy of the chaotic demon ape. In the end, you will explode and perish. The malice of the heavenly Tao makes even Hou Tian tremble. This is too cruel. Fortunately, I have a system and means to threaten the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I would die. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the already recovered six-eared macaque suddenly knelt down in front of Hou Tian, with a thud, a pleading expression on its face, saying, "Lord Hou Tian, thank you for saving my life. I don't know if I can follow you in the future like Little Jean and Little Fat. You little monkey are quite clever. Alright, since that's the case, you can follow me from now on. Perfect. Little Jean and Little Pang will have a new friend," Hou Tian said. After this wave, the relationship level with the six-eared macaque has already risen to 75. This is a pleasant surprise. Now it's just waiting for the ancestor Hongjun to attain sainthood and then provide a boost. By then the relationship level with the six-eared macaque should at least reach 80. As for whether it can rise to 90, that depends on luck. However, ever since Little Jean and Little Pang, the two auspicious beasts, have been around him, Gu Tian has never lost when it comes to betting on luck. Thank you, Lord Gu Tian. Bang bang bang. While speaking, the six-eared macaque knocked his head against the ground several times, but Gu Tian could clearly feel. The little monkey's gaze still concealed a hint of ulterior motives. It seemed there was something it wanted to say, but it didn't express it. It's obvious that the six-eared macaque wants to become a disciple. Since he transformed, it has already been several 100,000 years, even up to millions of years. The beings that transformed in the same era as him have all at least reached the Golden Immortal Realm, and some have even reached the Tai Golden Immortal or the Luo Golden Immortal. Only he remains at the Xian Immortal Realm. This deeply wounded the six-eared macaque. He is eager to grow stronger. Without a legacy of cultivation techniques, he doesn't know how to cultivate. Then he should find a master. If other cultivators can teach him, he still has a chance to improve. But for some, over the years, not a single cultivator has agreed to take him as a disciple, and some even chased him away. This has left the six-eared macaque feeling very hurt and deeply discouraged. This time he finally encountered someone willing to keep him, and moreover this person is very powerful. The six-eared macaque has once again entertained the thought of becoming a disciple. However, with countless experiences from before, the six-eared macaque dared not speak up. What if he opens his mouth and it ends up like before? So, no rush. He will stay beside Lord Gu Tian for a while, and when the time is right he will bring this matter up. Moreover, Little Jean and Little Pang are very good to him. Great, great. Hearing Gu Tian's words, Little Pang jumped up excitedly and said, Little Jean, this is wonderful. We have a new friend again, I am so happy. Little Jean the leopard also jumped up excitedly, bouncing around Gu Tian. However, Gu Tian then reminded them, Little Pang, Little Jean, you two need to be careful. The little monkey's strength is much weaker than yours. When giving him something to eat, make sure to check if he can handle it, otherwise good intentions may backfire and harm the little monkey. Little Pang quickly nodded and said, Lord Gu Tian, you can rest assured. Next time I will definitely pay attention. Oh, I don't want to lose this good friend. Little monkey, you have indeed turned misfortune into fortune. You consumed a heavenly spiritual fruit that your body couldn't handle, and instead of being overwhelmed, you seized this opportunity to break through a realm. Gu Tian said, My. The little six-eared macaque was momentarily stunned. I broke through a realm. He instinctively assessed himself. Indeed, he is no longer at the Xian Immortal Realm. He has already become a Golden Immortal. This realization instantly excited the six-eared macaque. The last time he broke through a realm was millions of years ago. For these million years he has tried every possible method, but was unable to break through. Unexpectedly this time, he actually broke through to the Golden Immortal Realm. In the next moment, the six-eared macaque wanted to kneel and bow to Gu Tian again, but was stopped by Gu Tian's right hand, who then said, Little monkey, you've already knocked your head once. This can be considered your opportunity. You should stay well in the Buzhou Mountain from now on. As long as you are within Buzhou Mountain, no one can harm you. In fact, without me lifting a finger, Little Pang and Little Jean can also protect you. That's right. Little Pang patted his chest and said, Little monkey, with me and Little Jean here, no one dares to bully you. I am quite strong. The six-eared macaque was slightly taken aback, but didn't take it too seriously. He is currently just a mere Golden Immortal. How could he possibly see the realms of Little Jean and Little Pang? Moreover, as these two little fellows are auspicious beasts protected by the Dao's fate, if they do not display their strength, it is very difficult for others to perceive. Just like before with Tian, he also could not sense the realms of Little Jean and Little Pang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been beaten so badly. All right. Gu Tian patted the heads of the three little fellows and said, You three can play here. I'll take a trip to the top of Buzhou Mountain. By the way, Little Pang, Little Jean, I have a task for you too. Little Pang the panda patted his chest and said, Lord Gu Tian, just say it. Let us know what you want us to do. We can accomplish any task perfectly. It's nothing much, just remember to guard Buzhou Mountain while you three are playing, and also the things I left on Buzhou Mountain. Remember, no matter who it is, if anyone dares to sneak into Buzhou Mountain and tries to steal something, make sure to give them a good beating. Gu Tian said, Sure, no problem. Little Pang said, patting his chest, Lord Gu Tian, my fists are very powerful. Excellent. Gu Tian nodded and said, Little Pang, I am quite reassured about your fists. By the way, while you three are playing, remember to patrol Buzhou Mountain for me. Especially the treasures of mine, be sure to check on them regularly. Lord Gu Tian, you can rest assured. With the three of us here, we guarantee that not a single treasure on Buzhou Mountain will be missing. Little Pang said confidently. Actually, Gu Tian's goal is to have them search for the opportunities on Buzhou Mountain. Gu Tian's own luck has already run its course. After finding the 24th grade creation Qinglian, he could no longer sense any of the other hidden opportunities and can only hope for these two treasures. What is this? Just as Tian was preparing to stroll around the top of Buzhou Mountain, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from the direction of Yujing Mountain. Immediately, it swept across the entire Honghuang continent. The heavens and earth trembled as a vast oppressive force descended from the 9 heavens, sweeping across countless beings on the Honghuang continent. In that instant, souls and consciousness trembled. It felt as if an immense pressure had descended. Heavenly Tao above today, I ancestor Hongjuan shall attain sainthood. High above the 9 clouds, the lotus platform reveals the true Tao. Beyond the realm of heaven and earth, I shall oversee the teachings. One path conveys 3 friends, the 2 teachings elucidate the divisions. The leaders of the mystical sect, one essence transforms into Hongjun. The immense might of the saints enveloped the entire primordial continent, instilling a tremendous pressure upon all living beings. All beings beneath the great Luo golden immortal prostrated on the ground, a sense of intimidation and oppression resonating from the very essence of their souls. Purple energy comes from the east for 30 million miles, enveloping the entire Jade capital mountain in noble purple aura, with countless auspicious clouds converging. The celestial sounds resonate, enchanting the hearts of many. The endless Tao rhythms emanate from Jade capital mountain, benefiting countless beings within a radius of tens of millions of miles. Saint. This is the realm above the great Luo golden immortal. So powerful. Such momentum, such strength, such divine might, far surpassing that of the great Luo golden immortal. But how did this Hongjun ancestor attain enlightenment? This kind of power is simply too formidable. What kind of existence is this Hongjun ancestor? How did he achieve sainthood? The strength of a saint is truly terrifying. In that instant, the might of the saint descended upon the primordial continent, shocking countless innate powers. In Wuzhuang Temple, Zhan Yuanzi, who was discussing the Tao with Hongyun, suddenly froze, staring in shock towards Jade capital mountain with awe in his eyes. As the overwhelming might of the saint descended upon Wuzhuang Temple, Zhan Yuanzi's body trembled violently. He uncontrollably prostrated towards Jade capital mountain, as if disobeying this instinctive action would be an act of great blasphemy. The might of the saint is terrifying. Jade capital mountain is immensely distant from Wuzhuang Temple, at least separated by 3 or 4 great thousand worlds. Yet the saintly might of Hongjun ancestors still managed to reach them, and to such an extent. In that moment, Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun truly felt the terror of the saint. Meanwhile, in the Sun Star, the 2 brothers Dong Huang Tai Yi and Di Jun, and the ancestor of the river of blood immersed in the sea of blood, as well as Kuanping the great demon hidden in the North Sea, all awakened from their meditations due to this overwhelming pressure. All sorts of innate powers were startled awake by this vast pressure and subsequently subdued by the might of the saint. Even the powerful great Luo golden immortal had no strength to resist before the pressure of the saint. In that moment, these primordial powers felt the might of the heavenly Tao saint. Such monumental strength is simply beyond what these ants can contend with. Beneath the saint, all are but ants. This is no exaggeration. Look at how many great Luo golden immortals cannot withstand my single pressure. This is Hongjun ancestors' intention. If you do not experience my formidable power, how can you learn to respect me? How can you come to Zixiao Palace to listen to my teachings? And how can you practice my method of severing the 3 corpses? At this moment, Tian had just returned to Kunlun Mountain. Upon sensing the terrifying aura of Hongjun ancestor, especially when he sought to make Tian bow towards Jade capital mountain, Tian was instantly enraged. He felt as if he could draw his sword and ascend Jade capital mountain in a fury. What is this? How dare you make me Tian bow to you? Let's see if I can cut you down with a single sword. However, in the next moment, he recalled the teachings of ancient Tian, especially the path of survival that is the strongest among the heavens, no matter when one must not let others know one's true strength. Especially at a time when all eyes are upon you. With this thought, Tian quickly said, Elder brother, second brother Hongjun ancestor, is too self-righteous, truly thinking that he has become a heavenly Tao saint, and is thus impressive. How dare he want our illustrious Sanqing to bow to him? Who does he think he is? We Sanqing are the true orthodoxy of Pangu. Besides Pangu, the Father God, who else in this realm can bear our Sanqing's veneration? That's right. In the next moment, he immediately focused his will to resist the saintly might of Hongjun. Second brother, third brother, you are right. Although Hongjun ancestor is a heavenly Tao saint, he is not worthy of our Sanqing's bow. Rise up. With this loud shout from Taishang Laojuan, the Xianyuan tower of heaven and earth flew out from behind him, a yellow light, enveloping Jin Yuanzi and Tong Tian, shielding them from the majesty of Hongjun ancestor. One must know this is the Xianyuan Tower, a divine artifact known for its absolute defense. At the same time, it is also a treasure of merit. Seeing this situation, Tong Tian smiled slightly and quietly hid behind his two brothers. The strength of Taishang Laojun revealed, without a doubt at this moment. Late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The moment the power of the Sanxing fused together, a qualitative change occurred, as if a tremendous will was about to awaken, resisting the saintly might of Hongjun ancestor. At this moment, Hongjun ancestor on Jade Capital Mountain was slightly taken aback. This is the will of Pangu. Indeed, the Sanxing is impressive. The strongest Taishang Laojun is merely a latest-stage great Luo Golden Immortal, yet combined with the power of the Sanxing, he can actually withstand my saintly might. If I continue to suppress like this, it is very likely to reawaken the will of Pangu. Forget it, after all my goal has already been achieved. Except for the Sanxing, all beings of the Primordial Continent have already felt the power of my Hongjun ancestor. The might of the saint cannot be blasphemed. At this moment, Hongjun ancestor's face was filled with a confident smile. He had finally attained enlightenment. The realm of the heavenly Tao saint had finally been achieved. The first person under the heavenly Tao of the Primordial Continent, he Hongjun ancestor, is truly deserving of the title. The heavenly Tao once mentioned that the spirit of Buzhou Mountain has already taken form and is now hidden within Buzhou Mountain, not daring to recklessly descend before attaining enlightenment. But now this body has nothing to fear. Just right, let me see what the spirit of Buzhou Mountain has transformed. How dare you seize my opportunity? In the next moment, Hongjun ancestor descended upon Buzhou Mountain, carrying the overwhelming might of the saint. After waiting so long, Hongjun the ancestor has finally attained sagehood. The dish has grown cold, nearly spoiled. Just barely. I'd begun to suspect Hongjun the ancestor had failed entirely. The Daoimo War concluded ages ago, yet he still hadn't ascended. Or perhaps I preempted his destiny by attaining the supreme immortal realm of Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian myself, siphoning away his celestial fortune. All my meticulous scheming would be rendered utterly futile if he never achieved sagehood. Thank heavens. Thank heavens indeed. Gu Tian couldn't suppress a chuckle. In the next instant, Gu Tian paused faintly, then abruptly rose to his feet. Blimey. Hongjun the ancestor is heading straight for Buzhou Mountain. What does he intend? To get beaten? Does the heavenly Tao not know how formidable I truly am? Though the heavenly Tao remained unaware of Gu Tian's true strength, and ignorant of his attainment of the supreme immortal realm of Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian, the last time its avatar descended upon Buzhou Mountain, Gu Tian had staged an elaborate performance feigning mastery over the full power of a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian right there atop the mountain. Clearly Gu Tian had guessed correctly. After enduring Gu Tian's insolence, the heavenly Tao's avatar immediately retreated into seclusion, and never disclosed this detail to Hongjun the ancestor. A bone-chilling snort echoed across the air as Hongjun the ancestor himself descended upon Buzhou Mountain. With a single thought, a sage's awareness, he instantly perceived Gu Tian standing atop the peak. Indeed, the moment he sensed Gu Tian's aura, Hongjun's heart stirred faintly. Peak-level Hunyuan Jingxian, just one step shy of the supreme immortal realm of Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. But what of it? Beneath the sages all are but insignificant insects. Without attaining sagehood, one remains forever an ant beneath the cosmos. Moreover, this era of the Honghuang continent no longer permits even a single Hunyuan Jingxian. From this very moment Hongjun attained sagehood, only quasi-sages may dwell here. Sage's power seal. In the next breath Hongjun clenched his right hand. Sage force surged forth, coalescing into an entire macrocosmic realm. Instantly Gu Tian was imprisoned within that macrocosmic realm, its space-time locked tight by overwhelming sealing force. Next Hongjun prepared to banish Gu Tian into the primordial chaos. Haha. At that very moment, sealed inside the macrocosmic realm, Gu Tian smiled faintly, tilted his head upward, casting a casual glance at Hongjun hovering in the void, then laughed aloud. Hongjun the ancestor, before this, I was still pondering how best to greet you properly. Unforeseen. You've greeted me instead with imprisonment. Excellent. Truly excellent. Hongjun's sneered voice sharp as frost. You, Gu Tian, are you not? You show no reverence toward the sages, nor respect for the heavenly Tao. Your transgression defies heaven and earth alike, rendering you intolerable to creation itself. Today I shall uphold cosmic order and cast you into the endless void. Haha. Gu Tian shrugged indifferently. Hongjun the ancestor, Pray tell, are you truly upholding the heavenly Tao's order? How dare you doubt it? Hongjun scoffed coldly. I am the first celestial sage of the Hongwan continent, the first to ascend through the heavenly Tao's own laws. Naturally, I embody its immutable principles. Then, before unleashing your might, did you seek the heavenly Tao's consent? Had you done so, you would never have committed such folly. Oomph. Hongjun sneered again. Gu Tian, no matter your words today, I will subdue and banish you into the infinite void. The Hongwan continent tolerates no Hunyuan Jingxian. Heh. Gu Tian's laugh turned icy. That is your true motive, is it not? After all, you've already slain countless other Hunyuan Jingxian cultivators. What do you mean? Hongjun let loose another frigid snort, his overwhelming sage aura descending like a thunderclap upon Gu Tian. Yet, to Hongjun's utter shock, no matter how fiercely he pressed his divine pressure, Gu Tian remained utterly unperturbed, unaffected by the sage's terrifying might. How could this be? This youth stood merely at the pinnacle of Hunyuan Jingxian. How could he possibly withstand a sage's aura? Hongjun spoke icily. Gu Tian, you dare defy me. When have I ever done such things? You slander and desecrate a sage. Your crimes merit 10,000 deaths. Heavenly Tao Law Seal. With a clap of his palms, Hongjun summoned 3,000 chains forged from heavenly Tao edicts, surging forth from the void to bind Gu Tian and seal his power completely. Heh. Gu Tian laughed coldly. Hongjun the ancestor, why deny what you've done? You see, I watched, up close, as you betrayed Wuxing Laozu, Kunlun Doran Inyang Laozu, and Qiankuan Laozu. I stood just beyond sight, witnessing every treacherous act unfold before my eyes. At Gu Tian's words, Hongjun recoiled inwardly, his eyes flashing with mounting murderous intent. This youth knew far too much. He must die, immediately. In the next instant, Hongjun's face paled, shock flaring in his gaze. Though bound by the heavenly Tao chains, Gu Tian moved freely. Impossible. And not just him. The entire macrocosmic realm's crushing weight bore down upon him. How could a mere Hunyuan Jingxian endure such force? He had no idea Gu Tian was no ordinary Hunyuan Jingxian, but a true Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. Were he not holding back, lest provoke direct confrontation with the heavenly Tao, he might have unleashed his full might and struck Hongjun down with a single palm slap. Dare you flaunt yourself before me? Even restrained, however, his power sufficed to prevail. Impossible. How can you still move? Danger. In the next breath, a terrifying aura erupted from Gu Tian, like a primordial chaos deity awakening. The void trembled, the heavenly Tao chains shattered outright. Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. Upon sensing that aura, Hongjun's face contorted in horror, fear flickering unbidden in his eyes. This cannot be. No, this isn't pure Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian power. You're borrowing Buzhou Mountain's might, temporarily amplifying yourself to that realm. How did you achieve this? Hongjun stared dumbfounded. Heh. Gu Tian laughed coldly. Never mind how, now it's my turn. Buzhou Divine Fist. Gu Tian roared, stepping forward. Instantly, Buzhou Mountain's towering, unshakable majesty surged forth, fusing seamlessly into his fist. The heavenly Tao chains shattered anew. The macrocosmic realm fractured into countless shards. Then, Buzhou Mountain's sheer mass infused itself into Gu Tian's strike. Weight, incalculable primordial weight. Sky and earth, time and space, all bowed under that fist. As Hongjun's face twisted in alarm, he deployed his sage domain. Break. A single contemptuous snort escaped Gu Tian, the crushing force tearing through layer upon layer of spacetime, converging upon Hongjun's form. Billions of voids, 3,000 strata of reality, warped, crushed, his sage domain obliterated. All power, every one of the 3,000 cosmic laws, shattered beneath that single blow. With a cataclysmic boom, Hongjun's domain and laws disintegrated under Gu Tian's fist, the immense, irresistible force crashing fully upon his body. What? How? Is this even possible? No. The moment he felt the force of Gu Tian's punch, Hongjun Lao's expression changed dramatically. How could he be so powerful? This is impossible. If Gu Tian were truly a primordial golden immortal, it would not be surprising for Hongjun Laozu, but in his eyes, Gu Tian's status as a primordial golden immortal is utterly false. The reason for his power lies entirely in the strength borrowed from Buzhou Mountain. Otherwise, he would be as helpless as an ant. A counterfeit is still a counterfeit, relying on borrowed strength. He is simply not his opponent. Yet the reality harshly slapped Hongjun Laozu in the face. The terrifying punch surged like a chaotic flood, and its powerful force made the heavens tremble. The heavy intent within it made his breathing grow labored, and under the immense pressure his movements slowed. Break. With a soft shout from Gu Tian, myriad laws shattered in an instant. Heaven and earth became one, merging into a single punch. This is the Buzhou divine fist devoid of any flashy movements. All that existed was a simple punch. Yet this punch perfectly embodied the grandeur, weightiness, and unwavering nature of Buzhou Mountain, suppressing the heavens. Damn it. At the moment the laws shattered around him, Hongjun Lao's body shook violently. Taiji diagram. In that instant, a massive yin-yang Taiji diagram appeared around Hongjun Laozu with the yin and yang energies swirling, giving rise to countless chaotic spaces and infinite transformative power, completely resolving the force of Gu Tian's punch. The Tao is limitless, suppress for me. In the next moment, regaining his breath, Hongjun Laozu waved his hand and urgently activated the Taiji diagram. Limitlessness gives birth to Taiji. Taiji transforms into the two forms evolve into the three talents, and the three talents shape the four images. Infinite mysterious powers burst forth from the Taiji diagram. The powers of earth, water, wind, and fire rotate with the Taiji diagram. The yin-yang and five elements energies circulate within endlessly, sustaining, manifesting the signs of the great Tao. This powerful force could suppress the might of the heavens. This is the power of the three innate supreme treasures, the Taiji diagram. Once unleashed especially by a saint, it possesses the ability to destroy heaven and earth. This suppression was hundreds of times stronger than before in the vast world. Hehe. At that moment, Gu Tian revealed a playful smile. Glancing at Hongjun Laozu, he chuckled. Hongjun Laozu, do you have a problem with your brain? You actually think to use the Taiji diagram against me? Huh. Since you wish to return the Taiji diagram to me, I shall graciously accept it. Receipt. As soon as Hongjun Laozu activated the Taiji diagram, Gu Tian waved his left hand, unleashing the Panga power hidden within. Simultaneously, the Panga divine might he possessed erupted forth. Taiji diagram, return to your rightful place. With Gu Tian's loud shout, feeling the Pangu power and the divine might of the Taiji diagram, it trembled violently, bursting forth with unprecedented joy. In the next moment, it was about to break free from Hongjun Laozu's grasp and come into Gu Tian's hands. What? This? How is this possible? Hongjun Laozu's expression changed dramatically, and he became flustered. This is a supreme innate treasure. But that's not the most important thing. The critical point is that this Taiji diagram carries his causal connection. Only by relying on this causal connection can he take on Taishang Laojun as a disciple. What to do now? Hongjun Laozu snorted coldly, then activated the saintly power within him to suppress the Taiji diagram, coldly shouting, Gu Tian, you little thief, you think you can snatch my Taiji diagram? That's impossible. Hehe. Gu Tian sneered. Hongjun Laozu, you are as shameless as the heavenly Tao. Your Taiji diagram. It's simply the height of disgrace. Do you think I don't know the origins of the Taiji diagram? Back when the Pangu great god Gusu passed away, his accompanying supreme innate treasure, the opening heaven divine axe, split into three, and the Taiji diagram is one of those three treasures. How could it possibly be your inheritance? I am the embodiment of Buzhou Mountain, and naturally I should inherit. Taiji diagram, return to your rightful place. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. With Gu Tian's loud shout, the Panga power surged from his left palm, and the Taiji diagram in Hongjun Laozu's hand struggled increasingly fiercely. Hongjun Laozu, don't let go. Buzhou divine fist. At that moment, Gu Tian soared into the air again, launching a punch. The heavy punch struck across the vast expanse of 3 trillion miles, directly turning this piece of void into nothingness. Faced with this terrifying punch, Hongjun Laozu had to free up his hand to counter it. In that instant, the Taiji diagram broke free from his hand and fell directly into Gu Tian's. Feeling the familiar Pangu power, the Taiji diagram immediately opened its restrictions, allowing Gu Tian to leave his mark within. Under normal circumstances, to refine a supreme innate treasure, one must break through 50 innate restrictions. There is another way, which is to gain recognition from the innate treasure itself, allowing it to open its restrictions automatically. Just like it is now. In less than a breath's time, the Taiji diagram had completely returned to Gu Tian. You. Feeling the mark he left on the Taiji diagram being erased, Hongjun Laozu spat out a mouthful of blood out of anger. This is truly infuriating. After obtaining the Taiji diagram, he had refined it for millions of years, and had only managed to refine 48 restrictions, with 2 remaining unrefined. Otherwise it wouldn't be able to fly out of control. But now Gu Tian in less than a breath's time refined all 50 restrictions, which is truly maddening. He is expected of the Taiji diagram. It is indeed formidable. Hongjun Laozu, let me show you the power of the Taiji diagram. Chaotic space suppress. Gu Tian waved his left hand, and the Taiji diagram instantly transformed into a primordial chaotic space, turning back to suppress Hongjun Laozu. Seeing this scene, Hongjun Laozu once again felt an urge to vomit blood. This is infuriating. Using my own thing to suppress me. Not good. Feeling the immense power of the Taiji diagram, Hongjun Laozu's heart trembled. It seemed he could not withstand it with his own strength. Subconsciously, he was about to take out the Penga banner. Yet he quickly retracted it. After the previous lesson, he dared not use the innate treasure left by Pengu. That would be handing it over directly. Instead, he summoned the Qiankuan Cauldron. The Qiankuan Cauldron. Upon seeing Hongjun Laozu take out the Qiankuan Cauldron, Gu Tian immediately laughed. At this moment, Gu Tian felt an uncontrollable impulse to burst into laughter. This Hongjun old ancestor is truly a benefactor of wealth. Just having delivered the Taiji diagram, it hasn't even warmed up in his hands, and now he is about to send over the Qiankuan Ding again. He is really a very kind person. Since you are so generous in giving, how could I possibly refuse? Before this, Gu Tian was pondering how he could obtain the Qiankuan Ding from Hongjun old ancestor's hands. If he were to ask for it directly, it would surely be denied. Even though he has the cause and effect bestowed by the Qiankuan old ancestor, Hongjun old ancestor would not acknowledge it. After all, the Yin-Yang old ancestor is already dead. The person is dead. How could Hongjun old ancestor recognize the cause and effect left behind? Absolutely not. But in this situation, whether you recognize it or not, I, Gu Tian, will take it directly. Drink. With a light shout, Hongjun old ancestor exerted his full power as a saint to summon the Qiankuan Ding, the innate treasure, to resist the suppression of the Taiji diagram. The Qiankuan Ding not only possesses the ability to reverse postnatal treasures against innate ones, but its defensive power is also astonishing. Inside the large Ding there exists a world of Qiankuan. Qiankuan One Realm. The power of Qiankuan surged forth, transforming into a protective force that enveloped Hongjun old ancestor. The Qiankuan Ding, huh? Hongjun old ancestor, do you believe that with just a call from me the Qiankuan Ding will leave you rushing towards me like the Taiji diagram? How could that be possible? Hongjun old ancestor bellowed. Gu Tian, the little thief, trying to shake my confidence is utterly impossible. Your calculations are wrong. My Tao heart is as solid as a rock, unbreakable. How could your tricks possibly affect me? Gu Tian, although you currently possess power comparable to a primordial golden immortal, I believe this is merely temporary. It is not your power, and ultimately it does not belong to you. In my eyes, you will always be an ant. What is this? Oh no. Just at the moment Hongjun old ancestor spoke, he suddenly felt the Qiankuan Ding in his hand begin to tremble violently, as if trying to break free. What? How? How is this possible? Oh no. Damn it, hold on. Hongjun old ancestor said, his face filled with shock and terror. What on earth is happening? It is understandable that Gu Tian could seize the Taiji diagram. After all, it is an innate treasure evolved from the Pangus axe that opened the heavens, and Gu Tian, as a transformation of the unyielding mountain, is also considered a descendant of Pangu. But the Qiankuan Ding is different. This is the treasure of the Qiankuan old ancestor, and it has nothing to do with Gu Tian. Qiankuan Ding. Return to your place. As before, with Gu Tian's loud shout, the Qiankuan Ding reacted more and more violently, starting to resist Hongjun old ancestor, trying to break free from his grasp. Damn it. What is happening? Gu Tian, the little thief, what have you done to my Qiankuan Ding? You foolish thing, you better stop right now. Hongjun old ancestor coldly rebuked. Your Qiankuan Ding, Hongjun old ancestor, do you really have the nerve to claim it as yours? Is this innate treasure really yours? As far as I know, it seems to belong to the Qiankuan old ancestor. Gu Tian said with a playful tone. Qiankuan Ding. Your true master is here, and if you don't return now, then when? Qiankuan Ding. Boom boom boom. With Gu Tian's loud shout, the cause and effect from the Qiankuan old ancestor reached its peak, and the Qiankuan Ding began to tremble violently. Hongming Liangtian ruler. At this moment, Gu Tian grasped the treasure of merit, the Hongming Liangtian ruler, and struck fiercely at Hongjun old ancestor. A golden light filled with the aura of merit descended from the sky, splitting the entire horizon in two, breaking through all the laws in Hongjun old ancestor's hand and his own saintly domain. The sharp momentum erupted instantly with a tremendous sound that shattered the protective forces around the Qiankuan Ding in an instant. Oh no! Rumble! A loud sound shook the entire sky violently, and the countless miles of void were split in half under this strike. In the moment of bearing this force, the Qiankuan Ding finally broke free from its restraints, flying out of Hongjun old ancestor's hands and landing in Gu Tian's grasp. At the same time, this terrifying force fell entirely upon Hongjun, old ancestor. In an instant, half of his body exploded, saintly blood raining down. The golden saintly blood, upon hitting the ground, transformed into terrifying flames beginning to burn. This is saintly blood. How could it be something ordinary that could contain it? Collect. Tian clenched his right hand, and the Qian Kuan Ding immediately transformed into a small ding, landing in his palm. Break. With one strike, he annihilated the lingering thoughts left by Hongjun, old ancestor. Just as Hongjun, old ancestor, was recovering and hadn't had a chance to catch his breath, he suddenly spat out another mouthful of blood, suffering a slight internal injury. You? Give me back the Qian Kuan Ding. Hongjun, old ancestor, said with a cold expression. Tian let out a cold laugh, saying, Hongjun, old ancestor, how can you be so thick-skinned? Is the Qian Kuan Ding your possession? If you call for it, will it respond? You. In that moment, Hongjun, old ancestor, was so angry that he couldn't speak. Damn. This trip to the unyielding mountain is truly a loss of both the woman and the soldiers. Not only was he injured, but he also lost 2 innate treasures. At this moment, his heart is bleeding. These 2 innate treasures will have great uses in the future. You called for it with no response. But when I called, the Qian Kuan Ding responded. As soon as I called it, it came right over. What does this indicate? This Qian Kuan Ding is fated to be with me. It should rightfully belong to me. Tian said plainly. You. At this moment, blood surged to his head, and Hongjun, old ancestor, couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. This is infuriating. I cannot tolerate this. I absolutely cannot tolerate this. But it seems that in this situation, I must endure. Confronting Tian Hedon seems futile, especially with his strange methods. He clearly has many treasures, yet he doesn't dare take any out. Humph. Hongjun, old ancestor, snorted coldly and said, Tian, wait for me, I will return. As he spoke, he turned to leave. Wait. In the next moment, Tian coldly said, Hongjun, old ancestor, do you think my unyielding mountain is a place you can come and go as you please? Leave it behind. In the next moment, Tian soared into the air, unleashing the unyielding divine fist once more. Damn it. Tian, what are you trying to do? The expression on Hongjun's face changed as he shouted. Hongjun, you can't be a fool. Don't forget why you came here. If possible, you would prefer to kill me, right? Now that you see you can't defeat me, you're trying to sneak away from Buzhou. There are no such easy things in this world. Stay here. Buzhou divine fist. Suppress. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, it felt as if the entire sky had collapsed. That terrifyingly heavy fist descended from above. With just one punch, the sky collapsed and the earth sank. What? Not good. Tian. Hongjun roared angrily. He had just broken through to the saint of the Tao and had not yet stabilized his realm or familiarized himself with the power of a saint. He couldn't wait to rush to Buzhou Mountain. Now, faced with Tian's punch, Hongjun was suddenly... The surrounding space shattered instantly. The terrifying weight pressed down upon him, collapsing the void for billions of miles, even distorting the laws of time. Under such immense distortion, let alone escaping, Hongjun found it extremely difficult to even move. Damn it. Hongjun, with a distorted face, shouted angrily, Tian, you dare? Huh? Tian coldly laughed. Hongjun, are you a fool? I've already done it. What do I have to fear? Shatter for me. In the next moment, he clenched his left fist and struck out fiercely. 2 streams of fist power combined together. In an instant, a torrent of terrifying fist power erupted and surged forward. In the blink of an eye, it shattered all of Hongjun's defenses. Even the laws of the saint were broken apart as the 2 streams of fist power vented freely upon Hongjun. Boom. With a loud noise, Hongjun's saintly body was instantly obliterated. The whole person turned into a cloud of blood mist. You. Hongjun's primordial spirit emerged from the void, his face twisted with rage, looking terrifying, but his aura seemed a bit weak. Amidst the anger, there was a hint of fear towards Tian. This guy is just a false Hunyuan Daoyuan, yet his power is so strong. How could he know? Tian, this Hunyuan Daoyuan is truly the real deal. Moreover, at this moment, he hasn't even used 1% of his power and has already crushed Hongjun. What do you mean by what? Tian said coldly. Hongjun, do you really think that the Saint of the Tao is invincible? No matter how you are elsewhere in Buzhou Mountain, you have to behave yourself? Damn it, Tian, don't bully me too much. Hongjun shouted coldly. Hee. Tian said dismissively. Hongjun, your words are a bit funny. Who is bullying whom? I have been staying well in Buzhou Mountain, didn't provoke you at all. You came out and immediately wanted to suppress me, even trying to kill me. And now you say that I am bullying you. You are truly hilarious. Even the dead can be claimed as alive. Alright, I don't want to waste more words with you. Since you dare to act wildly in Buzhou Mountain, if I don't do something, wouldn't it mean I am easy to bully? Taiji diagram. Chaos world. Holding the Taiji diagram in his left hand under the influence of Pangus power, the power of the Taiji diagram reached its peak stronger than it was in Hongjun's hands by dozens of times. With just one strike it suppressed Hongjun's primordial spirit. Gu Tian, do you really think this Taiji diagram can trap me? Today I apologize, why don't we just let it go, and from henceforth we won't interfere with each other. How about it? Hongjun said, his face calming slightly. Hee. Gu Tian coldly laughed again. Hongjun, now you want to avoid interference. Let me tell you, it's too late, you have already committed an offense. However, I do want to see how you plan to break free from the suppression of the Taiji diagram. Could it be that you want to rely on your Tao treasure, the creation jade butterfly? You. Upon hearing Gu Tian's words, Hongjun's eyes widened in shock. Shocked. Incredible. This is one of his greatest secrets. Since obtaining the creation jade butterfly, he has never shown it in front of anyone. How does Gu Tian know? Terrified. Hee. The next moment Gu Tian said playfully, Hongjun, come. Take out the creation jade butterfly, and see if you can break free from the suppression of the Taiji diagram. I really want to see the power of the creation jade butterfly. You. Hearing Gu Tian's words, Hongjun was furious. He truly wished to take out the creation jade butterfly at that moment and crush Gu Tian. But he dared. His creation jade butterfly, like the Taiji diagram, was also a relic of Pangu. If it were taken by Gu Tian, he would not have time to cry. Without the Taiji diagram, it would not have a significant impact on him. But the creation jade butterfly is his Tao treasure. It absolutely cannot go wrong. Hee. Seeing Hongjun hesitate, Gu Tian smiled and said, it's fine, take out your creation jade butterfly. What if I can't take it away? Damn it. Hongjun's face twitched. What if you do take it away? The creation jade butterfly cannot be taken out, and the Panga banner probably cannot be used either. What about the other treasures? In this moment Hongjun truly felt like crying. The example of the Qiankuan Ding was still fresh. He did not dare at all. What? Gu Tian continued to taunt Hongjun, don't be cowardly. Don't tell me you can't break the suppression of the Taiji diagram. You might as well say it, take action. Hoo. Hongjun took a deep breath, and then said, Gu Tian, I think we can have a good talk. Let today's matter be a misunderstanding. Alright. Gu Tian immediately smiled, and said, speak. How do you want to talk? Don't tell me you don't want to give anything up and just rely on the words of mutual non-interference to dismiss this. Let me tell you that's impossible. Never. If you want to talk, you must show your sincerity. Damn it. Hongjun's heart was boiling with anger. Sincerity? Do you even need sincerity? What sincerity do I have? All my sincerity has been forcefully taken away by you. In the end, the ancestral figure Hongjun was released from the seal of the Taiji diagram after ancient Tian paid the price of 3 pieces of supreme, innate spiritual treasures. As for why he did not take the other innate supreme treasures in his possession, such as the Panga banner, it was because ancient Tian had other plans. To maximize benefits, the Panga banner could temporarily remain in the hands of Hongjun. Ancient Tian had various means to snatch the Panga banner away from him. As for the Chaos Jade Butterfly, Hongjun would never take it out as it was his proof of enlightenment, and he had yet to stabilize his status as a saint of the heavenly Tao. If ancient Tian were to forcibly demand it, Hongjun would likely want to confront him heat-in, even to the point of mutual destruction. Although ancient Tian could easily suppress Hongjun, even if he were to use the Chaos Jade Butterfly, it would expose ancient Tian's true strength. At that time, the heavenly Tao would intervene. Moreover, from then on, the heavenly Tao would focus all its attention on him. This would be unwise. A steady flow is the true way. He would retrieve the Wajixi Yellow Banner, the Qinglian Gem Banner, and the Lydian Firelight Banner from Hongjun. When the time comes, he would find a way to gather the other 2 banners. Then he could utilize the innate 5 elements flag to cast the innate 5 elements Great Formation, which would be as powerful as the Great Formation of the stars. However, no one in the Hongwan continent had ever set up such a formation. After all, it was quite difficult to gather all the innate 5 elements flags. Currently, ancient Tian already possessed 3 banners. As long as he figured out a way to obtain the remaining 2, he would have a complete set. Moreover, ancient Tian already had the Great Seal of the 5 Directions in his possession. The 2 sets of treasures might even fuse together, evolving into a more powerful artifact. This was ancient Tian's optimal choice. Looking at the departing figure of Hongjun, ancient Tian chuckled and said, Hongjun, feel free to visit often. You can rest assured that I will welcome you. Oomph. Hongjun let out a cold snort and quickly departed from Buzhou Mountain, fearing that ancient Tian might change his mind. After this battle, he understood clearly that on Buzhou Mountain the strength that ancient Tian could exert was incredibly powerful, capable of suppressing him. To deal with ancient Tian, he must lure him out of Buzhou Mountain. Otherwise, the pent-up frustration within him would be hard to release. Most importantly, the heavenly Tao had told him that without absolute certainty once he made a move against ancient Tian, it could lead to the collapse of Buzhou Mountain. Unless he had the means to stabilize Buzhou Mountain, he would have to control his strength whenever he acted against ancient Tian. If during the confrontation with ancient Tian, he inadvertently struck Buzhou Mountain, it would result, endless karmic retribution would descend, and even if his strength were 100, or even 1,000 times stronger, he would likely be unable to bear such terrifying karma. He arrived full of ambition, but returned with a face full of sorrow and pain. This was the current state of Hong Jun. Damn it. After returning to Yujing Mountain, Hong Jun vented his anger by cursing the air several times. This slight release of pent-up anger was just a fraction. Hong Jun. At that moment, a summons from the heavenly Tao suddenly echoed in his mind. In the next instant, Hong Jun found himself in the space of the heavenly Tao asking, "Heavenly Tao, what do you seek from me?" The manifestation of the heavenly Tao glanced at him and said, "You just went to confront ancient Tian and suffered a loss, didn't you?" Hong Jun nodded, not saying anything more. The manifestation of the heavenly Tao then commented, "I always thought you were the most composed, yet I didn't expect you to act so impulsively." Me. Hong Jun was at a loss for words upon hearing this from the heavenly Tao. Indeed, he had always been very composed, and the principle he adhered to was to endure. He would never act lightly without absolute certainty. Even with a 99% certainty, he would still have to consider it. The path of endurance was also the great path cultivated by Hong Jun. Over the years, very few beings in the Honghuang continent knew of his existence. Most had only heard of him. After all, those who knew of Hong Jun had already been sent away by him. Reflecting on today's matter, it was quite oomph. The manifestation of the heavenly Tao let out a cold huff and said, "Isn't it because you became arrogant? You just attained the status of a saint of the heavenly Tao and wanted to show off, didn't you? Now look, you got slapped in the face, didn't you?" What Hong Jun did not know was that the manifestation of the heavenly Tao had also just returned after getting slapped by ancient Tian. Had he known, Hong Jun might have felt compelled to argue, pointing out that the heavenly Tao was only laughing at the distance between 50 steps and 100 steps. "All right," the manifestation of the heavenly Tao said with a serious expression, "let's discuss business. After this battle, what do you think of that little rascal ancient Tian's strength?" Ahem. Hong Jun coughed slightly and said, "Very strong. With the power of Buzhou Mountain, he can reach the level of a Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. In terms of raw power, he is stronger than me. Moreover, his methods are quite strange. He was able to repeatedly seize my treasures." Hong Jun, the heavenly Tao couldn't help but say, "What? I've been deceived. How is that possible? My Taiji diagram and Qiankuan Ding were indeed taken by him." Hong Jun exclaimed in shock. "Oomph." The heavenly Tao let out a cold snort and said, "That little rascal ancient Tian possesses a part of Panga's fortune, so it is not surprising that he could take the Taiji diagram. However, the reason he could take the Qiankuan Ding is entirely due to the interference of the ancestor of Qiankuan." "What? The ancestor of Qiankuan? He is still alive?" Hong Jun was shocked and said, "Yes, the remnant soul of the ancestor of Qiankuan is hidden within Buzhou Mountain. The Qiankuan Ding is a companion spiritual treasure of the ancestor of Qiankuan. With ancient Tian's assistance, he wants to reclaim his treasure, and you cannot stop him. If you were to use other treasures, ancient Tian would have no means to contend with them," said the heavenly Tao. "What?" Upon hearing this, Hong Jun's expression instantly turned grim. He had always deceived others. He never expected to be deceived by someone else today. He was furious. He was furiously enraged. At this moment, Hong Jun wished he could return to Buzhou Mountain immediately and set up a sword array to eradicate the little rascal ancient Tian. "What?" Seeing Hong Jun's demeanor, the manifestation of the heavenly Tao couldn't help but ask, "Do you still want to go back?" Hou. Hong Jun couldn't help but say, "I really cannot swallow this anger. That little rascal ancient Tian is truly too arrogant." The manifestation of the heavenly Tao let out a cold laugh and said, "And then you would go back to deliver treasures to him? What the hell?" The words spoken by the Tao of heaven infuriated Hong Jun Laozu to the point of explosion. However, upon careful reflection, he found himself unable to refute them. As long as he was within the boundaries of Mount Buzhou, Tian could wield the power of a Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian, roughly matching his own strength. Now he also possessed the two innate treasures, the Taiji diagram and the Qiankuan Ding. The Qiankuan Ding was of little concern, but the power of the Taiji diagram Hong Jun Laozu had just experienced firsthand. In Gu Tian's hands, it was dozens of times more powerful than in his own. Especially the defensive capabilities of the Taiji diagram, which were unparalleled. Under Gu Tian's activation, even if he summoned the extermination sword array, it would likely not be able to breach Gu Tian's defenses. Moreover, Gu Tian also had the Hongming Liangtian Qi, a treasure of great virtue, in his possession, an offense and a defense. With both offense and defense at his disposal, plus the suppression of Pangu's divine might on Mount Buzhou limited his strength to only 90%. In a fight, there was not much chance of victory. If he could use the Chaos Jade Butterfly, the odds would increase greatly. But in front of Gu Tian, Hongjun Laozu did not dare to use the Chaos Jade Butterfly. Furthermore, the most crucial point was that Gu Tian could strike him without reservations and unleash his full power, but he could not do the same to Gu Tian. He had to be careful with his strength. If by any chance he accidentally damaged Mount Buzhou, that would be disastrous. So, even if he knew the truth, he could not do much to Gu Tian. If he went there, he might lose 1 or 2 treasures. Just thinking about this made Hongjun Laozu feel incredibly frustrated. Damn it. This is so infuriating. Hou. After taking a deep breath, Hongjun Laozu could not help but ask, are we just going to let him be like this? Naturally, that is impossible. Gu Tian must die. The Tao of Heaven's expression grew serious as he spoke with a murderous intent, saying, I want to kill Gu Tian more than anyone, but he cannot die right now. I have tried before. Once he dies, Mount Buzhou will surely collapse. The current Honghuang continent cannot exist without Mount Buzhou. If Mount Buzhou collapses, then the Honghuang continent will also be doomed, and both the Tao of Heaven and you will undoubtedly perish. Therefore, he cannot be killed yet. Hongjun Laozu, if you want to kill him quickly, the best method is to cultivate the 6 saints of heaven as soon as possible. As long as the 6 saints of heaven attain enlightenment, then it will be Gu Tian's time of death. When that time comes, I will no longer have to worry about anything when killing him. Hongjun Laozu nodded and said, once 3,000 years pass and my injuries are healed, and I have stabilized my realm, I will give a lecture at the Zhixiao Palace. If there is nothing else, then I will take my leave. As he spoke, Hongjun Laozu bowed to the Tao of Heaven, and then left the Tao of Heaven's space. One could faintly see Hongjun Laozu's eyes flicker slightly, but he soon returned to normal. Upon returning to Yujing Mountain, Hongjun Laozu immediately announced throughout the entire Honghuang continent. 3,000 years later, he would be giving a lecture at the Zhixiao Palace beyond the 33 heavens, and anyone with fate could go to the Zhixiao Palace to listen. Once this news spread, the beings of Honghuang who had just settled down exploded with excitement once again. This was a lecture from a saint. Would he be imparting the methods to attain sainthood? Before this, they only knew of the Dao Jingxian, unaware that above the Dao Jingxian there were saints. Moreover, the power of the saints was truly terrifying. In the Honghuang continent, strength reigns supreme. The weak will be eliminated. Who would want to be weak? Everyone desires to take another step forward, or even a great leap. On the sun star, Dongwang Tai pondered for a moment and asked, Big brother, should we go listen to Hongjun Laozu's lecture? Go? Why wouldn't we go? Di Jun replied excitedly, this is a lecture from a saint. He is the first saint in the Honghuang continent. He is a pioneer, a leader. Rather than aimlessly groping around, it would be better to consult him on how to attain sainthood like he has. If we rely solely on our own exploration, who knows how long it will take. By then, if everyone else has attained sainthood, we will still just be Dao Jingxian. Tai, we brothers are born rulers, how can we be beneath others? Dongwang Tai nodded and said, Big brother, you are right. We are born rulers, how can we be? If that is the case, let us depart quickly. Hongjun the saint only said he would lecture at the Zhixiao Palace beyond the 33 heavens, but he never told us where the Zhixiao Palace is. Perhaps this is also a test for us. Big brother, let's go. As they spoke, Dongwang Tai and Di Jun transformed into a beam of golden light and flew out from the sun star, heading towards the space beyond the 33 heavens. At Wuzhuang Temple, Hongyun and Xinyuanzi exchanged glances. Should we go? Hongyun was the first to ask, Xinyuanzi, shall we go to the Zhixiao Palace to listen to the lecture? I have a strong premonition that I will encounter great fortune at the Zhixiao Palace. Let's go, Xinyuanzi said without hesitation. This is a lecture from a saint, why wouldn't we go? Listening will surely have its benefits, and perhaps it can help us avoid many detours. Then let's go, Hongyun could not help but say. In the next moment, Hongyun and Xinyuanzi, this pair of good friends, also began to head towards the direction of the Zhixiao Palace, unaware of what awaited them. This journey would mark the beginning of the greatest calamity in their lives. Hongyun's calamity of death, Xinyuanzi's calamity of attaining enlightenment. On Mount Kunlun, upon hearing that Hongjun Laozu would be lecturing at the Zhixiao Palace, a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, everything had been guessed by his master. Hongjun Laozu, the Tao of Heaven's saint. Nothing more than this. At that moment, Tong Tian felt no awe towards Hongjun Laozu at all. He disguised himself, once more concealing his early-stage Hunyuan Jingxian realm as that of an early-stage Daoyuo Jingxian, and hid all his physical strength. Once he confirmed that he would not be seen through, he set off with Taishang Laojun and Yuan Shitian Zun. Meanwhile, in the west, 2 lewd plump monks also began to take action. At the same time, halfway up Mount Buzhou in the dojo of Nuwa, and Fushi Nuwa hesitated slightly and asked, "Big brother, are you going to the Zixiao Palace to listen to Hongjun Lao's lecture?" Fushi could not contain his excitement, and said, "We must go. This is a lecture from a saint, which is an incredibly rare opportunity. I have a premonition that this time listening to the lecture will bring great fortune for us siblings." "All right," Nuwa said, slightly startled. "For some reason I have a strange feeling." "A strange feeling?" Fushi was momentarily taken aback, and then said, "Sister, you are overthinking it. This is a lecture from a saint. You absolutely must not miss it." "What's this?" Suddenly at that moment Nuwa paused, and said, "Isn't that Hou Tu? Why is she hurrying so much? What is she going to do?" Nuwa and Hou Tu had actually known each other for a long time. Throughout the vast expanse of the Honghuang continent, there were only a few female cultivators who could attain the status of de Luo Jinxian during this era, and they all resided in the Buzhou Mountain. Indeed, as time passed they became acquainted. Over the course of tens of millions of years after their transformation, they had often discussed the Tao together. One could say that Nuwa was one of the few friends Hou Tu had outside of the witch clan. Nuwa could not help but let out a soft snort. After all these tens of millions of years of friendship, Hou Tu passed by her Taoist temple without even stopping to greet her. This Hou Tu really is something. After being sisters for tens of millions of years, she passed by my home without even a word of greeting. Well, that would be one thing. Not even pausing for a moment. "Have you forgotten about me, your sister?" "No, wait." In the next moment Nuwa frowned and weakly said, "Something feels off. Very off. Given what I know about Hou Tu, she could never act like this. Especially her current expression and gaze, which are very unusual. This kind of smile, particularly the sparkle in her eyes, conveys an indescribable emotion. It seems she is even a bit shy. What on earth?" When she saw the hint of redness on Hou Tu's cheeks and her shy smile, Nuwa was completely stunned, unable to help but rub her eyes and exclaim, "This must be a fake Hou Tu." Although Hou Tu is a woman, she is indeed from the witch clan. Everyone knows the character of the witch clan. It's just 2 words straightforward. There's definitely something wrong. Nuwa clapped her hands and said, "This Hou Tu definitely has a problem. I must follow her and find out." Without another thought, she set off to tell Hou Tu. "Sister, wait a moment." Fushi couldn't help but ask, "Sister, where are you going?" "Don't forget the lecture by Hongjun Laozu is starting in 3,000 years. If you're delayed by something and miss the lecture, it will be too late to regret. Don't worry about Hou Tu for now. Come with me to find the Zixiao Palace." "No." Nuwa immediately shook off Fux's hand and said, "I must follow and see what that rascal Hou Tu is up to. As for Hongjun Lao's lecture, I will attend it later." Fushi was taken aback and said, "Oh, sister, you must come. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that you cannot miss. I'll go ahead first." Go ahead, Nuwa said dismissively. For some reason she felt there was something off about going to the Zixiao Palace for the lecture, but she couldn't articulate what exactly was wrong. Oh no. Just then Nuwa's expression slightly changed. Hou Tu was about to vanish. Seeing this, she hurriedly chased after her. Ugh. Fushi was speechless. What is wrong with my sister? No matter how significant Hou Tu's matters are, can they surpass attending Hongjun Shengren's lecture? Speechless. Feeling helpless. Well, since it is like this, he could only go ahead and scout the path alone. In the next moment, he flew out from Buzhou Mountain heading towards the 33 heavens, unaware that this journey would lead him into the schemes of Hongjun Laozu and the heavenly Tao. If he had remained on Buzhou Mountain, he would have been safe and sound. After all, with Buzhou Mountain as a natural barrier, the powers of the heavenly Tao and Hongjun Laozu could not fully penetrate, which is why Nuwa had that feeling. It is precisely because the Panga divine might on Buzhou Mountain can suppress the power of the heavenly Tao. As one of the most important protagonists of the future of the Honghuang continent, Nuwa had been under the gaze of the Honghuang heavenly Tao since her transformation. However, due to the presence of Buzhou Mountain, the power of the heavenly Tao had not been able to exert a significant influence on Nuwa. As a result, her desire to attend the lecture by Hongjun Laozu was not that strong. The more she followed Hou Tu and observed her expressions and changes in demeanor, the more curious Nuwa became about what was going on with Hou Tu. Brother Gyuri, could it be that Hou Tu is going to secretly meet her little lover? Heavens! Could it be? Who is it? To have such great ability to pursue Hou Tu. The most important question is, how dare he? Does he not fear that the big fellows of the witch clan will come knocking and beat him up? What a brave warrior! As Hou Tu's close friend, Nuwa was very clear about Hou Tu's status within the witch clan. To marry Hou Tu, one must gain the approval of the other 11 ancestral witches. And gaining their approval is quite simple. That just means a fight. The witches are a bunch of battle maniacs. Once provoked, it leads to endless trouble. Initially, Fuxi had some feelings for her when he was unaware of Hou Tu's identity, wanting Nuwa to introduce her. However, after learning of Hou Tu's identity, Fuxi never mentioned it again. This shows how formidable the deterrent power of the witch clan is. But now, following Hou Tu, Nuwa only hears Hou Tu repeatedly mentioning that she is soon to meet Brother Gyuri, which makes Nuwa a bit curious. Who exactly is Gyuri? Having the courage to pursue Hou Tu is one thing, but being able to win her over is another matter altogether. After all, Hou Tu is a true descendant of Pangu. To catch her, one must have some ability. When did such a person appear on Buzhou Mountain, and why was she oblivious to it? This is another aspect of curiosity for Nuwa. Before long, she had already followed Hou Tu to Gyuri's Taoist temple. Nuwa thought that no one had noticed her. Little did she know, from the moment she secretly trailed Hou Tu, Gyuri had already discovered her. In an instant, Gyuri was aware of everything happening on Buzhou Mountain. Gyuri chuckled and said, "If I'm not mistaken, the girl secretly following Hou Tu is the legendary Holy Mother of the human race, Nuwa, right?" I never expected that at this time Nuwa would still enjoy tailing someone like this. She hasn't even gone to seek out Zhixiao Palace. Isn't this just perfect? I was just thinking of finding an opportunity to take this little disciple. Look, she has come right to my door. This is simply wonderful. However, when Gyuri saw Hou Tu's figure, his restless heart could no longer be contained, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "The most important thing is still my little sister Hou Tu." After that, Gyuri began to actively prepare his Taoist temple. The most important event of his life was about to arrive. At last, after Tian had longed for her countless millions of times, Hou Tu finally arrived. Brother Tian. Her cheeks flushed faintly as she gazed at him with tender affection and smiled. I've come to see you." "Where?" Tian rushed forward at once, seizing Hou Tu's hand. "Where? I've finally waited you out. I cannot begin to tell you how much. Since you departed last time, my yearning for you has drifted like wisps of cloud across the vault of my heart, and flowed like an endless gentle river, refusing all cessation. The very first thing I wish each morning upon opening my eyes is to behold you. Truly not a single moment passes without my thoughts turning to you. On several occasions I nearly set out for the Wu clan to find you. But what if you were engaged in some vital matter? My sudden arrival might disrupt your affairs, and that would be unforgivable. And so I bore my longing in silence, transforming it into resolve, dedicating myself wholeheartedly to cultivation. The deeper my longing grew, the fiercer the fire it kindled within my practice." Hearing these heartfelt words, Hou Tu froze instantly, her eyes brimming with profound emotion. Far from finding his sentiment cliched or awkward, she felt deeply moved, realizing with quiet awe just how profoundly Brother Tian cherished her. Moreover, he had placed her needs above his own. Brother Tian was truly incomparable in his devotion. "Brother Tian, I'm so sorry I took so long to return. I swear I'll come back much sooner next time." Hou Tu hurriedly spoke. "It's quite all right," Tian replied softly, still holding her hand. "So long as you hold me in your heart, and visit whenever you can, I am utterly fulfilled." Indeed, upon hearing these words, Hou Tu's heart swelled with even greater remorse. I must never betray Brother Tian's unwavering devotion. Unknowingly, Hou Tu's affection for Tian deepened once more. "By the way," Tian asked eagerly, "where, after returning home last time, did you become the 13th ancestral Wu deity?" If Di Jiang and the others weren't fools, they surely agreed. Hou Tu nodded vigorously, her face alight with excitement. "Brother Tian, I am now an ancestral Wu deity, and have earned the full recognition of our entire clan. Brother Tian, thank you for everything you've done for me." "Foolish girl," Tian teased, gently pinching her nose. "Between us, gratitude need not be spoken. Good fortune that Di Jiang and the rest showed wisdom in appointing you ancestral deity. Otherwise, if any dared mistreat my Yuer, I'd make them regret it severely." Hou Tu laughed warmly through her tears. "Brother Tian, are you truly planning to challenge elder brother Di Jiang? Do you stand any chance against him? He's already a celestial immortal of late Tao perfection." Shoo. Tian's bold declaration startled Hou Tu into hastily covering his mouth. "Brother Tian, this stays between us. If word reached elder brother Di Jiang, or worse yet Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, whose tempers blaze like wildfire, they might storm right here." Tian grinned playfully. "Yuer, are you doubting my strength?" As he spoke, he deliberately let a sliver of his aura ripple outward. In that instant, Hou Tu trembled violently, her voice trembling with disbelief. "Brother Tian, your cultivation, How is this possible? What realm have you attained? This was no mere celestial immortal of Tao perfection. The moment Hou Tu sensed his aura, overwhelming pressure descended upon her like a mountain. Powerful, immeasurably powerful. Even Di Jiang paled beside such might. Gu Tian flashed a confident grin. You err. I am now a primordial golden immortal. Gasp. Hou Tu instinctively drew in a sharp breath. Brother Gu Tian. How did you achieve this? This is the realm of the primordial golden immortal. You err, truth be told. It is because of you. Gu Tian replied gently. Huh? Because of me? Surely not. Hou Tu stared stunned and bewildered. You err. Do you know what power reigns supreme in this world? If I guess correctly, you'd name the Tao of strength, wouldn't you? Gu Tian smiled. Huh? Hou Tu blinked puzzled. Isn't it? Pangu Father God's Tao of strength is undeniably the greatest force in existence, beyond question. No. Gu Tian shook his head. Once I believed likewise, that the Tao of strength reigned unchallenged. But now, I have discovered a force even greater. It is the power of love. Huh? A moment earlier Hou Tu had prepared to debate him. Though she loved him deeply, she would never yield on matters of principle. To the Wu clan Pangu stood inviolable. Yet the next instant upon hearing Gu Tian's words Hou Tu stood utterly transfixed. How could I possibly refute that? Gu Tian chuckled. You must wonder why love? So let me explain. Love is the greatest power in existence. Boundless, limitless, infinite. If any force in this world can forge miracles, it is love. The deeper, the purer the love, the more fiercely it ignites extraordinary power. Why did my wounds heal so swiftly? Why did I ascend to the primordial golden immortal realm, and then surge further to its absolute peak? Because my love for you, my longing, was woven into every fiber of my cultivation. Thus this miracle unfolded. And the more I yearn for you, the more profound my love grows, the faster my cultivation accelerates. Brother Gu Tian. Hearing these words, Hou Tu's composure shattered entirely. Could love truly be so magnificent? Had Brother Gu Tian's love for her reached such sublime heights? In that instant her affection for Gu Tian surged anew, 2 decisive points higher. She harbored not a trace of doubt toward his words. In that moment she was utterly irrevocably moved, her eyes blazing with radiant, unreserved love. Their gazes met, 2 currents of devotion merging into one luminous tide. Brother Gu Tian. Hou Tu whispered softly, and slowly leaned in. After a long time Gu Tian revealed a satisfied smile on his face, one arm wrapped around the beautiful woman in his embrace. In this moment Gu Tian felt an indescribable sense of fulfillment and pride in his heart. In this life, and the next spanning millions of years, Gu Tian was no longer just a boy, he had finally become a true man. At this moment he had completed the most significant transformation of his life. Moreover, his partner was the legendary goddess Hou Tu. Just thinking about it made him feel even prouder. At this moment he, the transmigrator, had truly met the criteria. It was perfect. His life felt complete. One must admit the Witch clan truly lived up to their reputation. The strength of this physical body was indeed formidable. If it weren't for his own foundation already reaching the level of the chaos divine demon, he was afraid of embarrassing himself in front of Hou Tu. Fortunately, he was strong enough. Seeing the happy smile on Hou Tu's face made Gu Tian feel even more satisfied. A man should be like this. Regardless of the aspect, he must ensure that his woman feels happiness. Hou, exhaling deeply as he turned to reminisce, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Hou Tu's favorability 1. Congratulations, host. Hou Tu's favorability has been raised to 95. Body and mind unified. The host Panga luck has increased to 30%. Congratulations, host. The refinement degree of Buzhou Mountain has reached 90%. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation level has risen to the 5th stage of the Hunyuan Daiyou Jingxian. Congratulations, host. The refinement degree of Pangus left palm has reached 60%, doubling the strength of the left palm, its resilience comparable to innate treasures, and the amplification of power can reach 30 times. Congratulations, host. The refinement degree of Buzhou Mountain has reached 90%, and you have obtained a drop of Pangus original essence blood. Congratulations, host. Your foundation has been upgraded to a high-level chaos divine demon. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? After hearing this series of notifications from the system, Gu Tian was left in shock. Stunned. This was indeed astonishing. This wave of rewards was simply too generous. Before this, Gu Tian knew that there would be rewards after completely winning over Hou Tu, but he never expected that this wave of rewards would be so powerful. It seemed to be a series of chain reactions. Simply incredible. Especially the tremendous boosts in his own strength and foundation. Host Gu Tian first refining object Bujo Mountain 90% second refining object Pangus, left palm 60% 30 times amplification third refining object Godslaying Spear 100% fourth refining object 5 direction heaven, and earth seal 80% fifth refining object seed of the tree of life 50% foundation, high-level chaos, divine, demon realm 5th stage of Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian. Techniques 9 turns mystic Yuan skill Pangus mighty. Divine ability path of strength divine abilities opening heaven style Bujo divine, fist Pangus, finger, great life technique, great creation technique treasures, Hongming measuring ruler 24 grade creation green lotus Qianquan, cauldron Taiji diagram, laws of strength laws of space laws of slaughter laws of demon path, laws of 5 elements laws of yin and yang laws of life laws of creation. Special items 30% Pangu luck opening heaven divine axe soul Penglai Island, Ingzhou Island a drop of chaos life, spring water a drop of Pangus original essence blood, and more. Ding! Before Gu Tian could recover from his joy the system's voice rang out again. There was more. Gu Tian was ecstatic once more. Congratulations host because your Pangu luck has reached 30% you will gain 10% of the authority over heaven and earth allowing you to control the heavenly tribulations of the Hongwang continent. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Hearing this from the system Gu Tian was once again shocked. The heavenly tribulations. This was the heavenly tribulation of the Hongwang continent. Previously the authority over heavenly tribulations had always been in the hands of the heavenly Dao right. Moreover heavenly tribulations were one of the heavenly Dao's formidable weapons. Anyone who dared to disrespect the heavenly Dao would be struck down by heavenly tribulations. When Gu Tian previously entered the heavenly Dao space he had already experienced its might. The power of the heavenly tribulations was so great that even a Hunyuan Dao Jingxian could be obliterated to ashes. But now, this authority had fallen into Gu Tian's hands. This was simply incredible. Thinking of this Gu Tian couldn't help but feel proud saying, Heavenly Dao scoundrel, let's see how you use the heavenly tribulations to strike me down in the future. By the way system, I also control the authority over heavenly tribulations, and the heavenly Dao has authority too. So if there's a critical moment and I confront the heavenly Dao whose authority would prevail. The system sneered. Who do you think this authority belongs to? You currently hold 30% of the shares of the Hongwang continent. This was solid shares. The heavenly Dao is merely the general manager of the Hongwang continent. The authority it possesses is granted by the board of directors, it's only temporary you understand. Hearing this Gu Tian couldn't help but laugh saying, so once I confront the heavenly Dao it will lose the authority over heavenly tribulations. That's right exactly. The system replied, so can I directly cancel the heavenly Dao's authority now? Gu Tian asked not yet. You currently only have 30% of Pangu luck. If your Pangu luck ever exceeds 50%, you will be able to have absolute control. At that time wanting to strip the heavenly Dao of its power would just be a thought easily done. The system alright. Gu Tian nodded and then said, now that I already possess 30% the 1% from Bujo Mountain has mostly gathered onto me the 1% shared from Hou Tu and the contributions of 1% from the Witch Clan and Tongtian. The remaining 2% of luck won't take long to gather. Hongjun ancestor heavenly Dao you all have fallen behind me by many steps. Gu Tianji. At this moment Hou Tu and Gu Tian's arms suddenly asked, what are you thinking about? I see you have been grinning here. What am I thinking about? I was thinking about how beautiful our Yuer is. I was thinking that I am finally truly together with Yuer, and from now on we will never be apart. Gu Tian said without any embarrassment. With a favorability of 95 that basically meant unwavering loyalty. In this life, in this generation, Hou Tu belongs solely to Gu Tian, and she would never change her heart. Hou Tu gave a soft snort, and said, Gu Tianji, you only know how to say these sweet words to fool me. Gu Tian quickly replied, how could I be fooling you? Everything I said is from the heart. If you don't believe me I can dig out my heart for you to see. As he spoke, Gu Tian reached out to dig out his own heart. Don't. Hou Tu hurriedly grabbed Gu Tian's hand saying, Gu Tianji, I believe you okay. By the way, at this moment after hesitating for a moment Hou Tu lowered her head, and said, Gu Tianji at this point, I have something to confess to you, and I hope you won't be angry with me. Yuer go ahead. Even if you have committed a grave mistake, I will not be angry at all. No matter what you do, even if you bring down the heavens. That can also be forgiven. Not for any other reason, but because you are my Yuer, Gu Tian immediately replied. Really? Hearing Gu Tian's words the initially tense Hou Tu instantly relaxed. She had already made up her mind before coming here. This time she must confess her true identity to Gu Tian. Moreover, since she had completely become Gu Tian's person, it was even more necessary to be honest. A paper cannot hold back fire. Gu Tian does not know it yet, but he will definitely find out later. What if Gu Tian gets angry after knowing the truth? What to do? The most important thing is what if Gu Tian leaves her? The current Hou Tu has truly fallen in love with Gu Tian, a love that is unwavering. If Gu Tian were to disappear, she wouldn't know how she could continue living. Since she decided to be with Gu Tian, she must confess. No more misunderstandings. Hou. Taking a deep breath, Hou Tu weakly said, Gu Tian Go, my real name is not where I am the 12th ancestral shaman of the witch clan Hou Tu. What? Hearing this, Gu Tian pretended to be shocked, staring wide-eyed at Hou Tu, trembling as he said, You are Hou Tu. Yes. Upon seeing Gu Tian's expression, Hou Tu became extremely nervous. Looking down, she weakly said, Gu Tian Go, I did not intend to deceive you, it was just that at that time I didn't know how to tell you. Gu Tian Go, I'm sorry I deceived you before. Gu Tian Go, you promised me before that you would. As long as you are not angry with me, I can do anything you ask. Where are you, silly girl? In the next moment, Gu Tian tightly embraced Hou Tu, saying, No matter who you are, whether you are Hou Tu or someone else, in my heart, you will always be my Yuer. I love the real you, not just this name. Do you understand? My affection and love for you will not change because of other factors. If I get angry over such trivial matters, that is not true love. True love can withstand the tests of life and death. Even if we go through countless cycles of reincarnation, you will still be in my heart. Hou Tu nodded excitedly, finally feeling relieved at that moment. In the next moment, Gu Tian smiled widely, saying, I never expected my Yuer to be the ancestral shaman Hou Tu of the witch clan. I am truly so lucky. To meet you, Yuer, in this vast primal continent is my greatest fortune. Leaning against Gu Tian, Hou Tu said with deep emotion, Gu Tian Go, meeting you is also my greatest fortune in this life. Before this, I was afraid you would be angry over this matter. Silly girl. Gu Tian pinched Hou Tu's nose and said, How could I be angry? Your Gu Tian Go will never be angry with you. Besides, this also saves me a big trouble. Why is that? Hou Tu asked with a puzzled expression. Yuer, this name is uniquely mine. Oh, I will still call you that. I have been accustomed to calling it this way for millions of years, Gu Tian said. Hou Tu nodded, saying, This title belongs only to Gu Tian Go. Gu Tian smiled, saying, Yuer, you now know that after the Luo Golden Immortal comes the Hun Yuan Golden Immortal, and after that is the Supreme Sage Realm, right? Below the sage, everyone else is but an ant. Once one becomes a sage, one can achieve immortality and endure through the ages without decay. Breaking free from the three realms, one is no longer bound by the formless. The strength of a sage far exceeds your imagination. Even 100-peak Hun Yuan Golden Immortals combined cannot match a sage's might. Though the primal continent is vast, this is only relative to those below the sage level. Once one reaches the sage realm, the primal continent does not seem so large. This leads to the number of sages on the continent being very limited. Once it exceeds a certain limit, the primal continent will be unable to bear it. Unless the current primal continent can undergo another transformation, it may be able to accommodate more sages. Hongjun Laozu has already attained the sagehood. After this, a sage era will commence. And with the number of sages being limited, once it reaches its peak, it will be nearly impossible for future cultivators to attain sagehood. Unless one leaves the primal continent, but that endless wilderness is fraught with danger, those below the sage level entering it are practically destined to perish, and there is little hope of survival. I once glimpsed a hint of the heavenly secrets on Primordial Mountain. There will be a sage among the witch clan. This. Hou Tu suddenly trembled, saying, Gu Tian Go, you aren't referring to me, are you? Yes. Gu Tian replied seriously, the sage of the witch clan is indeed you. I was originally considering whether to help Yuer take this opportunity from Hou Tu. After all, whether it is you or Hou Tu who attains sagehood will protect the witch clan. Since that's the case, your attainment of sagehood will be the same. I just didn't expect that our Yuer and Hou Tu are the same person. If that's the case, then I no longer feel any— Really? Hou Tu said excitedly, Gu Tian Go, I can really attain sagehood. Gu Tian pinched Hou Tu's nose and said, Silly girl, how could I lie to you? You possess half of the fortune of the witch clan is upon you. If you don't attain sagehood, who else in the witch clan can? Di Jiang Zhujiu In Zhu Rong Gong Gong. And those fools, they don't have such luck. Especially Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. If it weren't for Yuer, I would want to deal with those two myself. What did brother Zhu Rong and Gong Gong do? Hou Tu couldn't help but ask. Cough, cough. Gu Tian coughed lightly and said, We'll talk about Zhu Rong and Gong Gong later. Yuer, let's discuss your attainment of sagehood first. Yuer, do you know what I have seen in this thread of heavenly secret about the future of the Wu clan? Gu Tian asked with a serious expression. Seeing Gu Tian's solemn expression, Hou Tu felt a sudden jolt in her heart. An extremely bad premonition surged within her. Could it be that our Wu clan's fate will be very dire? Who? After taking a heavy breath, she asked, Gu Tian Gu, what will be the outcome for our Wu clan? No. It can't be extremely tragic, right? Gu Tian nodded, saying, it is extremely tragic, even to the point of being unbearable to witness. In that thread of heavenly secret I glimpsed among the 12 ancestral Wu, only Yu Yuer will survive in the end. Wu Di Jiang, Zhu Rong's Zhou Yin, Xian Ming, and the others will all perish. What? How is that possible? Big brother Di Jiang, big brother Zhu Rong, and sister Xian Ming are all dead. This can't be true. Gu Tian Gu, what exactly happened in the future? Hou Tu asked with a pale face. The war of the Wu and the Yao. Gu Tian took a deep breath and said, You should have some understanding of the great calamity that erupted among the 3 innate clans, the Longhan Great Calamity, right? I know about that. Hou Tu took a deep breath, suppressing the fear in her heart, and said, the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and the Qiling Clan erupted into a fierce battle for supremacy over the Honghuang continent, causing devastation and suffering to the creatures of the land. In the end, the heavenly Tao unleashed boundless karma, nearly leading to the extinction of the 3 innate clans. Could it be that? In the next moment, Hou Tu's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, our Wu clan was also nearly exterminated because of this. Gu Tian nodded and said, that's right. Hearing this, Hou Tu's heart trembled violently, and her breathing became rapid. At this moment, Gu Tian continued, after the Longhan Great Calamity, the 3 innate clans were nearly extinguished, completely withdrawing from the historical stage of the Honghuang continent. After tens of millions of years of cultivation, the vitality of the Honghuang continent has fully recovered. After one era passes, a new era is bound to come. And every era will have its protagonists. After the 3 innate clans withdrew from the stage of the Honghuang continent, all the fortune of the land flowed to the Wu clan and the Yao clan. If this trend continues, the Wu clan and the Yao clan will undoubtedly become the 2 strongest races on the Honghuang continent, and the Wu clan and the Yao clan have been sworn enemies since birth. I am not mistaken in this, right? Hou Tu nodded and said, yes, because our Wu clan has no primordial spirit. All our cultivation is only to enhance the strength of our physical bodies. In this process, a large amount of resources are needed. A significant portion of these resources comes from the Yao clan, as their bodies contain rich energy. Refining the blood and flesh of the Yao clan allows our Wu warriors to rapidly enhance their strength. Therefore, Gu Tian said, from this point it is destined that the Wu clan and the Yao clan will become sworn enemies in the future, and perhaps even to the point of a no-holds-barred confrontation. In this era, the fortune of the Honghuang continent will fall upon the Wu clan and the Yao clan, and with the help of this fortune, the Wu clan and the Yao clan will become the 2 most powerful races. This will inevitably lead to a great war between the Wu and the Yao. This battle will surely be earth-shattering, causing the entire Honghuang continent to tremble, even more intense than the battle of the 3 innate clans back in the day. Upon hearing this, Hou Tu gasped sharply. After this analysis, she completely believed Gu Tian's words. The Wu clan and the Yao clan would surely have a battle. And this battle could very well evolve into a catastrophe. Once the catastrophe erupts, the Wu clan and the Yao clan will undoubtedly face near extinction, just like the 3 innate clans back then. If that is truly the case, then Hou Tu would be left in a very tragic state. When that time comes, even if she survives and attains sainthood, what meaning would that have? Hou Tu took a deep breath, suppressing the terror within her heart, and asked, Gu Tian Gu, can't the Wu clan and the Yao clan coexist peacefully? Basically impossible. Because there are those who won't allow it. Gu Tian said. Who? Suddenly a strong killing intent burst forth from Hou Tu. The heavenly Tao. Gu Tian pointed to the sky and said, all of this is being secretly pushed by that scoundrel of the heavenly Tao. He wants to use the hands of the Yao clan to eliminate your Wu clan. As long as the Wu clan exists, the heavenly Tao will not rest. What? The heavenly Tao? Hou Tu's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, how? How can this be possible? Why does the heavenly Tao want to eliminate our Wu clan? What is the reason behind it? It's quite simple. Gu Tian replied. Because your Wu clan has only ever worshipped Pangu the Great, never placing the heavenly Tao in their eyes, isn't that right? If it were other beings who did not revere the heavenly Tao, they would be struck down by a heavenly tribulation, turning to dust. But your Wu clan is a descendant of Pangu the Great. The Honghuang continent was opened up by Pangu the Great, and you possess the fortune of Pangu the Great. The heavenly Tao cannot do anything to you. Especially you 12 ancestral Wus who were transformed from the essence blood of Pangu the Great. The fortune of Pangu is even more abundant in you, making you the favored children of the Honghuang continent, cherished by the fortune of heaven and earth. Since they cannot confront you openly, they will resort to underhanded means. Therefore, they want to use the Yao clan's hands to eliminate your Wu clan. The war between the Wu and the Yao evolving into the calamity of the Wu and the Yao is the plan of the heavenly Tao. Damn it, Hou Tu said with a cold expression. That damned heavenly Tao, how can he? Does he really think our Wu clan is easy to bully? No, wait. In the next moment, Hou Tu's expression slightly changed as she asked, Gu Tian, you just said that our Wu clan is the favored child of the Honghuang continent, cherished by the fortune of heaven and earth. Then using the same method that was employed against the 3 innate clans won't work against our Wu clan. Moreover, our Wu clan is naturally not afraid of karma or malevolent energy. Instead, that will become our own strength. The heavenly Tao naturally has its own methods. Gu Tian said coldly, a little karma and malevolent energy cannot harm them, but what if it is boundless, immeasurable karma? This. Hou Tu's expression slightly changed as she said, that can't be possible. What could our Wu clan have done to deserve such terrifying karma? It couldn't be that we have pierced through the Honghuang continent, right? Where do you remember what I said before? Hou Tu asked, if it weren't for your sake, I would have wanted to give Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, those 2 fools, a good beating and throw them out of Mount Buzhou. Gu Tian said, where do you know what incredibly foolish thing I saw those 2 fools do in that thread of heavenly secret? Gu Tian asked. What? Brother Gu Tian, you wouldn't be mistaken, would you? Brother Zhu Rong and Brother Gong Gong, how could the 2 of them have struck Buzhou Mountain? You must understand, Buzhou Mountain is the sacred peak of the Wuzhu, the spiritual anchor of our people. No matter how mad they might grow, they would never commit such a foolish deed, would they? Impossible, Hou Tu said, trembling. Clearly Hou Tu found this outcome hard to accept. Buzhou Mountain occupied an exalted, almost untouchable place in the hearts of every Wuzhu. Whenever a Wuzhu warrior climbed Buzhou Mountain, awe filled their heart. The stronger one's power and bloodline, the deeper the reverence. For Buzhou Mountain is the symbol of Pangu, their patriarch god. To collide with Buzhou Mountain, would that not be tantamount to betraying the Father God and renouncing the faith of the Wuzhu? Such a thing could never happen. Were it ever demanded of Hou Tu herself, even unto death, she would never do it. She believed too that none of the elder brothers or sisters would ever act so. Yet she placed absolute faith in Gu Tian's words. Now Hou Tu felt a grievous conflict within her heart. Gu Tian patted Hou Tu's back. I know you find this ending unbearable, but in the fragment of heavenly secret I glimpsed it appears exactly so. Do you know who provided me with that sliver of heavenly secret? Gu Tian asked. Brother Gu Tian, Hou Tu asked at once. If I am not mistaken, it was Pangu the Great God. That would have been roughly 3 million years ago. When I was wandering Buzhou Mountain, I accidentally fell into a cavern. The 9-turn Xiangong I once taught you was discovered inside that cave. At the same time, there was that sliver of heavenly secret, Gu Tian said. Know this, it concerns the very calamity of the tribulation. Even a saint might not have been able to deduce it, yet Pangu the Great God could calculate it with ease. Perhaps when he first opened the Honghuang continent, he already foresaw this tribulation for your Wuzhu, and so he left behind that sliver of heavenly secret, waiting for the right moment for someone to discover it. Perhaps it was fate and coincidence together. I chanced upon that sliver of heavenly secret. Perhaps Pangu the Great God meant for me to help the Wuzhu weather this tribulation. Is that so? Hou Tu's expression turned grave. If so, then this fragment truly was left by Pangu, our Father God. She drew a long breath. Brother Gu Tian, fortunately you are the one who obtained this fragment, otherwise the consequences would be unthinkable. Indeed, once one knows what may befall in the future, one can change it. Even the outcome of the Wuxiao tribulation can be altered. Gu Tian said. Brother Gu Tian teach. Then what shall our Wuzhu do? Hou Tu looked at Gu Tian with hopeful eyes. Faced with so great an issue, she became flustered. She did not know what to do. Gu Tian smiled and said, in truth, altering the destiny of the Wuzhu is not impossibly difficult, but it is by no means easy. The hopes and future of the Wuzhu rest upon you, up, upon me. Hearing this, Hou Tu trembled and suddenly felt anxious. Yes, Gu Tian nodded. You are the future of the Wuzhu, Yuer. Do you understand what your duty, my duty and mission? Hou Tu was stunned, then shook her head with shame. Brother Gu Tian, I don't know what my duty and mission are. He suddenly smiled. Now I think I understand why we met. Perhaps it was Pengu the great god's arrangement. Pengu allowed me to find the secret he left, and he let me meet you Hou Tu the ancestral Wu, so that through you, I might save the entire Wuzhu. Saving the Wuzhu is actually not difficult. If you Yuer can cultivate to become a Hunyuan Dayuo golden immortal perfect the laws of the reincarnation Tao to fullness, and thus open a complete six-path reincarnation. Then by the power of the six paths awaken the slumbering earth path. Once the earth path awakes Yuer, you will be one with it. At that time you will possess the power to contend with the heavenly Tao, most importantly you will make the Honghuang continent more whole and resilient. Then you can open the underworld and the earth realm. When that day comes, if you lead the Wuzhu into your own earth realm, what can the heavenly Tao do to you? Even if it seeks to trigger the Wuxiao tribulation to annihilate your clan, it will have no recourse, for its power cannot penetrate into the earth realm. Thus the Wuzhu's problem would be perfectly solved. If the heavenly Tao wishes to drive the tribulation, let it try. In an instant Hou Tu felt a light. Before her, everything brightened. It seemed eminently feasible. Tian took Hou Tu's hand. Whether the Wuzhu can survive this tribulation depends on you Hou Tu the ancestral Wu. Hou Tu nodded, then asked, Brother Tian, how can I attain the Tao and become a Hunyuan Duo golden immortal? I have not the faintest clue. Haha. Tian ruffled her hair. Am I not here? I will help you attain the Tao and become a Hunyuan Daoyuo golden immortal. Now I will explain several methods of attaining the Tao to you. The first and the weakest is the saint of meritorious deeds. By benefiting countless beings across the Honghuang continent, one accumulates boundless merit, and by that merit attains the Tao. Such a saint possesses saintly rank and the power of sainthood. However, among all saints they are the weakest and thereafter can only rely on merit to raise their cultivation. Once merit ceases, their advancement stalls. The second is the slay the three corpses method of Tao attainment, the approach of ancestor Hongjun. To follow this path one must harness Hongmeng purple qi, without it attainment is impossible. The third is to attain Tao through the laws. There are 3,000 great Tao laws, any single law can lead one to become a saint, and naturally the power of the attained Tao depends on which law one cultivates. Your path must be the third, attain the Tao by the law of reincarnation, and become the supreme saint, a Hunyuan Daoyuo golden immortal. If you choose the first or second path you will fall into the heavenly Taoist trap. Ugh. Brother Tian, why is this so? Hou Tu asked, her face filled with bewilderment. Because, whether the first or second path, any sage who attains enlightenment upon the Honghuang continent becomes a heavenly Tao sage. A heavenly Tao sage, surely the name itself reveals its meaning. Tian said. Could it? Hou Tu trembled violently. Could it be that becoming a heavenly Tao sage means one's very being falls under the absolute dominion of the Honghuang heavenly Tao, forever forfeiting freedom? Precisely. Tian instinctively pinched Hou Tu's nose and smiled. Our Yuer remains as sharp-witted as ever. Your insight is flawless. Upon attaining the status of a heavenly Tao sage, true autonomy vanishes forever. Though such sages achieve immortality, neither perishing nor decaying, their existence comes with stringent conditions. Upon enlightenment, a sliver of their true soul becomes enshrined within the heavenly Tao itself. Even should their physical body and nascent soul be utterly destroyed, they may instantly regenerate through that single indelible spark. Yet that very spark, their true soul, is irrevocably subjugated to the will of the Honghuang heavenly Tao. Imagine then a sovereign spirit reduced to a mere puppet of the Tao, bound to obey every edict, forbidden from acting against any decree issued by heaven itself. Worse still, at pivotal junctures the Honghuang heavenly Tao may seize direct control over their very bodies. HSSSH. At Tian's words, Hou Tu drew in a sharp, icy breath. A shiver of dread coursed through her. She declared resolutely, if such is the price of becoming a heavenly Tao sage, I would rather renounce enlightenment altogether. Ha. Tian chuckled softly. Yet most cultivators remain ignorant of this truth before attaining enlightenment, and once enlightened they become incapable of discerning it at all. For every facet of their being, their thoughts, their will, their essence, falls entirely beneath the heavenly Tao's sovereign grasp. Only by ascending to the rank of supreme immortal of the primordial chaos can one truly transcend, liberated from all constraints imposed by any heavenly Tao. And therein lies the reason the heavenly Tao forbids such ascension. The Honghuang heavenly Tao seeks absolute dominion over the entire continent, but a supreme immortal of the primordial chaos exists beyond its jurisdiction. Were 3 or 4 such beings to arise, not only would the Tao's authority be challenged, but its very sovereignty undermined. Ah, I see now. Hou Tu's expression turned glacial. That Hongwang heavenly Tao truly deserves death. She took a deep, steadying breath and asked, Brother Gu Tian, if what you glimpsed within that sliver of celestial fate is accurate, then the sage path I walk is not the third one, is it? Indeed not. Gu Tian nodded solemnly. Within that fragment of fate you attain enlightenment by establishing the sixfold wheel of reincarnation and founding the netherworld, thereby perfecting the cycle of rebirth across the Hongwang continent and accumulating boundless merit. Consequently, your cultivation foundation proved weaker than that of other sages, and ultimately you were sealed away within the netherworld by Hongjun Laozu, and the heavenly Tao forbidden forever from stepping beyond its gates. That accursed Hongjun Laozu. How dare he? Hou Tu's voice hardened, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. And yet, that was not the cruelest blow. After your imprisonment, Hongjun Laozu dispatched his disciples to usurp control of the netherworld itself. In the end you were rendered utterly powerless. Though you had forged both the sixfold wheel and the netherworld, actual authority rested solely in the hands of Hongjun Laozu's disciples. Gu Tian spoke coldly. Accursed! Accursed! Hou Tu could no longer contain her fury. Her voice dropped to an icy whisper. That vile Hongjun Laozu. I shall tear him limb from limb. You err, calm yourself. Gu Tian drew her close, his arms firm and reassuring. You need fear nothing, not while I stand beside you. So long as Brother Gu Tian lives, no force in this world shall harm you. Not even Hongjun Laozu, not even the heavenly Tao itself. Should heaven oppress you, I shall shatter its vault. Should anyone seek to lay a hand upon you, they shall perish before they draw breath. If need be, I will rend heaven itself asunder. Moreover, having beheld that sliver of celestial fate, I vow such a fate shall never unfold. Since the sixfold wheel and the netherworld were born from your own hands, their sovereign authority must rest solely with you. Let any hand reach toward that authority, I shall sever it without mercy. Even the heavenly Tao's own hand, I shall cut it down. Yes. Hearing Gu Tian's vow, Hou Tu's heart eased, warmth flooding her chest at the profound comfort of being cherished, shielded, and fiercely protected. Now I understand. Hou Tu murmured suddenly. I had long puzzled over this. If I am destined to attain sagehood, why could I not alter the outcome of the great war between the divine beasts and the demigods, or protect my elder brothers and sisters? Because you were sealed away by that treacherous heavenly Tao and that wretched Hongjun Laozu. Gu Tian affirmed. It was precisely this imprisonment that left you powerless to prevent Gonggong and Zhurong, the two reckless fools, from colliding with Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou was formed from the spine of the primordial deity Pangu, imbued with his supreme divine might. Only the descendants of Pangu themselves may approach it unscathed, none else, no matter how exalted, may withstand its sacred aura. Were any other cultivator, even a sage, to strike at annihilation, would be certain. Father D. Hou Tu fell silent for a moment, her gaze softening. Father Pangu has always guarded us. Enough. Gu Tian gently clasped Hou Tu's hand. You err. I have revealed to you everything foreseen within that sliver of celestial fate, the full course of what lies ahead. Now comes the crucial task, devising a strategy to avert the catastrophe of the great war between the divine beasts and the demigods. Her breath grew heavy, urgent. Brother Gu Tian, what then must we do to unravel the sinister schemes of the heavenly Tao and Hongjun Laozu? At that moment, Hou Tu entrusted the entire future of the demon clan to Gu Tian alone. You, Gu Tian pointed gently at her. You err. The linchpin of this entire plan rests upon you, the ancestral demon, sovereign Hou Tu. Me? Why am I the linchpin? She asked, baffled. Gu Tian sighed fondly. My foolish girl, you've already forgotten what I just told you. The sixfold wheel and the netherworld are but secondary matters. What truly matters is the earthly Tao, and it is precisely that which Hongjun Laozu and the heavenly Tao seek to suppress and usurp. Their ultimate aim is to subdue the earthly Tao itself. And you, Hou Tu, are its primordial sovereign. Should the earthly Tao awaken and merge with you, you would wield power sufficient to challenge both Hongjun Laozu and the heavenly Tao. Awakening the earthly Tao and achieving harmonious fusion with it is the decisive step. Beyond the earthly Tao lies another vital pillar, the human Tao. What is the human Tao? Hou Tu asked, perplexed. Where do you know that the current Hongwang continent is still incomplete? Gu Tian said. What? How can the Hongwang continent created by the Pangu Father God possibly be incomplete? Gu Tian smiled and said, don't rush. Let me explain slowly. At first I also couldn't believe that the Hongwang continent is incomplete, but this was told to me by the great god Pangu. What? The great Pangu Father God told you this? Gu Tian said. Yes. Gu Tian nodded, and that was the only way he could explain it. Anyway, convincing the Wu clan, especially their ancestral shamans, is very easy. As long as it is related to the great god Pangu, they will believe unconditionally. Just like now, once Gu Tian mentioned that it was the great god Pangu who told him, Hou Tu immediately quieted down. Gu Tian then said, when I fell into that cave, besides receiving a strand of heavenly secrets and the inheritance of the 9 turns mystical origin art, there were also some other things. Among these, there is a message left by the great god Pangu which clearly states that the current Hongwan continent is still incomplete. Initially, during the opening of the heavens, the great god Pangu fought against the 3,000 chaotic gods and demons. He refined the 3,000 laws of the Tao, which could have opened up a perfect Hongwan continent, but in the end the great god Pangu was exhausted and unable to transcend the tribulation of the Tao. As a result, the great god Pangu could not complete the final step and return to the void. A complete Hongwan continent must not only have the heavenly Tao, but also the earthly Tao and the human Tao. Only when the heaven-earth and human Tao coexist and jointly govern the Hongwan continent can it be truly complete. The heavenly Tao governs the 33 heavens while the earthly Tao governs the realms. As for the human Tao, it signifies change. It also refers to the human race that has yet to emerge in the future. Such a Hongwan continent is what the great god Pangu wished to establish. I see. Hou Tu nodded and said, then why does the heavenly Tao suppress the earthly and human Tao? Wouldn't it make the Hongwan continent stronger if the 3 Tao worked together? Gu Tian sneered. That's because the current heavenly Tao has developed its own thoughts and desires. It wants to completely control the Hongwan continent. Because once the earthly and human Tao awaken, they will divide his authority. From then on, the heavenly Tao's authority will only manage the 33 heavens, and once it goes beyond this range, his authority will no longer apply. Therefore, the heavenly Tao is unwilling. It wants to monopolize and seize the authority of the earthly and human Tao to satisfy its ambitions. Damn it! Hou Tu clenched her fists again and said, the Hongwan heavenly Tao is truly despicable. To destroy the completeness of the Hongwan continent for its own selfish desires. So to deal with the heavenly Tao, simply awakening the earthly Tao is not enough. If we can awaken the human Tao simultaneously combining the power of the human Tao, at that time the authority and power of the heavenly Tao will be completely diminished. Even if the heavenly Tao's power is strong, it will be powerless. Gu Tian said, therefore awakening the human Tao is also one of our plans. Gu Tian, how can we awaken the human Tao? Hou Tu asked eagerly. Well, Gu Tian frowned and said, specifically, I'm not very clear either. The strand of heavenly secrets I received only contained so much and did not hint at more. But it was not without hints. I only know that the awakening of the human Tao is closely related to a cultivator named Nuwa. What, it's actually Nuwa? Hou Tu was slightly taken aback. How? Gu Tian feigned ignorance and asked, where do you know Nuwa? Hou Tu smiled and said, yes. I not only know Nuwa, but am also quite familiar with her, as she's probably my only good friend outside the Wu clan. Ha ha ha, I see. If that's the case, that's great. Perhaps after meeting Nuwa, I will understand this strand of heavenly secrets I received. It was the same in the beginning. When I first received this strand of heavenly secrets, many things were very vague until I met Yuya. In this strand of heavenly secrets, the matters concerning the Wu clan became much clearer. Gu Tian, then I'll go find Yuya now. Hou Tu immediately said, preparing to get up to find Yuya. Little did she know the Nuwa they were talking about was right outside Gu Tian's dojo. Moreover, Gu Tian and Hou Tu's conversation was heard clearly by Nuwa. Of course, she did not hear the previous events or the sweet words exchanged between Gu Tian and Hou Tu. How could such words be allowed for outsiders to hear? Until Gu Tian began to speak about the calamity of the Wu and Yao and the conspiracy of the heavenly Tao, Nuwa was able to hear the conversation between Gu Tian and Hou Tu. My. Upon hearing Hou Tu's words, Nuwa suddenly became a bit flustered. Oh no. If Hou Tu comes out, won't she run into me directly? That would be so awkward. Wait a moment. Just then Gu Tian said, perhaps it is already too late. Nuwa might have already gone to the Zixiao Palace with Fushi to listen to the teachings of Ancestor Hongjun. Oh right, I almost forgot. Suddenly Gu Tian's expression changed, and he slapped his forehead saying, Ancestor Hongjun hasn't started his lecture yet. There should still be time. When you return to the Wu clan, bring the other 11 ancestral shamans to the Zixiao Palace. There's something very important I need to assign to you. Gu Tian, what is it? Hou Tu asked. No matter what, do not let Nuwa sit on the 6 purple futons in front of the Zixiao Palace. There is a great causality behind this. At the same time, it is Ancestor Hongjun's conspiracy against her. Gu Tian said. What? Hou Tu was taken aback. What? Luo outside was also taken aback. A conspiracy against me. What kind of scheme does that damned ancestor Hong Jun have in mind? Tian, what great conspiracy are you talking about? Hou Tu could not help but ask. The 6 futons in front of the Zixiao Palace represent the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao. If one sits on these 6 futons, they will become a saint of the heavenly Tao in the future. What a saint of the heavenly Tao? That damned ancestor Hong Jun dares to plot against my sister. He is seeking death. I'm going to gather my elder brothers and sisters to tear down his Zixiao Palace. Hou Tu shouted angrily. Luo, hearing Hou Tu's words, felt deeply moved. Truly, she is a good sister, and this affection she appreciates. Wait a moment. Tian quickly grabbed Hou Tu's hand and said, I have one more thing to tell you. I will help you plan something that not only can save your good sisters, but will also help you acquire a primordial treasure. What Pan Wu sought to plan for Hou Tu was one of the 3 innate treasures, the Penga banner. During the great calamity of the opening of the heavens, the heavenly axe encountered the tribulation of the Tao alongside the great god Pengu, ultimately having to be disassembled into the Tai Chi diagram, the Chaos Bell, and the Penga banner, these 3 innate treasures. The Chaos Bell fell into the Sun Star, becoming the companion treasure of Dong, Huang Tai. Meanwhile, the Tai Chi diagram and the Penga banner ended up in the hands of the ancient ancestor Hong Jun. Originally, the ancient ancestor Hong Jun intended to gift these 2 treasures to Laozi and Yuan Shi Tianzun as a means to establish a master-disciple relationship. But how could that be allowed? Although the Ancient One had not yet considered taking Yuan Shi Tianzun and Laozi as disciples, he could not let that old scoundrel Hong Jun succeed. Therefore, it was necessary to disrupt his plans for taking disciples. At the same time, it was also to plot a powerful treasure for Hou Tu. Although Yuan Shi Tianzun was also likely to become his disciple, how could a mere disciple compare to Hou Tu's status in the Ancient One's heart? Even if the 3 pure ones were combined, they would still not match even 1/10 of Hou Tu. The Penga banner, this innate treasure, must be obtained. Moreover, this innate treasure also possesses the ability to suppress fate. The Witch Clan is so powerful, far surpassing the Monster Clan, so why did they end up mutually destroying each other? One of the biggest reasons is that the fate of the Witch Clan is relatively scattered, lacking a treasure to suppress their fate. The Monster Clan's heavenly court has the Chaos Bell, which perfectly suppresses their fate. But what about the Witch Clan? They have nothing. Just a bunch of big fools. The main reason is that the Witch Clan lacks a primordial spirit, making it impossible to refine treasures, hence, they cannot activate treasures to suppress their fate. Scattered fate constantly dissipating. This is a very important reason. If Hou Tu could obtain the Penga banner, then the Witch Clan would have a treasure to suppress their fate. At that time, the strength of the Witch Clan could increase by a level or 2. With this treasure in Hou Tu's hands, her own strength could also rise by 1 or 2 levels. And one more thing. The Penga banner in the hands of the Witch Clan would be utterly justified. The Witch Clan is a direct descendant of the great god Pengu, which is something all beings in the Hong continent know. The Penga banner was once a divine weapon of the great god Pengu, and thus it rightfully belongs to the Witch Clan. Everything about this is reasonable. Upon hearing these words from the Ancient One, Hou Tu was slightly taken aback and asked, Brother Tian, you are right, but the Penga banner is in the hands of the ancient ancestor Hong Jun. It won't be easy to take it from him, right? What could be difficult about it? Tian laughed, having already thought it through beforehand. In response to Hou Tu's puzzled expression, Tian said, I remember several million years ago your Witch Clan had a clan protecting treasure, right? However, during the period of the innate 3 clans chaos, one day, a mysterious powerful being suddenly invaded your Witch Clan's stronghold, taking advantage of the fact that your ancestors were in closed-door cultivation to steal your clan's treasure. And this treasure was none other than the innate treasure, the Penga banner. Upon hearing this, Hou Tu suddenly widened her eyes and said, that's right. It seems that there really was such a thing. Brother Tian, if it weren't for your sudden reminder, I would have That's right, the Penga banner is the treasure of the Witch Clan, passed down by the great god Pengu to your Witch Clan, and is the spiritual symbol of your Witch Clan. Regardless of anything, we must retrieve this treasure. No matter who it is. If anyone dares to covet your Witch Clan's treasure, they are your clan's mortal enemy, and it will be a fight to the death. When that time comes, I won't believe that the ancient ancestor Hong Jun won't hand over the Penga banner. Well then, Hou Tu paused for a moment, and then asked Brother Tian, what if even after all this the ancient ancestor Hong Jun still refuses to hand over the Penga banner? Or what if the ancient ancestor Hong Jun denies having the Penga banner? If the ancient ancestor Hong Jun claims that the Penga banner is not in his possession, then you should question him and ask if he dares to swear by the name of the Tao. As long as the ancient ancestor Hong Jun does not dare to swear, then he must have something to hide. As for if he refuses to give you the Panga banner, that's simple. You 12 witch ancestors can just create a ruckus at the Purple Cloud Palace, making it impossible for him to continue his teaching. If you create a disturbance, you 12 witch ancestors should know how to cause a fuss, right? Ahem. Hou Tu said with a hint of pride. Brother Zhu Rong and Brother Gong Gong, they should be quite skilled at this, so I'll have them come. Indeed, those two fellows are definitely skilled at causing ruckus. Gu Tian replied, but we are no match for the ancient ancestor Hong Jun. He is already a saint of the heavenly Tao, while we are merely the Luo golden immortals. We can't possibly defeat him. If we create a disturbance, he would directly suppress us. Hou Tu said worriedly. Haha, you don't need to worry about that. I have other plans. Before that, I will strike once, and even if I don't severely injure the ancient ancestor Hong Jun, at least I can make him vomit blood. At that time, the ancient ancestor Hong Jun will definitely be unable to fully suppress you. By the way, how has your 12 degrees of heavenly god-killing formation been cultivated? Gu Tian asked. Barely, we have just managed to reach the entry-level realm. Hou Tu replied. The next moment, Hou Tu suddenly froze shocked as she said, Brother Gu Tian, what? What did you just say? You will strike once, injuring the ancient ancestor Hong Jun. Heavens! The ancient ancestor Hong Jun is a saint of the heavenly Tao. You can injure him. Hehe. Gu Tian said with a hint of pride. Where you might not know yet. After receiving the gifts from the great god Pangu, I obtained the authority of Mount Buzhou, allowing me to temporarily harness the power of a primordial Tao golden immortal. Looking at the departing figure of Hou Tu, Gu Tian revealed a faint smile. As long as Hou Tu followed Gu Tian's plan and obtained the Panga banner from the hands of the venerable Hong Jun, the probability of success would certainly exceed 90%. For Hong Jun and the Tao of Heaven, what they lacked the most now was time. The plan for the calamity of the Wu and Yao must be carried out swiftly. Gu Tian's existence posed a significant threat to both Hong Jun and the Tao of Heaven. Therefore, the teachings at the Zixiao Palace must not be affected in any way. They must be advanced rapidly to seize this wave of Tao merit and enhance one's own strength. At the same time, capturing all the future talents of the Hongluang continent was essential. In comparison, the gain or loss of the Panga banner was not so important. All of this was part of Gu Tian's calculations. While Hong Jun and the Tao of Heaven plotted against the beings of Hongluang, Gu Tian was scheming against the Tao of Heaven and the old thief Hong Jun, planning to gain various benefits from both. Hehe. After this wave, I can at least carve out a large chunk of flesh from Hong Jun's hands. Although Hong Jun possesses many treasures, truly powerful magical artifacts are limited. The Taiji diagram, the Panga banner, the Qian Koan Ding, the 4 swords of extermination, and the transformation jade butterfly are the ones he keeps in reserve. Other important items like the primordial 5 directions flag and the 12 grade golden lotus, while significant, are not as crucial as one might think. However, these magical artifacts merely represent what has been displayed. From my understanding of Hong Jun, he is also a survivor of the Tao, and likely has other important treasures hidden away. After all, since the calamity of the ferocious beasts until now, he has partnered with the Tao of Heaven, and who knows how many reincarnated primordial deities have perished at his hands. Once those primordial deities were suppressed, what happened to their treasures? Most of them were probably taken by that old thief Hong Jun. Moreover, Hong Jun was one of the 3,000 primordial deities back in the day. It's likely that he also reaped some benefits during the chaos calamity. Thus, he certainly possesses many valuable items. However, Gu Tian paused, a glimmer of wisdom flashing in his eyes as he said, these are merely my speculations, but they should not be far from the truth. This will provide an opportunity for verification later. What treasures does Hong Jun still possess now? The transformation jade butterfly, the Panga banner, the 12 grade Tao merit golden lotus, the yin yang mirror, the primordial red embroidered ball, the enhancing divine pestle, the heavenly book of God sealing the book of life and death, and the reincarnation brush. These should be the better treasures. Let's work hard to extract these magical artifacts from Hong Jun. By that time, let's see what he has left to teach disciples, and how can he make the beings of Hongluang owe him a debt of karma. Thinking of this, Gu Tian revealed a hint of a playful smile. Hong Jun's teachings at the Zixiao Palace will not make the beings of Hongluang owe him too much karma. As the first sage of the Tao of Heaven on the Hongluang continent, it is his duty and obligation to teach the beings something he must do. Just like a doctor is obliged to save lives, it is the same. Meanwhile, Hong Jun is not doing this purely to benefit the beings. He aims to control the cultivation system of the beings of Hongluang through the teachings at Zixiao Palace. This purpose is very clear. Thus, the karma incurred from this will not be significant. However, if these cultivators listening to the teachings after receiving magical artifacts gifted by Hong Jun combine the two, then the karma will not be small. This is the scheme of Hong Jun and the Tao of Heaven. If possible, I hope to take all of Hong Jun's treasures in one go. At that time this debt of karma, this merit will fall onto Gu Tian. However, he arrived late in the Honghuang continent. Hong Jun and the Tao of Heaven had already begun their layout and actions. Coupled with Gu Tian's insufficient strength at that time, he could not seize treasures and opportunities from Hong Jun. But it does not matter, acting now is still the same. Hou Hou. Gu Tian stood up and took a deep breath. He instinctively opened his eyes, clearly sensing the goodwill conveyed by the entire Honghuang continent along with a sense of familiarity. At this moment Gu Tian felt as if he was walking anywhere on the Honghuang continent. He had a sense of returning home. The vast tide of fortune and the various opportunities were flowing toward him. This feeling was exceptionally good. Hee. Gu Tian chuckled and looked up at the sky, saying, "Old dog of the Tao, it's almost time, but just waiting for the awakening of the Earth Tao and Human Tao is when I will confront you. I hope you won't be too surprised when that time comes. Once the Earth Tao and Human Tao awaken, the power of the Tao will be significantly weakened, and by then the Tao strength will likely no longer pose a threat to me. Soon everything will be here. I really hope everything will come a bit sooner. By the way." Next moment Gu Tian revealed a faint smile as he said, "I now possess 30% of Panga's fortune, and the secrets hidden in Buzhou Mountain should not be secrets anymore. Let me see how many opportunities are still in Buzhou Mountain." At this moment Gu Tian activated 30% of Panga's fortune. This was to stimulate his divine sense. In an instant the entire Buzhou Mountain appeared in Gu Tian's mind like a scroll fully unfurling. Everything was so clear. 1, 2, 3. Damn. In the next moment Gu Tian could not help but reveal a shocked expression and said, "What the hell? No wonder it's Buzhou Mountain. There are actually 20 to 30 opportunities hidden within it. Moreover, at least 5 of those opportunities are tremendous fortunes. By the way, where is that primordial gourd vine? Found it." Then Gu Tian revealed a playful smile and said, "After searching for so many years I finally found it. However, the primordial gourd vine does not even count as a tremendous fortune. I am even more excited now. This opportunity is actually next to the Taoist grounds of Nuwa and Fuxi. This is quite interesting. They have lived here for tens of millions of years and have not discovered it. This aura, could it be the legacy of the creation demon god? Isn't Nuwa's disciple-giving ceremony coming up?" Cough cough. Next moment Gu Tian coughed lightly and said, "Hey little girl outside, you've been eavesdropping for so long, aren't you going to come out and greet me?" The words just spoken to Hou Tu were intentionally directed towards Nuwa. Gu Tian did not believe that after hearing such words Nuwa would not feel curious and wish to understand what was truly happening. Thus she would definitely stay behind, wanting to uncover the truth. Asking others. Perhaps they do not even know what humanity is. Even her elder brother Fuxi, endowed with great wisdom, likely knows nothing. As for the other informed individual, Hong Jun Laozu. After hearing Gu Tian's words, she developed a strong sense of aversion towards Hong Jun Laozu. That old rascal is quite malicious. She absolutely could not trust him. Oh, what if she fell into his schemes? Moreover, at this moment, she must not go to the Zishao Palace. It would be akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. One misstep could lead to her eternal downfall. Therefore she must clarify all matters before making any plans. In that instant, Nuwa decided not to go to the Zishao Palace, but to wait until Hou Tu left, and then find Gu Tian to ask him what exactly was going on. After all, she had followed Hou Tu directly, and meeting him was somewhat inappropriate. At this moment Nuwa could not help but feel fortunate that she did not accompany her elder brother Fuxi directly to the Zishao Palace. It was indeed a stroke of luck. Otherwise, if she had been plotted against by Hong Jun Laozu, she would have been none the wiser. Nuwa was still hesitating about how to inquire about the identity of her friend Gu Tian when unexpectedly he noticed her. This fellow Taoist you. Hello, Nuwa said, slightly embarrassed. Am not well. Gu Tian replied with a knowing smile. Little girl, do you know what kind of behavior this is? You sneaked into my Tao residence without obtaining my permission. Upon hearing this, Nuwa instinctively froze. She glanced around and could not help but complain. Oh no. Just now while following Hou Tu, she had inadvertently entered another person's Tao residence. This was a serious taboo in the Honghuang continent. This fellow Taoist, I truly apologize. I did not mean to. I simply Nuwa hurriedly said. Gu Tian snickered coldly. Are you certain that it was unintentional, that you took a wrong turn? It certainly does not seem so to me. You little girl, you are not being honest at all. Do you know with such behavior I could have justifiably slain you on the spot? I know. Nuwa trembled as she replied, feeling anxious about what to do next. "Mph. Since you know what else is there to say." Gu Tian's cold shout was followed by a powerful aura erupting from him. This. As Nuwa sensed the terrifying aura from Gu Tian, she was momentarily stunned. So strong. The strength of this fellow Taoist before her was simply incomprehensibly powerful. He was at least hundreds, or even thousands of times stronger. Just the pressure of this aura made Nuwa feel slightly overwhelmed. This was definitely not the aura of a great Luo Golden Immortal. He must at least be a Hunyuan Golden Immortal, and it was highly likely that he had already reached the legendary level of Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. Such a being was simply beyond her ability to contend with. Even with all her trump cards, she would be no match for him. Moreover, she did not even have the qualifications to escape with her life from him. No wonder that Hou Tu, one of the 12 ancestral shamans of the Wu clan, would take a liking to him. "Senior, spare my life. I truly did not mean it. Had I known this was your Dao residence, I would never have intruded so recklessly. Please, Senior, be magnanimous." Nuwa hurriedly said. "Umph." Gu Tian snorted coldly and said, "If it were not for my kind nature and unwillingness to cause unnecessary killings, do you think you little girl could still be alive now? Speak. Who exactly are you sneaking into my Dao residence, and for what purpose?" Who? Nuwa took a deep breath and said, "Senior, I am Nuwa, practitioner from the Untaoshan Mountains. I am a close friend of Hou Tu, and today, while cultivating, I saw the ancestral shaman, Hou Tu, hurriedly passing by my Dao residence without greeting me. Out of curiosity, I followed along. Unexpectedly, I accidentally entered your Dao residence, and I hope you can forgive me, Senior." Gu Tian naturally recognized this woman as Nuwa. He had known from the very beginning, but still revealed a doubtful expression, saying, "You are Nuwa?" "Exactly." Nuwa nodded and said, "I would not dare deceive you, Senior. I truly am Nuwa." "Huh." In the next moment, his previously serious expression transformed into one of warmth. The terrifying aura instantly dissipated, replaced by a smile as gentle as a spring breeze, saying, "You should have said you were Nuwa earlier. Then there would have been no such misunderstanding." Nuwa was momentarily taken aback. "You should have let me speak first." Gu Tian then smiled and said, "Since you and Hou Tu are good friends, that makes you one of us. Welcome to my Dao residence as a guest. Come, have some tea." This sudden change left Nuwa completely unprepared. This attitude, it was like heaven and earth apart. It seems that Hou Tu holds significant weight in this senior's heart. Who? Nuwa also could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, then said, "I am deeply grateful that you can forgive my offense, Senior. I truly feel undeserving of such fine spirit tea." Just from the aroma, Nuwa could tell that this pot of tea from Gu Tian was no ordinary brew. Just a single deep breath made her feel as if her heart was at ease and her soul was elevated. Even some of the difficulties she had faced in her cultivation seemed to have found direction. Moreover, her own cultivation had also seen some improvement. Although she desperately wanted to take a sip, she hesitated slightly. No free lunch. Receiving benefits without effort made Nuwa feel a bit uneasy. Furthermore, she had very important questions to ask this Senior Gu Tian. "Drink up," Gu Tian said casually. "It's nothing, just ordinary tea. You shouldn't have any worries. You are a friend of Hou Tu, and thus one of us. Don't be too formal." Cough. Nuwa lightly coughed to stabilize her emotions. Then she turned to Gu Tian, slightly bowed, and respectfully asked, "Senior Gu Tian, I have a few questions in my heart. Would you be able to enlighten me? Speak. What is it you wish to ask? And anything I know and am permitted to reveal, I shall tell you," Gu Tian said. Upon hearing these words, Nuwa exhaled softly in relief, then asked, "Senior Master Gu Tian, I wish to know what hidden machinations lie behind Hongjun Laozu's Dao lectures at Zixiao Palace." So that is what you seek to uncover. And indeed, I do know the truth, and may speak of it. Yet tell me, are you truly prepared to hear it? Do you grasp the gravity of this conspiracy? It was orchestrated jointly by Hongjun Laozu and the heavenly Dao itself. Should word of it ever escape beyond their circle, what fate would await the bearer? Gu Tian smiled wryly. "And better to die with full awareness than live in blissful ignorance. And Senior Master Gu Tian, I must know everything." Nuwa could no longer restrain herself. She longed desperately to learn what scheme Hongjun Laozu had devised specifically against her. "And excellent indeed." Gu Tian clapped his hands in approval. "Nuwa, your courage is commendable. Since you insist so earnestly, I shall reveal to you all that transpired. The true nature of the Zixiao Palace conspiracy. Simply put, Hongjun Laozu seeks absolute dominion over the cultivation lineage of the Hongwan continent, and he intends to sever every immortal sovereign's unique path to transcendence. He would force them instead onto a single preordained path, woven long ago by Hongjun Laozu and the heavenly Tao. Once they tread this road, every facet of their existence, their power, will, and destiny, shall fall irrevocably under Hongjun Laozu's and the heavenly Tao's control. And thus the entire Honghuang continent shall be subjugated. And that is their design. Are you not shaken? SSFHH. Noah gasped sharply, her voice trembling as she whispered, the heavenly Tao and Hongjun Laozu. They would commit such an atrocity. Ha ha. It is quite simple. And did I not just say it? They seek total sovereignty over the Honghuang continent, to impose their own immutable laws compelling all living beings to obey without question. Gu Tian chuckled. In Nuwa, since your manifestation, have you witnessed the Longhan calamity? He asked. And yes. Nuwa nodded, then added, when I first took form, the previous cosmic calamity, the beast calamity, had only just concluded. The great war among the primordial three clans lay millions of years ahead. Then tell me, were there many cultivators of extraordinary power upon the Honghuang continent at that time, especially those who had attained the rank of de Luo Jingxian or higher? Gu Tian pressed. And many. Countless. Zhu Long, Yuan Feng, Shi Qilin, and numerous elders of the primordial three clans, all surpassed de Luo Jingxian. Beyond them, countless others stood at that exalted level, though I myself once encountered several. Nuwa said. And now, Gu Tian countered, have you met even one cultivator above de Luo Jingxian, or heard so much as a whisper of their names? Huh. At these words, Nuwa's eyes widened in shock, her expression one of utter disbelief. And SSSSHHH. In that instant, a chilling suspicion surged through her mind. Trembling, she blurted out, Senior Master Gu Tian, have those de Luo Jingxian-level cultivators all perished? Precisely. Almost all are gone. And even those who survive are little more than hollow shells, Gu Tian replied, his tone laced with dark amusement. And this. Nuwa faltered visibly. Piecing together Gu Tian's revelations, she formed a dreadful conjecture, one too horrifying to accept. She could scarcely believe it. Swallowing her dread, she stammered, Senior Master Gu Tian, is it possible that all this was engineered from the shadows by Hongjun Laozu and the heavenly Tao? Correct. Gu Tian clapped again. Remarkable deduction. You've struck the heart of truth. Yes, every step was orchestrated by Hongjun Laozu and the heavenly Tao. Through myriad stratagems, he systematically erased them, one by one. And the primordial three clans. Nuwa cried. And no doubt remains. That too was. Gu Tian spoke plainly. In heavens, Nuwa stared at him, disbelief etched across her face. WWHY, and Gu Tian smiled. Is it not self-evident? You must sense it yourself. Before the Longhan calamity, the heavenly Tao's authority over the Honghuang continent was exceedingly weak, and many primordial sovereigns did not even acknowledge its supremacy. Especially before the beast calamity, Shun, Ni sovereign of beasts, dared challenge heaven itself. Most crucially, these primordial sovereigns each possessed their own unbroken lineages, profound, potent transmissions capable of guiding disciples all the way to the realm of Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. Even Hunyuan Jingxian proved difficult to control. Once cultivators ascended to Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian, the heavenly Tao's grip would vanish entirely. Should such ascension succeed, the heavenly Tao's majesty would dwindle. More and more beings would disregard it, hastening its decline until it faded into irrelevance. Thus the heavenly Tao could never permit such an outcome. And so, it eradicated every unstable element. Not one was spared. Exactly so. Gu Tian smiled. This was Hongjun Laozu's and the heavenly Tao's grand design. Having completed this purge, they advanced to the next phase. After Hongjun Laozu achieved Tao attainment, as a heavenly Tao sage, he began delivering Tao lectures to all cultivators of the Honghuang continent at Zixiao Palace, ostensibly to impart wisdom, yet with a far more insidious purpose. To compel every cultivator to practice the three self-severance cultivation method, a technique meticulously crafted by the heavenly Tao and Hongjun Laozu, to secure absolute dominion over the entire Honghuang continent. SSSSHHH, Nuwa drew another sharp breath. Must one only cultivate the three self-severance method in ha? Gu Tian smiled faintly. Do you possess any cultivation technique capable of propelling you beyond de Luo Jingxian? No, I do not. Nuwa murmured hesitantly. And there you have it. You lack such a method now. Perhaps urgency has not yet struck. But what when you reach the apex of de Luo Jingxian? Will you still remain indifferent? And at that moment, Hongjun Laozu reveals he holds the sole method to transcend de Luo Jingxian. Will you cultivate it, or refuse? Gu Tian's gaze gleamed with sardonic amusement. And this, and perhaps, possibly, I would. Nuo answered uncertainly. And heh. Gu Tian's smile turned grim. Not possibly, but inevitably. Once one embraces Hongjun Laozu's three self-severance method, one has already fallen irrevocably into his snare. From that point onward, attaining Hunyuan Jingxian, or even Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian, becomes impossible. And even Dao attainment yields only the title of Heavenly Dao Sage. And what is a Heavenly Dao Sage? You already know nothing more than a puppet of the Heavenly Dao. Once their design reaches fruition, not a single being upon the Honghuang continent shall ever escape the Heavenly Dao's dominion. In cunning, utterly devastatingly cunning. I never imagined Hongjun Laozu and the Heavenly Dao capable of such depravity. Nuo's face darkened. This brutal truth had shattered her very foundations. Then, what scheme has Hongjun Laozu devised specifically against me? Nuo asked. This is quite simple. It is to make you a saint of the Heavenly Dao, and then to completely control you in the palm of his hand. This is the scheme he has against you, Gu Tian said with a playful tone. Gulula. Upon hearing this, Nuo instinctively swallowed, and her eyes showed a hint of panic. But what surged more was anger. Anger towards Hongjun and the Heavenly Dao. They actually wanted to manipulate her to make her a puppet in their hands, which was something Nuo could not tolerate. Hongjun and the Heavenly Dao were truly excessive. Not knowing the truth was one thing, but knowing it made Nuo completely abandon the thought of going to the Zixiao Palace to listen to the Dao. Although becoming a saint of the Heavenly Dao is incredibly powerful, and even immortal, Nuo had not the slightest desire. Rather than becoming a puppet-like saint of the Heavenly Dao, it would be far better to be a freely roaming de Luo golden immortal. At the very least, a de Luo golden immortal is free and unrestrained, able to do whatever one wishes. Hou. Nuo took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in her heart, and continued to ask, why does Hongjun want to do this? Why do you want me to become a saint of the Heavenly Dao? Why do you want to control me? Finally, we've gotten to the crux of the matter, Gu Tian laughed, and said. Before that, you need to first clarify one question. Who exactly are you, Nuo? Why do you want me to become a saint of the Heavenly Dao? Why do you want to control me? Finally, we've gotten to the crux of the matter, Gu Tian laughed, and said. Before that, you need to first clarify one question. Who am I? Nuo was slightly taken aback and said, I am Nuo. Who else could I be? As for the mission I carry, I do not know. Gu Tian chuckled and said, naturally you do not know now, because the Heavenly Dao will certainly not let you know otherwise. How could his plans continue? Right. Then, what is my mission and responsibility? Nuo asked. The human Dao. Nuo, your mission is to completely awaken the human Dao of the Honghuang, and also to promote the human Dao, making the Honghuang continent whole. The current Honghuang continent is not yet the most complete Honghuang continent. A complete Honghuang continent must have the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity. Some people come to this world with a mission from the very beginning, just like you and Hou Tu. Hou Tu bears the mission of awakening the Earth Dao and promoting the Earth Dao. However, if the Earth Dao and Human Dao awaken, they will seize the authority of the Heavenly Dao. Originally, the Heavenly Dao was impartial, and just his duty was to lead the Honghuang continent towards perfection, but for some reason, the Heavenly Dao developed selfish desires. He does not want the Earth Dao and Human Dao to take away his authority, wanting to suppress them. With this mission and responsibility, both of you are favored by the luck of the Honghuang heaven and earth, and will inevitably become saints in the future. Ugh. Upon hearing this, Nuo was slightly stunned and asked in shock, Gu Tian Sr., what did you— I will inevitably become a saint in the future. That's right, you and Hou Tu will definitely become saints. This is the trend. Such a trend cannot be stopped by Hongjun or the Heavenly Dao. But Hongjun and the Heavenly Dao can change the way you become a saint. Originally, you were meant to achieve the Dao as a mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal, becoming a saint of the human Dao and presiding over the human Dao. But the Heavenly Dao and Hongjun want you to become a saint of the Heavenly Dao. Once successful, not only will it suppress the human Dao, making it unable to awaken, but it will also continuously absorb the power and fortune of the human Dao through you as a medium. Until the end, the human Dao will completely fall into a deep sleep, never to awaken again. This is the true scheme of the Heavenly Dao and Hongjun. Nuo couldn't help but take a breath, her body shivering. How terrifying. This is truly too terrifying. She could hardly imagine what would happen if today she hadn't followed Hou Tu here, if she hadn't overheard the conversation between Gu Tian and Hou Tu. What would her fate be? Following Fuxi to the Zixiao Palace to listen to the Dao, only to be schemed against by Hongjun, becoming his disciple. step by step falling into the schemes of Hongjun and the heavenly Tao, cultivating Hongjun's method of severing the three corpses, ultimately becoming a saint of the heavenly Tao. Originally, her mission was to awaken the human Tao and promote the human Tao. In the end, she would have personally severed the fortune of the human Tao. Fear. But what surged more in her heart was hatred towards Hongjun and the heavenly Tao. No, she must change her fate. Absolutely cannot allow such a thing to happen, no matter what Hongjun or the heavenly Tao are. So what? Her fate must be controlled in her own hands. If someone wants to control her destiny, no one can. Hou Hou. Nuo took a deep breath and then asked Tian Senior, you just said I will definitely become a saint in the future. Then what will I rely on to become a saint? The human Tao, or rather the human race. Tian said lightly. Human race. Nuo was slightly taken aback and said, Tian Senior, I have never heard of a race called the human race in the Honghuang continent. Tian chuckled and said, that is certainly the case because the human race does not yet exist in the Honghuang continent. It is a postnatal race. Moreover, this race is created by you. What? Hearing this, Nuo trembled all over, unable to believe, and said, Tian Senior, what did you say? This race is created by me. Yes, Nuo creates humans, blesses the common people, and completes the Honghuang. Tian said lightly. Nuo creates humans. Nuo creates humans. Upon hearing Tian's words, Nuo instantly fell into contemplation. She could clearly sense that this was her opportunity. A tremendous opportunity. At the same time, it also pointed the direction of her path of cultivation and even her life. In this moment, an invisible force seemed to fall upon her, illuminating the dark road ahead. The power that was interfered with by the heavenly Tao began to slowly dissipate. Moreover, Tian continued, Nuo, you may not yet understand the immense potential of the human race you will create in the future. Tian Senior, what potential does the human race have? Nuo asked, puzzled. The protagonists of the earth. And the only protagonists of the earth, what do you say? Tian said with a playful tone. What? Nuo's expression changed, and she said gravely, the human race is actually the only protagonist of the earth in the Honghuang continent. How? How is that possible? Seeing Nuo kneeling down to pay respect as a disciple, Tian revealed a faint smile. It worked. This scene was exactly what he desired. By accepting Nuo as his disciple, he could thwart the schemes of Hongjun Laozu and the heavenly Tao, contributing to the immense fortune bestowed upon Nuo, and most importantly, to save the human race. Although Tian was not of the human race in this life, in his past life, he was undeniably a human. His soul was after all of the human race. In this regard, it was destined that Tian must protect the human race, especially from the impending calamity that awaited them. He absolutely would not allow it to happen. Anyone who dared to harm the human race or scheme against it would be opposing Tian. To protect the human race, one must tackle the root of the problem. The human race must strive for strength, and their destiny should be in their own hands rather than being nurtured like livestock by Hongjun Laozu and the heavenly Tao. They should not be mocked by Taishang Laojuan, who holds the human race's legacy. Every time he thought of how the dignified emperor of the 99 Supreme had been reduced to the emperor of the 95, he felt overwhelming anger. Since he had arrived in the Primordial Continent and witnessed all of this as a former human, Tian absolutely would not allow it to transpire. Matters concerning the human race should be decided by the human race itself. Their fate must also be under their control, free from any interference. The emperor is the emperor. No one shall touch the fate of the emperor. The 99 Supreme will forever remain the 99 Supreme. Anyone who dares to reach out will face dire consequences. In the moment Nuo bowed to him, Tian clearly sensed an invisible force settling upon him. This was Nuo's fortune and simultaneously the fortune of the future human race. Moreover, it also contained a hint of the fortune granted by Pangu the Great. It seemed Pangu the Great had high hopes for the future of the human race. Based on Tian's calculations, Pangu's full fortune was divided, with the Witch clan taking 30%, the Three Pure Ones 30%, and Buzhou Mountain 1%. The remaining 30% was to be divided among all living beings in the primordial era. However, it appeared that was not the case. The portion of Pangu's fortune that the living beings could share was probably only 1%. Of the remaining 2%, 1 went to Nuo. The last 1% fell upon the human race, which explains why they could become the protagonists of heaven and earth, enjoying 1% of Pangu's fortune. No wonder the heavenly Tao and Hongjun Laozu valued Nuo so highly. They insisted she become a saint of the heavenly Tao, for she possessed nearly 2% of Pangu's fortune. How could one not be tempted? Such a substantial opportunity must be grasped firmly in one's hands. Bang bang bang. Without a hint of hesitation upon hearing Gu Tian's response, Nuwa directly knelt before Gu Tian, bowing 3 times. Senior Gu Tian, please accept me as your disciple. Though I know it might seem a bit presumptuous and overly direct, rest assured if I can become your disciple, I will respect you as I would my own divine father. At this moment Gu Tian revealed a playful smile and said, Nuwa, are you not afraid? If I accept you as a disciple, it would also be for my own gain. You wish to use my strength to control the human path and the human race. Or perhaps I am just another Hongjun Laozu seeking to dominate you. Nuwa hesitated slightly as she had thought of this possibility. What if this was also a trap? In the next moment Nuwa, with a very determined gaze, said, if that is the case, I have no regrets, as you Senior Gu Tian have spoken plainly. Moreover, that scoundrel Hongjun Laozu only knows how to play tricks behind the scenes. And Senior Gu Tian, I can sense that you are not that kind of person. Ha ha ha. Gu Tian chuckled and said, Nuwa, you said it yourself, even if I exploit you in the future you won't regret it. Are you sure? Nuwa nodded and replied, Senior Gu Tian, I am sure. Alright. Gu Tian smiled and said, since that is the case, I shall accept you, Nuwa, as my disciple. However, you can rest assured that what I just mentioned will absolutely not happen. Gu Tian would not stoop to such despicable acts. Oh, by the way, you have 1 senior brother above you. To be precise, there are 3 senior brothers. You are now my 4th disciple. Master, I have 3 senior brothers. Nuwa said in shock. That's right, you should have heard of your 3rd senior brother's name. Tian, one of the 3 pure ones, is a disciple I accepted 100,000 years ago. Gu Tian said, what about my eldest and 2nd senior brothers? Nuwa asked. Xiaopeng, Xiaojin, you 2 should come and meet your junior sister. Coming. The next moment a flash of golden light and a flash of black and white light appeared, and when Nuwa looked closely, she saw a small golden leopard and a chubby panda standing before her. This. Nuwa was momentarily stunned and said, Master, this is eldest senior brother and 2nd senior brother. One of the 3 pure ones. Tian, she could understand. He had a noble lineage. But these 2 little creatures didn't look formidable at all. They were just 2 cute beings. Could it be that they were accepted as disciples because of their cuteness? Gu Tian couldn't help but laugh and said, Nuwa, if you underestimate them, you will suffer later. Back then Tian underestimated them and ended up being beaten for tens of thousands of years. Nuwa was stunned again. Don't let their cute appearances fool you. Aside from being adorable, they have actually— Nuwa was stunned again. Don't let their cute appearances fool you. Aside from being adorable, they have actually cultivated to the realm of Hunyuan Jingxian. Gu Tian laughed and said, Hunyuan Jingxian. Nuwa suddenly froze and Xiaopeng, Xiaojin, don't you 2 want to greet your junior sister? As senior brothers, you must protect your little sister well in the future. Gu Tian said with a smile. The chubby panda patted its chest and then jumped in front of Nuwa, declaring with a fierce expression, you are our little junior sister. Much prettier than little Tian. From now on, with me and Xiaojin shielding you, if anyone dares to bully you, we will take care of them. That's right, anyone who dares to bully my junior sister will be swatted dead by me. Hearing Xiaopeng and Xiaojin's words, Nuwa was momentarily stunned, unsure of what to say. Why did this scene feel so comical? Alright. Gu Tian clapped his hands and said, Nuwa, since you have become my disciple, I will naturally give you a gift as a token of our first meeting. Follow me. This is our Taoist cultivation ground. Mine and my elder brother's. Nuwa gazed at Gu Tian with profound bewilderment, assuming he had brought her here in search of some profound opportunity. She never imagined he would lead her to her own cultivation ground. Gu Tian chuckled lightly and asked, Nuwa, you must be deeply puzzled. Why have I brought you here? Have I not promised you a welcome gift? Indeed. Master, why is this so? Nuwa inquired. Nuwa, Gu Tian replied. Do you recall my earlier words, that you shall inevitably ascend to sagehood? One vital reason lies precisely here. Nuwa blinked in astonishment, her brow furrowed in confusion. I have dwelled in this cultivation ground for tens of millions of years. Every inch is as familiar to me as the lines upon my palm. Could it be that some hidden secret lay buried within? No, impossible. If any secret or opportunity existed, she would surely have uncovered it long ago. On this Nuwa held unwavering confidence. Open. As Nuwa stood immersed in bewildered silence, Gu Tian raised his right hand and swept it. In an instant, golden light erupted forth. Amidst violent tremors shaking heaven and earth, Nuwa beheld with utter shock a concealed realm emerging within her own cultivation ground. This? How could this possibly be? Long after the revelation, Nuwa slowly regained her composure. astonishment rendering speech impossible. The sudden transformation left her reeling. This was her abode, the very ground she had inhabited for tens of millions of years, yet concealed within it lay an entire hidden realm. How could such a thing be possible? In that moment Nuwa stood utterly transfixed. Fortunately, she had uttered no absolute declarations beforehand, or otherwise her pride would have suffered a humiliating reversal. Had Tian not unveiled this realm before her very eyes, she would never have believed it. It was akin to living one's entire life in a house one built oneself, designed every room, laid every tile, polished every beam, and having resided there for decades. Then someone arrives and claims millions lie hidden within its walls. Is that plausible? Utterly impossible. After all, who knows a house better than its builder? Yet under precisely such circumstances another person stands before you, tears down a wall, and behind it lies a fortune in gold. Huff, huff. Nuwa drew several deep, steadying breaths. Long minutes passed before she collected herself. Then, unable to contain her curiosity, she blurted out, "Master, what on earth is happening here? How can there be a hidden realm within my cultivation ground?" Tian smiled faintly. "How should I answer that? Do you wish to know the origin of this realm, or why you failed to perceive it all this time?" "Both. Then tell me first, what is this realm?" Nuwa Tian asked. "Have you ever heard of the creation demon sovereign?" The creation demon sovereign. At the name, Nuwa's eyes widened in stunned disbelief. "Master, do you mean one of the 3,000 chaos divine demons from primordial times?" "Precisely, that very being. During the great cosmic separation cataclysm, Pangu, the primordial deity, slew the 3,000 chaos divine demons, and the creation demon sovereign was among them. Upon his demise, his essence returned to the chaotic void for rebirth, while fragments of his corporeal form and vital blood remained scattered across the Hou continent. Through eons of celestial rotation and cosmic cycles, as the Hou continent itself evolved and transformed, ultimately those fragments of the creation demon sovereign's body and blood settled upon Mount Buzhou. Under the immutable laws governing the Hou continent, they gradually coalesced, giving rise to the hidden realm now before you. Such is its origin." "What a—" Nuwa gasped, awestruck. "Master, does this mean the realm contains the creation demon sovereign's legacy?" One more matter." Her breath quickened sharply. "Master, am I perhaps born from the creation demon sovereign's vital blood?" Why would you think that?" Tian asked. "Did not the 12 ancestral Wu emerge thus? After Pangu's dissolution, his divine spirit fragmented into the 3 pure ones, while his vital blood gave rise to the 12 ancestral Wu. Though the creation demon sovereign fell short of Pangu's might, his power was still formidable. Moreover, as you yourself noted, his vital blood descended upon Mount Buzhou. And most significantly, you cultivate the Tao of creation." Nuwa gazed at him, brimming with anticipation. "Ha ha ha." Tian laughed gently. "Nuwa, how shall I put it? You are indeed connected to the creation demon sovereign, but the precise nature of that bond remains unclear, even to me. Yet were you truly born solely from his vital blood, you would long since have been suppressed and sealed." Why?" Nuwa asked. "Why else? The heavenly Tao forbids it. Most of those primordial golden immortals recently schemed against by the heavenly Tao and Hongjun, the elder patriarch, were in fact reincarnations of chaos divine demons. However," Tian paused thoughtfully, "there remains a sliver of possibility, not for others whose reincarnations served no purpose. But you inherited the Tao of creation, a force indispensable to the Hou continent. Thus for now you are permitted to remain. So, I am truly born of the creation demon sovereign's vital blood." Nuwa whispered, thunderstruck. "Ha ha ha." Tian laughed again. "Who can say for certain? Why dwell on origins? Regardless of your lineage, you are simply Nuwa. Remember that. Now let me address your second question. Truth be told, you've likely already surmised the answer. Why you never perceived this realm. Plainly put, it was sealed away by the heavenly Tao itself. Within lies the most complete legacy of the creation demon sovereign. And since you embody his Tao of creation, discovering this realm would inevitably grant you his full inheritance. And then, how could the heavenly Tao continue to control you? So that's it. Truly despicable." Nuwa spat, fury blazing in her eyes. "Let us go and explore this realm. Let us see what treasures the creation demon sovereign left behind." Tian declared, then swept his right hand forward and guided Nuwa across the threshold into the hidden realm. At that very instant, a torrent of potent spiritual energy surged forth. Tian paused, slightly startled, to find such an abundance of primordial qi contained within. A preliminary assessment suggested this reservoir, though insufficient to reach the exalted rank of Supreme Golden Immortal, could certainly sustain cultivation up to the peak of Golden Immortality. Master, save me. A cry tore from Nuwa's lips. From the heavens descended a colossal cauldron, crushing her instantly beneath its weight. Tian was slightly taken aback, then revealed a faint smile. Nuwa, don't be nervous, it's fine. Just accept the inheritance of the creation demon god and the complete path of creation. Tian said at first he thought that the creation demon god was still alive, just like the two fools Yin-Yang ancestor and Qiankuan ancestor, who still had lingering souls, wanting to usurp Nuwa's body. Upon closer inspection he realized he was overthinking. The creation demon god had long since died during the calamity of creation. He did not choose to reincarnate like other chaotic demon gods, but opted to cultivate rebirth within the chaos. The secret realm before Tian was formed by the remnants of the creation demon god's body, his blood, and his companion treasure, the creation cauldron, through a fortuitous coincidence. It is unknown whether this was the arrangement made by the creation demon god before his death, waiting for rebirth to return, leveraging the power of the secret realm to allow his strength to advance rapidly within a short time and even restore a portion of his peak power. Or perhaps the creation demon god prepared this for his successor. If it were the first scenario, it would be somewhat amusing. Once the creation demon god is reborn, he would realize that the secret realm he set up no longer exists. I wonder if he would go mad because of this. The arrangement for his rebirth was instead taken advantage of by Nuwa. However, if the original plot unfolds, this secret realm might not wait for the creation demon god to be reborn and would likely be destroyed along with the collapse of Buzhou Mountain. The second scenario would be just perfect. Upon sensing the path of creation that Nuwa was cultivating, the creation cauldron was instantly activated. It seems I can also cultivate the path of creation. Should I absorb some of the power here? Ahem. The next moment Tian's expression slightly changed as he said, forget it. I wouldn't do something as petty as robbing my own disciples' things. What if this leads to a decrease in relationship points? That would be a loss. After this, Nuwa's relationship points should at least rise to 70 or 80, right? Not only did I help her escape the schemes of Hongjun ancestor, but I also guided her back onto the right path. With the inheritance of the creation demon god, her power must become that of a Hunyuan Daiyojin immortal. Raising the relationship points to 80 should be reasonable. Let me see what the creation demon god left behind. As he spoke, Tian couldn't help but start surveying his surroundings. The innate spiritual energy was the most basic configuration, and this didn't require much. There was also the creation cauldron, a piece of innate supreme treasure, and in the center of the secret realm was a pool of fresh blood. Tian sensed a very intense energy fluctuation from it. This should be the blood of the creation demon god. This pool of blood equated to dozens of drops of Pangus essence. What is this? Tian was slightly stunned, staring at the blood pool. He then took a few steps closer and discovered within this blood pool was also contained an extremely domineering and terrifying will, an intent capable of shattering both heaven and earth and the chaos. Creation demon god, aren't you being a bit deceitful? Luckily I am here. If it were anyone else, your pool of chaotic divine blood would likely kill many. Back then, how powerful was Pangus' axe? Even after so long, it still retains the might of the path of power and the 9 techniques of creation. Collect. The next moment, Tian slowly raised his left hand. The power of Pangu was instantly activated. In this instant, the Pangu will that was part of the creation demon god's blood began to converge towards Tian's left hand. Upon sensing the power of Pangu, after a few breaths, the Pangu will gradually dissipated. This perhaps the creation demon god himself did not realize. After all, with Pangus' axe falling, the creation demon god had already been cleaved to death. The remaining events were likely just instinctive actions following his death. Very good. Tian clapped his hands and said, if Nuwa refines this pool of blood, her foundation should at least reach the level of a primary chaotic divine demon. She is inherently a top-tier innate divine demon. The foundation of a Hunyuan Daiyojin immortal can also be thoroughly stabilized. Excellent. What is this? The next moment, Tian clenched his right hand, and 7 short blades. In that moment, he felt a sharp blade aura emanating, capable of effortlessly slicing through the void. Each of these 7 short blades was a high-quality innate spiritual treasure, and when combined they were comparable to a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Moreover, the killing intent within them was extremely terrifying. Tian was slightly taken aback, and said, this wouldn't be Nuwa's 7 heavenly radiance divine blades, would it? I didn't expect to find them in the secret realm of the creation demon god. This should be a part of the creation demon god's body, absorbing some of the world's malevolent energy, and after millions of years of evolution, it finally transformed into these 7 heavenly radiance divine blades. Not bad. Not bad. The heavenly radiance divine blades are for offense, while the creation cauldron is for defense. Perfectly balanced. These 2 treasures in Nua's hands are a perfect match. If I can find the corresponding materials in the future, and forge 2 more heavenly radiance divine blades to make a total of 9, perhaps they could become innate supreme treasures. Oh, at this moment Tian couldn't help but slap his forehead, and said, "Don't I already have refining materials? I found many chaotic metal materials on Sanshan Island. There's no rush. They'll wait a bit before increasing my relationship points. It seems that besides these few items there are no other good things left." Wait. The next moment Tian couldn't help but look up and survey the surroundings of the secret realm. What the? Tian couldn't help but show a look of shock as he said, "Goodness, this secret realm is actually a middle thousand world. I don't know if the creation demon god opened it himself or if he brought it from somewhere else. The value of this thing is above that of innate supreme treasures. If I can completely refine it and turn it into my own world, and then find a way to evolve it into a great thousand world, that would be a huge gain. I can now be certain that this was definitely prepared by the creation demon god for himself. This is going to be fun. Ding. Congratulations, host. Nua's master-disciple relationship has improved too. Congratulations, host. Your relationship level with Nua has increased to 80. The great creation technique has reached perfection and the principles of the path of creation have been raised to 100%, granting you an additional 0.5% of Panga's fortune. The voice of the system echoed yes. Yes. Hearing the system's voice, Tian's face was filled with excitement. Before this, he truly did not expect that Nua possessed such rich Panga fortune and that he had gained an additional 0.5%. This wave is truly a great fortune. Up to now, Tian has already obtained 3.5% of Panga's fortune. Nua possesses 1% of Panga's fortune. As long as the relationship level with Nua rises to 90, he will be able to share her 1% of Panga's fortune. At that time, he will have 4% of Panga's fortune. With Nua's connection, how far could the human race's share of Panga's fortune be? When Nua creates the human race and attains the Tao of the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, at that time, when Tian emerges to enlighten the human race, he will gain massive merit, while also receiving a wave of Panga's fortune. As for Taishang Laojun and his human teachings, they can just play on the side. As long as Nua is not a saint of Heaven's Tao, and is not under Heaven's Tao's control, it is absolutely impossible for Taishang Laojun to become a saint relying on the human race, and to seize the fortune of the human race. He shouldn't even think about it. Then he will absorb a wave of Panga's fortune from the Witch clan. Finally, completely refine Mount Buzhou to obtain the entirety of its 1% fortune. At that time, Tian's Panga fortune will definitely exceed 5%. Absolute control. Just thinking about this made Tian feel a strange excitement in his heart. Once he achieves absolute control over the Honghuang continent, he will possess all authority, and with a mere flip of his hand, he will be able to suppress the Tao of Heaven. In fact, even the abolition of the Tao of Heaven would be entirely possible. As a chairman with absolute power wanting to dismiss a general manager requires just a single command, and it will be done. The Tao of Heaven's general manager will have to step down. As for the Tao of Heaven wanting to undermine the chairman, that is also impossible. By that time, with the support of the Earth Tao and the Human Tao, even if the Honghuang Tao of Heaven is absent for a short period, it can still operate normally. The Saints of Heaven's Tao under the Honghuang Tao of Heaven are also dispensable. This moment is not when Tian's Panga fortune rose from 30% to 30.5%, he could clearly sense that Mount Buzhou held no secrets for him. He could even vaguely feel some hidden secrets of the Honghuang continent. These secrets were unknown even to the Tao of Heaven. Simultaneously, his control over the authority of heavenly punishment has become increasingly tight. With a single thought, he can summon heavenly punishment upon the Honghuang continent. His own cultivation speed has also accelerated, and the connection between him and the Honghuang continent has become ever tighter. It seems that the stronger the Honghuang continent becomes, the stronger Tian's power will be. If the Earth Tao and Human Tao awaken, they will bring immense enhancement to Tian. Very good. Tian revealed a satisfied smile. He is now at the 5th level of the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, and perhaps it won't be long before he reaches the 6th level. Meanwhile, his principles of creation have also reached the 100% realm. His strength has once again increased. Looking at the secret realm of this middle thousand world, Tian sighed and said, "Forget it, this is my disciple's possession. How could I have any thoughts about it? Moreover, this middle thousand world falling into my hands is just like this. In fact, it doesn't even count as adding icing on the cake. I already have the tree of life. Once this tree grows, it can give birth to a great thousand world. By comparison, this middle thousand world is just like this. However, this is completely different for Nuwa. This little girl is almost done receiving her inheritance. Suddenly a loud shout echoed as Nuwa flew out from the creation cauldron, the power of the path of creation surging from her, causing the entire secret realm to tremble. Break. In an instant, Nuwa surged from the early stage of the great Luo golden immortal to the mid-stage. In the next moment, she broke through from mid-stage to latest stage. Only when she reached the early stage of the mixed Yuan golden immortal did she slowly come to a halt, and the creation cauldron that hovered above her head gradually shrank and was stored in Nuwa's dantian. The moment she opened her eyes, a golden light burst forth. Master! Nuwa, filled with excitement, approached and knelt before Tian with a thud, saying emotionally, "Disciple, thanks, Master. If it weren't for Master's assistance, I would probably never have been able to obtain the inheritance of the creation demon god." "Get up." Tian lifted her with a casual gesture and said, "Since you call me Master, I must provide some benefits for you, my disciple, right? So have you obtained the complete principles of the path of creation?" Tian asked. "Yes." Nuwa, unable to contain her excitement, said, "Master, not only have I obtained the complete principles of the path of creation, but I can now control the creation cauldron. I also have a piece of my own innate supreme treasure." "Not bad. Not bad." Tian clapped his hands and said, "Nuwa, all of this is what you deserve. By the way," while speaking, Tian waved his right hand, and 7 heavenly radiance divine blades flew out and landed before Nuwa. Feeling the sharpness of the divine blades, Nuwa was slightly taken aback and asked, "Master, what is this treasure? It feels so powerful." "This is the heavenly radiance divine blade. Taken alone, it's just an upper-grade innate spirit treasure, but when combined they become a top-tier supreme innate treasure. Moreover, if you can forge 2 more, it might even transform into an innate supreme treasure. Take them and refine them." Tian said this. Nuwa was slightly stunned and said, "Master, I am already satisfied with the creation cauldron. Please keep these 7 heavenly radiance divine blades for yourself." "For me? What for? I'm not a scrap collector. With my current strength and realm, these 7 heavenly radiance divine blades are like scrap. Take them and refine them." Tian said, All right. Though she seemed somewhat reluctant on the surface, her heart was filled with joy. Master is so good. It seems that this apprenticeship was truly a wise choice. Just after becoming a disciple, she received such a grand gift, a complete inheritance of the mixed Yuan Dao and 2 powerful treasures. Even if the master intends to use her, it doesn't matter. "All right," Tian said, "put away these 7 heavenly radiance divine blades. I have 2 more things to instruct you about. The first matter concerns the teachings of the Zhixiao Palace." Tian said, "We must thoroughly extract the benefits from Hongjun Laozu and the Dao. Otherwise, how could we justify this plan laid out by Hongjun Laozu and the Dao?" Nuwa was slightly taken aback, her face filled with confusion as she asked, "Master, haven't you already told me almost everything about the teachings of the Zhixiao Palace? You can't be thinking of sending me to Zhixiao Palace to listen to the teachings, right?" That's right. You guessed it." Tian chuckled. "Ugh." Upon hearing Tian's affirmative answer, Nuwa's eyes widened in shock. Her gaze, filled with confusion, looked at Tian as she asked, "Master, I'm sure I didn't hear wrong. You still want me to go to Zhixiao Palace to listen to the teachings? Isn't that like sending a sheep into a tiger's den? Hongjun Laozu is plotting against me." Tian smiled and said, "That's right, Hongjun Laozu and the Dao are indeed plotting against you, but if this matter is handled well, it can yield considerable benefits." Benefits? Hearing this, Nuwa suddenly became interested. As the saying goes, it's foolish not to take advantage of a good deal, especially at the expense of Hongjun Laozu. It's a deal worth making. Nuwa, with a cunning look in her eyes, asked, "Master, what should we do then?" After this incident, Nuwa's trust in Tian skyrocketed. Since her master said there were benefits to be gained, there must be. Moreover, those benefits would certainly be substantial. Tian smiled and said, "Weren't you just reluctant to go to Zhixiao Palace to listen to the teachings?" Nuwa grinned and said, "Master, I didn't know you had this kind of strategy. Let's hurry. What should we do to reap the benefits from Hongjun Laozu?" "Look at you. All right. Let me plan for you. Based on my speculation, there will definitely be 6 unique cushions at Zhixiao Palace when the teachings are given. When you go there, you will naturally understand. You must remember you cannot sit on those 6 cushions at all. Once you sit on them, you will bear a tremendous Tian chuckled. "Ugh. Upon hearing Gu Tian's affirmative answer, Nuwa's eyes widened in shock. Her gaze, at that time severing that karmic link, will not be easy. However, before this only the Tao and Hongjun Laozu along with your master knew about this. Now you know, but the other innate mighty beings do not. They will definitely fight and scramble to sit in those 6 positions. Therefore what you need to do is first occupy that position and then see who wants to sit there. Pretend to reluctantly give it up and in the process let the other party owe you some karmic ties. How wonderful would that be? Hearing Gu Tian's words, Nuwa's eyes widened slightly as she said, Master, as expected of you, this is truly brilliant. Using Hongjun Laozu's resources to create favors for oneself. Master, do you think Hongjun Laozu will vomit blood when he finds out? Perhaps he will. But he's already used to it, Gu Tian said. That cushion represents a position of a Taoist saint. This is not an ordinary karmic link. If utilized well, it can achieve great things. Master, will there really be such fools who would come to exchange? Nuwa couldn't help but ask. Gu Tian chuckled and said, you might be surprised, there will definitely be such fools. While you may not want to become a Taoist saint, some cultivators do. Just wait and watch the show when the time comes. By the way, when it's time to give up the seat, do so immediately, without hesitation, lest Hongjun Laozu sees through the flaw. Remember, you must give up the seat before Hongjun Laozu appears. Got it. Nuwa nodded and said, Master, I remember. Is there anything else you want to instruct me? There is certainly more. There is one more thing you must remember. If after the first teaching Dong Huang Tai, Yi, and Di Jun want to recruit you into their ranks, do not agree to them. These 2 fellows are clearly not good people. If you get involved with them, you will regret it later. Gu Tian said, Master, I remember. I promise not to say a word to those 2 fools. If they dare to pester me, I'll beat them up. Nuwa said, clenching her small fist with determination. At this moment, Nuwa had already broken through to the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Not just you, but your big brother Fushi might also be deceived by Dong Huang Tai Yi, and these 2 fools join. Gu Tian said, Nuwa snorted lightly and said, Master, don't worry. If Fushi dares to follow Dong Huang Tai Yi and the others to cause trouble, he'll break his legs. Cough, cough. All right, Gu Tian said with a slight cough, not realizing that Nuwa was so seemingly sensing Gu Tian's gaze. Nuwa's face turned slightly red as she said, Master, I'm usually not like this. I'm quite ladylike. Isn't it you who said that Dong Huang Tai Yi and Di Jun are not good people, eh? Ha ha ha. Gu Tian laughed and said, all right. Also, there is one more thing. Hongjun Laozu has a supreme innate spiritual treasure called the Red Embroidery Ball, which is the treasure destined for you. Moreover, this treasure carries 3 significant merits. When Hongjun Laozu offers this treasure to you, do not refuse, you just accept it. Once you receive it, say thank you to Hongjun Laozu for helping you find this treasure that belongs to you, minimizing the karmic ties. Alright, that's how you trick him. Nuwa said excitedly. Nuwa, don't underestimate the Red Embroidery Ball. When the time comes, I will tell you how to use it. After completing the 3 marriages of heaven, earth, and humanity, it can transform into a primordial supreme treasure. Gu Tian said. Wow. Upon hearing that it could transform into a primordial supreme treasure, Nuwa's eyes sparkled with excitement. Master, what if we trick Hongjun Laozu and he decides to take action against me when he finds out the truth? You don't need to worry about that. Gu Tian confidently replied. In this world, no one can harm my disciple. If anyone dares to touch you, I will storm the Zixiao Palace and deal with them. Wow. Master, that's so powerful. Nuwa looked at Gu Tian with starry eyes. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The relationship level between Nuwa and her master has increased to 85.